Never had humanity encountered creatures as terrifying as these, pouring in from another dimension. They flooded the cities, and even nuclear explosions, capable of obliterating entire regions, seemed like nothing more than bonfires for them to dance around while spreading destruction. People called them calamities, a grim reminder of how hope was rapidly slipping away. Just when humanity was beginning to accept its doomed fate, they appeared, the 13 zodiac saints. Initially, 12 individuals were granted powers by the absolute gods to combat the monstrous calamities. But one day, out of nowhere, a 13th emerged. He had no blessings from any gods, yet he was overwhelmingly powerful. This new saint joined the zodiac saints on a mission to the demon tower to slay Crimson Eye, the leader of the endless calamities. However, when the mission ended, only 12 saints returned. The 13th had vanished. Humanity mourned his supposed sacrifice, and his comrades wept before the media. But it was all a lie. He had sacrificed himself to kill Schwann Scarlet Eye, but only because his comrades had abandoned him at his weakest. A sudden sword to his back, delivered by one of his teammates, sent him plummeting into the abyss. Left helpless, the demon stared at him with wide eyes as he lay there, his left arm severed and his right too drained to lift. But he refused to die. Clenching a knife in his teeth to bear the pain, he forced himself back up. Rejecting death and fueled by hatred, he fought tirelessly, determined to return and exact revenge on the scum who had betrayed him. Will he ever escape the demon tower? Before Leon was abandoned there, he shared a fried chicken meal with Taku at a local joint. The food had just been served, still steaming, when Taku, staring intently at his friend, said in a grave tone, "You're going to die tomorrow." "What? Oh, Taku, why do you want me dead so badly?" Leon quipped, laughing as he held a drumstick in each hand. "Jealous because I'm eating 2 drumsticks at once, huh?" The restaurant's lights illuminated Leon's scarred face under his hood. His left eye was milky white, blinded, and a deep brown scar marked a patch where no hair grew, proof of a brutal battle long ago. Hugo, irked, growled at the sound of his own rustic name. "Taku! How many times have I told you to use my stage name? It sounds cooler." But Leon, happily munching his chicken, only teased him more. Clicking his tongue, Leon replied, "Stop overthinking it. I'm not that easy to kill, buddy. The number of calamities you and your 12 saint buddies have slain, combined and squared, doesn't even equal a tenth of what I've taken down. So drop that crazy idea." Despite his worry, Hugo fell silent. How could he argue against logic like that? The Demon Tower, after all, was home to the deadliest calamities and humanity's gravest threat. It had all begun on the last day of the 20th century when the calamities had suddenly appeared, nearly driving humanity to extinction with their immense power. In humanity's darkest hour, 12 beings claiming to be divine gods had come forth, granting powers to 12 chosen individuals to combat the threat. 12, a perfect, even number. Then a 13th appeared. This one wasn't chosen by any god, nor was he blessed, yet he was unimaginably powerful. To humanity, the number 13 was unlucky, but this man embodied a demon hunter's strength. Without divine blessings, his power surpassed all 12 zodiac saints combined. He was so strong that he became a thorn in their side, someone the saints were constantly wary of. Can you guess who that might be? The dark-looking protagonist with scars, holding 2 drumsticks at the story's start? Perhaps you've already figured it out, the blind left eye and bald patch leave no doubt, it's Leon. After seeing Leon take down enough calamities for the group to advance safely, Hugo cheerfully walked over to thank him. But Leon, seated on a rock, glanced up and retorted, "Instead of wasting breath, why don't you buy me fried chicken for 5 years? Wouldn't that be more practical?" Hugo, unfazed by the cost but irritated by the use of his old name, protested. Yet Leon refused to stop calling him that. Some things never changed, like his insistence on the nickname. While the two bickered, 2 other zodiac saints grinned with delight. "If we take down Crimson Eye today, we're going to be filthy rich," one chubby saint exclaimed, laughing. "Of course," he added, "it's the strongest calamity. Just a rough estimate, and we're looking at 1,000 billion. Sitting nearby, Leon chimed in, "Instead of splurging on mansions and fancy cars, maybe you should think about retiring in Hawaii and living it up. So many nations have thrown everything they've got at Crimson Eye, and here you are, risking it all for money. You think you're smarter than a duck, huh? The chubby saint curled his lips into a smug grin. Don't need financial advice from you, Leon. Sarcastically, he added, even you're scrambling for money to fix that wrecked face and body, so don't act high and mighty. Leon bore their mockery in silence, thinking it wasn't worth wasting words on them. He wished they'd just leave him alone. Yet as they turned back, they chuckled mockingly. Here's a money-making tip, next time, don't rush in when called. Wait until there are more casualties, that way, you'll hear more ding-ding notifications of funds rolling in. Leon sighed, exasperated. What kind of saints were these scumbags supposed to be? Once Crimson Eye was dealt with, he was cutting ties with them for good. The group finally reached a cave with jagged stalactites hanging from above. The so-called saints froze, their faces pale with terror. This is, they stammered, craning their necks to see the towering final boss, Crimson Eye, of the Demon Tower. The beast was colossal, with horns sprouting all over its head. The air around it was suffocatingly hot. Just its presence alone made the atmosphere unbearably heavy, even for someone as strong as Leon. Suddenly, the demon let out a thunderous roar that shook the cave violently. The ground split apart, spewing lava. Startled, Leon leaped back, shielding himself as the fissure widened, revealing a raging river of molten fire. Beneath the molten stream, lava erupted from the earth, shooting straight into the sky. The so-called saints couldn't endure the searing heat, screaming in agony as it scorched them. The lava burst through the demon tower like a fiery geyser, illuminating the vast sky with its fiery glow. The jets of molten rock resembled fireworks, a mocking welcome to the fools who dared to venture into hell. The scorching heat and thick dust filled the air, leaving the saints trembling with fear as their wide eyes fixated on the boiling lava creeping dangerously close to their feet. The eruption revealed a massive volcanic crater, separating the Demon King from the intruders. Amid the swirling smoke, Crimson Eye sat nonchalantly on its throne, the smoke curling around its enormous frame. Its glowing eyes radiated malice, and a smug grin spread across its monstrous face. The sight of the Demon King's overwhelming presence left one of the female saints trembling uncontrollably. Her eyes bulged in terror as she stammered, run." It took a moment for her to gather the strength to scream, "Run now." Panic overtook the group as they turned tail and fled, shouting that there was no way to face such a horrifying beast. Yet, these cowards dared to call themselves divine beings. John stood firm, watching them scurry like beaten dogs, and let out a long, weary sigh. Tightening his grip on his sword's hilt, he faced the monstrous figure alone, undeterred. Power surged through his body, unyielding and immense. No matter what happened, even if the sky itself fell, the one to slay Crimson Eye would be none other than Leon. With that resolve, he launched himself forward with such force that the ground beneath him cracked and exploded. Charging straight at the Demon King, he prepared for the ultimate life-or-death battle. That was the first part of the story the survivors would recount. As for what happened afterward, no one knew. No one knew how Legion had been betrayed by his comrades, leading to his dire fate. How long had it been? Leon couldn't remember anymore. He didn't know how much the outside world had changed or if time passed differently inside the Demon Tower. Just thinking about it made his head throb. Now, only one thought consumed his mind: to kill every last demon within the tower. After all, the tower was a sinister trap, designed to endlessly summon calamity beasts. Did those wretched saints believe this would be enough to kill him? They were wrong. Despite losing an arm and being drenched in blood, teetering on the brink of death, Leon was determined to survive and escape. When that day came, he swore he would sever the heads of every single one of those traitors. Just wait. He would endure, biting down on his blade until his mouth bled, his eyes fixed wide open, fueled by the desire for revenge. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 20 years had gone by. A calamity beast now lay sprawled on the ground before him, trembling in terror. "How did you make it all the way here?" it stammered. A low, growling voice responded, "You're the last one." The two-horned beast backed away in fear, crying out, Someone save me." Leon scoffed. "Save you? Get real. If I said you're the last one, who else do you think could come to your rescue?" He stomped down with his massive foot, crushing the beast in a single blow. Blood splattered as the creature fell lifeless to the ground. "Is it finally over?" Leon muttered, his voice weary. The scruffy, bearded man standing there, bruised and battered, was none other than Leon himself. He had hoped that wiping out every demon would lead to an easy escape, but no. Suddenly, the cave shook violently, and rocks began raining down. Could this be the way out? Leon wondered aloud, but his thought was cut short as a massive boulder slammed into his head, knocking him unconscious and burying him under a pile of rubble. Outside, beneath a clear blue sky, the world lay in ruins. Amid the desolation, a frantic scream pierced the air. "Run! Quick!" Two young men sprinted like their lives depended on it. Today was supposed to be a safe day, which was why they had dared to venture outside. Who would have thought they'd encounter not a pack of girls, but 3 high-level Calamity wolves instead? Damn it! We're done for, the black-haired boy half laughed, half cried in panic. I knew I should have trusted my gut. I foresaw this disaster, and yet here we are. Behind them, one of the wolves lunged, landing between the two boys and scaring them so badly they nearly wet themselves. The black-haired boy slammed his fist into the ground in frustration. Damn it all. The wolves surrounded them on all sides. There was no escape, only death. Gritting his teeth in rage, the boy muttered, if Leon had survived and escaped the demon tower, these mutts wouldn't even be a problem. As if on cue, the demon tower's door suddenly swung open. The two boys froze in disbelief as a blinding light flared, followed by a massive explosion that shook the entire city with overwhelming force. They struggled to remain on their feet as the ground quaked beneath them. When the tremors finally ceased, the demon tower was gone, replaced by a gaping crater. Smoke rose from the ruins, and the two boys, bewildered and battered, crawled out of the rubble. One of them pointed, trembling, at the crater. "Jimin, there's someone there." The other boy followed his gaze. A muscular, sinewy arm emerged from the smoke, definitely not a monster. A tall, imposing figure appeared, silhouetted against the fiery wasteland. Slamming his fists together, the man growled, his voice seething with anger. "How dare you stab me in the back and throw me into that trap, you bastard dogs!" Leon had re-emerged in the real world, his prime muscular physique intact, cursing furiously at the traitors who had lured him into that infernal trap years ago. The bitterness of betrayal and the torment he endured in the demon tower had fused into a terrifying rage. "You're all dead meat, you filthy saints," he roared, his eyes blazing with vengeance, promising to make them feel the depths of despair. Nearby, the sound of shifting debris and falling rubble kept two boys hidden and on edge. As they peeked out, they were struck with watching the Calamity beasts get utterly demolished. One was launched into the air with an uppercut, while another had its head crushed underfoot. "Holy crap, this can't be real," one whispered in disbelief. High-level players struggled against orange-tier beasts, yet this man was taking them down effortlessly. Laughing heartily, Leon gripped a beast's head, his foot planted firmly on the corpses of its kin. His gaze wandered and locked onto some hidden silhouettes nearby. In a flash, he vanished, leaving the boys blinking in confusion. Seconds later, he dropped down, obliterating their hiding spot and scaring them senseless. Why are you attacking us?" Jim stammered, stumbling backward, while Aussie burst into tears. Leon's expression softened upon realizing they were just humans. Their sneaky behavior had made him mistake them for monsters. With the area seemingly cleared, Leon relaxed as the boys sighed in relief and began whispering about him. Jim toyed with the idea of selling their encounter to a tabloid, but Aussie shut him down. "Do you even realize what kind of place that tower is? Nobody could come out alive," Aussie exclaimed. As they debated, Leon started to approach but froze when the boys suddenly recoiled in terror. Behind him, a remaining Calamity beast, its eyes glowing red and saliva dripping, snarled at the man who had slaughtered its pack. The boys screamed in panic, tears and snot streaming down their faces. They shouted for Leon to run, but he just grinned. The beast's eyes flared as it gathered energy, preparing to unleash a fiery attack. Jim and Aussie braced themselves, gritting their teeth as flames engulfed the area. Yet, when the smoke and fire began to clear, the boys found themselves unharmed. Standing before them was Leon, shielding them with a skill. Did he protect us?" they stammered, wide-eyed with astonishment. Suddenly, Leon let out a mocking laugh. "What a dumb blockhead," he taunted. Energy surged through his body as he leapt into the air. With a clenched fist, he dove down like a missile, shouting, "If you're just a mutt, sit." His punch shattered the ground, leaving the boys gaping in disbelief. The wolf leader collapsed, lifeless, its massive body sprawled out. Leon landed lightly and glanced back. "Hey, you two," he barked. Startled, the boys nearly jumped out of their skins. "Go," Leon ordered, his intense aura sending shivers down their spines. "Go where?" one stammered. Leon's fierce demeanor suddenly broke into a grin. "To get me some food, obviously." The tension dissolved into an awkward silence as Leon scratched his head, chuckling. The boys were left speechless. Why couldn't he just say that earlier instead of scaring us half to death? Hours later, they sat in a restaurant. A green-shirted waiter slammed a massive bowl onto their table. The two boys stared at the bill, pale as ghosts. "How can anyone eat this much?" they groaned. It was enough food for 120 people. Leon, sitting behind a mountain of empty dishes, patted his bloated stomach. "I held back, you know," he grumbled. "You promised to repay me for saving your lives." As he casually ordered another bowl of noodles, Aussie finally snapped. "Enough already. Humans have limits." Jim, trying to steer the conversation, asked, "Just who are you? A disciple? A divine cadre captain? What were you doing near the tower?" Leon shrugged. "Disciple? Divine? I just walked out of the tower," he replied nonchalantly before changing the subject, asking about the boys. He sensed magical energy from Jim, who puffed up proudly. "He's a disciple," Aussie explained. "He awakened with the blessing of a god." Mentioning gods immediately soured Leon's mood. "Why would I serve those bastards?" he snapped. But then he caught a glimpse of his reflection in a spoon and froze. "What the hell is this?" he muttered, leaping up. His smooth, flawless skin wasn't the face he remembered. He shot to his feet, demanding a mirror. A frightened waitress pointed across the room. Leon rushed over, tearing off his shirt. Sure, his physique was impressive, but stripping in a public restaurant? Really? In front of the mirror, Leon stared in shock. His muscular body was free of scars, wounds that were once impossible to heal completely gone. Even his severed left arm had been restored. As he admired his arm, a faint mark began to appear. Gradually, a small snake emerged from the faint mark on Leon's arm, fully manifesting within moments. As the serpent's shape became clear, a searing pain shot through his arm, forcing Leon to grit his teeth and endure. A powerful surge of energy erupted within him, and suddenly, a system message appeared. "You have experienced death and achieved the impossible. Your abilities will be transferred to a new body. All achievements from the tower have been converted into experience points. You have generated a zodiac skill. All unique skills and traits have been transferred and evolved. Additionally, you now possess the power of the Ophiuchus constellation." Struggling to control the torrent of energy within him, Leon closed his eyes and drifted into an abyss. When he opened them again, he found himself floating in a vast galaxy, face to face with the glowing red eyes of an enormous serpent. The massive creature coiled its body before bringing its head close to him. Leon's expression was a mix of shock and disbelief as his hands, drawn by an invisible force, touched the serpent's head. The point of contact glowed brilliantly, as if the entire universe was blessing him. In an instant, the vision vanished, leaving Leon sitting on the ground, drenched in sweat. He couldn't tell if what he'd experienced was real or just a vivid dream. "Hey, Leon. Are you okay?" Jim's sudden voice snapped him back to reality. Disoriented, Leon asked if Jim had seen a gunt snake. "A snake? Nope. But I did see you stripping and jumping around in front of the mirror," Jim replied. Leon waved him off, muttering to himself, "Why can't anyone else see it?" Watching Leon talk to his hand, Jim and Aussie exchanged worried glances, wondering if their savior might be unhinged. Still bewildered, Leon was startled by a notification that appeared before him, congratulating him on becoming the owner of Ophiuchus. A flood of information followed, listing new titles like 13th Seat of the Gods, Owner of Ophiuchus, and various skills, which began activating. One skill in particular, Super Regeneration, caught his attention. It allowed him to heal any injury but at the cost of having his durability for 32 hours. Finally, Leon understood that this new body was a result of the skill, though he wondered why none of the saints had ever mentioned such a phenomenon. Furthermore, he couldn't sense the presence of any gods. Whatever. None of that mattered to Leon. His body was healed, and that was enough. All he cared about now was exacting revenge on the backstabbing hypocrites and saints who left him to rot in the demon tower. The thought of making them suffer ignited a bloodlust so intense that even Jim and Aussie shivered in fear. Meanwhile, at the ruins of the demon tower, police had cordoned off the area. Investigators speculated about the fortress's mysterious collapse, suspecting it was the work of either Leon's followers or rebellious disciples. Disciples? A skinny officer scoffed. Look at those Calamity wolves. Even high-ranking saints would struggle against them. No way some random fanatics caused this. The chubby officer shuddered. Do you think Leon might really be back? Who knows, the skinny officer muttered. But we'll find out soon enough. In the city's green zone, inside a towering building bustling with reporters, cameras rolled as journalists bombarded questions about the tower's collapse. They demanded to know if the 13th saint, Leon, had truly returned. Yang Wei, the saint of Aries and spokesperson for the event, grew visibly irritated. Leaning into the microphone, he snapped, "No comment," before storming off, leaving the reporters in an uproar. As a Rolls-Royce sped through the streets, Yang Wei seethed in the back seat, crushing his sunglasses in frustration. Why are those vultures so obsessed with him? He spat. His anger stemmed from being overshadowed. No one cared about his achievements. The possibility of Leon's return only stoked his rage further. That scar-faced bastard? Are they seriously claiming he survived 20 years in that tower? Impossible. Yang Wei growled, grinding his teeth. The tower had been teeming with thousands of high-level demons and elite monsters. Surviving Crimson Eye had been considered a miracle. He didn't even have divine blessings like me. Yang Wei sneered, though doubt crept into his mind. What if Leon had survived? His brow furrowed as he exhaled a puff of smoke, trying to suppress his frustration. Suddenly, his temper flared again, and he shouted, "If I have to, I'll just kill him again." Meanwhile, Li Gun, now fully fed and satisfied, grinned mischievously as he stared at his phone. Muttering to himself, he mused, "Should I take out that bastard first?" Under the same sky, thousands of miles away at a private airport in England, a sleek jet had just landed. The moment polished leather shoes appeared on the stairs, the airport staff bowed in unison. "It is an honor to welcome one of the 12 zodiac saints," they chorused, their voices tinged with reverence. Descending the steps was Hugo Otter, the saint of Sagittarius. His blonde hair glinted in the sunlight, and his hands were casually tucked into his pockets as he made his way to a waiting luxury car. The moment Hugo was out of sight, the staff erupted into hushed, fanboyish whispers. "As expected of a saint, he's so dignified," one guard gushed. "That's what you call a real icon," another added, visibly impressed. The luxury car sped towards the Prime Minister's residence, but Hugo's mind was elsewhere. His gaze was fixed on the horizon until his phone buzzed, pulling him back to reality. "Damn reporters," he muttered, frowning. For days, rumors of Leon's survival had plagued him, and the incessant calls only served to annoy him further. Glancing at the unknown number on his screen, Hugo slammed his fist against the armrest. It's been over 20 years. How could he still be alive? He silenced the device, trying to push away the unwelcome thoughts. His memories betrayed him, dragging him back to the past. He vividly recalled warning Gun about his death before the mission to conquer the demon tower. But Gun had only laughed while devouring fried chicken. "Why are you so hellbent on me dying?" Gun had teased, brushing off Hugo's concerns. During the mission, Hugo had been stationed outside the tower, battling Calamity beasts as per Gun's orders. He had prayed fervently that his grim prophecy would be wrong, but when the other saints returned without Gun, yet triumphantly bearing Crimson Eye's severed head, his hopes were dashed. The saints were hailed as heroes, showered with power and wealth, while Gun's absence was buried under celebrations. Hugo, meanwhile, was confined to a hospital bed, demanding a search mission. His pleas fell on deaf ears. Among the many dismissive voices, the one that lingered was Malling, the saint of cancer. The man had smugly told Hugo that sending a search party was pointless. If Gun had been strong, he would have survived, and if not, Hugo would only waste his life trying to find him. "We can't afford to lose another constellation," Malling had said with a smirk, leaving Hugo seething. For 20 years, Hugo clung to a sliver of hope, even as logic told him otherwise. Yet, deep down, he never forgot Gun's defiant spirit. The driver's voice snapped Hugo out of his reverie. "The Prime Minister is on the line." Suppressing his emotions, Hugo took the call, already exasperated. The Prime Minister immediately inquired about the tower's collapse. Hugo rolled his eyes. "First reporters, now you? Gun is dead. That incident is probably some fanatic playing hero." However, the Prime Minister's tone shifted. With palpable tension, he mentioned a strange phone call. "What call?" Hugo demanded, sitting up straighter. The Prime Minister revealed that the call had come through an exclusive line, one that hadn't been active for decades. A line belonging to Lee Gun. Hugo's world stopped. His heart pounded as the realization sank in. Pounding his fists against the seat, he shouted, "Stop the car." The screeching halt jolted him back into action. Grabbing his phone, he noticed 30 missed calls and a single voicemail. With trembling hands, he hit play. "Hey, Otter. I'm coming for you. And I'm going to kill you. Good luck." The voice was unmistakable. The laid-back tone sent chills down Hugo's spine. His hand shook as he whispered, "Gun? Is that really you?" Forgetting the Prime Minister and his business trip, Hugo barked at the driver to take him back to the airport. Nothing mattered now except finding Gun. Back in Korea, Gun sat in a small restaurant, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Looks like Otter grew up. Finally ignoring my calls, huh?" he joked, tossing his phone on the table. Jim chuckled nervously, trying to lighten the mood. He showed Gun how to use the internet to check trending topics. Gun's eyes widened as he saw his name dominating the news, articles speculating about his survival. "Finally, some recognition," Gun said, elated. But his joy was short-lived. A barrage of hate comments flooded in, labeling him as useless and crediting the Saints with taking down Crimson Eye. Slamming his fist on the table, Gun growled, "Useless? They were the ones who chickened out and ran away." The fire in his eyes burned brighter. "Fine," he muttered. "If the world wants to hate me, let them. I'll remind them who I am." Gun, his rage simmering, tightened his grip on the phone until Jim yelped, "Hey, bro, easy with the phone. It's mine." The fury in Gun's eyes was palpable as he muttered, "I'm the one who took down Red Eye, you brainless fools." Yet, almost as quickly, his anger dissipated. No point wasting energy on idiots, he thought, scrolling further through the articles. But his frustration surged anew when he stumbled upon a headline about his will. Clicking it revealed an infuriating twist. Instead of his wealth funding the orphanage and scholarship programs as he had intended, the so-called Saints, all but Hugo, had seized his assets, claiming he had left everything to them in his final wishes. "Damn those bastards!" Gun bellowed, crushing the phone in his hand. Jim, watching in horror, collapsed in despair. "My phone. It's not even fully paid off," he wailed, cradling the shattered remains. Gun, barely registering Jim's grief, muttered, "Goodbye, my beloved phone. What a tragic end." He sighed, tears of frustration brimming in his eyes. Depression sank in as Gun reflected on his predicament. He wanted to make a grand comeback, but 20 years had changed his appearance too much. "If I speak up now, no one will believe me. They'll probably lock me in an asylum," he thought grimly. Deciding to bide his time, he resolved to confront the Saints one by one. Meanwhile, Jim was still lamenting the death of his phone when Gun suddenly tensed. The system's alert flashed in his mind, "You're being watched?" Gun sensed a familiar stench. Making an excuse to step outside, he scouted the area, his flip-flops slapping against the pavement. His eyes narrowed as he spotted a bizarre sight, a flock of floating goat heads drifting toward him. Aries guardian spirits? Controlled by the absolute gods? What are they doing here? The system chimed in, demanding offerings of fine delicacies. The absolute gods have grown weaker. Weak, are they? Damn it, what kind of nonsense is this? Gun spat, his anger igniting. He despised corruption, especially from beings who acted like almighty deities while looting from others. As he stormed toward the goat heads, he overheard someone muttering, "Damn it, it's that lunatic Leon again." Turning, he spotted a pair of youths badmouthing his name. Irritated, Gun paused. The sunlight glinted off their Gemini emblazoned badges, and Jim's eyes widened in fear. Those are A-rank Gemini members. Jim whispered urgently. Don't mess with them, Gun. Ignoring Jim, Gun stood silently, blocking their path. The chubby one sneered, What are you staring at, loser? Get lost. When Gun didn't move, the guy took a drag of his cigarette and blew smoke in his face. You mad, huh? If you're mad, hit me, he taunted, leaning closer. His girlfriend tried to stop him, fearing not a fight but the embarrassment of her boyfriend backing down. As they walked away, they tossed out one last insult, trash. Probably one of those loser fans of Leon. Gun's fists clenched, his ears burning from their mockery. Jim, panicking, begged, Gun, don't do it. They'll destroy us. But Gun's patience snapped. Hey, you filthy maggots, he roared, his fiery aura erupting. The pair turned, snarling. Who are you calling maggots? Gun smirked. I'm calling you two a perfect pair of maggots. The chubby guy stormed toward Gun. Say that again, I dare you. Calmly, Gun raised his hand and flicked him. The man soared dozens of meters through the air, crashing into the ground and leaving a crater of rubble. His girlfriend screamed in terror, while bystanders gawked in disbelief. Weaklings, Gun muttered, unfazed by the chaos. When the girl attempted a sneak attack, Gun caught her effortlessly. Another flick sent her tumbling alongside her boyfriend. Pathetic, he said coldly. Jim, trembling, cried, How could you use your powers so openly? Aren't you afraid the police will come after you? Gun shrugged. What are you talking about? You think I used my powers on those weaklings? If I had, they'd be dead already. The bystanders gawked, their mouths agape. He just flicked two A-rank disciples like flies. Ignoring the commotion, Gun crouched beside the unconscious chubby man and yanked a necklace from his neck. His eyes widened. A holy relic? How could a thug like this have something so valuable? He examined the relic, memories stirring. These were supposed to be reserved for the saints. What happened to limited edition? Turning the relic over in his hand, Gun's smirk returned. Looks like I've got another reason to clean up this mess. Jim was shocked by how oblivious this guy was and broke it down for him in simple terms. Humanity had nearly been wiped out when the calamities appeared decades ago. The only reason people were still alive was due to the divine gods and the saints they selected. However, 12 saints alone couldn't protect the entire world, so they gathered survivors and formed the holy orders. Those who awakened were granted powers by the saints and became known as disciples, like Jim. From there, a ranking system was established. At the top were the saints, followed by SS-ranked 10 stars who were considered candidates for sainthood. Below them were S-ranked holy order captains, and from rank downwards, everyone was simply called a disciple. The divine gods stood above all, drawing power from the unwavering faith of their disciples. To maintain this, they organized various competitions to recruit more people into the holy orders. Jim summed it up quickly and added that the chosen disciples were gifted by the divine gods. Hearing this, Gun thought to himself about what had happened during the 20 years he was gone. Jim urgently pointed to the sky, not cursing anyone but drawing attention to the guardian spirits gathering around Gun. The system notified him that among them were the spirits of prosperity and greed from Aries, urging him to kill the two for the thrill of bloodshed in exchange for a gift. The sight of them gave Gun a headache. There was nothing worse than attracting the attention of guardian spirits. Ignoring their commands was as good as rejecting the divine, inviting their wrath. Just as Jim was about to advise him to comply, Gun let out a sinister chuckle. He looked up, his eyes devoid of amusement, filled only with irritation and anger. A moment ago, he had wondered why Yang W's followers were here, and now it all made sense. They wanted to hoard the good stuff for themselves. Muttering curses, Gun stomped hard on the ground, creating a shockwave that blew the guardian spirits away. Despite their boasts, they couldn't stand against his overwhelming power. Gun's single stomp cleared every guardian spirit in the area, restoring the clear blue sky. Jim peeked through his fingers, utterly dumbfounded, watching Gun's trademark grin. Above, the spirits had scattered entirely, leaving the sky its original color. Jim realized this scruffy guy wasn't ordinary. Suddenly, Gun called out Jim's full name and pointed at the frothing fat guy. "Did you say this guy is a Gemini disciple?" he asked. Jim confirmed, explaining that the guild was massive and dangerous, filled with high-ranking members no one dared cross. Out of nowhere, Gun asked a strange question. "They've got a lot of money, don't they?" Jim was about to respond when he saw Gun's villainous grin. Eyeing the luxurious gear the man was wearing, Gun muttered, "Jackpot." Squatting down, he yanked off the man's cardigan, humming a tune about not needing to spend money on clothes anymore. After 2 decades in the Demon Tower, living like a wild-haired ape, even a fresh haircut earned a thumbs up from Jim, who complimented his sharp look, leaving Gun genuinely embarrassed. Back in the day, even as the 13th Saint, Gun's powers backfired, and gusts of wind would scatter his hair, making him look like a balding uncle. Now, with stylish hair resembling an idol's, Gun felt elated. Suddenly, a buzzing sound drew his attention. Annoyed, he spotted a strange bug, a mix between a fly and a mosquito. Gun hated insects, so he crushed it barehanded and flicked it away casually as Jim watched in awe. However, more bugs began swarming, their relentless buzzing testing Gun's patience. Jim suggested they might be attracted to his scent, but Gun dismissed the theory, scanning the area for the source. His eyes landed on a gaudy trinket on a shelf, which he pointed out as the culprit. "That goddess statue," he said, claiming it was cursed and attracting calamities. Jim, almost in tears, defended it, saying he had received it directly from Saint Aries. Suddenly, a gust of wind sliced through the air, splitting the statue in half. Gun acted like he had touched something filthy, ignoring Jim's heartbreak over the shattered artifact. Treating it as trash, Gun began inspecting other items. He identified a music box as a spy tool, a clock as a calamity lure, and uncovered more cursed objects hidden in the house. Realizing these items were sold to unsuspecting people to exploit them, Gun's anger boiled. Veins throbbed on his forehead as he roared for Jim to throw them all away. His fury was so intense that Jim didn't dare interfere. Outside, Gun's shouts could be heard clearly. Just as he was about to smash a cursed clock, the door swung open. In walked a red-haired boy with an annoyed expression. Despite being in someone else's house, he boldly asked, "Who the hell are you?" Jim quickly adopted a placating tone and said, "You called for Sanjay to come back, right?" But Sanjay didn't respond to him. Instead, he caught only John's rude question, his face darkening as he shot back, "Who am I? I'm the owner of this house." Sanjay's entire body began to emit a blue aura, his expression hardening as he prepared to defend his home. John, in turn, made a sound of realization, acknowledging it was perfectly reasonable for a homeowner to be in their own house. Around them, broken furniture was strewn about, making the scene look disturbingly like the aftermath of a destructive confrontation. Meanwhile, at the White Ram Order of Yang Wei, the shrill cries of a fat man echoed. Yang Wei's face turned pale as he received news that a guardian spirit in Korea had vanished. His subordinates confirmed the report, adding that the southern branch of the White Ram Order in Korea was in utter disarray. Yang Wei immediately sensed something was amiss. Such an event was unprecedented, no one would dare drive away guardian spirits, who were servants of the divine gods. Who could be audacious enough to do such a thing? Pointing to one of his subordinates, he ordered them to contact the other saints to assess the situation. As he was preparing to leave, another piece of information reached him. Hugo, the Sagittarius, was not responding. At first, Yang Wei didn't care much since Hugo was in the UK, and it wasn't unusual for him to be unreachable. But when his subordinate hesitated and revealed that Hugo had just arrived in the UK before leaving again, Yang Wei's interest was piqued. "Where did he go?" he asked. Upon hearing that Hugo's destination was also Korea, Yang Wei paused, deep in thought. Was it merely a coincidence, or was there a deeper reason? Hugo had been Leon's closest friend, and ever since Leon's entombment in the Demon Tower, he had rarely returned to Korea. Could it be linked to the recent rumors of Leon still being alive? If Hugo was merely verifying those rumors, Yang Wei wasn't too concerned. But if that scarred, long-haired man had indeed survived and returned, it could spell trouble. Yang Wei grabbed a nearby ornate candlestick and hurled it at his subordinate, venting his frustration. The man barely dodged in time. "Investigate thoroughly," Yang Wei demanded. "Anything else? Speak now." His subordinate, trembling in fear, reported further. A Gemini disciple had been found unconscious near the site of the guardian spirit's disappearance, stripped down to his underwear and lying on a cracked road. Witnesses claimed he had fought a handsome man. "Handsome?" Yang Wei muttered, narrowing his eyes. The idea of Leon crossed his mind but was quickly dismissed. Leon was scarred, half-blind, and partially bald, it couldn't be him. Still, the series of events felt too coincidental: Leon's rumored return, Yang Wei's failure to conquer the Spider Queen, and the growing threats to his position. Unwilling to leave matters to chance, Yang Wei ordered his private jet prepared. When his subordinate hesitantly asked if he was going himself, Yang Wei snapped, "That's right. He no longer trusted his underlings to handle the situation. Throwing on his coat, he grabbed a cigar and took a few henchmen, heading to Korea to see things for himself. That night, at a Gemini-affiliated hospital, the steady beep of a machine hooked up to an unconscious figure was interrupted by the furious roar of an elderly man. "Who did this? Who left my grandson in this state?" he bellowed. His grandson had been beaten, stripped, and left unconscious, and no one knew who was responsible. The old man pointed at a man in a white suit leaning against the wall and demanded answers. The suited man, Gemini's S-rank disciple, Minin Permafrost, gave a standard reply: "Don't worry, the Gemini Holy Order has sent me to handle this." Back at Sanjay's house, Sanjay seethed. "Did you meet this guy in the Demon Tower?" he demanded. "And now he's smashing things because he claims everything is cursed?" John, however, didn't look like someone who needed to belong to a guild. Instead, he flashed a mischievous grin that left Sanjay speechless. Still fuming, Sanjay pressed further. "Which divine god do you follow?" Gun smirked. "They should follow me, not the other way around." His flippant response caused the veins in Sanjay's forehead to bulge. After a string of nonsensical answers, Sanjay finally asked, "What's your name?" "Lee Gun," Gun said casually, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Sanjay exploded with rage, accusing Gun of impersonating his lord, Leon. Overcome with fury, he unleashed all his magic power, causing a system alert to flash in John's vision. Gun coolly pointed out, "You're about to burn down the house." Then, activating his gaze of a god ability, he analyzed Sanjay's A-rank power, his Punisher title, and his combined S-rank skill, which burning, with the A-rank seal of perpetual snow insignia. As always, Gun was thorough. Gun analyzed SJ's personality, a stubborn fanatic with a genius-level intellect. Smirking, he thought, "This kid's impressive, wielding such high-level summoning spells at his age. A real prodigy, huh?" At the moment, SJ was even focusing his energy on the statue behind him, ready to blow up the entire apartment building. Jim, on the verge of panicking, yelled, "Run for your life, bro. Sanjay is an A-rank Gemini disciple. Don't mess with his idol, Leon." Sanjay tilted his head toward Jim and warned, "Get out now, or you'll die along with him. You can mess with anyone, but don't you dare use my idol's name." Suddenly, Gun appeared right behind Sanjay, posing with his hand in a rock never die gesture and grinning mischievously. Sanjay spun around in shock, and before he could react, Gun flicked him straight into the wall. "Well, that works too," Gun said, thinking it was better than letting the maniac burn down the building. "Where else would I shower and rest?" Jim wasn't worried about the house anymore, he just hoped Sanjay wouldn't die. John's twisted grin stayed plastered on his face, only doubling Jim's anxiety. "You said it wasn't a big deal, so why is Sanjay twitching like he's having a seizure?" Jim thought. Gun left the frothing redhead to Jim and yawned as he wandered into a nearby room to get some sleep. However, as soon as the door opened, Gun froze. The room was filled with statues and models, chibi versions to lifelike replicas of the legendary Leon, fully painted with detailed scars and all. Dragging Sanjay inside, Jim explained that his brother was just obsessed with Leon, nothing more. But Gun was Leon. Seeing the scarred head of one statue made him uneasy, so he snapped it clean off, causing Sanjay to scream in horror. Afraid Sanjay might go feral and attack, Jim quickly dragged him out, leaving Gun behind to decapitate all the statues in the room. That day, Sanjay's soul was deeply traumatized, his screams echoing across the city. The evening news even reported on a suspicious person stripping a Gemini faction disciple in public. As soon as Hugo heard about it, he recognized Leon's antics. With a weary sigh and a headache, Hugo wondered why he had to deal with this nonsense right after returning to Korea. Already in a foul mood, Hugo was approached by a waitress asking if he wanted something to drink. Snapping irritably, he told her to shut up and leave. The waitress chuckled, her eyes glinting strangely as her voice shifted to a man's tone, greeting Hugo casually. "You figured it out so quickly? That's no fun at all," the voice said. Still in the waitress's form, Yang Wei slung an arm playfully around Hugo's neck, trying to extract information. This only infuriated Hugo more. He had disliked Yang Wei from the start, always invasive and disgusting. Seeing his antics were provoking Hugo, Yang Wei quickly exited the waitress's mind, leaving her confused and alarmed about why she was suddenly so close to a male customer. Fuming at Yang Wei's cheap tricks but with no one to punch, Hugo swallowed his anger and resolved to find Leon before any other hunters could track him down. The challenge was figuring out where Leon was when only traces of his mischievous exploits remained. Meanwhile, at a shopping mall in Bonn, Sanjay's soul had returned to his body, and he was grocery shopping with Jim. Jim asked, "Do you really think that guy at home is Leon?" Sanjay replied sharply, "Are you kidding? He looks nothing like him." He then shouted, "Leon is a hero for all mankind. How could that guy even compare?" Jim was skeptical but admitted he had seen the man walk out of the Devil's Tower himself, a fact that was hard to ignore. Sanjay remained unconvinced, recalling how his father, the Sagittarius Saint, had declared Leon dead inside the Devil's Tower. Suddenly, a robbery broke out. Before they could process what was happening, a white blur streaked past, blowing everything in its path away. A masked thief clutched a wad of cash and dashed off at lightning speed, using the powers of a Cancer disciple. The thief sprinted through the supermarket, snatching goods and cash faster than anyone could see, gloating that no saint could catch him. He was about to move to the next target when a firm hand gently grabbed him. "Gotcha, little rascal," said the owner of the hand. The gentle grip quickly turned into a crushing hold on the thief's stomach, leaving him writhing in pain on the floor. Jim realized the one who had caught him was John. From behind the checkout counter, a silver-haired man called out, "Impressive. It's not easy catching a Cancer disciple. But judging from your energy, you seem like a regular disciple. Next time, maybe call the police instead of handling it yourself." Gunn stared at the man, wondering what nonsense he was spewing. Before their conversation could continue, a strange clucking sound echoed through the supermarket. The noise grew louder, coming from both the ceiling and the ground, shaking everything around them. The Cancer disciple lying flat on the floor thought it was an earthquake. "This is my chance," he thought, preparing to escape amidst the chaos. But as he bolted, the ground erupted, and a massive, wriggling creature appeared right in front of him. The appearance of the Calamity beast drained the color from the thief's face. "Run! I have to get out of here." Desperate to avoid the monster and evade capture, the thief leaped into the air, confident his speed would outpace even a creature with 100 legs. But instead of chasing him, the centipede revealed a massive, fang-filled mouth that opened in his path. Its jaws snapped shut decisively, silencing the thief mid-flight. As onlookers watched in horror, the Spider Queen, her scaled lower body writhing, finished her appetizer and scanned the crowd, her glowing eyes selecting her next prey. "Warning, warning, this is not a drill. The Calamity Beast Spider Queen has appeared in the supermarket. All residents are advised to evacuate immediately." The supermarket descended into pure chaos as the Spider Queen unleashed a horde of monstrous insects, swarming toward the terrified crowd. The creatures moved like a living wave, trapping the panicked shoppers. Those who had watched the mukbang without paying for tickets were now being offered a grim method of settling their debt, their lives. Screams filled the air as people scrambled for exits, their flight hindered by overturned carts and debris. Amid the frenzy, the automated announcement system blared. "Warning! This area has turned red. Evacuate immediately." Near the center of the chaos, a young middle schooler froze in terror, paralyzed as the Spider Queen's massive fangs darted toward him. His sobbing seemed to slow time itself, but just as the jaws were about to close in, a fist collided with the beast's head in a thunderous impact that sent a shockwave through the building. "Kid," said Leon casually, cracking his knuckles as the Spider Queen recoiled, "watch where you're going next time." The boy, too scared to register what had just happened, bolted without a word. John, trying to maintain his cool, scratched his head awkwardly. His moment of heroism had been reduced to looking like a clueless bumpkin. Turning back to the swarm of insects, John's smirk returned. His thoughts raced, a Calamity Beast in a green zone? Weird, but it's perfect for a little warm-up. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he prepared to test his newly refined slithering serpent technique. Elsewhere, a sleek black car tore down the highway with priority clearance. Inside, Yang Wei's face was drenched in sweat as he clutched his comms device. "Spider Queen?" "In Ban," he barked, confirming the report. He slumped back in frustration, muttering, "We're screwed. Totally screwed." Yang Wei recalled his previous encounter with the Spider Queen. Unable to defeat it, He had barely managed to seal it away, using an absurd amount of resources and manpower. And now, it was tearing apart a green zone supermarket, a disaster waiting to go public. "Sir," one of his subordinates asked hesitantly, "what's the plan for containment?" Yangwei clenched his fists, cursing under his breath. "Tell them, bury the place. Announce everyone inside is already dead. No one can know how much the Saints invested in stopping that thing." The order left his subordinate stunned, but Yangwei doubled down, determined to avoid further embarrassment. Back in the supermarket, chaos reached new heights. Giant arthropods of all kinds surged through the aisles. Among them, Sihun, an S-rank ice disciple, struggled to hold the line. Slamming his palm to the ground, he summoned a trail of ice, freezing dozens of creatures in one go. He gasped for air, sweat pouring down his face, but even his impressive feat was short-lived. Cracks spread across the frozen surface, and the centipedes began to break free, their grotesque forms writhing with renewed fury. Sihun stumbled back, drained and out of options, cursing under his breath. Just then, a voice called out casually, "Chill out, Snowflake. I've got this." Sihun looked up to see John, nonchalantly holding a six-pack of soda cans, his grin as infuriating as it was reassuring. Without waiting for a response, Gun spun a can in his hand. "Who wants a drink to cool off?" he quipped. The centipedes hissed and surged toward him, but John's hand radiated an overwhelming force as he launched the cans with deadly precision. Each can flew like a missile, smashing through the horde with explosive power. Even the centipede lurking in the back, preparing to let out a battle cry, was silenced mid-roar as a can rocketed into its gaping mouth. Gun darted around, striking each creature to shut their mouths. The more he fought, the more exhilarated he became, his eyes glowing as he activated his flight mode. After a quick loop, his knife was dripping with blood, leaving SJ's jaw hanging open wide enough to fit a whole bun. The system displayed a message announcing the Calamity was defeated, awarding experience points and some ingredients. Ingredients? Gun thought, puzzled. The system materialized a vibrant stone in his hand, explaining that it could be used to craft new skills and relics. He clenched the glowing item, deciding to explore its use later. For now, his body moved fluidly, and Leon felt completely at ease. Ignoring the stunned snowflake kid watching him, Gun casually handed the knife back to Sanjay, saying, "I brought this from home, so here you go." "When did you even get that?" Sanjay muttered. John's relaxed demeanor made the crew cut guy squint as if trying to solve a puzzle. Suddenly, a light bulb seemed to go off, and the guy shouted, pointing a finger at John. "Are you the one who took down our two disciples?" Gun froze for a moment, startled. Wasn't it enough that the fat guy mocked me, and that cow-headed woman gave me trouble? Without hesitation, he lunged forward and punched the crew cut guy, dislocating his jaw. In a menacing tone, Gun sneered, "You know too much. If you didn't want people to find out, you shouldn't have done it in the first place." Outrageous. He was mid-conversation, and suddenly, he's punching people? And those clothes, weren't they stolen? On top of it all, he's openly flaunting an S-rank divine artifact meant only for Gemini disciples. No wonder he'd been caught. Accused of being a thief, Gun showed no shame. Instead, he ripped off the badge and muttered, "What kind of junk is this? Was I really carrying around this country bumpkin trash?" Ignoring Snowflake's fury as he nearly pulled his own hair out, Gun crushed the cheap trinket in his hand, muttering that the witch had scammed them. "These things are so cheap, you could grab a handful at the market." Gun dismissed the so-called relic as nothing more than a decorative piece, expressing disbelief at how little had changed among the scoundrels over the past 2 decades. Just as he voiced his disdain, the Spider Queen attacked once more. Gun noticed, but the others were paralyzed with fear, and the crowd scattered in all directions, more frantic than before. By this time, Gun had already charged at the creature with incredible speed, slamming it into the ground with a powerful kick. The spectators were in awe of his strength, while the Templar was horrified. Gun had leapt into battle without a single relic, relying solely on his fists. At that moment, the Templar received a telepathic warning, "Attention all Templars of the Gemini branch. This is Hyak. SY and S. June, you are to leave the building immediately. The Aries branch intends to seal it entirely. YW is on his way, and we cannot stop him. Even a saint cannot handle the Spider Queen." The building must be eliminated to avoid the Saints facing backlash for their failure. June, concerned for the remaining people, suggested using his teleportation skill to get out. However, he could only teleport one person at a time. When he chose SY, the latter adamantly refused to leave without his friend or the people still inside. June argued it wasn't the time for heroics, as disobeying orders would put them all in danger. He added that the public discovering the Spider Queen in the city could shatter their faith in the Saints, weakening humanity's belief in the sacred entities. Despite understanding this, SY refused to abandon the people. Growing desperate, June prepared to use force, intending to kill the remaining people to leave SY with no choice. Enraged, SY activated his abilities, ready to fight, but June dismissed his attempt as futile due to their difference in power levels. Before the confrontation could escalate, a massive chunk of the Spider Queen's body slammed into June, interrupting him. Gun emerged, asking what they were still doing there and warning them to leave immediately. June explained the exits were blocked, and the Aries branch planned to seal the building, leaving them with no choice but to fight or teleport. Gun was displeased with their plan and prepared to act. Jang, emerging from the debris, called for Gun to join him, but Gun mocked his fear, noting he seemed ready to run. Picking up his phone, Gun attempted to contact someone for help, but his plan failed when the Spider Queen ensnared him with its webs, immobilizing him before devouring him whole, leaving his phone behind. Gun, undeterred, ordered the others to focus on helping the injured, promising to deal with the situation himself. As the battle raged, YW arrived outside the hypermarket, frustrated at the delay in sealing the building. Just then, a massive snake burst through the barrier, surprising even YW as people fled the scene. Hearing rumors of someone fighting the Spider Queen alone, YW entered to investigate, despite warnings of danger. Inside, he found the Spider Queen slain amidst signs of a brutal battle. Confused, YW wondered who could have killed the beast. Just as he sensed a familiar energy, a voice behind him asked, "Did you miss me?" Startled, YW turned to see Gun smirking and teasing him. On the streets, emergency services arrived as Song pondered whether the man could truly be Lee Gun. Though the man looked different, his movements reminded Song of the legendary figure. Hugo soon approached Song, surprised to see him. Song awkwardly responded, while Hugo expressed relief that he was unharmed. Hugo then asked if Song had seen who destroyed the monsters inside the building. Song merely scoffed, leaving Hugo to wonder what kind of man his son had become. Han asked Hugo if Gun Haeong would be okay. Hearing this, Hugo immediately grew alarmed and started pressing Han for details, asking how he knew Gun and what had happened. Han explained that Gun was still in the hypermarket and had managed to defeat the Spider Queen. Furthermore, Gun had introduced himself as Lee Gun. Intrigued and concerned, Hugo asked for more details, but before Han could elaborate, something burst through the hypermarket wall. Meanwhile, YW activated his ability, facing Gun for the first time in 20 years. Instead of greeting him, YW launched an attack, questioning how Gun had survived the demonic tower. Observing Gun closely, YW noted his resemblance to the Lee Gun he knew, though the scar was gone, his voice was different, and he seemed much younger. Distrustful, YW accused him of being an imposter. Gun, unamused, dismissed the claim. YW declared that anyone daring to deceive the Great One would pay with their life. However, Gun countered with a powerful punch to YW's stomach, sending him flying. Gun then chased him down and slammed him to the ground, scolding him for exploiting his absence. Gun berated YW, accusing him of profiting off stolen relics and wealth while forging his will. He announced his intent to execute YW and destroy everything, the Aries branch, its relics, and even the other saints. Terrified, YW began to wonder if this truly was Lee Gun. The speech, mannerisms, and movements matched perfectly, though it seemed impossible for someone to have survived the demonic tower. Testing him, YW demanded proof. Summoning his magic, he conjured dozens of razor-sharp swords that hovered around him as a crown appeared atop his head. Lee Gun received a notification from the sacred essence of the Aries constellation, the Jade Emperor, acknowledging his presence. Surprised, Gun mocked the attention but prepared for battle. YW, now empowered, unleashed a spell, 100 swords, binding Gun in chains and calling him a weakling. He activated Heavenly Weapon and directed a barrage of swords at Gun, aiming to annihilate him. A mountain of blades formed, and YW assumed victory. Approaching the site, he gloated, mocking Gun's confidence and reckless challenge. Suddenly, a flash of light emanated from the mountain, and a fist burst through the swords, striking YW with immense force, shattering the mountain entirely. Reeling from the blow, YW finally recognized Gun, who sarcastically greeted him, noting how bad YW's weapons even smelled. Staggered, YW realized that Gun's level of regeneration was unparalleled, exceeding even that of Aquarius, the constellation of healing. Gun received another notification. He was near death, and his skill strength 13 had been activated, significantly boosting his power. Smirking, Gun decided to test his new abilities. The sacred essence of the Aries constellation, observing from afar, panicked at Gun's survival, exclaiming that this should not have been possible. In fear, the entity fled, cursing in its retreat. YW, horrified, watched helplessly as his sacred essence abandoned him. Before leaving, Gun vowed to make YW experience the same suffering he endured in the demonic tower. As YW writhed in pain, servants and Hugo arrived at the scene. They found all the monsters dead, with Hugo sensing Gun's energy. Using his abilities, Hugo confirmed it was indeed Lee Gun. Though accustomed to Gun causing trouble, even Hugo thought this was excessive. The servants, sensing the residual aura, remarked on how weak it seemed. Hugo, trying to take control of the chaotic situation, urged everyone to move back before slamming his hand on the ground. The floor beneath them gave way, dropping everyone to where YW lay defeated. Hugo recognized the truth immediately. This man was indeed Lee Gun. YW, unconscious, had a note pinned to him that read, "Sent to the piggy. We are transported to Lee Gun standing at the threshold of the Aries mansion." Surveying the grand estate, he deduced that it likely housed all of his stolen relics. Entering the mansion, Gun found himself surrounded by relics and people. He mockingly commented that someone here was pretending to be a treasure god. His sharp senses identified traces of his belongings, though many weapons were fake. Spotting a familiar toothpick he'd once used, Gun smiled in nostalgic triumph. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the mansion, and guards rushed to confront him, demanding he relinquish the relic. Gun casually remarked that he hadn't planned to fight but would oblige anyway. In a flash, he incapacitated the guards, marveling at how the old stuff was far superior to what the mansion had to offer. Among the relics, he found a slug-like object, a slime relic capable of recreating anything. A notification revealed that this item fulfilled the conditions for his crafting workshop skill, allowing him to establish a massive workshop. Gun, amused, gave the slug its trait and prepared to leave, only to sense a powerful aura from a hidden relic of the Aries constellation. Deciding it would be a shame to leave empty-handed, he opened the sealed doors. By the time Hugo arrived, chaos had engulfed the building. Fleeing people confirmed Gun's handiwork. Spotting Gun walking out with an enormous bag of loot, Hugo, desperate, called out to him. Gun grinned and prepared to greet his old friend, but Hugo ran past him, mistaking him for someone else. Tearfully, Hugo berated Gun for not contacting him and demanded to know what had happened. Furious at the mistake, Gun retaliated with a punch and sarcastically asked if Hugo wanted to die for confusing him with someone else. Hugo, thrilled to see Gun alive, ignored the anger and embraced him. Gun, though pleased, was still irritated and punched him again, scolding him for rushing in uninvited. Amidst this reunion, Hugo's sacred essence, the god Apollo, materialized, suspicious of Gun's survival. Apollo declared that he would test the truth by shooting Gun with an arrow. Furious, Gun dismissed Apollo as a vile god who greeted people by pointing weapons at them. Despite Hugo's attempts to mediate, Gun reminded Hugo of his grievances. His home was sold, his belongings were stolen, and now, even his relics were scattered. To Hugo's chagrin, Gun revealed his bag full of stolen items, which he referred to as a couple of trinkets. Their conversation was cut short when a giant avatar emerged from behind the mansion, a terrifying beast, the avatar of the Aries constellation, known as the Beast of Plenty. It snarled at them, and a notification warned Gun that this avatar protected Aries' relics and wealth. Hugo, overwhelmed, suggested leaving the stolen goods behind and fleeing, but Gun smirked and confidently told Hugo to watch. Gun summoned his pet relic and ordered it to transform into a knife. The pet complied but appeared unstable, unable to handle the fight in its current form. Gun channeled his power into the relic, striking it with lightning to awaken its true form, a massive sword radiating lethal energy. A notification revealed that the sword had inherited the Snake Hunter trait, drastically increasing its sharpness and impact power. With his weapon ready, Gun activated his newly discovered skill, Path of Death. The ability revealed the Beast of Plenty's weaknesses, and Gun, exhilarated by the newfound power, lunged at the avatar, declaring he would break it up a little. Hugo, watching Gun recklessly charge into battle, couldn't help but reflect on his friend's signature style, diving headfirst into danger without a second thought and always emerging victorious. The sight filled Hugo with a mix of admiration and joy, as he was overjoyed to have his old friend back. However, his joy turned to horror when the avatar of Aries pinned Gun to the ground with its massive paw. Hugo screamed, fearing the worst, but Gun's voice cut through the tension. From beneath the paw, Gun grumbled, "What are you yelling for? What a stink! I almost died from the smell of this pig." With that, the massive paw was severed in an instant. The avatar howled in pain, activating its skill to absorb all valuables in its vicinity. Gun, unimpressed, smirked and chided the beast for being noisy. He raised his sword, activating Otis Line, and declared that one light slash would suffice. With a single swing, an immense shockwave tore through the avatar, obliterating it and leaving a massive scar on the earth, as well as shattering the building behind it. Everyone stood in stunned silence, including Hugo, who marveled at Gun's overwhelming power, reminiscent of his prime. With the avatar defeated, a notification informed Gun that he could claim the Beast of Plenty as his own avatar. Though initially skeptical, Gun touched the creature. In an instant, the beast revived, transformed, and shrank in size. It grew wings and took on a sleeker, more majestic form, marking it as the avatar of Gun's Otis constellation. Gun commented that the creature would make an excellent repository for his relics, much to Hugo's disbelief. A notification prompted Gun to name the beast, and without hesitation, he shouted, "Piggy Bank." The scene transitioned to Hugo's mansion, where Gun wasted no time accusing Hugo of being a traitor. Offended, Hugo protested, saying he had been deeply worried all these years. Gun, however, vented his frustration. While he had been trapped in the Demon Tower, suffering unimaginable torment, Hugo had been living a happy life, getting married, starting a family, and seemingly forgetting his old friend. Gun accused him of failing even to recognize him upon his return. His words struck a chord with Hugo, who felt both anger and guilt. In an awkward attempt to apologize, Gun slapped Hugo on the back, adding that he shouldn't have brought it up and that divorce wasn't so tragic these days. Hugo, indignant, shouted that he wasn't divorced, but as Gun's teasing continued, Hugo decided to change the subject. He asked what had happened inside the Demon Tower. Gun recounted the harrowing events. He revealed that the raid had been a trap. Stabbed in the back by someone he trusted, he was left to rot in a tower teeming with endless hordes of monsters. Among them was Red Eye, a foe presumed dead but revived in a new, horrifying form. Despite defeating Red Eye's true body, Gun faced an even greater threat, the tower administrator, who resurrected the slain monsters repeatedly. Exhausted after killing the administrator and its minions, Gun collapsed, fully expecting to die. When he awoke outside the tower, he was filled with strange, new energy. However, one thing was clear: the traitor who betrayed him was intimately familiar with the tower's structure and had deliberately sent him to his doom. Gun vowed to hunt down those who had stolen his possessions and mete out a special punishment for the backstabber. Determined to prepare, Gun summoned his workshop and began crafting new equipment. Using materials like the Spider Queen's core and a misfortune-inducing fragment, he fused them with an unassuming toy horse. The process emitted dazzling creation effects, culminating in the birth of a new entity, a fake crimson horse. This unique relic could transfer the magic of anyone whose name was written on it to its owner. Gun grinned, remarking that sentient relics like this had the potential to evolve on their own. Hugo, surprised, patted the object and remarked that while it was highly valuable, its design was utterly dreadful. G, visibly annoyed, yelled at him, emphasizing the significant amount of material he had used to create the horse. He added that he had intended to use the remaining materials to craft something for Hugo, but now he had no desire to do so. Hugo quickly backpedaled, praising the design as elegant and calling Gun a master craftsman in creating beautiful relics. He clarified that by disgusting, he had only meant his own inability to appreciate the full aesthetic of Gun's creation. Gun, somewhat appeased, stated he would consider Hugo's behavior and suggested their first task would be to lure all the saints. Hugo asked how they could manage that, given it was unlikely the other constellations would leave their domains. Gun confidently replied that he had a plan and pulled out a golden box. He explained that it was a royal relic, the Golden Fleece storage, capable of holding items of any size and even multiplying them for a price. Hugo, astounded, noted that royal relics were the rarest and most valuable artifacts, usually inaccessible. He questioned how Gun had obtained it, considering only Yang had access. Gun dismissed the teasing Hugo for being from a beggar constellation, claiming he brought it along just to use as a wallet. Enraged, Hugo shouted that his constellation was called something entirely different. Gun explained that high-quality relics required far more materials than average ones, and the Golden Fleece would allow him to generate new materials to create many high-ranking relics. Hugo asked how that could work, as someone with the right ability would need to activate the relic. Gun wondered why Hugo couldn't do it. Hugo retorted loudly, reminding Gun that his sign was Sagittarius. They both slumped in exasperation, with Hugo asserting it was impossible and suggesting they find another solution. Gun, however, revealed he had already sent a request to the news network. Shocked, Hugo demanded to know what exactly he had done. Gun, feigning ignorance, avoided answering. Hugo shouted again, pressing for details. Finally, Gun revealed the message, leaving Hugo utterly horrified. The scene shifted to the Blue House in South Korea, where officials discussed their recent embarrassment over failing to handle a single spider. Bishop Leo Oliver criticized their involvement in battles with enticers, suggesting they should stick to selling talismans. He was rebuked for his statement but replied mockingly, mentioning an unknown boy who reportedly killed the Spider Queen, speculating it might be Lee Gun risen from the dead. Sung Hyak, frustrated, smashed a glass and accused Oliver of idolizing Lee Gun. Oliver, unfazed, mocked the idea, pointing out that Lee Gun's success during the raid in burning Russia was due to being supported by other saints and provided with superior weapons. Sung countered, sarcastically reminding Oliver that the Spider Queen was ultimately defeated by their twin branch, though at the cost of an S-rank Templar's life. Oliver dismissed their loss with a sneer, saying he'd shake the Templar's hand if he could, though it would require digging into the monster's stomach. The two men bristled with anger at each other. Nearby, a man listening wondered when the Blue House had turned into a den for such scoundrels. A servant burst in, announcing urgent news and urging them to turn on the television. The broadcast revealed that a mysterious package had been delivered, containing photos of the holy sign of Aries and a note reading, "I'm back." Handwriting analysis confirmed it was a 99% match with the missing hero, Lee Gun. Back at Hugo's house, Hugo, furious, demanded to know what Gun had been thinking when sending such a message. Gun casually dismissed his concerns, calling it a simple announcement to let everyone know their heads would soon be on his plate. Hugo shouted that drawing attention was bad enough, especially since Yang W's death was already a massive issue. Gun, unbothered, corrected him, stating Yang W wasn't dead, nor was he truly alive. Horrified, Hugo stared as Gun pulled out a toy, explaining it contained Yang W's astral body. Hugo struggled to process the claim, questioning if such a thing was even possible. Gun shrugged it off, saying it wasn't the main point, and handed Hugo a dagger, explaining it was the very weapon that had been lodged in his back, the same one that caused his imprisonment. Hugo examined the dagger and instantly recognized it as the weapon that nearly led to Gon's demise. Judging by its unique design, it was far from ordinary. Hugo commented that if this was the weapon used, it couldn't have been Yang W behind the attack. Gon, smirking maliciously, stretched the toy in his hand and remarked that Yang W should probably apologize. He then mentioned his plan to visit the shopping complex. Hugo, confused, asked why he wanted to go there. Gon pointed at the toy and said that Piggy had mentioned seeing a blade with a similar shape at the complex. Afterward, Gon asked Hugo for some clothes. Once changed, he instructed his second guard to protect the house. Hugo asked why he called him number 2 and whether there was a number 1. As Gon left, he casually replied that he'd return soon, leaving Hugo fuming. The scene shifts to the Aries mansion, where numerous servants were investigating. The head servant confirmed that the Aries constellation wasn't present, nor was the aura of the sacred essence detectable. Sophie, the holy sign of Aquarius, lounged in a bath and questioned where he could have gone. The servant speculated that he might have taken his belongings and vanished. Sophie mused that if he had secretly negotiated deals with other saints, it could lead to bigger issues. She sarcastically referred to him as a fat bald man while wondering about his whereabouts. Another servant speculated that Li Gun might have abducted Yang W. Sophie laughed, dismissing the idea as absurd. The servant apologized for speaking carelessly, but Sophie reassured her that it was fine. She then stated they'd visit the shopping complex as planned, intending to dispose of unnecessary relics and prepare funds for the upcoming auction. Another servant burst into the bathroom, announcing an issue: another saint would also attend the auction. The scene shifts to a gym where two individuals informed Mr. Stephen that a relic belonging to Li Gun would be auctioned. Stephen immediately dropped his weights, declaring it was finally his chance to secure the relic. Meanwhile, in an alley, Song Wai and Gon teleported to a relic trading complex. Despite teleportation being expensive, they managed to do it for free. Gon thanked Song Wai for his assistance, particularly his expertise in locating SS-ranked relics. Song Wai, recalling Hayek's orders to recruit the man who killed the Spider Queen at any cost, looked at his phone. The message from his boss promised black card access, unlimited free teleports, and a lucrative contract for the recruit. Gon noticed the phone and questioned why Song Wai's boss kept bothering him after the incident at the hypermarket. Holding the dagger, Gon handed it back, mentioning it had been helpful in the battle against the bugs. Song Wai noted the dagger had been heavily leveled up but said he felt broken after that fight. Gon reassured him, explaining that the dagger had been fully restored, albeit with slight changes in efficiency. Song Wai expressed gratitude. The two reached an SS-ranked appraiser. Onlookers were surprised to see such a high-ranking individual in this place. The appraiser turned out to be Sophie Mart, who was preparing for the auction. At the entrance, Sophie was told the appraiser was busy with another client. Irritated, she wondered who dared to occupy the appraiser when she was present. However, she composed herself and decided to wait her turn. Inside, Gon admired the relics and commented on the building's prices being appropriate for an SS rank. The appraiser began questioning Song Wai about the relic's origins, prompting Gon to claim credit. The appraiser asked if Gon had any connection to Li Gun, causing Song Wai to clarify that Gon was merely imitating the hero. The appraiser, Jin, asked to speak privately with Gon. He questioned Gon's connection to Li Gun, noting that the relic resembled the craftsmanship of the legendary hero. Gon asked why it mattered. Jin explained that while Li Gun was renowned for his combat skills, his craftsmanship was equally legendary. The appraiser noted the relic's authenticity and expressed how impressed he was. Gon asked Jin how he knew so much about Li Gun. Blushing, Jin admitted he was a devoted fan of the hero. Gon, confused, wondered why Jin was so emotional. Jin continued, stating that based on his age, he couldn't have been directly trained by Li Gun but admired his work deeply. Jin then asked Gon to examine a particular relic, a notebook he had received as proof of being recognized as one of Li Gun's students. Gon instantly recognized the notebook as one he had lost long ago. Gon thought back to the annoying newbie who had followed him everywhere in China. Meanwhile, Jin tearfully spoke of how Li Gun truly possessed a refined sense of beauty. He recalled that he had once had the honor of meeting Li Gun. However, one day, Gun had suddenly disappeared, leaving Jin with his notebook. Gun had assumed the notebook was lost, only to later discover that Jin had stolen it. Jin admitted that he couldn't decipher the handwriting, but he was sure it contained many brilliant ideas. He was thrilled to have inherited such a treasure. In reality, the notebook was a list of Li Gun's victims. Gun had thought that after his awakening, he would receive information on his enemies, but now, knowing that Jin was SS-ranked, he believed Jin could obtain far more valuable information from it. Jin handed the notebook back to Gun, stating that it would serve the young talent better than it had him. Gun felt a mix of emotions, appreciating the return of the notebook which contained his very first sketches. He had been upset when it was lost. Just then, Gun received a notification. The dormant magic within the notebook was reacting to its owner's aura. The magic of the notebook, influenced by Aut's power, had transformed it into a relic. Jin shouted in awe, realizing that the notebook had become a memory-type relic. He speculated that Li Gun must have cast a spell on it while he was still alive. Suddenly, someone burst in and informed Jin that they were in trouble. A subordinate reported that a saint was waiting outside. Jin clicked his tongue haughtily, dismissing the issue as trivial. Outside, Sophie stood, fuming at the audacity of these people staring at her. Sui, standing nearby, thought it unusual for Sophie to show up at such events, as she usually reserved herself for official matters. Sophie, clearly impatient, declared that waiting was a waste of time and she would go inside and hurry things along. At the same time, she fumed because she believed the appraiser should be offering a fair price for the relics so she could have enough funds for the upcoming auction. She was informed that there was still a client inside, but she was curious about who it could be that warranted such attention. Then, Sophie saw Li Gun. She was taken aback, thinking he was remarkably handsome and wishing she could get a closer look. But her gaze shifted to a huge snake, which startled her. She dropped to her knees in shock. The others asked if she was okay. Sophie was overwhelmed by a terrifying aura, feeling as though hundreds of venomous snakes were wrapping around her. She immediately realized she needed to leave, though Jin wondered why she had suddenly fled, sensing she was unwell. Meanwhile, Gun received a notification about a subordinate of another sacred entity approaching. The report noted that the opponent's divinity had been transferred to Audis, and the current rate was 35%. Gun, confused, wondered if divinity was the same as magic power. He learned that divinity was the sacred power needed to maintain the strength of a saint. Gun had the ability to steal divinity from followers of other branches, and if the value dropped to 0, the saint's power would begin to wane, leaving them vulnerable. Gun was surprised by these mechanics. He then asked Jin if the woman who had just entered was also a saint. Jin asked if Gun didn't recognize her, as she was frequently featured in news stories about saints. He revealed her name, Sophie M., the holy sign of Aquarius. Gun chuckled, amused that everyone was so excited about her. He didn't understand the hype, as Sophie was just another saint. Gun also noted that Sophie had transformed quite a bit. While it was no surprise that he hadn't recognized her immediately, she had always been attractive, and now she was even more so. However, despite her appearance, Gun knew her rotten soul hadn't changed. Jin remarked that if he had to compile a list of things he despised, like fish bones, pests, and sewage, Sophie would fit perfectly in the pest category. He said he didn't even want to think of her as human, given how much more concerned she was with her appearance than with the well-being of others. Jin also commented that he didn't understand why people considered her a saint of mercy and sacrifice, as she was incredibly selfish. Gun was surprised by how much Jin seemed to know about Sophie. Jin explained that Sophie had once helped Li Gun with healing, but under the pretense of kindness, she tried to seize all his wealth. Gun realized that other saints were also after his riches, which had eventually been taken over by the government. Gun wondered if they were really trying to steal the wealth accumulated under his name. Jin then speculated that Sophie was about to call out the young man's name. Gun asked if this meant the two of them were previously acquainted. Gun stated that they were old friends before they were teleported to a nearby alley. Sophie, startled, wondered why his face came to her mind at that moment. The magical aura that had tried to consume her felt similar to that person's. Sophie asked her subordinate if she had ever been so terrified that even death seemed more appealing. She then ordered her to return to the pawn shop and find out who the man was. The subordinate agreed but inquired about the appraiser. Suddenly, Sophie changed her mind and instructed her subordinate to just eliminate them. The subordinate replied that the appraiser was under the protection of the Virgo branch and that they still needed to sell the relics to him. Sophie told her to act as though one had kept the saint waiting, and the other had dared to embarrass her. She said they both deserved to be punished and even offered to give her a relic and lend her some sacred essence power. The subordinate reminded Sophie that magic was forbidden in the neutral zone. Sophie, unfazed, asked if the subordinate was refusing to follow the saint's orders. The subordinate, desperate, bowed and accepted, stating that the desire of a saint was the desire of heaven itself, and that she could never resist the command of one of the 12 saints who upheld their entire world. Meanwhile, Gun stood nearby, observing, and asked, "Is the roof leaking?" The scene shifted to the relic trading complex in the central zone, where Sei was casually walking down the street, sipping juice, when he noticed something strange. The area wasn't wet from rain, yet there was spilled water. He bent down to investigate and felt a strange magical energy. Suddenly, he saw a water reflection of himself and jumped back in shock, dropping his juice. The creature that emerged from the puddle was some kind of water monster. Sungwai wondered what was going on. He turned around to see that there were more water monsters, as many as there were people around. Some bystanders thought it was a show, while others were horrified. Sophie, observing from a distance, sneered. She remarked that summoned creatures were typically only as powerful as ranked Templars, but if an army of them attacked all at once, even an elephant could struggle. Sway, turning to his subordinate Sophie, asked why she was using combat skills in the neutral zone. He shouted for her to stop, but the subordinate calmly replied that this was a saint's order and there was no need to worry. She said they were acting according to the will of the gods. As she activated the relic, she ordered the water copies to attack. Sei rushed toward her, but the flash of magic was quicker. A pillar of light shot into the sky as the subordinate used the water balloons to trap people nearby. She declared that she would handle the appraiser and instructed the others to capture him. The water copies scattered behind her. Sway realized he was in a dangerous situation. He thought he needed to get out of there before losing consciousness but found himself starting to fade. Meanwhile, Gun stood still, observing the increasing amount of water on the ceiling. Jin asked if something was happening outside, feeling the strange currents of magic. Suddenly, the water copies grabbed Gun, and a knife was pressed to his throat. The subordinate warned Gun not to move, saying it was nothing personal but that he had dared to offend the saint. She cautioned him not to do anything rash if he wanted to avoid bloodshed, adding that the saint had ordered them both to be killed. The subordinate said that if they offered sincere apologies and bought the relics at a high price, perhaps she could speak on their behalf. Jin remained unfazed, completely calm. He remarked that people weren't allowed to brandish knives in public anymore, which shocked the subordinate. Gun replied that he never considered using a gun, then told Jin to ask them to come out and pay compensation for the damage. The appraiser was preoccupied, however, with the fact that the knife was a gift from the Aquarius constellation. Gun, without hesitation, destroyed the knife with his bare hands. The subordinate became angry and reminded him that she had told him not to push too hard. At that moment, the water snake launched an attack on Gun, but he struck out with his hand and destroyed it. Gun asked the subordinate if she had any more of the creatures because they felt amazing. The subordinate, however, thought this was nonsense, as Gun had easily knocked out the clone with a single blow. She realized that the saint had become ill for a reason, and this man was dangerous. She understood that she needed to deal with him quickly before he caused more trouble. The subordinate then stated that the creatures they summoned were created from the purest magic of a saint. She used her orange-class summon, a wave of water, to attack. Gun remarked that these summons seemed happy to see him. Turning to the appraiser, he said that Jin had told him he could take what he liked, so Gun decided to borrow some knives. Immediately, Gun disappeared from his spot, charging towards the enemy. He noted that the daggers were quite pretty, and as he used them, he received a notification that the information had been collected, Water Chaga calling for oblivion. Gun shouted that they felt no stronger than yard dogs. He mused that these weapons exceeded A-class summons but didn't think they were much of a threat. He added that he was only planning to evaluate his items, but this encounter had turned up something far more valuable, information about a fragment of a duplicate mirror. Gun received another notification that he no longer needed to sleep and that his Holy Throne experience had increased. Meanwhile, the subordinate couldn't believe how easily the saint's summons had been destroyed. She was terrified, realizing that if she tried to attack, she would be immediately killed. Gun smiled and said that the ones who shout "it's not over yet" are the most pathetic. The appraiser began to realize that this was no ordinary man. Sei, also realizing the gravity of the situation, said he had just been attacked by a Templar from the Aquarius branch. Gun confirmed that they were finishing up here and mentioned the magical energy, suggesting that it indeed came from a saint's summons. Gun pointed out that by sending him something like that, they were just giving him new resources. Sway then advised they leave before the next attack. However, the appraiser called out to them, asking them to wait. He recalled how, 20 years ago, he had followed Gun and listened to his art, clearly remembering how Gun had collected materials after each battle with monsters. Jin had once described Gun as fighting like a demon and having a crazy fighting style, and now the appraiser was putting it all together. He asked if this could be the same person, Lee Gun. Gun confirmed his identity, and the appraiser was overjoyed. Gun said he would come back for the materials and asked the appraiser to keep an eye on them. He still had some questions but decided to leave for now. The appraiser bowed and said, "Of course, please come again." As they left, Sui asked why the saint was targeting Gun. Gun replied that she must have been upset about something but didn't go into detail. Sui, curious, asked if Gun had offended her in any way. Gun simply said, "You'll see something fun soon." The scene then shifted to a cafe, where Gun was happily eating ice cream and praising the local treat, calling it awesome. He urged Sui to eat as much as he could. Sui, grateful but concerned about the cost, mentioned that this place might be expensive. Gun reassured him that it was fine, as he had picked up something earlier. He explained that it was an emblem, similar to a bank card, which granted him many privileges. With the emblem, Gun could even rent other people's skills. Sui mentioned that he hadn't noticed the Aquarius emblem on Gun before, and he immediately began to worry that it might cause problems since the emblem also acted as an identity identifier. Gun told him not to worry about it for now and suggested they think about it after the meal. Just as they were talking, Sui's boss, Bishop S. Hayek, approached them. Sui greeted him and asked if they minded if he joined them. Gun, meanwhile, was wondering if this was the boss who had been bothering Sui. Hayek, happy to meet them, spoke to Gun and asked if Sui had mentioned him. Sui then explained that he had told Gun about an amazing person who had managed to defeat spiders when Yang W had failed miserably. Gun asked Sununu what his business was, and he explained that hiring promising awakened ones was one of the bishop's main tasks. Gun inquired about what he could offer him, to which Sununu replied that the upcoming big auction would feature one of Li Gang's legendary relics. Sununu suggested they continue their conversation while enjoying the auction process, and Gun, intrigued, stopped eating his ice cream. He thought about the relic and what it could mean, wondering aloud if it was really true. Sununu confirmed that the auction house was not far, and said it would be held at an altitude of 4,876 meters above the ground, at the largest auction house located in the floating city of Drachma. The scene shifted to the Drachma auction house, where Sophie sat, visibly shaken and worried about something. A man, Stephen, told her to stop shivering in the corner and to get moving. Sophie, still annoyed by his attitude, realized that she needed to keep her temper under control for now. Stephen, a powerful figure who had surpassed Li Yang, was the holy sign of the lion, and Sophie knew there was no safer place than beside him. He declared that Li Gang's relic would be his and warned Sophie not to try and claim it. Sophie, confused and anxious, asked where Stephen was going, but he didn't answer. He simply told her to sit down and not make a fuss, then left, leaving her alone. Sophie stared out the window, trying to calm herself, convinced that whoever the man was, he wouldn't be able to enter the auction house. But just then, she noticed someone. It was Hugo Otis, a welcome guest who had arrived just in time. Hugo, meanwhile, was wondering where Gun had gone. Knowing Gun's character, he was sure that Gun would show up at the auction house. Drachma City was known for its treasure troves of precious relics, and Gun would not miss such an event. Sophie, appearing behind Hugo, greeted him, saying it had been a long time. She asked how he was doing. Hugo was less than pleased to see her, visibly upset. Sophie noted how time had changed things, pointing out that Otis used to be a handsome man representing the saints. Hugo's expression shifted, and Sophie wondered aloud if his condition was due to his decreasing number of followers. Hugo snapped at her to back off, stating that he didn't want to talk to her. Sophie pressed on, claiming that at this rate, Otis' son might end up suffering the same fate as his wife. Sophie smiled, mentioning that his wife wasn't dead but her condition was indistinguishable from death. She further implied that the disgrace brought upon his house was due to none other than Otis himself. Enraged, Hugo tried to walk away, but before he could, there was an explosion. Sophie remained calm and laughed, remarking that he had managed to restrain himself. Sophie then mentioned the agreement Otis had signed 10 years ago and teased whether she should teach the arrogant boy a lesson. At that moment, someone called out to Sophie, referring to her as a parasite. Sophie turned around just in time to receive a blow from Gun, who struck her forehead with a single finger, knocking her unconscious. Hugo turned to see Gun and was shocked to see him. Gun, looking down at Sophie, asked what Otis had left behind and expressed his concern for him, knowing that he couldn't let Gun out of his sight. Gun asked Otis if he had a crush on Sophie, but Otis dismissed it, telling him to stop talking nonsense. Gun, unfazed, asked why they kept running into Sophie and whether Otis had a crush on her. Otis was furious and thought Gun was ridiculous, wondering how someone like Gun could have such an issue with his head. The scene then shifted to a flashback, showing an event that took place 20 years ago. Gun was walking through a castle, with his subordinates shouting at him to stop. One of them stood in his way and warned him that he was in the residence of the sign of Aquarius, ordering him to leave. Gun, however, simply told her to move and, when she refused, she screamed in fear and confusion as she ran away. Sophie, in the past, confronted Gun, demanding to know how he dared to break into her house. She ordered him to leave immediately, but Gun silenced her by smashing the wall behind her. He asked if she really wanted to die and questioned her actions. Sophie, startled, asked what he was doing, but Gun continued, asking if she was going to pretend like this. Gun revealed that he had sent her to treat the injured people, implying that her purpose there was not what she seemed to believe. Gun asked why Sophie was loafing around. Danon began shouting about how many people had lost their arms and legs trying to save her worthless life. Gun reminded her that she had promised to help others when she arrived. Sophie retorted, asking what difference it made if a few more people died, claiming the people across the street should be grateful for the chance to save her. She screamed that the stress had already affected her skin and that she wasn't going to waste time on some trivial chore. Annoyed, Gun angrily told her to get lost, but she continued, saying she had an interview and needed time to apply her makeup. Sophie demanded to be let go, questioning why Gun was squeezing her so tightly. He refused, slapping her and saying if she wasn't a parasite, maybe she'd understand. He declared that no matter how many times he tried, he wouldn't get anywhere unless he beat the rot out of her. Eventually, Sophie was forced to treat the wounded until they lost consciousness. Sophie thought to herself that Gun was truly a mad barbarian. When Sophie woke up, she realized Gun was sitting across from her. Shocked, she screamed in frustration, demanding to be untied and asking how they dared treat her this way. Gun commented that she hadn't changed in 20 years and wondered how she managed it. Sophie threatened them, thinking she wasn't the weak girl she once was. She was confident she could melt the ropes, but Gun slapped her forehead again, saying she looked like she was up to something. He noticed something was wrong with his finger. Sophie began to boast that she had an acid layer protecting her from external attacks, and that now this acid would eat him from the inside out. She fantasized about Gun begging for mercy. However, Gun revealed that his wound had already healed, leaving Sophie shocked. The melted tissue had instantly recovered. She thought to herself that this was a real scam. Gun called her a parasite and asked why she couldn't remember everything between them. He accused her of lying and claiming his battle recovery power as her own. He gave her 1 hit for that and 5 more for sending her subordinate to the appraiser. Then, he reminded her of what she had said to Taku, saying she would get 50 more punches for that. Sophie begged him to wait, and Gun did so briefly, but then said time was up. He landed a final blow, and she screamed. Otis, sitting beside Gun, thought Gun was quite effective at beating the bad out of people, regardless of their gender. Suddenly, Otis felt that with each strike, Gun's divinity level was rising. He wondered what kind of divinity Gun was accumulating. After Gun finished beating Sophie, she passed out. Gun received a notification that divinity had been unlocked. He asked for a reminder of what divinity was. It was explained that divinity was the power needed to sustain the saint's energy. It could be taken from followers of sacred entities, and if it dropped to 0, death would follow. Gun realized that by beating the saints, he was draining their divinity. He also thought he probably couldn't get divinity points from Yang W yet because it hadn't been unlocked. Still, he knew he needed to grow stronger. Otis wondered if Gun would ask Sophie about the dagger, but Gun said she wouldn't have the courage to attack him. He'd already found someone to examine the dagger. Otis realized that Gun was only doing this for fun. Gun then pulled out his smartphone to check the time. Otis asked where he got it from, and Gun casually replied that he had borrowed it from a kid. Gun said it was time to go to the auction room and asked Hugo to clean up. He suggested Hugo throw Sophie in the nearest trash can and promised to call him once the auction was over. Otis was left wondering what to do about the situation. Just then, the elevator opened. Otis thought it was Gun returning, but his face changed when he saw who it was. Stephen Marker had arrived. Stephen turned to Hugo and advised him to explain himself. Entering the room, Stephen greeted them, saying it had been a while. He addressed Otis as Sagittarius and expressed his displeasure at meeting them. Otis asked what Stephen was doing here, and Stephen explained that he and Aquarius had made a deal. He mentioned that he had business to attend to in Drachma, so he had agreed to come. Stephen said it was his turn to ask questions. The first thing he asked was why Otis was here. Otis responded that he had his own business to attend to. Stephen then asked if Otis was targeting Lee Gun's relics. Otis questioned if his relic was going to be auctioned off. Stephen asked if Otis didn't know, mentioning that even though he was the weakest of the constellations, Otis still couldn't afford them. Otis smiled and remarked that the lion had been chasing after Gun's old relics for a long time. Stephen tried to ignore Gun, but his growing inferiority complex made him collect all of Gun's relics, without exception. Otis asked if Stephen believed this would make him as strong as Gun, which made Stephen furious. He went into a rage just hearing Gun's name from Otis. As expected, Stephen decided to attack Otis. He turned to Hugo, telling him to stop talking nonsense about that weakling. Stephen grabbed Hugo's hand, warning him not to mention Gun's name again. Furious, Stephen claimed that he had become much stronger than Gun. Suddenly, someone ran up to Stephen, informing him they were in trouble. The person told Stephen that Twin Branch was buying up all of Lee Gun's relics. Stephen dismissed Hugo, saying he had no time for him and needed to get to the auction as soon as possible. As he left, Stephen told Hugo to do whatever he wanted with Sophie. Hugo indignantly asked if Stephen had come here to save her, but Stephen said the auction was more important. He needed to get there early. Stephen, in the tone of an old friend, advised Hugo that if he wanted to live long, he should be more careful with his words. Hugo grinned, saying he appreciated the advice. They left, leaving only Hugo and unconscious Sophie in the room. Hugo looked at his injured hand, pondering what it meant that Stephen didn't even consider him weak. The scene shifted to the Drachma auction house, where the auction was taking place in the VIP room. The host announced the end of the first stage and the beginning of the second stage after a short pause. Gun, who was drinking, shouted to add another item to the collection. Sun congratulated him, saying Gun could buy anything he wanted. Gun replied that Sun was too kind, since he had invited Gun to the VIP room and now was buying whatever Gun asked for. Sun replied it was the least he could do for Gun. Sway asked if the bishop was sure, as they had already spent an enormous amount. S said it was fine and asked if he could pay for the alcohol. Sun replied that he had forgotten his card and would send the money later. S thought about how much he had already paid but didn't dare argue with Sun, his boss. Gun waved a card, telling S not to worry as the alcohol had already been paid for. S was shocked, wondering if it was Gun's black card. Gun remarked that since S looked drunk, he wouldn't make his subordinate pay for everything. Sun was about to pay with his credit card, thinking that Gun, though young, was already quite rude. However, the bishop knew that Gun was a genius, having defeated the Spider Queen. He thought that if he could recruit Gun, even the cost of alcohol would be a small price to pay. Sun asked if they could move on to the main topic, saying he had high hopes for Gun's future. He believed Gun had every chance of becoming as ranked as the higher constellations. He added that it would be even more likely if Gun earned the favor of their saint. However, Lee Gun wasn't paying attention to Sun, as all he could think about was the invisible fog of mind control that affected everyone. The effect wasn't strong, but it made people more easily swayed. Sun said he even admitted that Gun could become a cardinal, but that wasn't the end. Wealth, glory, and respect awaited the great Gemini leader, Sun said. He reached out his hand to Gun, asking him to join as a follower of the Gemini constellation. Suddenly, Gun burst into laughter, saying he had been laughing too much lately. He asked if this was really what Sun wanted, questioning if Sun wanted him to become the next figurehead of his worthless god. Sun was shocked, not understanding why Gun was angry, considering how polite he had been to him. He decided to change the subject, saying there had been a misunderstanding and handed Gun a relic. A girl entered the room, apologizing for the interruption. She congratulated Gun, saying it was a relic that belonged to Lee Gun, with all the necessary certificates ready. Sun was shocked, asking if Gun had really won one of Lee Gun's relics. The girl confirmed it, and Gun replied that it wasn't exactly what he was looking for, but it would definitely come in handy. Sun knew that Steven was so obsessed with Lee Gun's relics that they couldn't even touch them. Sun apologized, saying the relic had already been claimed by someone else. Just then, the door burst open. Everyone turned to see Steven standing there, asking who had dared touch his relics. Gun asked if it was Steven who claimed the relic. The girl apologized to Steven. Sun explained that the newcomer had made a mistake due to ignorance, and they would return the relic immediately. Steven said he would turn a blind eye this time, but he told them to return the relic to its proper place. Sun thanked Steven and said they would make the payment later. Steven, on the other hand, thanked Sun and said he didn't need to spend a penny on the girl. He bared his teeth and asked the bishop if he thought he could just take his things. Sun wondered if Steven was really upset over this small oversight, thinking that Steven was trying to leave them without tens of millions of dollars. Gun interrupted, stating that he won the auction, meaning the relics were now his. He told Steven that if he wanted the relics so badly, he should pay $200 million. Steven was initially shocked, but then he laughed out loud, saying that only underpants would fit in the twin branch. He was impressed by Gun's audacity. Sun was shocked and very scared, unable to understand why Gun didn't know who Steven was. Steven said he liked Gun because, in his opinion, that's what a real man should be like. He believed their meeting wasn't accidental and suggested they introduce themselves. Steven explained that when he met interesting people, he always greeted them warmly. Gun realized that Steven had managed to increase his strength slightly. He thought it was to be expected from the Lion constellation, which specialized in battles, and knew that other constellations, like Aries or Aquarius, couldn't compare. Gun knew that Steven wouldn't stop until he had someone in pieces. He thought of Steven as a wicked worm. Steven extended his hand towards Gun, but the hero remained still. SEI was excited and shouted out, while S was also thrilled that Gun had provoked Steven. Steven said it was amusing and hoped Gun would enjoy his life in a wheelchair. Gun asked what Steven was doing, wondering if he was just shaking dust off his shoulder. Steven was stunned, as the blow had landed perfectly. He asked if Gun had used teleportation to dodge his skill. Gun responded, asking if Steven still didn't understand. He said that Steven was as slow-witted as ever. Gun reminded him that Steven had begged to learn the skill and promised to use it for good, but now he was showing off with it. "Who are you?" Steven asked, confused. Just then, the host entered and apologized for the delay. She announced the second stage of the auction was about to begin. Steven, with more questions for Gun, realized he had more urgent matters to attend to. He advised Gun not to lose the pendant and said he would return for it after the auction. Sway asked if Gun was alright, clearly puzzled by how Gun had survived Steven's attack. S was also thinking about how Gun had managed to escape it, as even he couldn't dodge a Saint's skill. S had one main question on his mind: who exactly was Gun? The host then introduced the main highlight of the day's auction. She spoke of the Berlin Wolf incident from 24 years ago, where a calamity-causing individual appeared in Germany, and even weapons and armor melted in the presence of this force. The TW Saints had failed to resolve it, but then Lee Gun had arrived and defeated the so-called invincible monster. Today, attendees had the chance to acquire the relic that Lee Gun had used to end the monster's reign. Steven thought this legendary weapon would finally be his. We then flash back 20 years to the night when helicopters flew overhead. A reporter spoke about being above the island where the Berlin Wolf had appeared. 4 days had passed since the 13th awakened Lee Gun arrived. No one had ventured out, and the situation inside remained unknown. Saints had tried to enter but failed due to the overwhelming energy on the island. The reporter promised to keep viewers updated. We see Steven wondering how Lee Gun could manage to face such a creature. He questioned why he should feel envious of someone who wasn't even chosen by the gods. He couldn't understand what separated him from Lee Gun. Suddenly, a subordinate reported that Lee Gun had appeared at the exit. Steven, shocked, listened as the reporter announced that Lee Gun had returned alive and defeated the monster. the 13th awakened had achieved the impossible. Stephen stood up, laughing, saying that he finally understood. He instructed his subordinate to tell everyone they were returning. The subordinate asked if Stephen would take his weapon, but Stephen replied that he no longer needed it and that the subordinate could keep it. Stephen thought he had found something better. Back to the present, the host revealed that one of Lee Gun's legendary relics, the weapon used to defeat the Berlin Wolf, was up for auction. Sway was stunned, Gun was slightly flustered, and Stephen was thrilled as he realized this could be the weapon he had been searching for. He thought this relic would make him the strongest. The auction house towered in the air, and a dragon suddenly landed on it, sensing Lee Gun's relic. The dragon felt its power. The host unveiled the relic, calling it one of the greatest artifacts, demonic beast bone. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes, as they had only read about it in chronicles. The host emphasized its historical and practical value. Who would take it home today? Sway screamed, unable to believe that others were playing a prank. Sun asked if the Leo constellation would easily claim it. Gun remained unimpressed, wondering what the relic could be, as he had used it once before. Gun addressed Sway, but S interrupted him, asking to be spoken to later. S was shouting for Yum to do something. Sun said he needed to contact headquarters, as they couldn't just hand over the relic. The host then announced that the auction was starting, with an opening bid of $1 million. The bidding escalated quickly, and soon, someone was willing to pay $50 million for the World Cup. Meanwhile, Dan received numerous notifications that his status and fame were increasing. Gun asked why everyone was suddenly so alarmed, but Sway interrupted, explaining that it was a legendary weapon created by the great Lee Gun. Gun was furious as he listened to S say this, as this kind of reaction was to be expected. Relics, whether jewelry, tools, weapons, were always of the highest quality when created by Gun. Anyone knowledgeable about relics would want them. SEI added that this was especially true for Leo's co-star, Stephen Marker, who would go to any lengths to obtain Lee Gun's relics, using his power and influence to get whatever he wanted. Sway said it was chilling to think that Lee Gun's greatest creation would end up in Stephen's hands. Sun added that all the profits would go to Lee Gun's account, which was now controlled by the government, and they had no choice but to accept it. Gun wondered if the money would be transferred to his account, considering how lucky he was. He began watching the auction as if it were a movie. Suddenly, Stephen shouted for silence, startling the audience. He declared that he was purchasing the relic for $1 billion and even suggested raising the bid to $10 billion. The host, shocked, announced the new price of $1 billion. The participants were speechless as the countdown began. Gun was stunned, and soon the host declared that the weapons had been sold for $1 billion. In the meantime, some cleaners were chatting, one telling his friend that something had been sold for $1 billion. The janitor wondered who KN was, commenting that hard workers like them should not dream of such sums. He wished something would change. They then noticed something in the window. It was the dragon. The janitor, recognizing it, said, he took it back. The host congratulated Stephen Marker, the saint of the Leo constellation, for becoming the new owner. The audience cheered, and Stephen shouted that the lion had claimed another victory. Suddenly, someone broke through the wall. Stephen, shocked, wondered what was happening. It turned out to be a disaster inducer, who demanded the relic. Stephen refused, and the monster leaped at him. It seemed like the Leo constellation wanted to dodge, but a bloodthirsty grin appeared on his face as he swung his arm, sending the disaster inducer flying with a powerful blow. Stephen laughed, saying he had never been so happy to see the enticer before. He saw it as a great opportunity to try out a new toy. The crowd cheered, but then they noticed that the impact had destroyed the tower. Sway screamed, saying the magic tower and the teleportation zone were both destroyed. The city's residents watched in shock as a girl screamed that the island wouldn't hold up if the tower fell. The old man said they needed to stop it with all their strength. Some knights rushed to help, and the old man instructed them to combine their power for a single blow. They conjured a magical ball, and someone shouted for the attack. A beam of magic struck the tower, but one of the men shouted that the tower was too heavy to destroy. They urged everyone to run. Just then, someone used the spell Rage of Apollo, and everyone gasped as everything was burned in the blink of an eye. It was the holy sign of Sagittarius, Hugo Attis. Hugo was angry with Leo for failing to control his powers. People thanked Hugo, calling him their savior. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Another disaster inducer appeared, and Hugo realized something was hanging from its mouth. It began attacking people, grabbing men by their faces and causing panic. Hugo was furious, but then, behind him, a growl echoed. He turned to see another disaster inducer, its mouth nearly at Hugo's face, poised to strike. Just in the nick of time, Gun appeared, kicking the enticer away. He shouted for Tiu to stop clicking his beak. Hugo thanked Gun and said he owed him one. Gun, however, angrily asked if Hugo, a battle-type constellation, was really weaker than Gun, who had a craftsman class. He remarked that Hugo was so dangerous that leaving him unattended was scary. Hugo, upset, shouted that he was giving it his all. Gun sarcastically asked if that was why Hugo almost became the monster's dinner. At that moment, someone intervened and yelled at both of them. It was Steven, calling them worms. He demanded to know how they dared stop him from testing his new weapon. Suddenly, the enticer began shouting angrily once again. Gun realized he had forgotten about the monsters. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Steven shouted that no one was allowed to interfere with his reunion with the demon beast Bone. Gun asked why Steven's underwear was inside out. Steven angrily shouted at them to move aside as he flew closer, activating the Sovereign skill, a blessed battlefield. He grinned, telling them to stay quiet, as they were inside a devastating thunderstorm. With everything prepared, Steven said that he had been at a disadvantage before, forcing him to counterattack with magic energy. But now, he wanted to test the true power of his new weapon. People were excited, with some shouting that Steven was the strongest saint, surpassing even the hero Lee Gun. They cheered that Steven would destroy the enticer. The enticer itself felt uneasy. Steven announced that it was time for the enticer to answer for all the destruction it had caused. He struck the monster right in the forehead, but there was no effect. The audience gasped in shock as Steven hit the enticer again, only for the creature to stand firm. Steven, enraged, continued his attack, but his blows had no effect. The enticer, growing angrier, struck back, landing direct hits on Steven. He was confused and wondered why Lee Gun's weapon wasn't working. Hugo asked if they could leave, but Lee Gun explained that it wouldn't work because it was a sovereign skill, and even Gun would need time to dispel it. Lee Gun vowed that once they were free, Steven would regret his actions. Hugo was angry as well, questioning who would carelessly discard a sovereign skill like that. The two turned to face the monsters. Gun asked if these creatures were part of the enticer's army, and Hugo explained that these were people who had been affected by the monster. He noted that the creature had likely intended to use them as human shields, preventing heroes from attacking it directly. As the army of the infected began to attack, Gun concluded that they only had one choice left. Hugo asked if Lee Gun had a solution, and the hero simply stated that he would beat up the enticer. But Hugo ran after Gun in a panic, shouting for him to wait. Gun, unfazed, grabbed the panicked man with one hand and took a closer look. He detached the enticer's fabric from the man, and Hugo, shocked, asked how he managed to do it. Gun smiled and said it was simple, he used his power. Hugo marveled that he probably couldn't have done that, as he wasn't as terrifying as some others. Gun sneered, knowing from the beginning that everything would have to be done alone, since Hugo was of no use. A little annoyed, Hugo asked if Gun could at least cheer him up. Sighing in resignation, Hugo then turned his attention back to the fight and asked if Gun was going to rush in. Gun said he would cover his comrade, and Hugo agreed, noticing that Taku still had a bit of its former power. They decided to team up once again after so long. Gun urged them to not delay and deal with the enticer quickly. With that, Gun leapt forward, launching himself over the infected crowd. Upon landing, he created a shockwave that knocked the infected away, freeing the humans from the enticer's curse. The enticer, watching this, grew angry and began to lash out with its tentacles, trying to grab Gun. Gun confidently approached, taunting the monster. However, he soon realized the enticer was targeting the townspeople behind him. The tentacles were almost at their destination. A light suddenly appeared. Hugo had fired his arrows, burning the tentacles and preventing the enticer from taking over the humans. "Not on my shift," Hugo remarked. "Well done." Gun, Continuing his advance, approached the Enticer and told it to stop wasting time and just give up. He swung at the monster, landing a powerful blow to its stomach. The force sent the Enticer soaring into the air, screaming as it crashed into the barrier, shattering it. Hugo ran up happily, congratulating Gun for handling the Enticer so efficiently. Gun acknowledged it, then mentioned that the people under the monster's control should recover soon. However, as Gun's palm began to glow green, he noticed a snake symbol on his hand. He wondered what it meant and soon received a series of notifications. It seemed that by defeating such a powerful monster with his bare hands, his divinity had increased to 81%. He was prompted to use divine energy to activate the battle instinct skill. Gun considered using it but ultimately decided against it. Meanwhile, Stephen, still battered from his own fight with the Enticer, stood dumbfounded before the defeated monster. He wondered why the artifact he was using wasn't working and if he was too weak to unlock its full power. The people watching were upset that Stephen was losing, but one pointed out that something was happening to the barrier. Gun had made a hole in it with his bare hands. Stephen was shocked, unable to understand how it was possible. His sovereign skill had been broken. Realizing the danger, the Enticer prepared to attack Gun, but at that moment, the monster seemed to be pinned to the ground. Everyone watched in shock as they were thrown back, and Gun stood calmly, facing the weakened Enticer. The monster, groaning in pain, asked how Gun could have such power, questioning if he was even human. Gun responded by asking what the Enticer was babbling about, then kicked the creature again, sending it flying. Stephen, who had been watching in disbelief, finally recognized the true identity of the man in front of him. There was only one person with such power, Lee Gun. Gun, smugly, said he was glad to see the mangy lion cub again and noted that it seemed Stephen had had a lot of fun while Gun was gone. Trembling with fear, Stephen denied the possibility that this man could be Lee Gun. But when Gun effortlessly grabbed the relic with one hand and casually pocketed the other, Stephen's shock deepened. Gun squeezed the relic, causing it to shatter, apologizing for doing it by accident, claiming it was too fragile. Stephen was horrified, and Gun mocked him for wasting so much time and effort. He then prepared to deal a final blow to Stephen. The hero swung his arm, and with a powerful strike, sent Stephen crashing through the ground of the floating island. Stephen screamed as he fell through the island, plummeting into the abyss below. Meanwhile, Sophie, likely woken by Stephen's scream, wondered where she was. Her bracelet continued to glow green, and she groaned, feeling a splitting headache. Gun laughed, remarking that they'd see each other again if the mangy lion cub was still alive, having sent him straight down. Hugo, still in shock, asked what difference it made, as Stephen's stamina was gone. Gun then asked if Hugo had taken care of the people inside the barrier, to which Hugo confirmed he had, and the people were cheering. Gun was pleased and called for Pig Bank, ordering her to collect all useful items around. Hugo skeptically questioned if Piggy would just collect everything, but Gun explained she would gather what was valuable. Gun then recalled that he had come here with an acquaintance, someone who had lent him a cell phone. Hugo was curious, and when Gun mentioned the name Sui, Hugo was stunned. Gun explained that Sui's full name was Chuni Jin and that he was a Gemini Templar. Given his potential, Gun felt he was good enough to be a bishop. Gun praised the young man for being very smart despite his age. Gun thought Sui might be useful, though Hugo was deeply frustrated, wondering when Sui had even managed to connect with this walking disaster. Gun observed Hugo curiously, while Otis silently reflected that the last thing he wanted was for his children to meet this madman. Both were already fanatics for Lee Gun. Hugo was horrified at the thought that if they discovered Gun was alive, it would spell doom for his family. Gun mentioned that Sui was with a bishop skilled in teleportation. He suggested calling them over, but Hugo vehemently opposed the idea, suggesting they should leave instead. Gun was confused by Hugo's sudden insistence. Scrambling for an excuse, Hugo claimed the twins despised Gun, so there was no point in involving them. Gun thought back to how Sui always annoyed him with constant chatter and considered Hugo's claim. Hugo pressed that Sui truly hated Gun, leaving the hero visibly upset despite all the care he had shown. Gun lamented that he should have expected such hostility, while Hugo tried to reassure him not to stress over some kids. Suddenly, someone shouted, startling Hugo. Turning slowly, he recognized the voice. It was Sui. Gun realized their call had been active all along, leaving Hugo in utter shock. "Answer me already," Sui yelled. Father and son began arguing, with Hugo at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the monster's tentacles whispered Li Gun's name before attacking. One tentacle almost struck Gun's face, but his relic intervened, absorbing the threat completely. A notification appeared, stating that the poison body skill had been upgraded, now granting poison resistance as a standard feature for crafting new relics. Everyone was stunned. Gun furiously shook the relic, yelling at it to spit out what it had absorbed, scolding it for swallowing random objects. No matter how much he shook and squeezed it, Lime refused to let go. Taku stared at the remnants of the chaos, astonished that even in death, it could still stir trouble. Sanjay stared at the artifact in awe, realizing it was Lime, the sacred relic of Li Gun he had read about in ancient texts. Adding that to the extraordinary power and magic he'd witnessed and the fact that this was the one companion who kept his lonely dad company, Sanjay became absolutely certain this was his idol, Li Gun. Overcome with joy, Sanjay leapt into the air, tears streaming down his face, leaving Otek helpless to maintain the lie. Despite all his prior plans, his son's deduction left him with no argument, and he didn't dare interrupt this unexpected meeting between the hero and his loyal fan. The father and son chattered endlessly, each in their way, while on the other side, Li Gun was shouting, still trying to force Lime to spit out what it had devoured. The entire island trembled with the absurd shouting match among the three of them. Meanwhile, at the Leo Holy Guild's headquarters, a grand and majestic building in the United States, inside the high-level meeting room, Guild leader Oliver addressed the assembly. "The Star-Lord has been missing since yesterday and still hasn't been located. We'll need to rely on the Gemini Guild's tracking abilities." A Guild member voiced concern. "Do you think they'll help, given Oliver's recent disputes with them?" Another hesitated before adding, "There's also a rumor that Li Gun might be behind Steven's disappearance." Before the sentence was finished, Oliver scoffed. "Even if Li Gun climbed out of his grave, he's just a guy who lost to the Star-Lord." But before they could finish praising their leader, a sudden ringtone broke the silence, blasting lyrics that mocked Leo shrines and proclaimed Li Gun as the greatest idol. Everyone turned to the source of the noise as awkward silence filled the room. A woman sheepishly picked up her phone, turned off the ringer, and muttered, "Sorry, forgot to silence it." Chan Yua, the vice-castellan and one of the 10 Star-Lords, apologized with little sincerity, prompting others to scold, "The boss is missing. Can't you take this seriously?" Their complaints made Yua groan in frustration. "Why are we even looking for that jerk?" she muttered irritably. Seeing the others' exasperated looks, she quickly corrected herself, sarcastically referring to him as the Honorable Sir and questioning why they were searching for him. She reasoned that someone like him would surely survive and return on his own. The others were unconvinced, their expressions practically shouting, "Yeah, right." Oliver, already fed up with Yua's careless attitude, glared at her. But Yua was distracted, her eyes glued to her phone, reading a message from her younger brother, "Nuna, we've got a new uncle now. He's super cool. Come home fast. The legends are true." Oliver roared in frustration, but Yua ignored him, curious about the identity of this uncle who had her brother so excited. Deciding she'd had enough of the meeting, she got up, excused herself, and left, casually dumping everything on the others. Stunned, the room fell silent as they watched her walk out. Oliver, at his breaking point, clutched his head and yelled, "The boss is missing, the Vice-Lord's a lunatic, and everything's falling on my bald head." Meanwhile, at the Aquarius Holy Land, Sophie Marty's residence, hundreds of reporters crowded outside the castle gates, shouting questions. They demanded to know if she was involved in recent events, what had really happened 20 years ago, and the identity of the kidnapper. The guards stood firm, barring entry and claiming the Holy Maiden was resting. The reporters, seizing this morsel of information, swarmed like flies on a carcass, desperate for more details. They were told only that the Holy Maiden would speak at a later time. Upstairs, Sophie peeked out from beneath her blankets, glaring at the noisy crowd below. She muttered curses at Li Gun under her breath, wondering what he was scheming by dragging her into this mess. Annoyed but still mindful of her dignity, she bit her nails, mumbling that whatever trouble this was, it had better not cause her any lasting harm. Her thoughts drifted back to a few days prior when she escaped the auction house. Outside the Aquarius Palace, her attendants had escorted her, completely concealed. The crowd had murmured about her alleged kidnapping, but then, Sophie's necklace began to glow. The onlookers panicked, fearing it might be an explosive. However, instead of an explosion, everyone's attention shifted to a glowing message above Sophie's head. Who said I, Li Gun, am dead? Tell everyone the truth about what happened 20 years ago. Sophie was at her wit's end, tugging at her hair in despair. If she revealed the truth, the other zodiac saints would surely kill her, but if she kept silent, Li Gun wouldn't leave her alone. The cursed necklace couldn't be removed, trapping her in a lose-lose situation. In her frustration, Sophie lost control completely, screaming, "It's all that bastard Li Gun's fault." Meanwhile, somewhere else, Li Gun itched as if someone were bad-mouthing him. Standing in line to order a hamburger and fried chicken, he paused and muttered to himself, or maybe I should just cook some instant ramen. The news broadcasted that Saintess Sophie had yet to make any public statements or leave the Holy Land. Analysts speculated that her silence would trigger a series of events. In a dimly lit room, a man watched the news on TV, his chin resting on his hand. He murmured cryptically, "This isn't good." At the Sagittarius Sanctuary, in Hugo's residence, Oteksu released an arrow that struck the bullseye with precision. Lowering the intricately crafted bow, he admired his shot. His companion, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly asked if Hugo liked the new arrows. Hugo praised them, calling them far superior to the ones made by Capricorn's artisans. Suddenly, Hugo's companion turned annoyed, grumbling, "Of course, you can't even compare them." With a swift motion, Li Gun's arrow split Hugo's in half, embedding itself perfectly into the bullseye. 10 points. John declared, grinning as Hugo stared in bewilderment, grumbling, "You're overdoing it, man." Hugo remarked on John's audacity, especially since he was blindfolded and using a wooden bow. It was clear he was just showing off. Chastised, Li Gun only laughed mischievously. "Just messing with you a bit. Why so serious?" At that moment, a cool glass of ice water appeared in front of Li Gun, served on a tray by a kneeling Sanjay. Reverently presenting both the water and a towel, Sanjay beamed with admiration. John accepted them with a broad grin, laughing with the boy, oblivious to the vein throbbing on Hugo's forehead. Hugo was fuming, ready to scold his son for pampering his idol while ignoring his own father. But realizing brute force wouldn't work, he forced a smile and approached Sanjay. "Hey, I'm thirsty too. Can I have some water?" Without hesitation, Sanjay splashed cold water onto his dad and retorted, "The water's in the fridge, Dad. Get it yourself." The frosty response left Hugo sulking, flopping around in mock frustration while still watching Li Gun enjoy his drink with glee. Ignoring the playful banter between father and son, Li Gun opened his system panel, musing about the boost in his power after the recent drama. He noticed a new feature: the sanctuary of the Serpent-Bearer constellation had been unlocked. Though at a low level, the sanctuary, akin to the zodiac temples, had formed as a private palace where saints maintained their powers. Li Gun had never possessed a sanctuary before, but the system now allowed him to manage it. It also gave him the ability to bring in a human household member to enhance its power. Puzzled by the term household member, Li Gun's thoughts were interrupted by Sanjay, who asked, "Uncle, do you want to go out?" Tayo stopped sulking, looked up, and asked his friend, "Do you have an appointment with someone?" With a confident smile, Leon simply replied, "I have a lot of people to meet today." Later, he arrived at a fried chicken restaurant called Pioma, sitting across from the impeccably dressed Gemini Guild leader, who looked every bit like a smooth-talking scammer. The man flashed a bright smile, looking past the enormous tray of chicken, enough to feed an entire neighborhood, and fixed his gaze on the person sitting opposite him. Ignoring the shocked expressions of the staff, Leon devoured a portion of chicken meant for 50 people, chewing noisily as he made small talk. "You really never get tired of this, do you? Didn't you say you were busy? Sonic kept his polished, almost mechanical smile. Even when busy, gathering talent is essential. This talent, however, seemed particularly stubborn, so Sonic shifted to a more psychological approach, his sharp eyes piercing through his companion. You're not planning to bid millions on items at the auction with Gemini's money and simply walk away, are you? Millions? Of course, Sonic was deliberately keeping him on the hook with that. Watching Leon casually wipe his mouth after another bite, Sonic felt utterly defeated, considering the immense risk he was taking with this man. Though dealing with Leon was initially a hassle, he had to admit the guy had his uses. Today, Leon had come to meet Sonic because, after handling the asshair pest, his next target was that rotten little witch. With a serious expression, all while holding a chicken leg, Leon declared, "All right, I'll join the Gemini Guild." Seizing the moment, Sonic eagerly began setting a date for the initiation, but Leon cut him off, pointing the chicken leg at the golden badge on Sonic's jacket. Leon added a condition: he wanted the badge Sonic was wearing. Immediately, the two bodyguards beside Sonic reacted with outrage. How dare you? This badge was personally gifted to the guild leader by Gemini himself. Unbothered, Leon kept eating and snapped, "Screw off. The adults are talking." Lowering his voice, he revealed to Sonic that he knew the badge granted access to all of Gemini's privileges. Before officially joining, he needed something valuable to feel secure. Echoing Sonic's earlier words about investing in talent, Leon held the chicken leg menacingly as he pushed for an answer. Sonic hesitated but finally said, "Give me some time to think." The bodyguards bristled, itching to intervene, but Leon replied casually, "Fine, but hurry up." He reminded Sonic to decide quickly, mentioning he had another appointment to attend. Despite his seemingly packed schedule, Leon pulled out his phone and texted his nephew, explaining that he'd be stuck a bit longer. Sanjay quickly responded, saying his sister would also be late. Smiling at the message, Sanjay waited for his uncle at an ice cream shop, imagining how shocked his sister would be to see her idol in person. The thought filled him with excitement. Sanjay glanced at the once rusty, outdated dagger in his hand, now beautifully restored and gifted to him by a legend. He resolved to ask his uncle to carve his name into it once he arrived. While lost in these happy thoughts, someone suddenly snatched the dagger from his hand with a mocking laugh. "Why are you messing around with a knife like a fool?" "I'm taking it," sneered a blonde punk. Sanjay stood up, glaring at the guy. "Hey! What are you doing with my dagger? Give it back." The blonde, Yunnan, led two lackeys, laughing arrogantly. Being an A-rank Gemini disciple, he didn't see Sanjay as worth his time. "Come on, is that really the tone you should be using with your senior?" he mocked, sneering at Sanjay's aggressive stance. Sanjay desperately wanted to punch him, but Yunnan was the son of the Libra Saint, which made acting rashly impossible. The jerk knew this, which only made him more insufferable. Thinking about the sword, a priceless gift from Leon, Sanjay became furious and shouted for it back. In response, Yunnan's two lackeys pressed him down hard against the table, laughing at his struggle while the nosy patrons in the ice cream shop watched the scene unfold. The more agitated Sanjay became, the more delighted Sivan grew, throwing out even harsher taunts. "You sure like to talk big while pinned down. What's this thing to you, huh? Is it something he gave you, that Lee gun you admire so much? Or maybe, a memento from your sleeping mother?" Hearing that, Sanjay's restraint snapped. His face tensed, veins bulged, and his eyes turned blue as he unleashed his energy, ready to attack Sivan with everything he had. Unexpectedly, the sacred item in Sivan's hand sensed its owner's distress and activated a random skill. A blinding light erupted from the dagger, stunning everyone, and Sivan was nearly blinded. Suddenly, a pitch-black head shot out from the dagger, slamming squarely into Sivan's nose. The ice cream shop erupted into chaos as patrons gawked in terror. They couldn't believe their eyes. A man was emerging from the dagger itself, looking as creepy as a mummified corpse breaking free from its seal. By the time Lee Gun's entire body had appeared, Sivan was so frightened he fell backward, smacking his head against the floor. "Uncle Lee Gun!" Sanjay's eyes sparkled with hope as he called out to him. Rubbing his head from the sudden appearance, Lee Gun turned to see his nephew behind him. "Sanjay? What are you doing here?" Overjoyed, Sanjay asked, "Uncle, How did you know I was here? Scratching his head, Li Gun looked puzzled. I was at a chicken shop, actually. I guess that summoning skill I added to the dagger activated. Shoving his hands into his pockets, Li Gun surveyed the scene. If the dagger had summoned him, that could only mean someone was threatening Sanjay. He glanced at the blonde holding his nose and the two lackeys still pinning Sanjay to the table. His grin spread wide, sending a chill through anyone who saw it. Messing with my nephew, huh? Li Gun said, his tone low and dangerous. What followed was a beatdown that made everyone in the shop shudder. Minutes earlier, Li Gun had been sitting with the president of the Gemini Star Society, finalizing his agreement to join the guild in exchange for the prized badge. Overjoyed by Li Gun's acceptance, Sonic couldn't contain his glee, though he secretly planned to use a contractual loophole to retrieve the badge later. Confident, he handed over the badge and waited for Li Gun to sign the papers. But before the ink could hit the contract, Li Gun disappeared, leaving behind nothing but a pile of fried chicken and a furious Gemini president stuck with an $800 bill. Back at the ice cream shop, chaos reigned. Broken furniture and dirt from shattered potted plants were strewn across the floor, and two boys lay unconscious nearby. Li Gun had Sivan pinned down, punching him relentlessly. Gripping his neck, Li Gun kneed him repeatedly in the stomach, ignoring Sivan's frantic attempts to plead his case. I'm an A-rank Gemini disciple. My father's a company chairman. My mother is the Libra Saintess. Sivan stammered, but Li Gun didn't care. The more Sivan talked, the harder Li Gun hit him, leaving his face swollen and unrecognizable. Looking down at the crumpled figure, Li Gun cracked his knuckles. Get up, you little punk. I'm just getting started. Sivan panted heavily, fear overtaking him. All his defensive spells had failed, but he wasn't ready to give up. Clenching his fists, he let out a roar, and a surge of blue magic burst forth. Behind him, the image of a blue-armored bull materialized, radiating power. The locals nearby whispered nervously, "He's using magic in public. We better leave before we get caught in the crossfire." Grinning despite his swollen face, Sivan taunted, "This is what you get for underestimating me." But no matter how much power Sivan unleashed, Li Gun remained unscathed. Annoyed, Li Gun sneered, "You sure are loud." Effortlessly, Li Gun gathered the flame Sivan had conjured, compressing them into a swirling sphere in his palm. "I thought you might have some real skill, but this wouldn't even light a briquette," he mocked. A system notification appeared before Li Gun. "You have suppressed the opponent's magic. S-rank Ferris Bull data acquired." Sivan gawked in disbelief. "You're a magician?" "Nah, just a blacksmith," Li Gun replied casually, as the system informed him he could now utilize the acquired skill temporarily. Compressing the flame further, Li Gun forged it into a blazing blue crystal. The majestic image of the Ferris bull appeared behind him, pushing everything away with its sheer energy. Reciting the chant to summon the Ferris bull, Li Gun unleashed its power, blowing Sivan across the room and slamming him into a wall. Sivan lay crumpled, but in the air, unable to move as Li Gun turned away. Li Gun issued a cold warning, "Touch Sanjay again, and I'll burn you for real." Turning to his nephew with a calm expression, he added, "If you run into thugs like these again, just call me. Your uncle's got your back." Sanjay's admiration grew even deeper, his face lighting up as if seeing his first crush. As the commotion settled, Sanjay's sister, Yue, burst in, alarmed by the chaotic scene. "What happened here? It's a total mess," she exclaimed. Spotting her brother, she hurried over. "Are you hurt? Are you okay?" she asked, concern etched across her face. Brimming with excitement, Sanjay pulled her aside and pointed toward Li Gun. "Look over there," he said. "That's him. The hero who conquered countless calamities, the savior of humanity, and the protagonist of the movie we've watched 100 times, it's Li Gun." But instead of seeing a rugged, battle-worn warrior, Yue found herself staring at a man barely older than herself. Li Gun turned toward her, looking puzzled. Yue blinked in disbelief, pinching her cheek to confirm she wasn't dreaming. When she realized she was fully awake, the air around her seemed to turn pink. How could someone be this handsome? She remembered tales of his scars and his time spent in the demon tower and had expected someone far different. Quickly shaking off her flustered thoughts, she reminded herself that his return was the true miracle. Still, her reaction made her seem more love-struck than even Sanjay had been moments before. Sanjay snapped her out of her daze, teasing, "You're actually saying all of that out loud, you know." Her face turned crimson, and she began bowing repeatedly as Li Gun smiled warmly and greeted her. "No need to be so formal. If you're Hugo's kid, that makes you my niece," he said casually. Speechless, Yue's eyes welled with tears. Sanjay smirked. "Happy now, sis?" Ignoring him, Yue looked at Li Gun with trembling resolve. She stammered, struggling to voice her request. Li Gun assumed she wanted an autograph and readily agreed, but before she could finish, the ground began shaking violently. A calamity burst forth, cutting off her words. Despite the chaos, Li Gun managed to catch part of her sentence and asked, "Wait, what was that?" In an instant, Yue's spear cleaved the calamity in two. Her demeanor shifted from sweet to fiercely determined. "One moment, uncle," she said, her voice steely. "I'll properly ask after I deal with this." With that, she charged into battle, leaving Li Gun momentarily frozen in shock. Turning to Sanjay, he asked, "Did I hear that right?" Sanjay sighed, patting his uncle's shoulder. "Yep, meeting you flipped her switch." Still in disbelief, Li Gun pressed on. "Pro? What does she mean?" Meanwhile, dark clouds blanketed the sky as monstrous calamities swarmed the streets, forcing people to flee in terror. Yue tore through them relentlessly, spinning her spear with ferocity. Facing an overwhelming horde, she stomped down with enough force to crack the earth beneath her, shouting, "Don't get in the way of my proposal." Her spear glowed with fierce energy as she hurled it skyward, unleashing a massive beam of light that obliterated the calamities in a hellish firestorm. Li Gun sighed in relief, realizing he had worried for nothing. Yue was even stronger than Hugo. Spotting Li Gun, Yue reverted to her sweet demeanor. "Uncle, I'm done here," she called out. But in her moment of distraction, a lurking calamity pounced, aiming for her head. Li Gun reacted instantly, pulling both Yue and Sanjay to safety. Amid the lingering flames, a mocking female voice echoed, "Oh? You dodged that? Not bad for a human. I like you." A strange woman perched atop a monster smirked, her thorny whip gleaming. "Next, I'll make you my new pet," she sneered. Li Gun stepped forward, his voice brimming with amusement. "Why is everyone playing with fire today?" "Well, this works, I need a furnace to craft divine artifacts." Grinning, he declared, "All right, you're hired as gas burner number 1. The monstrous woman wasn't offended, instead, her smirk widened. "You've got spirit, human. Training you will be fun." Earlier, Yue had frozen upon recognizing the creature as a calamity. She had been preparing to fight it, but Li Gun gently tapped her forehead. "You were planning to handle this alone, weren't you? No need. Leave this beast to me. You two focus on protecting everyone else. I trust you because I know you're strong, so trust me to handle this." Yue smiled softly. She and Sanjay nodded, ready to back him up. Together, they unleashed their powers, bracing themselves for a showdown against the calamity. Li Gun's gaze stayed fixed on the monstrous woman, determined to make her his personal furnace. As the beastly creature lashed her thorny whip wildly, screaming, "More! More! More!" With each strike, Li Gun remained unfazed, effortlessly dodging every blow with incredible speed, his hands casually tucked in his pockets. Her laughter grew louder and more manic as her strikes became harsher. "This is what I call training," she exclaimed, whipping him so hard that he was sent crashing into nearby buildings, debris scattering everywhere. The impact was massive, leaving smoke and destruction in its wake. Amid the chaos, Li Gun emerged from the rubble, still bound by the whip. Kneeling on one knee, his tattered clothes clung to him, but he rose, clearly annoyed. In a swift motion, he snapped the whip as if tearing apart a piece of soft fabric. "Is this all you've got?" he asked disdainfully. "You're just noisy, not impressive." The monstrous woman's face contorted in shock, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. Below her, the beast she commanded opened its enormous jaws, unleashing a torrent of flames at Li Gun. A deafening explosion followed, the fire spreading like a nuclear blast. Smoke and heat engulfed the area, creating an apocalyptic scene. Meanwhile, Sanjay's magic-formed figure worked tirelessly to shield civilians from the falling debris, urging them to evacuate to safety. As soon as the last person was out, he brushed off his hands and ran toward Yue, who was fixated on the battle in the distance. Yue couldn't shake off her growing unease. While Li Gun was undoubtedly powerful, calamities belonging to the fantasy races were among the most dangerous foes. The one before them had to be red grade or higher. Her mind raced with what-ifs, especially worrying about the effects of Li Gun's prolonged time in the Demon Tower. Without hesitation, she dashed toward him, ignoring Sanjay's protests. The battlefield surrounding Li Gun resembled a gateway to hell, fire and devastation everywhere. Yet, he laughed, invigorated by the destruction. "Now that's real fire," he exclaimed gleefully. That Gemini brat's flames were downright lukewarm. From within the smoke, his silhouette slowly emerged, his eyes faintly glowing green. He gathered the creature's fire into a blazing orb, grinning wildly. "I've decided, you'll be my forging flame," he declared. The system's notification appeared, confirming the flames could now be used in spatial creation. The monstrous woman, still reeling from his resilience, panicked. Her once confident demeanor faltered as she saw Li Gun alive amidst her inferno. Raising his hand, he summoned a crafting hammer, the system urging him to select a target for enhancement. Li Gun held the flame orb aloft, smashing it with the hammer to initiate the enhancement. The circle of magic that appeared beneath him glowed brightly, creating a whirlwind of energy. The woman, realizing his intent, screamed defiantly, gathering her flames for another attack. However, she failed to notice Yue sneaking behind her. With a magic spear in hand, Yue unleashed a thunderclap skill, electricity crackling as it struck the monster. The Calamity roared in pain, but the situation turned against Yue when the creature grabbed her spear and crushed it into molten metal. Furious, it hurled Yue into a nearby building. The impact left her coughing up blood, much to the monster's delight. As the Calamity lunged at Yue, jaws open wide like a gaping chasm, it suddenly stopped, yanked back by an unseen force. Yue's shock turned into relief when she saw Li Gun holding the beast's tail. Laughing heartily, he said, "Where do you think you're going? I'm the one you should be playing with." The bizarre fight turned comical as Li Gun effortlessly swung the enormous creature, slamming it into the ground with enough force to send shockwaves through the area. The beast lay motionless, leaving the Calamity's master in utter disbelief. "How could a human toss a hell lizard like that?" she whispered, horrified. Li Gun's gaze darkened with killing intent as he addressed the demon woman. "If you touch Yue again, I'll kill you," he warned, his tone cold and venomous. The woman, feeling as though she was staring into the eyes of a deadly predator, broke into a nervous sweat. Refusing to admit defeat, she began radiating a blinding purple light, her body transforming into a more grotesque and powerful form with wings characteristic of a hellwing species. Li Gun remained unimpressed, his laid-back demeanor intact. "Another trick? Fine," he muttered. The Calamity rushed forward with blinding speed, unleashing her hellbound attack that tore through the ground. She clashed with Li Gun in a massive burst of magic power, causing Yue to scream, "Uncle," as the area was consumed in a blinding flash of light. When the smoke cleared, the Calamity stared in disbelief at her failed attack. Li Gun stood, unharmed, wearing gloves enhanced with hellwing flames. The gloves' attributes, fire resistance, and a boost from eating spicy food made him nearly invincible. Li Gun hadn't yet had the chance to try level 7 spicy noodles since the gloves he wore were cheap, designed for single use only. The Calamity stared in disbelief, her eyes darting between the shabby glove and Li Gun's face, which was rapidly healing thanks to the system's auto-regeneration. "Pay the price for lighting the city on fire," he said with a smirk, "by becoming the fire in my smithy for the rest of your life." The woman gawked, unable to believe it. "Impossible. You blocked my hellbound attack with a vinyl glove?" she spat, humiliated. Li Gun laughed victoriously, a mischievous glint in his eye. What's wrong with vinyl gloves? Are you looking down on them? You have no idea how useful these are when eating spicy chicken, he quipped. The system interface appeared on cue, notifying him that the Hellwing flames were too corrupted with evil energy to be absorbed into the Serpent Star without purification. Purification, huh? Sounds like a job for my purifying punch, he grinned, cracking his knuckles. Without hesitation, Li Gun launched himself at the Calamity, delivering a series of relentless blows. The monstrous woman crumbled to the ground, but her essence didn't purify as intended. Instead, she was left lifeless. Oops. Guess punching wasn't the way to purify her, he shrugged nonchalantly. Turning his attention to the Hell Lizard, he muttered, looks like you're up next. Gas burner number 1 is out of commission, so you'll have to take its place. The lizard, seeing its master defeated, quickly raised a white flag in surrender. From that moment, it became a captive of the Serpent Star. Li Gun rattled off a series of ridiculous names for the creature until it finally settled on Torch. Yue and Sanjay arrived just as Li Gun was wrapping up, battered but clearly still in good spirits. Yue didn't waste time, immediately bringing up something pressing. Her tone was sharp and direct, making Li Gun's stomach churn with unease. Recalling Yue's earlier mention of a proposal, he thought, oh no, I'm doomed. He stammered nervously, attempting to change the subject, only to realize she was referring to something else entirely. What really happened in the Demon Tower 20 years ago? She asked, her voice tinged with accusation. I've always had doubts. The zodiac stars claimed you sacrificed yourself to protect humanity, but why were you the only one to die? It doesn't add up. Her fists clenched as she continued, her suspicions pouring out. You didn't sacrifice yourself willingly, did you? Something always felt off. And after seeing your strength today, I'm certain of it. You were betrayed? Li Gun sighed, recognizing there was no point in denying it. Sharp as ever. Takes after her father, he muttered. Memories of that fateful day resurfaced, the pain of betrayal etched in his mind. He revealed the truth. 20 years ago, one of the 12 saints had stabbed him in the back, literally and figuratively, during the battle inside the Demon Tower. Yue and Sanjay were stunned. The Zodiac Stars and Legion were supposed to protect humanity. How could they do this to you? Sanjay demanded, his voice shaking with disbelief. Li Gun nodded grimly. That's the problem. I was too strong, stronger than all 12 of them combined. I killed the Crimson-Eyed Beast by myself. That made me a threat. With the Calamity's leader gone, the Zodiac Stars had no more monsters to exploit for money and power. So, they conspired to eliminate me, the one obstacle in their path. The siblings trembled with rage, tears welling in their eyes as the truth sank in. Sanjay bowed his head, his voice barely above a whisper. So they trapped you in that tower, took the glory that was rightfully yours, and left you to die, after everything you did to save humanity? Li Gun placed a reassuring hand on their shoulders. Thanks, but there's no need to cry. They'll pay for what they've done, 1,000,000-fold. Pulling out his phone, he checked the news. Headlines buzzed about Saintess Sophie Marty and rumors surrounding Li Gun's survival. In South Korea, journalists and reporters crowded a conference room, eagerly awaiting revelations about the events of 20 years ago. Speculation ran wild, tying the upcoming disclosure to the recent DRMA incident and whispers of Li Gun being alive. Cameras flashed, anticipation thick in the air. As Sophie finally stepped onto the stage, she smiled outwardly, but inside she was sweating bullets, wishing she could flee the press conference. However, running wasn't an option. Around her neck hung Li Gun's holy relic, suppressing her every move. She didn't know what it might do if she resisted, leaving her trapped like a puppet. Sophie had no choice but to say exactly what Li Gun wanted, though the mere thought filled her with dread. She feared the wrath of the Zodiac Stars if they discovered the truth, but more than that, she feared Li Gun might kill her if she failed. Sophie hesitated, then began her speech. The reason I'm here today, as you've all suspected, is to reveal the truth about the events of 20 years ago. She paused, lowering her head. Back then, it was a significant event. 13 heroes fought against the Crimson-Eyed Beast and were celebrated ever since. Her voice faltered. But in reality, the one who defeated the crimson-eyed beast that day was, she exhaled heavily, her reluctance plain. At last, she uttered, "Li Gun." At first, the journalists didn't react, but a few moments later, the room fell into stunned silence before erupting into chaos. A flood of questions followed. Was it really Li Gun who defeated the crimson-eyed beast and not Stephen Marker? Have the 12 zodiac saints been lying for 20 years? Is Li Gun still alive? Sophie's face darkened as the onslaught continued. Just as she was about to confirm that Li Gun was indeed alive, a wave of dark energy surged toward her, sending chills down her spine. A menacing figure appeared behind her, John Louis, the Capricorn Saint. Sophie spun around, her terror evident. Morin smirked at her, then sneered at the press. "You don't look well, Saintess. Seems like this press conference is too much for you, isn't it?" His pupils glowed red as his face twisted with malice. He moved closer, cutting the microphone off before Sophie could respond. Trembling, she asked, "Why are you here?" Leaning in, Morin hissed, "Shut up. What the hell do you think you're doing? Do you even know your place? All you had to do was parade around as the Saintess, just like always. What complaints could you possibly have to pull a stunt like this? Say another word into that mic, and I'll tear your mouth off for the world to see." Morin switched the microphone back on, his tone calm and collected as he addressed the room. "The Saintess has been threatened, which explains her reckless words just now. Rest assured, I'm here to protect her." His flawless delivery silenced the room. He then declared the press conference over. But one bold reporter interjected, "Wait. What about Li Gun?" Before the question could be finished, dark magic surged through the air. Morin, his hands in his pockets, glared menacingly. "Li Gun died in the Demon Tower 20 years ago. What more is there to say? If he's alive, let him show himself." His icy gaze sent chills through the room, silencing some but not all. The same reporter persisted, "Then who's blackmailing the Saintess?" The question reignited the room's fervor, infuriating Morin. As veins bulged on his temple, the oppressive dark energy around him thickened. Cursing under his breath, he prepared to silence everyone with a blast of magic. But before he could unleash it, a kick came flying in. "Look at you! About to kill reporters? Have you no shame?" Li Gun's voice boomed as Morin crashed into the wall, leaving a massive hole behind Sophie, who clutched her head in terror and screamed, "He's here!" Still dazed from the blow, Morin didn't see clearly before Li Gun charged in, dragging the tail of the hell lizard behind him. Swinging it theatrically, Li Gun greeted him with mocking flair. "Long time no see, you rotten crab. Your face is still as wrinkled as ever. Here, I brought you a gift." He slammed the lizard's tail into Morin, shattering the ground beneath them. Sophie, still trembling, was dumbfounded to realize the tail belonged to a hell lizard. Meanwhile, the creature curled up in the corner like a zoo exhibit, looking pitiful. Sanjay, arriving at the scene, couldn't resist commenting. "There's even a sign that says, 'Please don't feed the lizard,'" he quipped, earning curious glances from the growing crowd. Li Gun stood over Morin's collapsed body, muttering in frustration. "Hey, rotten crab, who gave you the right to end the press conference? Are you insane?" But before he could get another word in, Morin's clone dissolved into black mist, and the real Morin reappeared behind him, standing tall and composed. "That tail, it must be from the hell lizard. I heard it was repelled not long ago. Was that your doing?" Morin asked with a sneer as dark energy began swirling around him. Li Gun scowled, recognizing the aura. "Bastard, you're still playing games with your clones, huh?" Morin stared at him in confusion, his eyes narrowing. He didn't recognize the man before him but was clearly unsettled by how much this stranger seemed to know about his abilities. Before Morin could voice his thoughts, Li Gun smirked and, in his usual over-the-top style, declared, "Who else do you think I am? I'm Li Gun." The room fell into stunned silence. The reporters stared, unable to process the claim. Then, laughter erupted. The idea that the legendary Li Gun, dead for 20 years, could be standing before them, looking barely older than 30, was absurd. Even Morin chuckled darkly. "Impressive skills, but you're delusional. If you're going to impersonate someone, at least pick someone believable. His words were cut off as Li Gun swung the hell lizard's tail, smacking him square in the face and sending him flying into a wall. Li Gun twirled the tail like a baton, glaring at the stunned crowd. All of you need a good beating to wake up. What are you laughing at? Come here, he barked, sending the journalists scattering in panic. On the stage, Sophie tried to slink away, but the tail cracked against the wall beside her, blocking her path. Li Gun loomed over her, arms crossed, his grin wicked and his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. Where do you think you're going, pest? You're not done. Finish telling the truth. He leaned in, pressing a finger against her forehead. Spill it. Tell them about how you ran from the Crimson Eye 20 years ago, how you sold me out, and how your face is the result of limitless science. Go on. Terrified, Sophie cursed him silently. This madman was exposing everything on his own. Suddenly, the room was engulfed in black mist, thick and suffocating. The system panel flashed before Li Gun, warning, the energy of the darkest star is approaching. Mormont reappeared, his pure black magic surging wildly. The oppressive force shattered the ceiling lights one by one, plunging the room into near darkness. Reporters screamed, clutching their heads as the overwhelming aura bore down on them. Sophie whimpered, clutching at Li Gun's sleeve. Oh my god. Li Gun turned, grinning. Calling me a god now? I knew you'd see the light eventually. Not you. Sophie snapped. This insane chaos. Within the swirling black mist, Mormont's shadowed figure stood tall, his power manifesting as a monstrous, tentacled humanoid figure with glowing, lashless eyes. His voice dripped with malice as he addressed Li Gun. I'll admit, I didn't expect you to be the real deal. So, you survived the Demon Tower, huh? Then allow me to throw you a proper welcome party. Li Gun's grin faded, his posture tensing. The air was electric with tension. Behind him, Sophie looked like she was seconds away from passing out. Even Li Gun couldn't ignore the suffocating pressure from Mormont's new form. Mormont rose into the air, his body cloaked in dark energy that clashed against Li Gun's radiant blue aura. Their opposing forces filled the room, signaling an impending clash of titanic proportions. Meanwhile, back at Oteksu's home, far from the chaos, he stirred a steaming pot of noodles, sighing. SJ, Yua, and Gon are all out. Guess it's ramen for dinner. He plopped down on the couch, flipping on the news. The live broadcast displayed the carnage at the press conference, with frantic reporters narrating every moment. As you can see, the man claiming to be Li Gun is engaged in a fierce battle with the Cancer Saint. Oteksu froze, the noodle hanging limply from his mouth. Speak of the devil. On screen, Mormont unleashed a massive black magic orb, slamming it into the ground. The floor cracked and debris shot everywhere, sending the crowd scattering. Li Gun dodged the attack with ease, leaping gracefully over the destruction. He smirked, taunting, "Is that all? Weak." But Mormont grinned wickedly. Fallen right into my trap? With a flick of his wrist, the dark energy in the ground erupted, forming jagged spikes that shot up toward Li Gun. Mormont froze in shock as he watched Li Gun unsheath a blade, aiming its tip at the Cancer Zodiac's assault. Launching into the air, Li Gun spun effortlessly, the two halves of the sheath falling away like a scene from a painting, prompting the reporters to cheer in amazement. With a graceful flip, he landed with flair, flashing a triumphant grin. Without hesitation, his body crackled with blue lightning, bolts flashing like a strobe light as he shot forward at lightning speed toward Mormont. Unimpressed, Mormont didn't bother charging another magic orb, sneering in disdain. What have you been doing for 20 years? Practicing gymnastics. His arms dropped, releasing black energy that ripped through the ground, aiming straight for Li Gun. This time, instead of dodging, Li Gun swung his blade, slicing through the magic as easily as chopping vegetables. Is that all you've got? He jeered. He darted forward in a lightning-fast strike, slicing Mormont in two, but something felt off. The figure dissolved into black smoke, it was just a fragment of Mormont's body. Damn it, how irritating, Li Gun growled. Have you spent the past 20 years perfecting cloning tricks? Mormont's sly voice came from behind him, reforming from the smoke. I'll take that as a compliment. Suddenly, a swirling black vortex materialized, tearing through the room and nearly sweeping Sophie away as she hid behind a wooden table. The vortex, however, wasn't just chaotic wind, it absorbed black energy from the mouths of the nearby reporters. Li Gun's irritation grew as he gripped his sword tighter. "You lunatic, how are you planning to cover up a mess like this?" Morin landed lightly on the ground, dark energy swirling around his hands, siphoned from the reporters. "I'll deal with that later," he replied nonchalantly. "Right now, it's more worthwhile to take care of you, and to use this crowd to my advantage." Realization dawned on Li Gun, and his glare darkened. "Was it you? The one who stabbed me in the tower?" Morin didn't answer directly but taunted instead. "Obsessing over that, are you? You'd think the hero who saved the world wouldn't cling to petty grudges. People might mistake you for a common thug rather than a saint." Truth or not, every word out of Morin's mouth disgusted Li Gun. "Wow, you sure talk big for a coward hiding behind clones," he snapped. Finally, Morin revealed the nature of his clones. They weren't ordinary creations. They were formed from the life force of the drained reporters. "If you destroy one recklessly, their life force will be lost forever," he warned, grinning maliciously. "Your disgusting tactics match your face," Li Gun chuckled darkly. The clones, now numbering many, surrounded him, their creepy smiles overlapping as they spoke in unison. "These will be your last words. Now, die." They charged all at once, relentlessly attacking Li Gun, but soon their expressions twisted in confusion. They hadn't been striking him but the tail of a hell lizard. Li Gun suddenly appeared behind them, smirking. "This is a new trick I picked up at Drama, you idiots." Clenching his fist, he punched the nearest clone, a system panel flashing in his mind. Skill activated. Get hit in my place allowed him to summon a target he'd recently interacted with as a shield, replacing targets as needed. The punch landed with a crack, making the Morin clone cry out in pain. Through his connection to Morin's essence, Li Gun located the real clone among them. "Thanks to my 13th sense, I've pinpointed your weak spot," he thought but kept the insight to himself. Smirking, he added aloud, "I told you, your methods are filthy and foul. Even your core reeks." From the chest of the upper-class clone, Li Gun extracted a pale purple crystal where its heart should have been. The clone screamed in agony. Not even a Gemini constellation expert could have found that core. "How did you?" the clone gasped. But Li Gun paid no attention. The hell serpent within him devoured the fragment of Cancer's core, which contained 33% of Morin's soul and 20% of Cancer's zodiac power. The Cancer constellation cracked visibly, and the system panel flashed warnings as Morin's dark star magic began to dissipate. The swirling vortex vanished, leaving behind a devastated, smoke-filled space. The reporters, who had been drained earlier, slowly regained consciousness, confused but grateful to be alive. Li Gun glared at the fading upper-class clone, still holding the crystal. Struggling, the clone asked, "What happened to you in that tower? I can feel divine energy radiating from you." Li Gun laughed coldly. "You sure talk a lot for someone beaten to a pulp. Don't worry, though, I'll put this core I ripped out to good use." The black mist around the clone thinned, fading into nothingness. Although Morin had clearly lost, he maintained a faint grin, promising to return with a gift guaranteed to give Li Gun a major headache. Li Gun shrugged off the threat, uninterested in Morin's bluster. However, knowing Morin's nature, he understood this retreat was unlikely to be permanent. Morin would be back, either with a grand entrance or a sneak attack. Suddenly, Li Gun's phone vibrated. Pulling it out, he saw Taku's name flashing on the screen. The moment he answered, Taku's furious voice erupted from the other end. "You idiot! What are you doing? There's no time to explain, get out of there now." Li Gun frowned in confusion as Taku rambled on, "I'm watching the news. You just took down one of Johann Louis Morin's high-ranking ski sons. Don't you know what that means? Missiles are about to rain down on your position." Still processing the words, Li Gun suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. A satellite in orbit had locked onto his location, activating a missile launch sequence. The missile, the fearsome Mormont, was humanity's ultimate weapon, designed by the Capricorn and Gemini constellations to eradicate catastrophe-class threats. It was a massive, devastating projectile capable of obliterating an entire region. Hearing this, Li Gun muttered, "So they went and built something like that. So overkill. Don't just stand there analyzing it." Taku snapped, exasperated. Mormont programmed those missiles to fire automatically if any of his vital sign-linked ski suns were eliminated. And these aren't just any clones, they're practically extensions of him. Stop dawdling. But Li Gun didn't move, instead countering, "If I just run, it won't solve anything. It'll still wipe out this city, and probably others too. What's the plan?" Taku groaned, rubbing his temples. "You're impossible." Meanwhile, Li Gun glanced at Sophie, flashing a mischievous grin that made her shift uncomfortably. "Don't look at me like that," Sophie muttered, but Li Gun's grin only widened. "I have an idea." Above the Earth, the Mormont missile had already launched, streaking towards Seoul City at incredible speed. Emergency alerts blared, and chaos erupted as terrified citizens fled toward shelters. "Why is a catastrophe-class weapon targeting downtown?" people screamed. In the midst of the panic, Sanjay and Yua frantically searched for their uncle, unaware of his whereabouts. Suddenly, a brilliant blue streak shot across the sky, moving faster than their eyes could follow. Sanjay gasped. "It's Uncle gone." High above, Li Gun carried Sophie over his shoulder, soaring toward the missile on waves of magical energy. Sophie, meanwhile, screamed in sheer terror. Activating his Gemini constellation authority, Li Gun combined teleportation with his wandering skill, instantly positioning himself and Sophie in front of the incoming missile. Sophie's panicked voice cut through the wind. "You maniac! What are you thinking?" "Simple," Li Gun replied, smirking. "You're going to melt that thing." Sophie recoiled. "No way," she yelled, but before she could argue further, Li Gun grabbed her hands, spun her around, and hurled her directly toward the missile. "You can turn anything into liquid," Li Gun shouted after her. "So just do it, or we're all going to die. You've been wasting 20 years, so make yourself useful for once." Sophie's screams of outrage echoed as she hurtled toward the missile. "You lunatic! Don't throw me like that." Her panic was palpable, but there was no escape now. As Sophie neared the missile, she instinctively summoned the Aquarius goddess, who immediately berated Li Gun in her usual fiery tone. "Is this your idea of a plan, you madman? I don't have time for your recklessness." But there was no time for complaints. With Sophie begging the goddess to act, the Aquarius deity reluctantly unleashed her full power. Sophie's tears, fueled by overwhelming fear, activated the tears skill, creating a massive wave of water. The liquid magic surged toward the missile, colliding with its immense energy. The forces clashed violently before the water overwhelmed the missile, tearing it into countless fragments. Dizzy and stunned, Sophie floated midair, muttering, I did it." But her relief was short-lived as she realized she was plummeting toward the ground. "That bastard isn't even going to catch me," she screamed. Li Gun hovered nearby, watching with a smirk. "You'll be fine," he called nonchalantly. "You're buffed now." Above them, the explosion from the missile's destruction scattered its fragments across the sky. Li Gun knew these could wreak havoc if left unchecked. Thinking fast, he recalled the Mormont missile's connection to the Gemini constellation. Smirking, he activated a communication link. "Taku, you listening?" In a distant sanctuary, Hugo, lounging peacefully, froze at the sound of Li Gun's voice. "What now?" he muttered, looking toward the sky. "I need your absolute aim skill, now," Li Gun said briskly. Hugo's instincts told him the situation was dire. Without hesitation, he transferred the skill to Li Gun, who received it with a sly grin. "Thanks, slave number one," he muttered under his breath. Using the Sagittarius constellation's absolute aim and his own teleportation authority, Li Gun directed every fragment of the missile to the Gemini Saint sanctuary. Below, citizens cheered, relieved as the crisis ended. Sanjay and Yua smiled, proud of their uncle. But in the Gemini sanctuary, chaos erupted as fragments rained down like a sci-fi nightmare. After the press conference aired in Korea, The nation was abuzz with the viral news of Li Gun's return after 2 decades. At the Blue House, within the president's secretary office, top officials were embroiled in a heated debate over the rumors surrounding Li Gun, his victory over the Cancer Saint and the halting of the Mormont missile. Amid the lively discussion, a sudden blue light sliced through the ceiling, prompting terrified screams. Out of nowhere, Li Gun landed squarely on the meeting table, clutching a dazed Suk in one hand and Taku, still donning a yellow apron with a cute bear motif, in the other. "What's all this whispering about? Got something bugging you?" "I'll handle it too while I'm at it," Li Gun remarked. "I'm here to reclaim my money. I heard you sold off my belongings after I vanished. Just remembered that on my way home." Even as the officials cowered in the corners, they couldn't help but murmur, "Isn't that Li Gun, the guy who was just on TV?" Seated with a menacing glare, he demanded an explanation as to why Taku, despite his authority, was blocked from accessing the account. A council member cautiously stepped forward, citing Hugo's status as a foreigner. "After your disappearance," he explained, "we couldn't trust a foreign saint. Combined with several incidents that weakened Sagittarius's power, we entrusted someone we deemed more reliable." Before he could finish, Li Gun's fist collided with his face. "The one you picked was that purple witch, wasn't it? I've already found out everything." Growing increasingly agitated, Li Gun loomed over the officials, exuding the aura of a street thug. His rage intensified as he barked, "How dare you disrespect Taku?" Just as Taku attempted to downplay the issue, Li Gun shot back, "It's fine for me to treat him like trash, he's my slave, but you lowlifes have no right." The cutting words left Taku stunned, his body frozen as Li Gun continued mocking him mercilessly. "He's got nothing going for him aside from his pretty face. Completely useless. But he's not someone you can treat this way." The officials exchanged nervous glances, bewildered at Li Gun's tirade against his own friend. Taku, overwhelmed, could only plead silently for it to end. Li Gun, relentless, scolded him for failing to enforce his citizenship rights. Reduced to stammered apologies, Taku looked utterly defeated. Finally, Li Gun clapped a hand on his shoulder, offering an ironic pat of encouragement. "Hang in there," he said. Taku, wiping away tears, muttered bitterly, "What kind of friend defends you by cursing you out?" Shifting back to the officials, Li Gun cracked his knuckles. "Now, where's my money? Hand it over before I tear this place apart." Before anyone could respond, a sharp scream resonated from above. Everyone turned as a pair of sharp heels descended, announcing the arrival of a woman draped in purple. It was Heisi, the notorious Gemini Saint. Li Gun's expression turned sour. "Leave the account alone," Heisi barked. "That money will be used to rebuild the Inyang Palace. Don't play dumb, you sent the missile fragments there, didn't you? The palace is now a wasteland thanks to you." Her fury was palpable, but Li Gun, tilting his head in mock confusion, asked flatly, "Who are you again?" Seething at the lack of recognition, Heisi prepared a summoning formation. The office workers, sensing an impending clash, scrambled to escape. Only Sun Hook remained, eager to witness the technique of the Gemini Saint. With an elaborate gesture, Heisi summoned the demon queen fairy Queen Requin. The spirit emerged, wings shimmering, her red hair braided, exuding an aura of divine power. Confidently, Heisi declared, "This spirit is as strong as a guardian god. You're finished." But before she could lower her arm, Li Gun dashed forward, grabbed her by the waist, and hurled her skyward through the ceiling. Her screams faded into the distance. Sun Hook, horrified, cried out, "Celestial Lord, where are you?" Meanwhile, Requin, now masterless, tried to retreat. Before she could vanish, Li Gun yanked her by the hair. "Catching a demon is easier than pulling onions," he quipped, ignoring her pleas for mercy. Just then, a loud crash signaled Heisi's unceremonious return, unconscious from her flight. Her transformation magic faded, revealing an unremarkable figure. "So you thought you'd win with that demon queen, huh? How'd that work out for you?" Li Gun jeered at the officials, still clutching the demon queen like a rag doll. Realizing they'd been duped into following a nobody, the officials stammered, we'll hand over the money. Shortly after, Li Gun and Hugo emerged from the Blue House, carrying documents instead of cash. Li Gun, grinning, remarked, "Let's eat." Over hamburgers at Sanjay's house, the group mulled over their next move. Peering into an ornate glass case housing a miniaturized Requin, Li Gun warned the Demon Queen to cooperate. Kneeling obediently, she nodded, reduced to nothing more than a submissive pawn. Li Gun wasn't finished yet. Holding up the sacred book, which contained everything in writing, he used it as a threat. "You'd better behave, or I'll trap you in this book instead." The Fairy Queen nodded so quickly it seemed faster than lightning. The first and most important question was whether that cranky, foul-mouthed witch wasn't showing herself or simply couldn't appear. The Fairy Queen nodded again, confirming the latter, which made Li Gun's expression turn smug. "I knew it," he said, tapping the floor. "If that's the case, then she's trapped somewhere, and it must be right here at SJ's house, isn't it?" The Demoness nodded again. Li Gun pressed her further, giving her the chance to speak and reveal where she was hiding. Seeing the Demoness tremble and hesitate, afraid to answer, he continued, "Do you want to say it yourself, or should I do it for you?" The Demoness, her face pale as a ghost, shakily pointed toward a statue in the corner of the room. It was the holy relic statue that had been gifted to SJ's house. Though pointing at it, she didn't dare look at it, knowing that either way, she was doomed. Li Gun would kill her for lying, and Heisi would kill her for telling the truth. Jinmen suddenly recalled that the statue had been smashed before. "Right?" he asked. Beaming with satisfaction, Li Gun grabbed the statue and chuckled. "I knew it. I could smell that nasty stench wafting in the air. Didn't that Hugh woman say she kissed this thing? That must have been magic to cast coordinates." Jinmen suddenly remembered blurting something like that in the past, never thinking it was an actual spell. Without hesitation, Li Gun activated his 13th sense, accessing the spirit realm within the statue. Sure enough, the statue began screaming in Heisi's voice, scolding Requin for betraying her. Yu was shocked, but what startled her most was that her uncle had been correct. That voice really was the Gemini Saint. Heisi, in spirit form, was inside the statue, clutching her head in frustration, despairing over her exposure to that bastard Li Gun. She lamented how things had turned out this way, all because of that cursed demon tower collapsing and spreading Li Gun's aura everywhere. Even in Inyang Palace, she had dropped her cup in shock the moment she sensed that familiar, spine-chilling aura. It had been unmistakable, Li Gun was alive. Once realizing this, she fled immediately, heading straight to her friend Sanjay's house. At first, it seemed like a good move, as her spies were already there, but she wanted to be sure. She used teleportation magic to possess the angel statue. Watching that fool Li Gun from inside the statue had been amusing until he smashed it into pieces. Jinmen's cries of sorrow matched her own despair. That was when she realized the consequences of her situation. If the vessel she possessed was destroyed, her spirit would become trapped, unable to escape. Thus, she ended up imprisoned inside the statue, completely unnoticed. When Jinmen came to repair it out of deep reverence for the Gemini Saint, Heisi's hope was reignited. However, her excitement vanished when Jinmen used nothing but glue to fix the damage. Every drop of glue felt like a piece of her hope slipping away into oblivion. She wailed in despair, but Jinmen, clueless as ever, made the already broken statue worse. From then on, Heisi remained trapped in the statue, watching Li Gun smugly plot to spread rumors about her bullying. It only made her more furious. Heisi screamed at the Fairy Queen to break free from the exhibition box, but instead of obeying, the cowardly Demon Queen helplessly muttered that she didn't want to, couldn't, and wouldn't. Even if she escaped, Li Gun would just capture her again. She begged her master not to force her into something so futile. Who would have thought the little demon would be so reasonable compared to Heisi? Heisi's spirit burned with rage, wishing she could punish the traitor, but then her gaze fell on Sanjay. She commanded him, as the Gemini Saint, to attack Li Gun immediately. Huh? Why would I do that? Sanjay's confused response left her dumbfounded. She hadn't noticed the room full of mini Li Guns and couldn't understand why Sanjay wouldn't fight his uncle, who happened to be his idol. What are you saying? Li Gun is our enemy. If you're a disciple of Gemini, fighting Li Gun is a given, she yelled desperately. However, Sanjay simply scratched his head and said, then I'll just leave the Gemini star group, I guess. Haisi froze for 5 seconds, stunned. What did you just say? She asked. Sanjay responded calmly, I may be a disciple of Gemini, but Uncle Li Gun is a hero in my eyes. If being part of the Gemini star means making us enemies, then I'm out. Without hesitation, he pulled the sacred emblem from his pocket and dropped it to the floor. Haisi stared in disbelief as the emblem hit the ground, causing the entire building to shake violently, like an earthquake. Haisi shrieked. This is the divine god's punishment, she cried. Sanjay had turned toward the Yukas constellation and would now suffer punishment for his betrayal. Instantly, Sanjay was struck by the guardian's magic. Blood streamed from his eyes, nose, and mouth as he collapsed. Yu and Jinmen panicked at the sight of their brother losing consciousness and hitting his head on the ground. Even Haisi grew anxious, urging Sanjay to beg for forgiveness. You're a candidate to be my successor. You'll be forgiven, just attack Li Gun, she pleaded. Sanjay trembled, struggling to move as angry voices filled the room, blaming Li Gun as a treacherous, unworthy figure. Shut up already. Sanjay roared, remembering how others had abandoned him in the past, including the time S-Hook urged him to flee from Jinmen and others. None of them cared about anyone but themselves. Only Uncle Li Gun truly cared for others, always risking his life to save people, even sacrificing himself if needed. That's why, in my eyes, Uncle Li Gun is the only hero. Don't you dare insult him, you bastards. Sanjay's fierce shout echoed as blue energy erupted from his body, blood still pouring from his wounds. His words triggered the appearance of Freya, the Gemini deity, ready to inflict severe punishment on Sanjay and take down Li Gun with him. But Li Gun wasn't fazed. Whispering a skill, severing the abyss, he slashed through space, sending terror into the deity's eyes. Meanwhile, at the Gemini sanctuary, apostles struggled as their powers vanished entirely. This was because Li Gun had delivered a blow that severed the deity's connection to their world. Smiling lightly, Li Gun approached Sanjay, thanking him gently for always believing in him, words that moved Sanjay to tears. Haisi, however, screamed in disbelief. What did you do to me? She cried, realizing she'd lost all connection to her deity, Fraga of Gemini. Li Gun's actions had severed the constellation's powers, leaving apostles powerless and the deity's influence erased. In essence, the gods function as power plants, the zodiac constellations as transformers and transmission towers, while the apostles are the numerous outlets. Therefore, the immediate loss of power only has one cause: the inability to connect with the deity. He slammed his hand down, startling her, then scoffed. He felt like an ordinary person now, having lost all his strength. Confidently, he explained that the skill he used, Powerless Shatter Abyss, was a favorite move of the fallen Cancer. Powerless was an SS-tier skill that Cancer used to sever anything, even things not visible to the naked eye. However, Li Gun had upgraded it further. Wiggling his fingers, he boasted that now he could sever the contract between a representative and their guardian deity. Haisi immediately yelled at him, saying that severing the link between a representative and the gods was absolutely forbidden. She feared the wrath of the celestial deity if it found out, but Li Gun didn't care. With a fierce look, he pointed to the sky with a wide, villainous grin, declaring that he wanted to do just that, to destroy those damned guardian deities. Her jaw dropped. She wondered if he had lost his mind and whether he even realized what he had just said. Before she could respond, a bolt of purple lightning struck between them. The sky turned completely purple as thunderbolts crashed down, shaking the earth. The Gemini Guardian, enraged over the severed connection with her sacred artifacts, unleashed her power upon the city. The fury caused blinding light flashes and loud booms that shook the heavens and earth. A massive vortex appeared, quickly pulling in wind and forming a whirlwind that blew everything in its path. The Gemini deity, Freya, emerged from the vortex, glaring angrily at Li Gun. But being the twisted protagonist he was, he stuffed his hands into his pockets and laughed heartily, commenting that it wasn't even dark yet, but things were lighting up like crazy. The swirling winds faded, leaving only a purple rune formation. Freya appeared, her hair flying like Medusa's, her face fierce. She barely had a moment to be present before angrily summoning a tremendous force, causing the system to issue an urgent warning. Li Gun, putting aside his mocking expression, began rummaging through his inventory. Freya had no idea what he was doing. She kept attacking the ground, only realizing something was off later. It looked like an eye, but it was actually a shard of Cancer's crystal core, which he used to absorb Freya's power. The sight of it made her scowl. Each zodiac sign had its own counter, and this one quickly absorbed Gemini's power, turning it into a refreshing breeze that made Li Gun grin with satisfaction. Unfortunately, without his heavenly punishment, he couldn't have slashed through any deity that came his way. He also summoned the creative workshop, using the Cancer crystal shard, the thunder, and the Gemini whirlwind now in his possession. It was a loss to use the limited edition crystal shard, but it was necessary to create something better. Li Gun struck the shard forcefully, extracting a brand new weapon, Tempest Scythe of the Abyss. It looked incredibly cool, but Li Gun's workshop was just a thatched roof hut with limited crafting skills, so this was a one-time use item, not reusable. Still, it was enough to make him smirk cunningly, activating his battle instincts. Li Gun resembled a bloodthirsty serpent as he stomped down with force, making a clean cut from top to bottom, causing Freya to shriek in pain. The attack was extremely effective, and with immense shame, she momentarily stopped to scream, unable to attack further. The kids and Heisei gaped in disbelief. Even a zodiac deity had been cut down like wood. Was he even human anymore? Whether he was human or not remained unclear, but the Tempest Scythe shattered into pieces right after the attack. Freya looked as though she were going berserk, her face full of veins showing her peak rage. Dozens of swirling black holes appeared in the sky, which the system explained as her power seeking revenge. From these, hundreds of thousands of soldiers and monsters awaited orders. Despite the beautiful appearance of the zodiac goddess, the creatures she summoned were hideously ugly. The sky above the city was dotted with large holes of various sizes, echoing the roars of the bloodthirsty army. Suddenly, a massive fireball shot from the opposite side of the sky, heading straight for Freya. Li Gun noticed that the fireball wasn't Uchi's Goken no Jutsu but rather the Saint Sagittarius in his battle gear. The two kids screamed loudly, and right behind Hugo was the Sagittarius god, clearly displeased. Speaking for the reticent Sagittarius, Hugo sternly warned Freya to halt her invasion, stating that taking another step would violate the rules. His tense expression made it clear he wasn't joking. However, in Freya's eyes, Apollo was just a weak deity, and she became even angrier, mocking both of them as useless. But everything was part of Hugo's plan. Pure Sagittarius power alone wouldn't do much, but they weren't the only ones opposing her. Other deities watching from above expressed their dissatisfaction with Freya's direct interference in mortal affairs. To reinforce their domain, they sent a warning by forcing the gem forces to retreat. Amidst the chaos, the sky brightened with a summoning array, and a long chain shot down, wrapping tightly around the bewildered Freya. This was a punitive measure from the other deities for breaking the rules, siphoning most of her energy to lessen her disruptive actions. If she continued despite this warning, Freya would face extreme hostility from the other deities. The scene stirred up dust and chaos, and while the younger kids watched in stunned silence, the adults found the spectacle quite entertaining. Of course, he wasn't happy to see the god of food chained up like a pet. It was only by doing so that Freya could stand still and listen to Hugo scolding, reprimanding Freya and the other absolute gods that they wouldn't just sit idly by. He growled fiercely, asking if she dared to stir up more trouble and risk a greater punishment. Freya gritted her teeth and glared at Hugo with a vengeful gaze, then let out a roar that shattered the glass, piercing through the eardrums and causing psychological shock to everyone present. She pointed down at Hugo's sworn brothers, implying that today's incident would never be forgotten and they should just wait and see. Li Gun, however, wasn't bothered at all. He cheerfully flipped her off, even sticking out his tongue, adding that next time, she should remember to bring her brother along. Furious beyond words, but knowing there was nothing more she could do, Freya turned into scattered purple fragments that dissolved into the air, disappearing before everyone's eyes. With the matter settled, it was time to claim the rewards. The system notified Li Gun that he had earned the reward for trampling on the pride of the Gemini absolute god, recognized by the entities observing this world. Additionally, he received a large amount of zodiac experience, and upon reaching level 10, he would face a special trial. Cheerfully reading through the notification, Li Gun turned to his close friend, Otu, who was saying goodbye to Apollo along with a group of kids who looked like they had just returned from some grueling labor. He threw an arm around his friend's shoulder, praising him for timing everything so perfectly. Although the issue was resolved, Otu was still fuming, gritting his teeth at the thought of Freya tormenting SJ's son, wishing he could shoot an arrow right through her head. Seeing his friend so upset, Li Gun assured him that it wouldn't be long before they would crush her and her brother into nothing but dust. That confident expression warmed Hugo's heart, and he silently thanked Li Gun before suddenly remembering something. He reached into his clothes and pulled out what Li Gun had asked him to bring back from the underworld palace. Upon seeing the soul contract, Li Gun burst out laughing. This was exactly the evidence he needed to record the soul-binding contract with Gemini. Hisai, of course, recognized her own item and screamed in disbelief, asking how Hugo had managed to snatch something guarded under the highest security. In theory, yes, but with Hugo's skill in infiltration and stealth, which were basic abilities for an archer, combined with the Gemini badge Li Gun had given him, it wasn't that hard. Li Gun ignored the two bickering behind him and turned away to open the soul contract. The list of bound souls included some powerful characters like the one-eyed madman Berserk, the Li Gun King Jotun, and even the legendary warrior King Jarl. All three had already surrendered to the Yuku Star, allowing Li Gun to accept them as either clan members or prisoners. A commander soul sealed at the bottom of the underworld palace's deep-sea abyss also expressed a desire to surrender. This sealed soul was likely of mythic rank, which is why it had been imprisoned. While gathering numerous interesting submissives, Li Gun was not ready to accept them yet. He requested that they prove their loyalty first. The ornate letters on the soul contract glowed, rising into the sky above his head, swirling like a blender. From this, a girl emerged, falling headfirst toward the ground. A brief glance was enough to shock Leah to her core, but no one was more surprised than he. Even if she were nearsighted, she could tell it was her own body being offered to Li Gun by the souls who had surrendered as a gift. It was too amusing. Li Gun burst into hysterical laughter, not expecting such a sense of humor from them. So, he accepted them all, and the souls bound to the Gemini quickly submitted to Ophis. The system notified Li Gun that he needed to name them, but being naturally lazy, he decided to simply call them 1, 2, 3, and so on. His soul shrieked from behind, just about to curse Li Gun, when he grabbed her by the throat, reminding her that the Gemini absolute gods had abandoned her, leaving her completely alone. He demanded that she confess whether or not she was the one who stabbed him in the back in the demon tower. Hayes remained speechless, showing no signs of confessing, which only infuriated Li Gun further. He gently pressed his fingers against her forehead, using just enough magic to torment her. "Hey, you wretch, I'm using a fragment of the scythe that touched your head earlier. If you don't start talking, you'll feel what it's like to have your soul torn to shreds," he threatened. She cried out in pain, but Li Gun didn't stop. His magic was so intense that the children dared not approach. The light was so bright that even Fairy Queen and Hugo had to keep their distance. Unable to endure any longer, he threw her head back and screamed, "It's Virgo." She confirmed this with a desperate shout, as Virgo was currently under divine punishment. Li Gun's eyes widened when he received the answer. With a crash, the magic pressing on his head shattered, and finally, Li Gun released her, though the pain left her unable to speak. He smirked, saying, "You should have spoken up sooner. Then you wouldn't have had to suffer so much. As a reward for such useful information, I'll return your body to you." Thinking she had caught a lucky break, he felt as if she had come back to life, but something felt off. Why was her body standing on its own? Fairy Queen, now inhabiting his body, screamed with joy, celebrating wildly. Though she hadn't chosen to release his soul, letting her out like this was quite satisfying. Apologizing profusely for accidentally handing over her body to Fairy Queen, Li Gun clearly found the situation hilarious. He gladly accepted Fairy Queen's embrace in his body, letting the villain live comfortably right in front of her own wide-open eyes. The next day at SJ's house, Yang Wei and Fairy Queen were arguing over revisions needed in the S-rank soul contracts created exclusively by Virgo's Holy Assembly. It seemed that since Fairy Queen had taken this form, she had become a loyal subordinate to Li Gun. She was working enthusiastically, even asking him to provide a list of souls so she could strengthen them, possibly to SS rank. But in stark contrast, the exhibit box held the statue containing his soul, crying and begging to be released. Even if she were freed now, it would be pointless since she no longer had a body to return to. Suddenly, a new notification popped up. Li Gun could now learn a new UCUS contract skill. As he pondered how to use it, the newly recruited gods noisily flattered him like a bunch of clowns. Their souls floated around the house, and whenever John glanced at them, they cried out, "Oh my God, he looked at me." It was truly amusing. Li Gun turned to chat with Taku, remarking that he thought gods were supposed to be prideful, but who would have guessed they'd end up like this? Taku, delighted, was about to chime in when the ice god, cursing like a fishmonger, shouted, "Hey, you're serving Master Li Gun, and you dare to talk back? Damn it, who are you calling a servant?" Taku was petrified, hoping his friend would speak up in his defense, but to his dismay, that rascal just waved dismissively at Taku and corrected the ice god, "He's not a servant, he's my slave number one." At this, the ice god, followed by two others, pointed fingers and harshly rebuked the so-called slave for daring to stand before his master. Having started the conversation, Li Gun asked why the three of them had defected from the Gemini star to join him. Lowering their heads in shame, they admitted in unison that they couldn't stand Freya, who was beautiful but far too violent. Such nonsense, and yet Li Gun actually believed it for about 2 seconds before they chimed in again, saying the real reason was that they felt immense satisfaction seeing Li Gun force the Gemini star into retreat. "Where the land is good, the birds will come to roost," they said. They had switched sides to whoever was stronger. "Not just us, Master. Other gods and legion commanders have also decided to surrender, though unfortunately, they're imprisoned in the sanctuary and can't make it here." Currently, humanity had lost more than half of the Earth to unclassified calamities. Even though the zodiac stars seemed to be maintaining a balance, they didn't dare reclaim the territories seized by the calamities. Instead, they huddled together, trying to fend off the threat of losing the rest of humanity. The sanctuary imprisoning the other gods was located at the bottom of the underworld palace, near the Pacific Ocean, quite close to the area controlled by those unidentified calamities. Such a dangerous situation required Li Gun to go assess it himself. The voices of the three gods interrupted his thoughts. When he turned around, they were kneeling, swearing to devote their lives to Li Gun. "All right, this trio seems trustworthy," Li Gun said, flashing his signature smile and calling them to prepare for a task he had for them. Seeing this professional handling of the gods, Sanjay excitedly exclaimed how cool his uncle was, just as he agreed with his younger brother. However, Yue suddenly lowered her head and gave a sinister smile, blurting out, "It's great that I proposed to Uncle." That simple statement echoed in the ears of everyone, uncle, father, and the trio of gods, leaving them in stunned silence. Still with her head down, Li Gun knew he was done for. His friend's cold gaze drilled into his back as he leaned in, demanding to know, "Yue, are you serious? Did you really propose?" Li Gun bit his lower lip, trembling under his friend's piercing stare as he repeated, "Propose as in propose or propose?" So, was Hugo about to become Li Gun's father-in-law? The golden rabbit, Yang Wei, apparently not satisfied with the chaos, cluelessly congratulated them on their happy family. His loose lips earned him a large fireball, burning fiercely. The chatterbox grabbed his scorched face and screamed in agony, quickly ducking out of sight. Putting on a comical expression, Li Gun gently urged his friend to lower his bow. His friend roared in frustration, eyes blazing, "I haven't even heard a word of love from her on Father's Day, you bastard." Taku lost control, firing arrows everywhere without caring who they hit. As Gon dodged and jumped around, he shouted to calm his friend down, but his mouth betrayed him, apologizing while saying, "Today, you're going to die right here." With that, Oda used a stealth technique, hiding himself as he aimed for a fatal shot at his friend. Only then did Li Gun realize that Taku wasn't joking around. His eyes flared with resolve, and Li Gun had to use his skill to sense the magic of the Sagittarius star. Swinging his hands left and right with his eyes shut tight, Gon grabbed the arrows aimed at him and charged forward. In his mind, flashes of light flashed as Taku also leaped in the same direction as his friend, trying to find a weak spot to shoot. Hundreds of flaming arrows came at once, targeting Gon, but he remained unfazed, catching the arrows with his bare hands and snapping them into pieces. He started to get really annoyed, mocking the arrows as if they were nothing more than flies swarming around. But little did he know, his comment insulted the Sagittarius star, igniting Taku's rage as he roared above him. Taku unleashed the Zodiac's royal skill, the Sun God's ring, drawing his bow to create a massive ring of fire. The wind fed the flames, causing Li Gun's shirt to flap wildly, exposing his midriff. He muttered under his breath, "This guy is getting more and more reckless." Apollo chimed in, asking Taku if he was really sure about using the technique right here in the house. "I've already lent Sanjay all my savings, you know," he added. Money meant nothing at this point, and Taku pulled the bowstring taut, shouting defiantly. This reckless display made Li Gun fully understand that Sanjay was just like his father, unafraid to burn down the house when provoked. Truly, the apple didn't fall far from the tree. His two kids screamed, trying to stop their father. Taku thought Yuan and SJ were worried about him, but they both yelled in unison, "Dad, you can't beat Uncle Li Gun." The image of the strong, admirable father figure crumbled in an instant. To dropped himself freely, even the mass of fiery chains dissipating without effort. Seizing the moment when his friend was frozen like a statue, Li Gun struck a decisive blow, knocking to unconscious. When Tu regained consciousness, he felt a massive bump on his head, not even having the chance to confront Li Gun before hearing his voice. "You're awake already? How could you, a grown man, believe the words of children so easily? Do I look like someone who would marry his best friend's daughter?" Li Gun, speaking from his own experience as someone without a family, explained to the father of two that children often don't express their emotions to their fathers because they're too shy. But they think about them a lot and are even buying gifts for them. Just as he finished speaking, the two kids entered, carrying Tak's favorite coffee and strawberry cake. The gesture was enough to make Tak so emotional that he nearly cried, ready to rush over to Sanjay and exclaim, "Ah, my beloved children." But his son had already run over to show off to Uncle Li Gun. The kid obediently followed everything Li Gun said, even sending fight clips to reporters as instructed by him. The moment of father-son bonding was interrupted before it could begin. Tak watched helplessly as his son cheered while his idol patted his head and handed him a slice of cake identical to his own. Suddenly, Tak noticed something missing from his cake and, asking why there were so many strawberries, realized that his cake had lost the sweet fruit on top. Desperately, he pointed and asked his daughter where it went. With a bright smile, Waya replied, "I gave it all to Uncle Li Gun." Tak cried out in despair, tears streaming down his face as he rushed over to reclaim his strawberries. But with his speed, how could he ever hope to stop Gon? Tak erupted into another fit of rage, and once again, the house descended into chaos. If this kept up, they'd be living on the streets, unable to afford repairs. Yang Wei, with his face scorched from earlier, obediently sat in the corner, letting Fairy Queen stitch him up. He muttered to himself that Hugo couldn't control his kids, not daring to complain any further, afraid of another fiery ball that could send him straight to the afterlife. As she watched her father now acting like a child, arguing with Uncle over every strawberry, Waya's phone buzzed with a new message. Unfortunately, it wasn't the news she hoped for. The screen displayed an old picture of Li Gun, with a notification, urgent summons from the Gemini Holy Order. A red-level calamity is near the Celestial Bridge. Meanwhile, over the skies near the capital of Manila in the Philippines, dark clouds gathered, lightning slashing across the sky as if to tear the very air apart. Below, soldiers stood in neat rows, facing the sea. The general of the Leo constellation clenched his fist and shouted with determination, "The saint is currently absent, so it's up to us to take down this red-level calamity that's approaching. This is our chance for the Leo constellation to stand at the top of the world again." Inspired by the general's words, the entire zodiac army roared in unison. Only Waya, standing off to the side, rubbed her head tiredly, wishing she could just go home. Outside the Capricorn Legion's command tent, a crowd awaited orders from an old, silver-haired man with wrinkled skin, who muttered curses under his breath. He fiddled with a glowing green object, a knowing smile on his face as he mumbled, "I wonder if the gift I sent has reached its intended recipient yet." Taku, working tirelessly like a mason, opened the door with a big smile to welcome the new arrival. Onaran, the secretary of the Sagittarius constellation, dragged a suitcase and carried a box, immediately asking, "What happened to your house after all this time?" Tak didn't want to explain, so he simply said, "Come inside first." Glancing at the box in Jaren's hands, Tak wondered what was inside. She replied that she found it at the front door and brought it in. When a loud voice from the box suddenly demanded to know where Li Gun was, they dropped it in shock. Meanwhile, inside, Li Gun shattered another object in frustration, the crafting tool too low level, causing the materials to be ruined. Looking at the shattered sword on the table, Li Gun muttered curses under his breath, upset about the wasted effort. He knew he needed higher-level equipment to craft items of the desired rank, but the best he had on hand was just a makeshift forging hammer. Thinking about his lost masterpiece, the hammer that grants achievements, Li Gun felt a pang of regret. It had been 20 years since he last felt its presence, and he had resigned himself to considering it lost. Lime and Piggy Bank were high-level too, but they alone weren't enough to craft mid-tier holy artifacts. Li Gun couldn't give up, he had to be prepared before facing the Virgo constellation. Suddenly, his status window alerted him to another zodiac presence nearby, apart from his own and Taku. Casting a quick glance out the window, he decided to investigate. Inside the box, a noisy communication device ceremoniously asked, "Is this the home of Sagittarius constellation?" "Hugo, Otter, long time no see, it's me, Sergovic." Taku glared at the statue, showing no joy at its presence. Just as Gon stepped out, he heard his friend comment, slinging the makeshift hammer over his shoulder to look cool, "I thought some big shot was sneaking around in this sanctuary, but it's just you, old goat man." As soon as the statue saw him, it shrieked loudly, "Hello Gon. You look healthy." Ignoring Jaren's surprised expression, it introduced itself as Sergic Vladimir, Saint of Capricorn. But as the statue recited its full name, Li Gun interrupted with, "Sebastian?" The statue yelled back, "My name is Sergic." Sergic. The Capricorn constellation saint was not only powerful but also a master craftsman, like Li Gun. After Li Gun disappeared in the Demon Tower 20 years ago, all the supreme weapons in the world had been crafted by Sergic. From gloves to helmets, belts to offensive and defensive weapons, and even potions, everything bore Sergic's mark. As he was about to explain why he came to Sagittarius' house and apologize for something, Li Gun grabbed the statue's head, ignoring its desperate attempt to negotiate an alliance. Li Gun enthusiastically smashed the statue to pieces with his hammer, treating it like a toy. "Hey, you didn't even wait to hear what he had to say," Taku exclaimed. "Nope," Li Gun replied, trying to convince his friend. "That old goat never says anything worthwhile. Besides, what kind of alliance can I have with a goat who never even gave me decent materials?" The connection to the other side was cut off as soon as the statue shattered. But Sergic, sitting in his lair, just chuckled to himself. Eventually, a subordinate came in to inform him that it was time. Sergic pulled back the curtain and stepped outside. The reappearance of the Thousand Arms Calamity after 20 years wouldn't be complete without Sergic's smug face. Good day, viewers. I'm reporting live from Manila, Philippines, where the red-level Thousand Arms Calamity is about to strike. This was once a calamity vanquished by the hero Li Gun 20 years ago. Now, another one of its kind is emerging on the shores of Manila. Many powerful saint leaders have gathered here to confront the calamity. Leading the Leo constellation are Vice Chief Chan Yua and Chief Oliver. The Pisces constellation has assembled a full magic circle to amplify their power. On the front lines, we have the Taurus constellation experts responsible for defense, while the Aquarian saints are ready to melt anything in their path. Even the Capricorn constellation in charge of crafting and enhancing weapons has joined the battle. Notably, the Capricorn zodiac saint is personally leading the charge. The reporter zoomed in on Sergic, causing Li Gun to scowl in irritation at the sight of the fake demon parading around like the real deal. Suddenly, Sergic raised his hand, and the wind carried a hammer with a green aura, emblazoned with the symbol of the Eucus constellation. The reporter mistakenly identified it as a holy artifact of the Capricorn zodiac saint. "Hey, isn't that your stuff, Li Gun?" Taku asked. How could Li Gun not recognize it? His tiny pupils stared in shock as they continued watching Sergic use his holy artifact to empower his troops. Just before the battle began, Li Gun roared, "You've got it all wrong, that's my stuff." He pointed straight at Sergic on the screen, who was basking in the cheers of the crowd while holding up Li Gun's tactical hammer. Li Gun cursed, "That damn goat needs his neck snapped before I deal with Virgo." Still wearing his bare apron, he bolted out of the house, determined to confront Sergic. "I've put up with you long enough, you bastard." However, the reporter's voice halted Li Gun in his tracks as the camera zoomed in on something emerging from the depths of the sea. As the water level rose, the sky darkened with storms, and the water receded to reveal a grotesque monster resembling an octopus with countless tentacles and eyes. Its massive body thrashed, sending violent ripples across the ocean. The reporter exclaimed excitedly, "It's the Thousand Arms Calamity. The Thousand Arms Calamity, everyone." She was thrilled. As if watching a spectacle, unlike the others who were filled with a mix of fear and awe, beneath the raised tentacles of the creature, countless sharp legs scuttled. This being, part octopus and part centipede, was classified as a red-level calamity, capable of causing destruction over a vast area. Just as Li Gun prepared to charge into the fray, their attention was drawn to something struggling in the grip of one of the creature's tentacles. It was screaming, its body straining in a desperate attempt to break free. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was Stephen Marker, the saint of the Leo constellation, exerting all his might to pull a massive bone from the clutches of the calamity's tentacle. To the soldiers watching this contest, it appeared as though Stephen was valiantly battling the calamity with his huge bone weapon. However, for the Leo constellation, it was a shocking sight. They couldn't believe their saint was still obsessed with that bone from Li Gun. Meanwhile, Sergic had snuck up behind Oliver, startling him just as he was about to call for the Star Commander. The old goat's face wore a look of disdain as he mockingly asked, "Are you confused because you saw both the Star Commander and the Calamity at once, or should I take command of the main forces for you?" Oliver, knowing full well Sergic's intentions to seize control of the Leo forces, quickly regained his composure and gave orders to prevent the old goat from stealing the glory. He commanded all Leo followers to take the physical enhancement potions provided by the Capricorn constellation and instructed the Pisces constellation to cast spells over the sea, making the soldiers fight as if on solid ground. The Aquarius constellation was assigned to boost their physical abilities, mobility, and defense, while the Taurus constellation was tasked with setting up defensive lines to handle any calamities that reached the shore. With the tasks assigned, Leo constellation chief Oliver finally jumped into the battle. His troops, as if charged with adrenaline, surged forward like a wave. Oliver signaled for them to use the wild beast transformation skill. A flash of golden light enveloped the entire group, and soon the soldiers' skin transformed into dark beasts with thick fur and sharp claws. With the vanguard in motion, UA screamed, signaling the advance of the second wave. All the Aquarius followers unleashed their full magical power, rising into the sky to form a massive magical creature, the white beast of the night, which charged forward like a real beast, sinking its fangs into the Thousand Arms Calamity. The battle seemed like a stalemate, neither the white beast nor the creature was able to move. Oliver roared that it was time to strike, and all Leo soldiers in their beast forms surged forward, releasing their magic and swinging their weapons with fierce determination. Although the Calamity matched them in size, the Leo forces made up for it in numbers and aggression. The soldiers leaped onto the creature, clinging to its head and tentacles, stabbing and slashing, making it thrash violently in pain. Stephen, holding onto his colossal bone weapon, was shaken so much that his brain rattled. He screamed, "You idiots, stay still until it lets go of my bone." Oliver, despite being the star commander, shouted back, "Stay put, will you?" The two continued bickering, completely ignoring the battle around them. The Aquarius disciples, watching in dismay, feared the Leo constellation looked like a headless snake, worried that few of their soldiers would survive. Her feet firmly planted on the ground, Yue muttered that the two men were idiots. She had no intention of saving Stephen, but the chaos prompted her to act. She crouched down, preparing to sprint. Without the enhancement from the Aquarius disciples, she shot forward at lightning speed. In no time, she noticed the situation and slashed through the tentacle holding Stephen's bone, releasing both him and the star commander into the sea. "Rescue," she said coldly, looking down at Stephen, who splashed into the water with his cracked weapons. No sooner had he resurfaced and spat out water than Yue planted her foot firmly on his face, without a hint of mercy. The soldiers, who had been struggling to make any progress against the Calamity, watched in awe. 100 of them had only been able to scratch the creature, while Vice Commander Yue had leaped into the sea and severed its tentacle in a single strike. Proudly, Yue surveyed the battlefield with calm eyes, while Stephen screamed for her to get off his face. With their saint saved, the Leo constellation's morale soared as they rallied to continue fighting the Calamity. Not to be outdone, the other legions surged forward as well, some using physical attacks, others unleashing spells, all aiming for the creature's weak spots. The storm intensified, and the waves grew more violent as the massive Calamity thrashed about. However, it was clear it was slowing down, prompting everyone to push harder. Suddenly, deep beneath the waves, a series of small red eyes glowed. The sea around the Calamity receded by more than half, only to surge back up in towering waves, ready to crash onto the shore. The Taurus Legion quickly combined their efforts to raise a steel wall to block the flood. It held for a moment, but chaos and confusion ensued. Why was there a tsunami now? Looking up, they saw enormous tentacles with iron claws descending upon them too quickly to react. In the midst of the chaos, Oliver turned his head and screamed, "Oh my God, there's another Thousand Arms Calamity." This new red-level Calamity was enormous, far larger than the first, with countless legs. Its shadow loomed over the beach, blocking out the sun, striking terror into the hearts of all the legions present. Outside his tent, Sergic laughed loudly, amused by the situation. A Thousand Arms Calamity might have a chance, but a 10,000 Arms Calamity? Forget it. Time to cut your losses and live to fight another day, he said, flipping open a device with a button in the middle. Someone behind him asked what it was, and Sergic reflexively replied, "It's the detonator for the Mormont missile near the shore." But then, as if startled, he spun around and asked, "Who said that?" A knife flew straight at Sergic, stabbing into his hand and shattering the detonator before he could react. Lime, the peach-colored creature, appeared, its mouth gaping as it tried to swallow Sergic whole. Following it was a swirling pink and purple vortex. Suddenly, Li Gun's voice rang out mockingly, "Well done, Sebastian. Really impressive. You don't think you're overdoing it, trying to blow up all your disciples out there fighting the Calamity, huh?" On the other side of the time-space gate, Li Gun appeared at Hugo's house, wearing a hat and carrying a sword, looking like a gangster ready to make Sergovic regret his actions. He drove the tip of his sword into the ground and grinned, showing his teeth at Sergovic, saying, "This will be an additional lesson after 20 years, teaching you how to properly make octopus sashimi." Meanwhile, the sea raged with waves and storms as Yue battled the Calamity fiercely, trying to lighten the load on the legions. Having just fought the Thousand Arms Calamity, most of them were already worn out, so she decided it was best to handle the smaller threats later and focus on the strongest one first. With that in mind, Yue activated her Godspeed skill, Lotus Thread, and sprinted across the water toward the beast. She recalled how many times she had watched the footage of Uncle Lugan's past fight against the Thousand Arms Calamity. Back then, out of jealousy of his strength, many stood by as he single-handedly charged the beast, and thanks to that, Yue had learned how to approach it alone. This monster often used its small tentacles to pierce its prey, so Lugan had used lightning speed to reach the center before those sharp appendages could strike. Today, Yue mimicked her uncle's path, skimming the water's surface, deftly dodging every tentacle strike. The technique, so reminiscent of Lugan's, was deeply ingrained in her mind. Her uncle had decisively leapt up, severing all the tentacles in one swift move, so Yue spun her spear in a circle so fast that it glowed red. Channeling all her power into the weapon, she launched it at the Thousand Arms Calamity, using her fiery lotus burst technique to compensate for her uncle's superior speed. She succeeded in slicing the monster's tentacles into hundreds of pieces, which splashed into the sea, landing on a large tentacle near the creature's main body. To avoid the falling debris, Yue aimed for the core of the Calamity, propelling herself toward its glaring eyes with laser focus. She gathered all her remaining strength into her spear while midair, confident she could perform the same maneuver her scarred uncle had years ago. The spear shot forward, glowing like a small sun, aiming for the top of the Calamity's head. However, just as she noticed a smaller, faster tentacle coiling around the spear, it effortlessly captured it before it could even reach the monster's skin. The Calamity's eyes flashed with anger as it swung a massive tentacle down to crush the small human who dared to attack it. Yue couldn't avoid the strike in time, but just as the tentacle descended, a muscular arm wrapped around her neck, pulling her back instantly. Steven leapt up, using his body to shield her from the blow. The force of the strike sent them both flying, dozens of meters away. The impact was so powerful that both had to grit their teeth to endure it. As they tumbled through the air, Yue's vision blurred, and she struggled to resist the overwhelming force. As she watched the humans around her falter and get easily overwhelmed by the smaller calamities, Yue wondered if her uncle would have taken flight with his great sword in hand in such a situation. Still dazed, she thought of this but suddenly saw a figure resembling her uncle leap into action. "Uncle, is that you? Is it really you?" she screamed. The Calamity, with its many eyes, easily spotted Li Gun charging toward it. It shoved a smaller Calamity in his path to slow him down, but Li Gun didn't hesitate. Swinging his sword with joy, he sliced cleanly through the octopus-like creature's head. After landing on top of it, he grinned wickedly and unleashed his mountain pierce technique. Without hesitation, his arm hurled the sword, piercing the Calamity's head and leaving a massive hole as the creature spun toward the shore, sending shockwaves of awe through both the monsters and humans. The sheer power of the strike was terrifying, and the sizzling smoke rising was just a small remnant of the sword's effect, still crackling as it remained embedded on the shore. Li Gun had just landed on a tentacle from the earlier killed monster when one of the soldiers asked, "Hey, why did you suddenly appear here?" He casually replied, "Why are you so surprised? It's just an octopus. You guys were making such a fuss, so I came to show you how it's done." His arrogant tone prompted one soldier to retort, "We have over 100 people here, more than enough to handle the 1,000 arms. Don't act so high and mighty." But before he could say anything more, his mouth snapped shut as a tentacle lifted him off the ground. Turning around, he saw that the 10,000 arms had grabbed him. There was something red and familiar on another tentacle. Recognizing the family's unique spear, both he and the spear were swallowed whole by the creature's jagged mouth. Yue screamed, "Oh my god, uncle." At that moment, the soldiers stopped daring to insult Li Gun. What had been playful teasing earlier now seemed irrelevant, as the only one who could take on the monster had just been swallowed whole. What could they do now? The 10,000 armed creature thought it had just consumed a tasty human snack, but suddenly, a familiar blue energy surged from its belly, shocking it. The blue light, like thunder, erupted as Jian unleashed his technique, the lotus disaster, striking the monster's head. It squealed like a pig being slaughtered, but the soldiers were even more stunned when they saw the normally red lotus disaster now glowing a strange blue. The spear pierced the monster's skin, absorbing more and more energy until it erupted out of the creature's body, with Li Gun holding it tightly, shouting. The monster convulsed violently, as if electrocuted, causing the surrounding Calamity creatures to tremble. The entire sea of monsters shook with the rhythm of Li Gun's spear. After spinning it wildly, he drove it straight into the monster's head, releasing his engulfing wrath technique, turning the beast into a firework display with explosive bursts from head to tail. The spectacle, filled with dazzling lights and deafening noise, left onlookers wide-eyed and speechless as Li Gun delivered the final blow, sending debris flying before it crashed down like rain. Li Gun laughed, feeling immense satisfaction after such a thrilling fight. He grinned, admiring the massive hole he had made in the creature's body. To him, whether it had thousands or 10,000 arms, it was nothing more than an octopus. Standing in the rain, a mix of seawater and octopus flesh, he wondered arrogantly if the remaining monsters would retreat, or if he'd have to beat the stubborn ones into submission. Above, the body of the 10,000 armed monster was floating in pieces, lifeless on the waves. The atmosphere grew somber. It was unbelievable that one man had taken down such a beast, and the reputation of Li Gun was well deserved, no longer just empty talk. The status window notified him that even people he had never met were now in awe of him. Even those who had cursed him before were silent, and the reporter holding the microphone trembled as they explained to everyone that this was the hero, Li Gun, who had returned and immediately defeated the 10,000 armed Calamity. Cheers erupted in crowded places as the news spread far and wide. The return of Li Gun reignited a great flame of hope, soon to become a legend, forming the Bible of the Yucas constellation, a scripture to be revered by all. These texts recorded all his feats, enough to make other zodiac signs tremble with fear. This was all new to Li Gun, who flipped through the pages of the book and realized that his power would continue to grow if he allowed his disciples to read the holy texts. Yue's joyful voice called out, "Uncle," from the shore. Seeing her happiness, he leaped effortlessly to stand in front of her, asking how she was. But then he noticed something familiar, white bones. Realizing it was Big Bone, Li Gun still asked, but the girl avoided the question. Reluctantly, he showed her the broken spear. "All right, to make it up to you, let me craft a new weapon for you," he said. Yue's eyes lit up at the thought of a weapon made by her uncle, but the loudest cheer came from Stephen, as if it were being made for him. The atmosphere suddenly grew awkward, as no one had mentioned making a weapon for Stephen. With his boisterous nature, Stephen pointed at Yue and reminded everyone that she was his close subordinate. "That means the weapon you make for her is for me too, right?" he said confidently, before continuing with a ramble about compensating for the stolen bone. Li Gun grew increasingly irritated as Stephen laughed heartily, saying he'd let Yue off for the bone theft. Li Gun snapped and cursed him out, but before he could finish, a loud explosion rang out somewhere, and a column of smoke shaped like a goat appeared. Stephen gaped, asking, "Wait, can this guy make explosions just by yelling?" Uncertain of what had just happened, Stephen asked the foolish question, and Li Gun snapped, "It wasn't me, you idiot." The smoke spread rapidly, blanketing the frontline soldiers, quickly dispersing with the wind into the ranks behind them. The situation grew more confusing as the Taurus Legion suddenly realized that the growling came from the beastmen of the Leo team, who had been fighting alongside them just moments ago. Now, they were no different than ferocious beasts, drooling at the sight of fresh prey. Anyone standing too close was bitten, pain seeping through their bodies as no one understood why the Leo army had gone berserk, turning on soldiers from other legions. From a distance, Yue saw the two sides fighting chaotically, adding to the confusion caused by the earlier explosions. A voice from behind explained that the explosion was caused by a Mormont bomb. Regret filled the air as they realized the explosion wasn't as big as expected. The three of them turned in surprise to see something crash to the ground. "Who's there? Who are you?" Stephen screamed. A massive figure in a giant suit of armor, looking like something from a robot war movie, marched toward them. It was Sergic, dragging the unconscious Lime by his left hand. Li Gun, seeing the familiar and insolent figure, cursed loudly. "If it's Sergic," Stephen asked, Why the hell did you set off a Mormont bomb when my soldiers were still fighting, you bastard? Sergic chuckled, looking down at them. That was just the opening act, my friend. John waved his hand dismissively. Those crazy Leo devotees are your doing, aren't they, old goat? His accurate accusation only made the old man laugh with more delight. Sergic raised something like a small flute to his lips, but instead of producing a pleasant sound, it screeched like metal grinding against metal. The screech reached the smoke-covered Leo army, making them turn sharply as if hearing a call from their kind. Temporarily abandoning their prey, they rushed back toward the shore. Soldiers with shields and hammers braced for the beastmen, who swept past the zodiac signs like a gust of wind, ignoring their commanders entirely. Some trampled over Yue, knocking her to the ground, while others pounced on Li Gun, forcing him to the ground. It was clear that Li Gun was severely weakened after his battle with the 10,000 armed Calamity. Sergic laughed with glee as he watched the beastmen pin Li Gun down, shoving his face into the sand. With both Yue and John crushed under the weight of the beastmen, only Stephen remained standing, still bewildered as to why he hadn't been attacked. He shouted angrily, "Damn it, you bastard! What did you do to my subordinates that they won't listen to a damn thing I say?" "They drank the elixir I gave them," Sergic said nonchalantly. "It's just a chemical reaction between the smoke they inhaled and the potion. Now they won't listen to anyone except my flute." Hearing Sergic's plan, Stephen cursed angrily, but when Sergic threw the serpent bear sword into the ground, Stephen fell silent, staring at the weapon. Sergic, like everyone else, believed that Stephen wouldn't resist the allure of the 13th Saint's weapon. The old man's proposition was simple: take the sword and kill Li Gun, and it would be yours. But Stephen wasn't so easily manipulated. Folding his arms, he asked, "Why should I listen to you and kill that guy for no reason?" Sergic wiggled his giant robotic foot in front of Li Gun's body, taunting him. "Don't you want your subordinates to wake up? But even if you don't, it's fine." Sergic's grin widened as he said, "I understand the common ground between us." Stephen's eyes widened as if his darkest thoughts had been exposed. "I know we've both been made insecure by Li Gun's existence." Sergic's voice drowned out Stephen's protests as he continued. "Otherwise, why are you so interested in John's weapon? It's the clearest sign that you're trying to overcome your insecurity. In your eyes, Li Gun's power is a towering wall you'll never surpass. To me, that guy has superior crafting abilities, always producing something better." Sergic spoke bluntly, laying his cards on the table. "He's like an unbreakable wall you'll never get over, no matter how high you climb. So why not listen to me, Stephen? Together, we can kill Li Gun, and I won't make empty promises like he does. I'll craft you the ultimate weapon, one that has no equal in this world." Sergic didn't stop pushing Stephen to team up and surpass Li Gun. "Once you kill him, you'll become the most powerful Zodiac Saint. So take that sword and finish him off." Stephen swiftly drew the sword, the handle still warm. Just as Yue screamed, "Oh, leader, no. It's all just empty words. Don't believe him." Stephen didn't respond, only glancing at Li Gun, still face down in the dirt. Yue panicked, screaming louder, seeing that there was no stopping him. She resorted to pleading and threatening, "If you lay a finger on Uncle Li Gun, I won't let you get away with it." Stephen's large bare foot moved closer to Li Gun, holding the serpent-bearer's sword as if about to strike. Li Gun had to start viewing this guy differently now, after hearing that confident claim, "I'm stronger than Li Gun." He found it acceptable and didn't argue. Like a beast, Stephen charged toward Sergic, still talking nonstop. "You said you'd make me top-tier weapons, huh? How could you ever surpass Gon in the first place?" Sergic's face dropped, showing his age. This punk was too cocky, and needed to learn what a handful of guns could do. When words fail, violence takes over. Stephen landed a heavy punch on the robotic arm, packed with heavy artillery, causing it to spread out like a blooming flower. Before Sergic could process what had happened, Li Gun leapt from behind, ready to land another blow. Terrified and furious, the old man shouted, "Don't even dream of it." He activated all functions in his body to leap backward, slamming his foot into the ground for momentum. Sergic unleashed a barrage of missiles at the spot where Stephen had just been standing. A massive column of sand exploded, accompanied by a dazzling light show. The old goat laughed, convinced the famed Zodiac Li Gun had been obliterated by his attack. But to his shock, Stephen had transformed into a muscular beastman, holding a missile in his mouth, claws tearing through the thick smoke. His powerful jaws crushed the missile with a snap. Stephen recalled how, 20 years ago, he had indeed felt insecure, just as the old man had said. But years of persistence, rising from every setback, had given Stephen his own way to surpass Li Gun. Coiling his body, he summoned the power of a true Zodiac Li Gun, activating the Thunderclaw skill. The air lit up as the Thunderclaw shredded Surgic's robot. But even that wasn't enough for Stephen. He stomped on the robot's chest, admiring its durability. Pretty tough, huh? But in my hands, it's just a leaf. He yanked the chest plate out and tossed it into the sky. After rummaging through the wreckage, Stephen roared angrily, I was fighting without equipment, but this old man hides in armor. Get out here now. Surgic screamed in panic as Stephen shouted in fury. Suddenly, Li Gun's bored face appeared, asking, so when are you guys going to be done fighting? Both of them turned, eyes wide. How did you get out? They asked in unison. Well, you guys were getting on my nerves, and these beast men are weak as hell. Even HHA managed to get out on her own, John said, dismissing their shock with a smirk. Anyway, enough of your noise. It's showtime. He casually kicked Stephen aside, smiling his trademark grin down at Surgic. Let's have a little chat, shall we, Sebastian? That look sent chills down the old goat's spine. When had this guy ever spoken kindly to anyone? 20 years ago, Surgic had sat before a smiling man who had spoken of a prophecy saying that Lean would die in the Demon Tower. At that time, Capricorn had been frozen, not understanding why he was being summoned, not for a conversation, but for that horrifying plan that had made him shudder. Lost in old memories, Surgic muttered that he had been planning to kill Li Gun since then. But Li Gun wasn't interested in past grudges. Furious, he shouted, cut the crap. Just tell me who tried to kill me. Fine, fine. I get it, but I need to explain first, Surgic stammered, trying to bargain for his life. He demanded protection from Li Gun in exchange for revealing the name. But John didn't have the patience. He jabbed his thumb into the old man's mouth, making him scream in pain, and pulled his face close. Since when did you think I was here to negotiate? Li Gun growled. Spit out the name or I'll rip your tongue out. Through the pain, Surgic managed to choke out the name, Virgo. John's brows furrowed in displeasure. Just the other day, Hayes had pointed to Virgo, too. Was it really Virgo behind all this? There was still the dagger that had stabbed him in the Demon Tower. Li Gun remembered he needed to return to Jean Meng's appraisal shop for the results before drawing any conclusions, so he dropped the topic and demanded the hammer that had rightfully been his. Seeing the old goat's reluctance, Li Gun roared, Don't want to give it up or something? Terrified, Surgic quickly handed over the hammer Li Gun had longed for all these years. Li Gun could see how furious Surgic was at losing the hammer, but he didn't care. He summoned 3 spirits and handed the foolish old man over to them, kindly instructing them to cut off any limbs if they found him annoying, and not to hold back. But as soon as Surgic saw the trio of spirits, he screamed, How can you summon guardian spirits? Don't tell me you're not a saint, but a new constellation divine. As he was sucked into the teleportation portal, Capricorn's bitter voice echoed faintly. You're not a divine god. But honestly, Li Gun didn't care what people said about him. Letting the old goat go to reflect on his sins, Li Gun turned his attention to the beast men, who were now slowly getting up, no longer under control, rubbing their aching heads. The beach around them was a chaotic mess, the aftermath of the wild battle evident. But no one offered any explanation. The soldiers helped each other up, with Stephen and Yua celebrating their recovery, while the other troops looked on with a mix of concern and relief. Are you all back to normal? Please, no more going crazy. Everyone was scared. The Capricorn soldiers were in a frenzy, panicking over what to do now that their commander had been taken right in front of them. The only thing they could do was grit their teeth and press on. The commander pulled out an activation switch and, with a determined expression, shouted, If we're going to do this, we'll do it all the way, boys. The armor worn by the other legions suddenly lit up. Their eyes widened with horror as it exploded like a cluster of grenades. The commander shouted, like his Capricorn boss boasted, Anyone using the gear from our zodiac better prepare a grave. The guy gave a nod to his underlings, who quickly aimed a Mormont bazooka at the one who had taken their leader. Li Gun watched the ridiculous toy fly toward him and grumbled, Why do they keep naming these silly gadgets after Mormont? It's exhausting. Gripping the hammer in his hand, his status window kept flashing with updates, saying the hammer of achievements could force targets to transform. Smiling, Li Gun locked onto the Mormont missile and gave it a solid whack, turning it into a Mormont firework that burst into the sky with a loud bang. What the hell is this guy doing? Turning premium ammo into fireworks for fun? It wasn't over yet. The massive beastmen foot stomped down hard, and Steven, along with his muscle-bound crew, growled, ready for a fight. They were itching to see if these dirty-playing Capricorns could outmatch the beastmen. But before Steven could call out his insults, the enemies had already fled, not daring to stick around and face his wrath. So the big guy turned to Gon, whining for him to find a big, sturdy weapon that had a nice swing, something he could use to crush those cowardly Capricorns. Li Gun was about to refuse, but then he suddenly realized that Steven himself was big, sturdy, and easy to throw. With a grin that was 1 part trustworthy and 9 parts troubled, John looked at Steven, who couldn't shake the feeling that something was off but couldn't pinpoint what. The next thing he knew, his muscular body was yanked off the ground, and his screams echoed across the sky. Steven was sent flying in 2 wide circles before crashing down hard, rolling right to the feet of the fleeing Capricorns. The impact was so powerful it sent them flying in all directions, leaving no one unscathed. Meanwhile, Li Gun stood there, clicking his tongue in satisfaction. Why don't I go bowling more often? He grabbed Steven by the ankle, chuckling as he asked, "How do you feel, buddy?" But as he looked at the filthy, mud-caked black foot pointed right at his face, John's enthusiasm quickly faded. He stared at the beastly foot, contemplating, before finally letting go. It's big and sturdy, sure, but the grip doesn't feel good. Let's never use him again. The outskirts, the western defense area of the European Union, which had fallen into the red zone, were now occupied by the Calamity. The city was completely wrecked, with the Calamity's tentacles, resembling tree roots, coiling around the towering buildings scattered among the debris. The entire area reeked with a horrendous stench, and a thick red fog filled the sky, bringing with it a chilling aura of death. Following Zane, the leader of the search team from the Virgo constellation, were his team members, assigned to locate those missing in the temporary settlement on the outskirts. As soon as they gathered, some began talking about the news of Li Gun defeating the disaster octopus in the Philippines. Most of the conversation focused on how remarkable Li Gun was, while those officially involved in the conquest had achieved little. Then, there was the loud altercation between Leo and Capricorn, making both seem like failures who were merely there to set the stage for the 13th saint. Zane suddenly turned around, annoyed. "Are we here for a mission or just gossiping?" The group immediately fell silent, standing rigidly behind him, ready to follow orders. They began searching for the missing people in the area. The red fog rolled in, and distant cries for help echoed back, unsettling everyone. Zane focused on the source of the sound, realizing it came from the dark area where the fog was spreading rapidly. He led his 6-member team straight ahead. The deeper they went, the more cries for help they heard, but after some distance, Zane sensed something was wrong. The screams seemed to be originating from the city center, like a machine playing on loop, almost as if it were a recording. He stopped and turned back to order everyone to halt, but when he did, his team had vanished without a trace, leaving only the gloomy scene filled with tentacle-like roots. As Zane's frantic calls echoed, the tentacles began to move, creeping across buildings and along the main road, all converging on him. In his confusion, a cry for help came from behind, identical to the one that had drawn him in. Zane spun around, eyes wide with terror, realizing it wasn't a person in distress. The Calamities were mimicking human voices to lure the team in. The cries grew more eerie, accompanied by sinister laughter from terrifying faces. Zane's throat closed, and soon his body was consumed by the writhing tentacles. He and his entire team were swallowed by the disaster-level calamity that had been missing for so long. At the sanctuary of the Sagittarius constellation, a crack in the roof remained unsealed. Li Gun sat with his legs propped up on a table covered in newspapers reporting his recent accomplishments. When the TV mentioned his name, he glanced over, but it was just more news about the retrieval of the Calamity's corpse from the Philippine Sea. Tired of hearing endless praise about himself, he turned back to his Bible, bored with the constant chatter over killing just one octopus. He had no interest in forming a guild like other zodiac houses, but through this Bible, Li Gun's actions were inevitably becoming hot topics for public discussion. Looks like that's enough for now. Time to get back to handling this pile of work, he thought. Just as Li Gun closed the Bible, a system notification appeared, offering two choices, Trial 6 and Enhanced Skill 1. With his current strength, both options were more than sufficient. Li Gun casually selected Trial 6 to see what it entailed. A long screen titled Euchre's Awakening appeared, informing him that 3 trials would begin once the Euchre star reached level 10. The rewards included Oase's unique household god, enhanced physical abilities, an awakening skill, and as a bonus, a holy relic of Euchre. The total time for completion was set at 10 days, with penalties for failure. As Li Gun pondered this, the system began outlining the details of the 3 trials he needed to complete. The first was a strength trial, requiring Li Gun to defeat a demon without using his war god instincts. Though a little disappointed he couldn't use his ultimate skill, he reasoned that, as long as he wasn't facing a god or disaster-level threat head-on, he should manage fine. What truly caught his attention, however, were the other 2 trials. The intelligence trial required Li Gun to recruit a secretary to document Oase's achievements. The second trial demanded that he take a human servant as his disciple. Rubbing his chin, Li Gun reflected that he was more accustomed to fighting calamities than handling people. He wasn't sure where he'd find a disciple and a secretary. Setting that aside, he clicked on Enhanced Skill 1 to see what benefits it might offer. The moment he did, his eyes lit up, as the skill gaze of a god had leveled up significantly. Unyarin, in the midst of grabbing Yang Wei by the ears for a scrub down, paused at John's loud shout. The 13th zodiac sign appeared, requesting her to stand still for a moment while he examined her. A green light shone on both objects in front of him, revealing the percentage of faith in various constellations. It was truly mystical. The system kindly reminded Li Gun to find a disciple who had 100% faith in the Euchre constellation, otherwise, his power could decrease. Li Gun considered those likely to have 100% faith in him, Sanjay and their father, but the idea of them being asked to become his disciple might psychologically shock them. However, despite his excitement, John's secretary informed him that all 3 family members had left early that morning. Li Gun, disappointed, knew he'd have to plan later. Just then, his phone buzzed repeatedly. Upon seeing the caller's name, his face formed a dark smile. Jean Y had impeccable timing, calling just when Li Gun needed to talk. Meanwhile, outside, frantic screams echoed in the air. People were scattered, others desperately pleading for help. Chaos reigned. SJ's mother tried to calm her son, urging him to stay hidden in the car until his father arrived. At that time, Sanjay was just a terrified child, tears streaming down his face, frozen as he heard his mother's assurances that his father would defeat the monster. Smiling, she held out her pinky, asking him to promise to be brave, unaware that a tentacle had already wound around her neck. The heart-wrenching scream of "Mom" from 10 years ago seemed to resurface in that instant, dragging Sanjay's terror back to the surface. He opened his eyes to a bright, sunny day outside, but the pain still left him gasping, his hands trembling as they gripped the seat. UOP placed his hands on Sanjay's, calming him and grounding him back in the present with a gentle smile. Taku glanced at his son in the rearview mirror, noticing his exhaustion. Sanjay had not slept the previous night. UA suggested it might be the residual effects of heavenly punishment, though Sanjay kept insisting he was fine. Despite his protests, he seemed lost in old sorrows, staying silent for a long time. Suddenly, UA remembered something she needed to give him. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a birthday gift. The sparkling bracelet, imbued with the magic of Gemini, was something Sanjay had long desired. It immediately brought a smile back to his face, and he grinned gently. Yua felt relieved that her brother appreciated the gift since every year on his birthday, Sanjay seemed so despondent when receiving birthday wishes. However, this time, SJ grinned brightly, thrilled because they were visiting their mother today, and he knew he needed to carry a smile. Taku drove quietly, his emotions in turmoil as his hands gripped the steering wheel tightly. Not long after, they reached the hospital and entered inpatient room 88, Chun-Jio's room. They shared recent stories, knowing their mother, a devoted fan of Li Gun, would enjoy hearing about her idol. Jio lay motionless, connected to a ventilator, but the warmth of her hand in Yua's gave a faint sign of life. Outside the glass window, Hugo stood with his head bowed, hiding his sorrow, unwilling to let his children see. The sudden vibration of his phone startled him, mixed with irritation. Stepping into the hospital courtyard, Hugo answered, immediately stating he wouldn't take any work today, but the direct call from the EU forced his hand. On the line, the voice explained they needed him to take on a mission to eliminate a disaster. Confused, Hugo asked why the Virgo constellation wasn't handling it since it was in their jurisdiction. The caller clarified that the situation involved no ordinary calamity and that Virgo had already declared their withdrawal from the task. The revelation stunned Hugo. Kevin Aar abandoning a mission was unheard of. The calamity in question was the disaster-level blood fog, which devastated South Korea's airport a decade ago, leaving his wife in a vegetative state. Hearing its name again now, in Belgium, brought back buried anguish. Meanwhile, in Belgium, rain poured endlessly. Lee Gun, holding a cup, wore a bored smile as he lamented the rainy weather after so many dry days. Pulling out his phone, he messaged his nephew, Sanjay, asking if he would become his disciple. The replies came quickly, all politely declining. Lee Gun was surprised the boy, once his biggest fan, would refuse him. Thinking it over, Lee Gun realized he didn't know much about the boy's life, especially his birthday. The unease in Secretary Yaren's demeanor when asked about it only deepened his curiosity. Perhaps something significant had happened on that day. His thoughts were interrupted by Jean Mang, who removed his hat and sat across from him. Making small talk, Mang mentioned the trip to Belgium, though Fairy Queen's magical door made such travel trivial. Looking outside, Lee Gun noted the heavy display of Virgo insignia, remarking how excessive it seemed. Mang explained that in Europe's theocratic society, faith in the gods was paramount for survival. Chuckling, Lee Gun pointed out Mang's own declining faith, which he saw with his divine gaze. Mang's faith in Virgo had dropped to 87%, while his belief in Yucas had surged to 99.1%. The shift, born of betrayal, piqued Lee Gun's curiosity. Mang admitted the meeting concerned faith. Summoning a soundproof barrier borrowed from Pisces, he retrieved the dagger Lee Gun had given him, revealing what its residual memories showed. The dagger's origin traced back to Virgo's arsenal, wielded by none other than Kevin Aar, the Saint of Virgo. Lee Gun's interest sharpened, recalling the instructions he'd left Fairy Queen before departing: investigate Sanjay's reasons for staying with Gemini and uncover the truth about his mission as a star clerk. Back at the now-empty house, Fairy Queen lounged, playing games, while mulling over Lee Gun's orders. As if on cue, Sanjay approached, asking for her help. Though elated, she feigned indifference, asking what he needed. He explained his desire to access the Gemini library's secret section, reserved for high-ranking disciples, to find the spell Spirit Invocation. It was forbidden magic, capable of summoning souls from the other side. Understanding the weight of his request, she opened a spatial door to the library, masking her curiosity about why the boy sought such a dangerous spell. Elsewhere, Lee Gun sat on a bench in Belgium, his mind replaying Mang's findings. Records showed that daggers of similar dark energy were auctioned publicly, likely to erase their trail. Mang's predecessor, who investigated the weapon, was murdered with the very dagger. The lingering curse on the blade, though fading, had been potent enough to harm even saints or divine gods. Lee Gun's thoughts turned grim. Was such a weapon deliberately forged to target the divine? Lee Gun tiredly reflected on the situation, considering the insidious John Louis, a master of curses, but realizing that even someone so skilled couldn't craft curses capable of affecting the supreme gods. The dark energy in the dagger wasn't from any god, and Cancer's powers were nowhere near enough to compare. The source of the calamity remained a mystery, and Lee Gun wondered if the one who stabbed him had ties to the darker forces of the earth. Yet, he knew this was just speculation. He rubbed his forehead, frustrated, then refocused on the upcoming trial of strength, knowing there was a time limit, and afterward, he could confront Virgo, for which he had been preparing for some time. The announcement of the approaching train snapped Lee Gun back to reality. He eagerly watched the steam train come to a stop. The first to disembark were the disciples. They stood out with their hunter-like uniforms, their presence turning heads as they lined up, waiting for the last person to step off. Lee Gun's attention was fixed on that individual, and as soon as he saw him, he flashed his trademark smile. The elite Sagittarius squad had arrived, and Li Gun was eager to have a private chat with their blonde-haired captain, under the blue veil of Virgo in a region long affected by the calamity. As fire arrows thundered through the air, engulfing the damned birds in flames, the squad swiftly dealt with the situation. The ground was littered with obstacles, including the roots of a strange plant that had entangled a soldier's leg. Li Gun seized the moment to ask why the Sagittarius troops were operating in Virgo's territory. The commander frowned and explained that they had taken on a commission from Virgo. Sagittarius often accepted such tasks, acting like mercenaries to eliminate calamities. The leader had gone to meet with European Union representatives to understand the situation better. Li Gun raised an eyebrow, about to ask why they would take on such a task without knowing the full details, but the commander cut him off, explaining that Taku had accepted the mission right away because it was personal. He stared at Li Gun, then asked if Li Gun had ever heard of the monster known as blood fog, a creature that craves the power of the gods. Taku had gone to the EU headquarters to investigate, where he learned about blood fog, a monster that spreads a mist to consume nearby creatures and souls. It had been wreaking havoc for 10 days. Taku questioned why the holy orders hadn't been mobilized, but he was told the calamity had been officially declared eradicated by diplomatic agencies, so they couldn't publicly acknowledge its return. When Taku asked why Virgo's leader, Kevin Ajar, hadn't intervened, he was told Virgo had sent high-level forces multiple times, only to see them wiped out by the Crimson Mist, which left everyone unable to resist. As Virgo specialized in close combat, it was essentially suicide to face the monster. Moreover, Kevin was occupied with a red-level calamity in another region and couldn't return in time. After surveying many constellations, they chose Sagittarius, known for their mercenary forces, to avoid personal or political influences. Additionally, they knew Sagittarius had a close relationship with Li Gun, who had successfully dealt with the 10,000 arms calamity in the Philippine Sea. Despite the friendly smiles, it was clear to Taku that this was all a trap. Kevin, the arrogant fool, would rather fight to the bitter end than ask for external help to solve the problems within his sacred territory. Considering the possibility that Virgo might be using blood fog to eliminate both him and Li Gun, Taku's discomfort was apparent, and his clenched hand on the chair revealed the internal conflict he was battling. Nearby, the man grew uneasy. When the concern was raised that Sagittarius and Li Gun might not participate, Kevin laughed and confidently said that merely mentioning blood fog would ensure Hugo Otter would take the mission, given how the calamity had wronged his wife. In distant Belgium, the Sagittarius commander repeated the same explanation, compelling Taku to accept the mission. Li Gun, arms crossed, asked who this wife was. The commander explained that she was Chuanju, the wife of the Sagittarius Saint, and the mother of Taku's two best friends' children. The two had met after John was imprisoned in the Demon Tower. A young girl chimed in, revealing that in order to protect Chuanju and young Sanjay, the first disciple of Sagittarius had tragically met his end. Li Gun instantly recognized the name. It was Li Juan, the boy who had been trailing behind him and his friend 20 years ago. However, he never expected the reason his friend always kept secrets regarding his family. Li Gun had never seen blood fog, but he could guess that its presence had made Taku more irritable. Confident that he knew Taku's abilities best, since he had personally trained him in combat, Li Gun couldn't believe his friend would fall so easily. Back in the day, Taku was the only person Li Gun trusted enough to fight back-to-back with him. Whenever the 12 zodiac signs were mentioned, Li Gun was confident Taku was the strongest among them, so he urged the youngsters to elaborate on what Taku had endured. Fortunately, they agreed. The tragic memory from 10 years ago, which occurred on Sanjay's 7th birthday, still haunted them. Sanjay had fallen asleep while waiting for his mother to finish a call with his father, bragging about creating a weapon to destroy a great calamity. To a child, such matters were trivial, until Jio, patting his head, praised him for coming to the airport early. Sanjay rubbed his eyes, delighted. Jio had woken up early to meet her husband and, as she chuckled, Sanjay yawned and mentioned he was hungry. Jio sent Li Juan to buy food, leaving Sanjay to notice two strange men whispering behind them, blaming each other and discussing their escape plans. Before Sanjay could understand what was happening, the airport lights suddenly went out, and Jio grew anxious. As the large airport was thrown into chaos, Jiao and her son were left unsure of what to do. The humming noise and darkness caused Li Juan, who was buying food, to rush outside. He caught sight of the terrifying Calamity, which was glaring at Jiao. Unaware of the danger, Jiao asked if something big was happening. The food dropped from Li Juan's hands as he used all his strength to shield her and Sanjay, but in doing so, he was flung toward the Calamity's gaping mouth. In a desperate attempt to protect them, Li Juan pushed Jiao and Sanjay away but was caught in the Calamity's jaws. Sanjay screamed as he watched his beloved uncle fall to his death, helpless in his mother's arms. His eyes focused on Li Juan's lips, the last image of his uncle's smile before being devoured, forever haunting Sanjay's childhood. Jiao, in agony, covered her son's eyes, trying to shield him from the horrific scene, but it was too late. The Calamity, satisfied with its meal, made terrifying sounds as it consumed its prey. The onlookers and passengers could only watch in horror as the blood fog devoured its victims, beginning an unending feast. The guards frantically called for the Holy Order. Jiao and her son had just arrived when they saw dozens of people being dragged away by the tentacles. The entire area was filled with anguished screams, drowning out her frantic reminder to her son, "No matter what happens, don't let go of me." Jiao held Sanjay tightly, gritting her teeth, using all her strength to escape the reach of the tentacles. The once spacious airport was quickly consumed by thick dust, its air filled with the tortured cries of those who had been taken, leaving behind lifeless bodies. The memory of that day, when Sanjay was 7, stayed with him even as he turned 17. He could never forget how his mother had spread her arms, telling him not to leave the car until his father arrived. Tears filled his eyes, and he froze, unable to move, just listening as his mother asked him to wait for his father. She had looked so radiant then, but the tears fell, and in a moment, despite Sanjay's desperate screams, the Calamity would not release her. Drowning in regret, Sanjay could only wish he had been able to bring his mother back to celebrate his birthday, a moment the family hadn't shared in a long time. His cries echoed in vain, whispering apologies under his breath, which soon drew the attention of the tentacles. Suddenly, a golden light exploded from the sky, blinding him. A fiery arrow struck the ground near the car, incinerating the tentacles, and Taku, engulfed in flames, shouted, "Sanjay, are you all right?" The boy, like a drowning man clinging to a lifeline, leaned out to see his father, still in his house clothes, barefoot. In a moment of urgency, before the tentacles could reach them again, Taku spun around, frantically asking if his son was unharmed. But when Sanjay whispered "Mom," pain filled Taku's body, and he stiffened, gripping his bow to keep it steady. He raised a helpless hand, leaning against the car window, trying to comfort his son and himself as not even Jaewon had survived. A vortex of fire roared around the ground where Taku stood, burning any tentacle that dared approach. With eyes blazing and teeth grinding, the Sagittarius star roared, "How dare you!" Taku leaped high into the air, surveying the massive Calamity carrying a giant tree on its back, dotted with strange, round orbs. He realized those who had been killed were trapped inside. Taku quickly scanned the area until he saw Jiao among the fallen. Rage surged through him, but he tried to stay calm, praying that his wife was still alive. He needed to find a way to free her. Landing on the creature's head, Taku focused all his strength into his hands, trying to pry away the tangled roots that held his wife. Fire flared on his skin as his desperation grew, and the flame spread across the plant roots, reaching the Calamity's brain. However, the presence of foreign energy caught its attention. More tentacles appeared, aiming to disrupt Taku's efforts. Enraged, he hurled a fireball at them, but he froze when he saw two pitiful, crying faces. These faces emerged from the creature's twisted mouths, their voices begging for help, causing Taku to lose focus for just a moment. The Calamity took advantage of his hesitation, striking him hard and wrapping its tentacles around his limbs. Its grotesque mouth twisted into a grin as it said, "You're the one who received the power of the gods. How delicious." The tentacles surged into Taku's body, attempting to drain every bit of Sagittarius energy. The excruciating pain made him scream, and Sanjay, watching from the car, cried out helplessly. A second golden light appeared in the sky, slamming down on the Calamity's head, cracking the ground beneath it and sending rocks flying. The energy surged, burning away the tentacles and revealing the human captives trapped inside the orbs. Someone hovered above, shouting, "Hey, Sagittarius, what's with this pathetic state?" It was Heisei, molding an energy ball. As she began rescuing the captives, she lowered herself with Steven, Marker, and Yang Wei, who were watching the situation unfold. Taku, weakly struggling on the ground, was confused by their sudden arrival. He heard a woman's high heel stomp down hard, and Heisei looked down at him coldly, asking if he was alright before helping him to his feet. "I heard there's a powerful calamity, so I gathered everyone who could help. They volunteered because no one wants the blood fog in their territory," she explained. In front of them stood 3 saints in battle mode, eager to finish the fight quickly and head home to rest. The saints flung dirt and rocks into a mass of energy as Yang Wei summoned sharp swords using his Jade Emperor skill, and Steven's thunderous punch shot straight at the calamity. But their confidence quickly vanished as their attacks were swallowed by the beast. The creature's wound seemed to heal rapidly, fueled by the energy it absorbed. The monster's eyes bulged as it rose to its feet, causing the ground to tremble under its weight. Steven shouted at Heisei to deploy a barrier immediately as the beast's tentacles launched a furious attack, hundreds of hardened tentacles shooting toward the saints, hissing madly. The 3 saints struggled to keep up with the onslaught as Heisei's barrier started to weaken under the relentless assault. Her hand released the scales of justice, and the golden ruse branch's skill activated, summoning the celestial spirit of a saint to bear 2 scales above the creature's head. The vines tightened, pinning the calamity to the ground for a moment, though it was clear they were struggling to keep control. She turned to Heisei, urging her to use the teleportation spell on the creature. "Didn't you see how it swallowed our attacks? We can't win now, it'll just absorb our power like it did with Sagittarius earlier," she said. Libra, watching the creature tear through the vines, insisted on immediate action. Heisei hesitated, knowing the creature would return eventually, but Libra didn't care. Taku, shouting in desperation, pleaded, "That monster devours human souls. Those people are just empty shells now. We need to defeat it and bring their souls back." Among them was Gyo, and Sagittarius urgently asked for help to bring the creature down. Taku, panting heavily, insisted that he could still fight. His wife, whom he longed to see, had not yet awakened, and he couldn't give up hope. Giselle paused for a moment, clearly contemplating the situation, before the calamity's red eyes flared again, tearing through the vines. She reached her limit and couldn't hold it any longer. She yelled at Heisei to teleport the beast immediately. The blood fog monster roared, preparing to strike, and Heisei, with no other choice, activated her teleportation skill. "Oh, Taku," she cried out in agony, "stop." But her hands didn't retract the skill, and the energy in her palm flared as she successfully teleported the beast. That day, Hugo Otter faced severe criticism. The saints who had sent the beast to an unknown location were praised. They answered the media as if it were just another day at work, while Sagittarius, the protector of Korea, endured public backlash. People openly criticized Taku for failing to protect his family, calling him incompetent and unworthy of trust. Hugo Otter had to issue a public apology and visit the victims' memorial. He stood there all day in the rain, enduring the bitter attacks from the families of the victims. They shouted and cursed, as if they wanted to tear him apart, but Hugo didn't respond to a single word. Steven, frustrated, turned off the TV, unable to watch any longer. Yang Wei smirked, finding the situation somewhat entertaining, though Steven and Sophie each had their own criticisms of the unfair treatment toward Sagittarius. To Yang Wei, however, it seemed natural for the public to need someone to blame. In his self-serving mind, he hoped the scandal would escalate, making it easier for him to increase his influence. Laughter echoed from the staircase as someone, holding a glass of strong liquor, taunted Stephen Marker with a grin. "Grinning in photos yesterday, and now your conscience is acting up?" Ivan Kruger, the taste saint, chuckled, claiming that the poor Sagittarius deserved the criticism. He tilted his dark face upward, laughing with satisfaction. If that guy was capable, would he have needed the saint's help? A voice chimed in, seemingly to correct him, but John Liu only deepened the sentiment. Sagittarius is a useless failure. The blood fog has stolen half his power. The two burst into laughter, causing Stephen and Sophie to storm out in frustration, unable to endure the mocking anymore. It was clear that Hugo would not find peace after this, and neither of them knew how to handle it. More perplexing to Stephen was Sophie's reaction. She had always envied Gyo, So why did she seem so conflicted now? With a frown, Sophie admitted she still disliked Gio but never wanted anything so horrible to happen to her. Both fell into deep thought. What had just occurred was tragic, but there was no undoing it. Above all, Stephen knew that no one was more heartbroken than the children, especially Sanjay, who had witnessed the downfall of his parents firsthand. In the pouring rain, the 3 members of the Sagittarius zodiac walked between 2 lines of eager reporters. They asked Hugo for his thoughts, but each question probed his guilt. Hugo kept his head down, ignoring the microphones shoved into his face, not even responding to the rumors that all the victims had been sent to Scorpio Hospital to cover up the truth. The Sagittarius vice captain merely announced that Hugo would address everything in a press conference, and then the 3 disappeared behind the iron doors. Still not raising his head, Taku asked Yaren, "Where's Jaewon?" He had been transferred to the hospital but was among the last group of victims. Before the Calamity confronted you, it had vomited out those it couldn't fully consume. Hearing Yaren express regret for saving the captain, Taku simply replied, "Make sure to transfer him to this hospital. Scorpio lent it to us." Unable to bear the indifference any longer, Yaren cried out, "You don't have to take all the blame on yourself. You lost your family and fought the Calamity until the end. Why stay silent instead of telling the world what really happened?" Finally, Taku responded, "There is a way to save the victims trapped in the blood fog, but how would their families react to learning their loved ones aren't dead, only their souls have been stolen? Telling them that capturing the blood fog is the only solution would be nothing but a cruel empty promise." Hugo knew the public needed more than just an explanation, but he had nearly lost all his power to the blood fog and had no choice but to allow the saints to send it to an unknown place. He turned away, knowing no saint would risk their power or soul to reclaim the stolen souls of the victims. Yaren, still unsatisfied, tried to hold on to something. It broke her heart to see Sagittarius despised when he had done nothing wrong. Trembling, she sobbed as Taku gently spoke, "They have every right to hate me. It's because I was too weak to protect them. I couldn't keep my promise to Jian to protect Korea." With a smile that resembled that of a dead man, Taku thanked Yaren for her concern, though there was no joy in his words. Yaren wanted to say more, but a man's hand on her shoulder stopped her. The Sagittarius vice captain shook his head, telling her not to follow Hugo anymore. The guild leader brought the victims to the hospital instead of holding funerals because he believes they could wake up at any moment. It's just that we don't know how to do that yet. But he hasn't given up because the moment he loses hope is the moment he gives up on his wife and Captain Jaewon. Quietly, Taku approached the door of room 808, where his wife's name was written. His hand reached for the door handle but stopped when he heard his son's voice calling for his mother from inside. The boy's sobs and apologies pierced his heart as Sanjay hung his head in guilt, blaming himself. "If only all 3 of us had left the airport at that moment, my mother and Uncle Jaewon wouldn't have been hurt." The boy hugged his pillow, repeating "if only" to himself, crying bitterly, with tears and snot streaming down his face. His apologies and cries for his mother stabbed into Taku's helpless heart. In the end, he couldn't hold back any longer, breaking down in bitter tears outside the hospital room, overwhelmed by the pain and frustration he had been carrying. Looking back, he thought, I should have told Sanjay not to blame himself. It wasn't his fault. But every time he tried to speak, he would end up crying, so he couldn't say a word. Taku didn't want Sanjay to see his father so broken. The leader's story by the campfire had brought the mercenaries to tears, though Lee Gun remained stoic. He hesitated before asking, "Shouldn't have I brought up such a sad memory?" "It's been 10 years, so it's okay to talk about it," Taku replied, though he was annoyed. He had just come home from work only to be cornered into telling the story, and the vice captain even cried like it was real. "Anyway, since the blood fog has returned, it's time to settle old scores." Taku's eyes were filled with determination, as though he had already planned his next steps. This time, he was going to destroy it once and for all. He looked at his friend and confidently declared, "I'll make sure of it." Inside the city in the east, now occupied by the Calamity, the monstrous frog placed its enormous foot on the ground, its bulging eyes peering around. It could sense the power of the sun god and the serpent god approaching. Clutching the bump on its head, the blood fog prepared to take their lives. Its roots spread throughout every corner, and this time, it had returned with the intent to ensure that neither humanity nor the city would know peace. The elite Sagittarius forces, done with their campfire conversation, dispersed to handle the calamities. Taku, full of determination, led his team, eager to burn the creatures to ash before returning home. A subordinate quietly called out to the Saint leader, handing Taku a can of soda. As he sipped, another approached, offering him chocolate to ease his exhaustion. Just as he raised the candy to his mouth, someone else came with more snacks, as if offering gifts to a celebrity. Before long, Taku's hands were overloaded with treats. Perhaps the team felt pity for him because of past hardships, but no matter how much he asked, they all refused to admit it. In the end, he accepted everything, planning to let Lee Gun eat what he couldn't. He dumped a whole box of chocolates into his mouth when suddenly, the Fairy Queen's voice echoed in his mind. She used telepathy to inform him about Sun's use of her teleportation gate to access the secret library. Thanks to her status, no one noticed the unauthorized intrusion. To convince the Fairy Queen, Sanj had revealed his goal, to learn a skill to summon beings from other worlds, specifically spirit invocation. Despite deciding against Gemini, this was the reason Sanjay remained within the Holy Order. He wanted the skill to summon human souls, hoping to resurrect his mother, Uncle Jaewon, and the many innocent souls lost that day. The Fairy Queen listened silently as Sanj explained his reasons, then waved her hand to open a portal directly to the secret archive. Upon seeing the notification confirming his entrance, Sanj cheered. Although the Fairy Queen had little to say, she advised him not to push himself too hard. Sanj, however, was determined to seize this opportunity. As soon as he entered, he reached for the Magic Tree Codex, an SS-class world book requiring 187,000 contribution points. With only 157,000, he offered the bracelet his sister had given him as collateral for an additional 30,000 points, enough to borrow the book. As soon as he rented it, knowledge from the book flooded his mind without needing to read a word. He eagerly raised his hand, ready to dive into the spirit invocation chapter, specifically the part about conversing with the dead. But digesting such vast knowledge would take time. What Sanj didn't expect was someone lurking behind him. A golden light snatched the book from his hands and fell into the grasp of the son of Libra, who had been waiting for the opportunity. Upon seeing the familiar face of Yunnan, Sanj groaned in frustration. Yunnan smirked, teasing, "Why is a disciple who didn't show up when Gemini was in trouble here now?" Without time to argue, Sanj shouted, "Give me back the book, you bastard." But Yunnan wasn't willing to comply. He cleverly copied the book into several identical ones and mockingly asked, "Which of these is yours again?" Sanj nearly lost his temper. Yunnan had no sense of boundaries, always pushing him to his limits. The more Sanj lost his cool, the more Yunnan mocked him, producing more counterfeit copies. "You think you're special just because Lee Gun's got your back?" Yunnan taunted. It was clear Yunnan had a plan as he pulled out a necklace with a Libra scales pendant. "Your father and uncle are about to get torn to pieces," he declared. Meanwhile, Taku raised his bow, aiming for the night sky and firing a signal to call his troops back. Eager to finish quickly, Team A reported in full, and Team B returned swiftly. However, Team C remained eerily silent, lost among the sprawling roots on the ground. Suddenly, a familiar voice, begging for help, echoed through the area. The entire abandoned zone was filled with desperate sobs, the air heavy with despair. John didn't seem too bothered, but when he glanced at his friend Taku, he saw him gritting his teeth, his hands gripping the bow so tightly that his veins bulged. Lee Gun noticed that Taku's body was engulfed in flames, like a torch. He calmly reminded him, "Easy, buddy. You're using too much power. Stay cool." Realizing he was losing control, Taku ran a hand through his hair to calm the flames. Lee Gun stood up, stretched, and joined the elite Sagittarius forces, preparing for what was coming. Inside the city, where Virgo's medals and emblems decorated the walls, residents noticed a mist rolling in and the leaves turning a reddish hue, like autumn. But the calm was short-lived. The ground erupted with roots tearing through the earth, grabbing Taku and Gon's attention. Massive roots pierced the ground, churning everything up before a colossal calamity emerged from the earth, resembling a gigantic frog. Everyone scattered to avoid its reach, except for Gon, who lifted his foot and stomped it right into the monster's mouth. A rough greeting, but that's how Gon liked it. "Are you the disgusting thing that made my friend and nephew cry?" he asked. Of course, The frog didn't respond, so Gon kicked it hard enough to send it flying several meters. But something was off. The creature wasn't defenseless. It grinned, the kind of smile a predator gives when its trap is sprung. Tentacles wrapped tightly around Gon's right leg, squeezing until blood spilled onto the ground. He didn't feel the pain but muttered to himself, "So you're not just some cheap monster, huh?" Inside the secret archive, the blonde-haired Sean raised his mother's sacred relic, and it instantly flashed with blinding light. Sun's eyes rolled back as he clearly saw the image of the blood fog beast opening its mouth wide, ready to devour Gon. Memories from the past caused him to freeze, like a statue, hearing the sinister laughter of Sion. "Today, your father and uncle will surely die." Back in the battle, Li Gun allowed his leg to be entangled, listening to the frog Babylon demanding his energy. Li Gun laughed, finding the request ridiculous. The tentacles wrapping around him incinerated in an instant. Glancing at Taku, who had just released an arrow, Li Gun chuckled, "Hey, come check this out. This monster thinks it can eat anything in front of it." Gon's leg, now twisted and deformed by the tentacles, was stomped hard on the ground. Instantly, Li Gun activated his super regeneration skill, healing everything from broken bones to charred skin. Though his pants were now tattered, he pulled out the hammer of achievements from his storage, saying, "Look at how many fierce people there are. This monster won't have an easy meal today." Pointing at the blood fog beast like it was a villain to be dealt with, Li Gun warned, "Better watch out, gluttonous belly. I'm going to gut you clean." He then propelled himself into the air, swinging the hammer, which grew several times its size with skill amplification, ready to strike the blood fog beast's head. The hammer only scraped the beast's skin, and it roared, throwing both Li Gun and the hammer far away. An arrow pierced the creature's eye, followed by a downpour of golden arrows raining down on it. It was Taku, supporting his friend effectively. He waved his hand to signal the troops to ready their bows again. This time, they didn't fire normal arrows but arrows formed from Sagittarius skills. Knowing that the blood fog beast absorbed the energy of constellations, the Sagittarius troops used sacred arrows taken from weapon storage. Each archer shot 3 arrows at once, and they flew straight into the beast's body. The monster had to endure the pain, using its tentacles to dig up the ground and rocks in front of it. Just as the group leaped to dodge its sharp tentacles, which aimed to skewer everyone in the air, Li Gun recognized that the roots were a major nuisance. With a quick glance, he dashed forward, this time not at the blood fog beast, but summoning Lime to play rock-paper-scissors. The creature's eyes turned into scissors, making it look silly. But when it opened its mouth for its master, it became clear it resembled a knife. In reality, it was 2 halves of a gardener's shears. With Lime in hand, Li Gun quickly sliced through the roots, and even Lime had a hard time keeping up with his speed, leaving the monster bewildered. Li Gun spun and executed his shears skill, slicing through the monstrous frog with dozens of slashes before landing gracefully. Lime, unable to match John's speed, became dizzy and gave up, but Li Gun relentlessly continued his dissection of the frog. Eventually, it collapsed before Gon and the surrounding Sagittarius troops. Everyone was shocked. Had they truly defeated it so quickly? While it seemed too easy, Taku sensed something was wrong. This monster couldn't possibly be finished so easily, especially with the eerie, still writhing trees standing tall, still absorbing nutrients. Something wasn't right. In the library, Sanjay saw his uncle defeat the Calamity beast and couldn't help but cheer in triumph, pointing at Suan with a proud smirk. He scolded him, saying, "Don't underestimate our elders." Confident in his victory, Sanjay declared the battle was far from over. "Do you know why the blood fog is so ravenous?" he asked, shaking the necklace in his hand. Sanjay immediately felt a sense of impending danger as the boy emphasized that the Calamity beast could turn anything edible into energy. Suan shook the Libra necklace, which activated the core of the blood fog beast, causing all the parts that Li Gun had sliced off to regenerate. The Sagittarius troops gasped in horror. It was healing itself. The beast roared again, and even Taku was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the creature. With Lime in hand and unyielding resolve, Li Gun swung his blade, scattering dirt and stone to reveal what lay beneath. As he predicted, numerous large roots twisted beneath the surface, used by the Calamity beast to break through the barrier. Its horrifying roar echoed, much like a slaughtered pig, while the Sagittarius troops were forced to spring into action. The blood fog beast, mad with hunger, muttered to itself, "Food. I need more to eat." Its eyes gleamed as it fixed on the distant city, hungry for human flesh. Suin laughed maniacally. Even though the blood fog needed time to consume an entire city, without the barrier, it would only take moments. Sanjay's vision darkened. Even a fool could tell the monstrous frog was about to leap toward the city. The blonde kid was excited, roaring that the place would be a much better feast than the airport. As Suin laughed, Sanjay's face darkened, and he asked, "Why do you talk as if you were there at the airport?" Suddenly, memories flooded back. He recalled two strangers arguing in the airport over something before running off. One of the strangers seemed eerily familiar. Sanjay froze. "It was you, wasn't it?" he whispered, his face turning pale. Suin chuckled darkly. "Finally, the kid gets it. I've been bored hiding it for 10 years, he sneered, showing no remorse. "Yes, it was me. I caused the disaster at the airport. So, what are you going to do about it? Call the cops? Or live stream it?" Sanjay was speechless, anger boiling inside him as Suin taunted, "Who would dare touch me? My mother, Libra, is the most powerful zodiac. I'm the son of a saint." He mocked, hiding under his mother's shadow to commit such heinous acts. Sanjay's rage reached a boiling point. How could this spoiled brat value lives so little? Without hesitation, Sanjay drew Janice's dagger, terrifying Suin. But just as the blonde kid gathered himself, a sudden burst of light from the dagger emerged to distract Suin, then Sanjay headbutted Suin's chin. Sanjay grinned as the magic book dropped from Suin's hand, unconscious. Sanjay quickly grabbed it, but his eyes were drawn to the Libra necklace around Suin's neck. Without hesitation, he snatched it away. The brat had used it to summon the blood fog, so it might be used to destroy the monster. Sanjay hesitated. Without the sacred relic, could he do anything? But worry would waste time. Determined, he grabbed the great tree magic book and decided to use its power to teleport. The city, now devoid of its protective barrier, erupted under a relentless barrage of arrows from the Sagittarius troops. Arrows shot down like a fiery storm, embedding themselves in the beast, which desperately used its roots to shield itself. Li Gun, still priding himself on his attacks, continued to hack at the creature with powerful slashes, sending shockwaves through the area. But suddenly, the ground shifted beneath him as the monster's roots shot up, claiming his left arm in one swift motion. Frustration flared in Li Gun as he watched his shoulder exposed. He triggered his super regeneration, but the blood fog's mist counteracted his powers, leaving him with only half his regeneration strength. Li Gun stood, watching as the tentacles began to rise from the ground. He tensed as a golden flash appeared. Taku threw himself between his friend and the Calamity beast, scattering the tentacles with a single strike. Just as Li Gun landed, his left arm was fully restored. Li Gun clenched his fist, and with a sweeping punch, Taku obliterated the roots, sending the beast reeling. They now had a moment to assess the situation. The two friends quickly realized the force holding the beast together felt similar to the power inside the Demon Tower, where the Crimson Eye army had been revived 20 years ago. The Demon Tower was infamous for its dangers, with monsters inside being nearly impossible to destroy. Using his heightened senses, Li Gun detected 3 glowing cores within the beast's body, one in the middle of its back, another in its abdomen, and the last one in its head, meant to imprison the souls of those it had devoured. Li Gun's eyes also detected the roots drawing souls from somewhere, likely the central city, which the blood fog had just ravaged. "Damn it," Gon muttered, realizing that the city needed to be saved from the monster's absorption. Taku gestured to the Sagittarius troops to target the roots in the city, but the blood fog was a cunning creature. It quickly understood their plan and wrapped its roots around the troops. While Taku used fire to burn away the roots and rescue his subordinates, Li Gun was equally busy, tearing the roots apart with his bare hands. The blood fog's earth-shattering scream sounded like a whistle, summoning red-purple orbs that scattered across the roots. From these orbs emerged countless faces, moaning and crying for help. The eerie cries caused chaos, terrorizing the Sagittarius troops and leaving them unable to resist. The fake souls clung to the soldiers, their desperate pleas terrifying everyone. Taku, seething with anger, recognized these were not real souls, but a deceptive trick by the Calamity. The misty illusion made everyone see the sorrowful scene, even causing Li Gun to curse. The smug expression of the frog-like creature enraged him. It truly knew how to drive people mad. Determined, he decided to tear this monster apart. The sight of its self-satisfied face made Gon feel nauseous. Suddenly, a spatial vortex from Gemini appeared above the city, and the red-headed Sanjay crashed into a tree, landing with a loud yelp. The Libra necklace's conflicting powers with Gemini redirected his fall, preventing a proper landing. It emitted an odd light and crackling noise. Sanjay followed its direction and realized he had landed on a large, twisted tree with ghastly roots. From its canopy, a red mist drifted down, but Sanjay had yet to realize he had fallen into the very place he thought was still protected. The Libra necklace glowed, creating an effect that blocked the blood fog's influence. After looking around, Sanjay concluded he was in the right spot. The roots were still wrapped around many unconscious people, and if they were still breathing, there was hope. Holding the magic book, Sanjay summoned the power of the grimoire, calling forth the fire mage deity from his skills, ready to treat the tree as an enemy. Before long, the commotion in the Western Dome city attracted news crews. When the drones arrived, they only found ruins and devastation. The European Union representative was furious, shouting that the reckless Suan didn't know how to handle things carefully. The issue Europe had wanted to keep hidden was now exposed. Reporters confirmed the blood fog, which had appeared before, was the main suspect in this attack. The news spread worldwide, stirring a range of emotions among viewers, from Libra scowling at the sight of the bastard she had encountered 10 years ago, to Morin happily sipping coffee with a satisfied smile, and to the fairy queen at home, shocked and anticipating. When reporters finally managed to get drones inside, they caught sight of a tattered leg clad in torn pants darting through the area wielding a massive weapon. It was Li Gun in his familiar ragged state, along with the Sagittarius troops who had spent hours cutting through the entangled roots. The roots followed him like a relentless predator, refusing to let go, while Taku shouted up at his friend from below. The noise was overwhelming as Taku suddenly had to brace himself with all his strength to fend off an incoming blow from a front leg. The S-rank sacred artifact spider silk web shattered in an instant, leaving Taku defenseless and crushed under the frog's leg, blood spewing from his mouth. Seeing his friend being repeatedly struck, John became furious. His anger only intensified as the relentless roots trapped him. He froze for a moment, then the tentacles ensnared him, pulling him close to the mimicry of the tormented souls. Li Gun mentally cursed, finally understanding the horror those who witnessed this nightmare felt. The frog grabbed him and slammed him from the rooftop to the ground, leaving him battered and broken. The Sagittarius soldiers, just freed from the tentacles, looked up and called out for Gon, but he was nowhere to be seen. All they saw was the blood fog's crimson eye gleaming with satisfaction as it looked down on the weak humans, ready to devour them. Without Li Gun and Taku, the Sagittarius Legion was no match for the blood fog. Then suddenly, the creature felt an excruciating pain shooting through its head. It turned, grinding its teeth toward the western city where its food supply was stored. Someone there was tampering with its sacred tree. The pain intensified, causing the monster to jerk violently, as Sanjay's fire mage relentlessly pounded the grotesque tree, hitting it with all his fury and bitterness. Sanjay screamed out, his pain fueling his power. Because of things like this, his beloved mother could no longer smile, his father had lost half his power, and was shunned by the world. His uncle Juan had been devoured right before his eyes. The helplessness he felt seeing innocent people strewn about turned into immense power, which he unleashed on the wretched logo and the cursed tree. Successfully destroying the sacred tree, the frog let out a terrifying roar. Its eyes bulged with rage as it cursed and spewed vile words, then ignored the Sagittarius soldiers, leaping over their heads toward the western city. Each step sent earth and debris flying, causing the troops to realize something strange was happening in that direction. With the monster diverted, Taku managed to crawl out of the deep crater, rising to his feet and shouting orders, but forgetting to grab the prearranged items. Taku closely followed the blood fog, which dashed toward the city. As soon as the beast's feet touched the ground, it was struck by an arrow piercing straight into its head. The pain nearly blew its brain apart, paralyzing the blood fog and making it let out a brain-shattering roar. It couldn't even turn to see Taku, who had just released the bowstring. Fearing he might obstruct John's actions earlier, Taku had not yet touched the arsenal he brought along. Now, he pulled out a spear, another gift for the monstrous frog. Raising the sacred arrow, specially crafted for the blood fog, Taku roared, "Today, I'll pin your fat body to the ground and make fried frog legs out of you." The spear lodged into the blood fog's left thigh, and another struck its right thigh, pinning it to the ground. The Sagittarius troops seized the opportunity, launching a continuous barrage from both sides, bombarding the Calamity beast with sacred artifacts. Arrows splintered into numerous pieces, each accompanied by binding ropes that tightened around the beast, pinning it down. The monster glared at the puny humans holding the ropes taut, but for now, it could do nothing. They had to use all their strength to hold the ropes tight, eyes squeezed shut, united in keeping the beast restrained. This accursed monster healed from every wound with ease. Their only option now was to imprison it to prevent its rampage. The creature cursed the pests holding it down, its nerves screaming in pain from the tree's destruction. Helplessly pinned down while Sanjay continued smashing the sacred tree, the creature channeled all its remaining strength into one final attack, ignoring the fact that the Libra and Gemini energies were nullifying each other. A decade's worth of pent-up rage exploded through Sanjay's final strike. The S-rank fire mage, drawing power from both zodiac signs, shattered the tree into pieces. The protective barrier, already thin, cracked wide open, and the beast's mouth was pierced by a spear. The blood fog roared in despair. The city that once fed it had now exploded, and without the red mist, where would it find souls to consume? The souls that had been wailing on the roots disappeared with the wind, restoring peace to the minds of the Sagittarius troops. Sanjay lay amidst the chaos he had just created, unconscious for a long time before slowly opening his eyes. Beside him lay the utterly destroyed fire mage, and with all his strength drained from that last strike, his entire body ached, leaving him with no desire but to lie there. Suddenly remembering the tree, Sanjay quickly lifted his head. Seeing it utterly obliterated brought him relief. He lay back down, his hand still clutching the Libra necklace, which felt as though it had been burned. His skin was charred and swollen, as if paralyzed. Sanjay wasn't sure if it was due to the immense power he had unleashed on the tree or something else, but one thing was certain, the Libra sacred relic was damaged beyond repair. Well, whatever could be done had already been done. Now, Sanjay could finally relax and enjoy the sight of the real sky after the dome vanished. It felt oddly satisfying, he had succeeded. But just as he was savoring his victory, his eyes caught the reflection of a massive pillar of fire outside the city, shooting straight into the sky. It exploded with a force akin to a nuclear bomb, and anyone who followed the gods received a notification that the power of the sun god Apollo had been activated. The firestorm surged toward the city so quickly that Sanjay barely had time to brace himself. Fortunately, Janus's sacred relic, the snake scale shield, activated automatically, protecting him from the searing flames that engulfed the city. Even with the shield, Sanjay struggled to maintain his balance, but eventually, the shield reached its limit and vanished. The lingering heat left him battered, a strange sensation overwhelming him, a mix of his father's familiar fire and something foreign. The devastation around him was unimaginable. Every building had melted as though submerged in molten lava, entirely consumed by the intense heat. The place where the Sagittarius troops had stood was now sizzling, the sound of smoldering embers filling the air as they trembled, thinking they had narrowly escaped death, perhaps thanks to divine intervention. But it wasn't luck. It was the Zodiac Lord, Hugo Otter, who had used all his strength to shield the group, now left in a miserable state with his arms severely burned. What infuriated him the most was that the blood fog had somehow stolen and used the power of Sagittarius as if it were its own. The flames had incinerated all the sacred binding ropes the Taku forces had struggled to set up. Fortunately, their commander was still alive, though lacking Taku's strength. Exhausted from protecting his subordinates, he could no longer fight. There was no time to worry about those who had just bound it. The blood fog's eyes gleamed with malice as it scanned the city, searching for the lone human near where its sacred tree had been destroyed. Sanjay realized that the blood fog was using Sagittarius' foresight ability, a skill his father often used. However, the energy source behind it was completely different and disturbingly unfamiliar. The beast locked onto Sanjay, identifying him as the one who had destroyed its power source. At the same time, Taku realized, with shock, that the cause of his vengeful youth had somehow appeared amidst the chaos. Could it be that he was the one who destroyed the dome? His father's instincts were spot on as he yelled out just in time. The blood fog let out a deafening roar, determined to devour the boy to satisfy its wrath. It stomped its massive limbs on the ground, its mouth ablaze, eyes filled with fury as it leaped with astonishing speed for such a grotesque creature. Sanjay, drained after destroying the sacred tree, could only turn his head to see the monstrous frog charging at him. Exhausted, all he could do was clutch his head and scream like an ordinary person. Just as he thought he was finished, his father appeared, using his body to block the beast's gaping maw, saving his son at the last moment. Sanjay screamed in shock as he realized his father had come to his rescue, inadvertently enraging the blood fog, which widened its mouth in a fit of fury. Taiku's strength wasn't enough to overpower the beast, and all he could do was hear it mock him as a worthless archer. The beast's mouth grew wider, exerting all its power to counter Taiku's muscles. Sensing the dire situation, Taiku gritted his teeth, glanced at his son, and activated a flame shield around Sanjay, buying him a few more seconds of safety. But for himself, Taiku was swallowed whole by the beast, taking the earth and rubble beneath his feet into the monster's stomach. Once again, Sanjay watched helplessly as a loved one was taken by the blood fog, but the protective barrier kept him from doing anything. Inside the beast's belly, Taiku slid along with dirt and debris, the impact nearly knocking him unconscious. The monstrous frog, still furious, chomped down on the concrete below, taking 2 or 3 more bites just to be sure before finally stopping. Sanjay's eyes dimmed with despair as he called out for his father in vain, the flame shield preventing him from moving or retaliating. The beast let out a triumphant, maniacal laugh, boasting that it had absorbed all the power of the sun god Apollo. Just then, John's shears flew through the air like a boomerang, slicing across the grotesque frog's face and skidding along its rough skin. Li Gun crashed into the treetop above the Calamity beast, frantically searching for his friend. But all he received in return was the beast's victorious laughter, craving more power from the Yucas constellation. The blood fog charged toward Li Gun, tearing through the earth. Furious, Gon activated his 13th sense and saw his friend fall into the monster's stomach, shouting out. But Taiku couldn't hear him. Inside the beast, Taiku's consciousness drifted as his body plummeted through its gut, filled with regret. He tormented himself for failing to save his wife and comrades while the blood fog still lived. Was this really how it would end? All he could do was display his pitiful state for Sanjay and Yue to witness. Would everything truly end this way? Suddenly, a blinding light pierced through his fading vision. Taiku opened his eyes to see the fragments of his stolen power imprisoned in this place, reaching out toward the energy source. He thought that if he could just retrieve it, he might have a chance to fight the blood fog once more. But his consciousness was fading, and his weary body seemed to pull him further away. In his mind, he questioned what he was truly fighting for. Was it for the fading memories of a family that had once meant everything to him? The photograph of them all together at the park was more than just a memory to Taiku, it was a treasure. Taiku remembered his wife's enthusiastic voice and her gentle smile as she asked him if he thought their family looked beautiful. No, this couldn't be the end. Taiku gritted his teeth and forced his eyes open, struggling against the bindings that held him. He refused to give up. He reached out with all his might. He couldn't let it end like this. He couldn't die in shame, unable to face his family or Li Gun again. He couldn't let them witness his weakness once more. I have to. I must reach it. Recognizing the Sagittarius fragment, the power within began to connect with him, starting with a small spark. Then the sun fragment recognized its master, swirling violently like a fireball eager to return to Taiku's command. Warnings flashed in his mind, alerting him that the sun fragment, after being tainted by the blood fog's malevolent energy for so long, would inevitably cause some backlash. But this was Taiku's lifeline, and he steeled himself to claim it, no matter what. His body could take no more, and his hand, nearly scorched from the intense heat, was about to give out when suddenly the space above shattered with a resounding crash. A familiar figure appeared, Li Gun. He roared in frustration, "Hugo Otter. What the hell are you doing down here when there's so much work waiting at home?" The strong hand of his old friend reached out, telling Taiku to grab on. Despite the usual scowl on John's face, it brought Taiku immense joy. He reached out with all his strength, grasping the hand that had supported him for over 30 years, letting John pull him to safety. 30 years ago, in Saudi Arabia, amidst the desert, a swarm of centipede-like calamities wreaked havoc, tearing up the earth and sky. Every time they struck, the blonde-haired young man, Taku, got a mouthful of sand. Battling in the desert was never Taiku's idea of fun. After only a few seconds of vomiting, he heard the sand being disturbed beside him. A centipede's leg flung him high into the air before snapping him up in one bite. The descent into the centipede's stomach was far narrower than that of the blood fog frog. As Taku sank into the slimy enzymes, he thought bitterly about his unfulfilled life, dying without ever getting married and living a poor existence, not much better than a beggar. Suddenly, a force pulled apart the centipede, and the bright blue sky opened before his eyes as someone decapitated the centipede. Peering into its insides, 30 years ago, Lee Gun, already scarred and battle-worn, muttered to himself, asking why this person hadn't died yet, but was already showing a defeated face. "Hey, over here! Grab my hand, kid," he yelled, reaching out. He saw the dazed blonde man staring back at him. Lee Gun, with one eye clear and the other cloudy, asked impatiently, "What's the matter? Don't you want to get out of here?" From that moment on, Lee Gun's image in Taiku's mind never changed. He was always that gruff figure charging ahead with a scowl, shouting Taiku's name at the top of his lungs. He'd curse and scream, "Why aren't you coming out? What are you lying around here for?" But it was that same uncaring attitude, paired with the ever-present hand extended to pull him from places he thought he would die, that made Taku smile. Lee Gun was always the one standing in front, looking pissed off, yet his hand was always there to drag Taku away from death. This scene might have seemed straight out of a romance novel, until Taku was flung out, looking like a beaten dog. Sanjay was horrified, his father, unconscious, no matter how much he shook him. Lee Gun activated his 13th sense, scanning his friend and quickly realizing that Taku had absorbed a contaminated sun fragment. But he was fundamentally okay. Taiku's body was undergoing a process of expelling and purifying the tainted power. Lee Gun reassured Sanjay, "Your dad just ate something bad, that's all. He'll be fine after a good rest." Of course, Sanjay had no idea what his father had consumed inside the frog's belly, but Lee Gun didn't explain further. He simply added that this level of contamination wouldn't be lethal to Taku, and all Sanjay needed to do was watch over him. Then, without saying another word, Lee Gun slung his garden shears over his shoulder and turned his focus to the blood fog, which now had a large hole in its chest courtesy of his attack. The beast wasn't dead yet, so Lee Gun still had work to do. He shot straight up like a rocket, heading for the creature's head. With a powerful thrust, he drove his scissors deep into it, lighting up the entire area with the impact. While the move wasn't enough to decapitate the blood fog, it lodged the scissors deep within. Lee Gun laughed with satisfaction, reminding the beast that because of this, the whole world had laughed at his best friend. "My nephew hasn't even had a proper birthday party yet," he shouted, pressing the scissors in further, determined to punish the monstrous creature. The beast gritted its teeth, struggling to fight back, but Lee Gun had already propelled himself off its head, leaving the scissors embedded but unable to pierce through the beast's thick skin. Summoning his crafting hammer, Lee Gun knew he needed more force to drive the scissors deeper. With a glowing strike, he hammered down with the intent to finish off the beast. The blood fog roared in agony, unable to believe it was being defeated by a mere human. It called out to the serpent-bearer saint, as if they were close friends, declaring, "I may have lost this battle, but I've already set my trap. My roots spread through the city. As long as they remain, I'll drag everyone down with me." In its death throes, it thrashed violently, trying to destroy the city and bury everyone with it, especially targeting the helpless blonde lying on the ground, hoping to bring the buildings crashing down on Sanjay and his father. Still perched atop the blood fog's head, Lee Gun yelled, "Are you really that stupid? My friend Xu may be kind, but he's not so easygoing that you can do whatever you want." He watched as Sanjay clung to his father, thinking they were about to be separated forever. Just as Lee Gun said, Taku's eyes began to glow with a brilliant gold. Before the rubble could strike, a golden light flashed from the darkness, instantly turning it into unrecognizable ash. Even the reporters miles away were drawn to the sudden burst of light. The night sky swirled with a fierce firestorm, and it was unclear whether the flames were rising from the ground or descending from the heavens. A government official clutched his TV screen helplessly, while seasoned warriors like Morin recognized the phenomenon for what it was. The broadcast could only capture the intense light, but even that was enough for those with sharp minds to realize that something significant was happening. The night sky burned as bright as day, an event the reporters would later describe as the rise of a new sun. Yue stormed down the hallway to deliver urgent news, but the Scorpio Saint had already been watching the unfolding events, never taking her eyes off the screen. She clicked her tongue, summarizing what all the saints were thinking. So, in the end, he managed to reclaim the power he lost, huh? Amid the swirling skies, Taku stood ragged in his torn clothes, yet exuding the majestic aura of a god, riding the flames. Sanjay looked up at his father, now radiating power, and felt a surge of joy seeing him not only awake but fully restored. The frog-like monster, furious, realized that the power it had stolen over the last decade had suddenly vanished. It opened its mouth wide and screeched, launching its tentacle-like roots toward Taku, trying to snatch him from the sky. The beast's minions surged from the ground, forming grotesque writhing masses. A wide-area attack like this required Taku to step in. Though he no longer had his S-rank bow, with the current power of the sun god, even these troublesome roots were nothing more than a nuisance. With a simple touch of light, the roots recoiled and disintegrated on contact, leaving everything else unharmed. The glorious, heavenly radiance of the sun god Apollo seemed tailor-made to obliterate these cursed roots. Soon, the towering structures they formed began to disintegrate, evaporating into the wind. Laughing with glee atop the beast's head, Li Gun taunted, "Glorious heaven is Hugo's skill for burning away filth, you wretch. You say you devour everything? The more you struggle, the more fired up I get. You want to steal from us? Think twice about that." His eyes sparkled with excitement as he declared, "Time to finish this. Who has time to keep digging holes?" Activating his combat skill, Li Gun switched positions with the last person he touched. In an instant, the Sagittarius Saint stood on the monster's head, taking his place. Li Gun found himself hovering in the sky, shouting out the familiar, rustic name, "Hey, Taku. Finish it off, buddy." Taku nodded and lowered his hand to grasp the handle of the scissors Li Gun had left behind, driving them through the monster's skull. Despite its agonized screams, each strike brought back memories. Taku recalled how he couldn't bring himself to touch the door handle while his son cried, begging for forgiveness. The boy had blamed himself, saying, "If only I hadn't asked for food, if only we had left the airport sooner, Mom and Uncle Juan would still be alive, and you, Dad, would have been strong enough to stop the calamity, right?" 7-year-old Sanjay had taken all the blame upon himself, leaving a heavy stone lodged in Taku's heart. Drawing his bow, Taku aimed to shoot away the obstacles in his path and offer comfort to his son. "You're not to blame for anything, SJ," he said. The sacred arrow flew from his bow, enveloped in the brilliant light of glorious heaven, purifying all the filth and ensuring that the blood fog would not be enlightened but would certainly not survive. The land dimmed, leaving a large crater as if a bomb had been dropped. Taku sat, catching his breath, only for his farmer friend to stroll over, remarking, "Didn't expect this to end in such chaos, huh?" Taku wasn't sure what to do next. The core had been destroyed, the creature's body turned to ash, and there wasn't much left for him to do. Li Gun cursed the damned blood fog, and Taku joined in. With a deep sigh of relief, Taku knew that with his friend by his side, the calamity could only return in spirit form. He closed his eyes in peace and thanked his friend. In response, Li Gun playfully raised his fist. "Seriously, after all these years, just a verbal thank you? You've been through a lot, brother," he added. They bumped fists with a loud thud, and fortunately, Li Gun didn't ask for 50 kilograms of fried chicken this time. But wait, Li Gun rummaged around and found something interesting. During the battle with the blood fog, he had taken a core from the beast. Taku was surprised, unsure of what it was, but Li Gun didn't really know either. Using his 13th sense and the Eye of God, he realized it was a soul seal orb designed to imprison the souls absorbed by the calamity. As he channeled the power of the Eucus constellation into it, cracks began to appear on the orb. It couldn't withstand the force. Once it shattered, it lost its ability to contain the souls, and beams of light shot out, soaring into the night sky. Taku, already suspecting what it was, couldn't quite believe his eyes. "What is this?" he asked in astonishment. Gon smiled and said, "It's the release of the souls devoured by the blood fog. One by one, they'll awaken. Sanjay's voice rang out from behind, excitedly asking, "Really, uncle?" He ran over, out of breath, from the good news he had just heard. "Will they really wake up?" "Of course," Li Gun replied, as the orb slowly faded from his hand. "Your mother will wake up too." There was no need to describe how deeply moved Sanjay was. Gon then asked with a smile, "It's been a while since you had a proper birthday, hasn't it?" "Well, it might be a bit late, but under a sky filled with 1,000 souls finding their way home. Happy birthday, Sanjay." Next we see Stephen Marker roaring like a guerrilla leader, "I will never stand by and let you threaten humanity." He then unleashed his thunderstorm skill, raining down bolts that obliterated the remaining millipede-like calamities on the beach, leaving the disciples wide-eyed and slack-jawed as they watched the Leo Saint land on a pile of severed tentacles. Standing confidently against the backdrop of crashing waves, Stephen held the cherished big bone aloft, shouting triumphantly, "I finally got it back. You're mine, my precious big bone." To Stephen, the big bone was as precious as a child he had painstakingly cared for and nurtured. He fed it, watered it, and took it on walks during sunny days. Whenever troublemakers like Lion and Sergeich appeared, Stephen and the big bone swatted them away. Together, they excelled in fierce battles, dazzling the world with their adventures. But one night, as Stephen slept soundly next to his beloved big bone, it was abruptly stolen from his embrace. Tears filled his eyes as he realized the thief was none other than Chan Yua. Just as Stephen wailed in despair, Li Gon appeared, grabbed him by the legs, and swung him around in 2 dizzying circles before slamming him to the ground with a resounding thud. Jolted awake, Stephen cried out, "Oh no, my precious bone. Don't leave me." Yet, the big bone was nowhere to be found. Stephen regained consciousness in the special care unit, his head wrapped in bandages. Surrounding him, his subordinates exclaimed, "The Castellan's awake. Don't you remember, sir? You were taken down by Leon while hunting and ended up here." As the underlings whispered among themselves about what had happened, the bandaged saint focused on what he needed to say. The room grew silent, expecting their leader to rally them to confront Li Gon and seek revenge on Capricorn. Instead, Stephen simply said, "Go get the big bone from Chan Yua's room immediately." "Oh my God, can we stop talking about that bone already?" His subordinates groaned, practically pleading for him to go back to sleep and give them peace. Who cares about a bone at a time like this? The commotion spilled into the hallway, signaling to everyone nearby that the leader was back to his bull-like health. Someone suggested informing Vice Commander Yua, but another replied, "Didn't you see her bolt out the door after we dealt with the 8th relic of Li Gon?" They couldn't help recalling her reckless charge into the Scorpio Sanctum without any regard for the danger. Suddenly, an out-of-breath subordinate burst in, urgently delivering shocking news. All those in comas for 10 years following the blood mist incident had awakened. Scorpio Hospital, which had housed 1,000 victims of that tragic event, was now bustling with excitement as every patient regained full consciousness. The story quickly made headlines, linking it to the European front lines, where the prolonged battle between hero Li Gon and the Sagittarius Saint had ended the blood mist. People across the globe were marveling at the apparent connection between the two events, calling it an unprecedented miracle. In a luxurious room, a man watched the worldwide broadcasts with irritation. Even when a blonde figure entered behind him, he didn't turn around, grumbling, "I can't believe it. I sent you to capture Li Gon and Hugo, and not only did you fail, but you let the blood mist spiral out of control." Sivan stood silently as the man ranted about losing the Libra Saint's mother's necklace and the chaos that ensued. Yunu, Sivan's older brother, turned with a glass of strong liquor, furiously berating him for letting the grimoire and other crucial items fall into Sanj Tayo's hands, mocking him for losing to someone who used to be bullied. Sivan endured the tirade in silence, even as his brother called him useless. Fueled by rage, Yunu smashed the liquor bottle over Sivan's head, shattering glass everywhere. "You've never done anything right. I've known it since that airport debacle." Yunu continued degrading him, pressing his shoe into Sivan's face and demanding, "How do you plan to fix this mess, you fool?" Despite the humiliation, Sivan didn't retaliate. He had come to ask for his brother's help, believing they needed to work together to recover. The involvement of Tayo meant even Yunu couldn't ignore the situation. Begrudgingly, Yunu clutched his head and muttered, "First, track Leon. Erase any traces of us and spy on them. With Yunu calmer, Sivan cautiously stood, his face still aching. And you, brother? What will you do? Yunu turned to the large window, deciding to visit Scorpio Hospital to address the aftermath of the Korean incident. While the brothers schemed, at the outskirts of the European defense line, dust and debris lingered from a collapsed building. Tasu and his group, battered and weary, still managed to receive news from afar. After a call ended, Tasu happily announced that everyone except Jaewon and Jio had woken up. Jan was unconcerned, knowing the longer a soul was trapped, the longer it took to return. Having infused his power to release them, all that remained was to wait. Smiling at his nephew, Jan said, "You should go back to see your mother and uncle now." Sanjay hesitated, nervously asking, "What about you, uncle? And dad?" His face flushed as he avoided eye contact. Overhearing, Taku was overwhelmed, wide-eyed with emotion. Determined to respond as a father, he cleared his throat, choosing words carefully. But before he could say, "Lee Gon and I still have things to settle," Sanjay had already accepted and opened his Jameer, preparing to teleport to Korea. Lee Gon chuckled at his friend's misplaced confidence, but his laugh froze, his smile stiffening like a statue in an autumn breeze. All he could do was awkwardly comfort the shy boy. What else could a father do? Sanjay's destination wasn't home but Scorpio Hospital. Clad in torn battle clothes, he tucked the book into his pocket, his heart pounding nervously at the thought of seeing his mother and Uncle Jaewon. After a few steps, he realized it would be embarrassing to visit empty-handed. He turned toward the streets, determined to find flowers to boost his confidence. As Sanjay left, the crossroads near the hospital fell silent until the sharp clatter of shoes and muttered curses echoed. Half covering his face in disdain, Taewon sneered. Scorpio Hospital housing 1,000 people for 10 years? Still nothing compared to Libra Hospital. Rubbing his forehead in frustration, Taewon wanted to locate Sanjay and silence him, but he didn't know where he was yet. So, he decided to cause some trouble for his family in the meantime. Eventually, Sanjay would have to appear, right? Sanjay, holding a fresh bouquet, ran back to the hospital, unaware that a troublemaker was waiting for him. An afternoon after the Blood Mist rampage, the West Dome area was bustling with recovery efforts and battlefield cleanup. The elite forces of Sagittarius received praise for their notable contributions, though they were shy and nervous during their first interviews. Calls rang out nearby to bring the wounded into the makeshift infirmary, a large building repurposed with rugs and stretchers for the injured. Sitting alone at the counter, far from the noise in the lobby, Lion quietly reviewed his system logs and tasks. Having dealt with the Blood Mist disaster, his power trial was complete. The reward? Enhanced strength, transforming his human body into a divine one after just one day. Additionally, Lee Gun unlocked a new achievement, now recorded in his scripture. Sagittarius had witnessed and revered the master of the Eucus constellation. The record also recognized his destruction of dark entities and the liberation of human souls. What Lee Gun appreciated most was that, thanks to this achievement, he could borrow Sagittarius's power under certain conditions. With a few days still left to complete his tasks regarding the secretary and apprentice, he put that aside for the moment. Something more urgent demanded his attention, the odd shard lying on his desk. The fragment, seemingly from a dagger, had been found in the sealed heart of the Blood Mist, believed to be from an ancient civilization. Before dying, the creature had roared about needing souls to offer up to someone, which led Lee Gun to believe that the being mentioned was the same one who had stabbed him in the Demon Tower. Flicking a coin through his fingers as he pondered, he wondered why all the clues pointed to Virgo. Was it really just a coincidence? Never mind, Lee Gun tossed the coin into the air, catching it with glee. He was the type to let go of complicated matters. If he couldn't find the answer, he would just catch the culprit and beat it out of them. A little later, a mug of beer joined his drink on the table. Hugo, looking rather worn out with both arms bandaged from burns, was glad to be there. He even advised his friend to rest first. There was still time to track down Virgo. Lee Gun roared with disdain, cursing how pampered and weak people had become. Back in my day, we didn't even have time to catch our breath. It was constant battles with calamities, he boasted as if Taku weren't born in that era. He should really be ashamed. Changing the subject, Taku asked his friend why he didn't go back with Sanjay to visit his wife and subordinates. I'm not confident enough, nor deserving to meet them. I need to mentally prepare myself, Li Gun said, frowning. There were still many issues to resolve, first the broken fragment on the table, then the shattered piece in his hand. Taku knew that he also had matters to settle with Libra and Virgo. Thinking of that woman who loved to wear all yellow and always chose the largest chair as if it were a throne, speaking with an air of superiority, Taku realized the blood mist was far from over. He was determined to find the root cause of everything, especially after hearing his son mention someone still pulling the strings behind the scenes. So, what do you plan to do with them? John asked, clinking his glass against his friend's. Taku replied that he'd put a hole through that person's head, making Gon burst out laughing. Gon, in a good mood, suddenly got irritated just by looking at the Sagittarius troops. He couldn't resist opening his sharp tongue, telling those kids to go back home. He only fought alongside them because of the bad blood with the blood mist, but now that it was over, they would just be in the way. When it came to capturing Virgo, the whole group looked dejected. They had no argument left, especially when being directly called useless. They had no choice but to accept it. Suddenly, Li Gun pointed at God, telling the kid with the slick back hair to stay. The surrounding people murmured in envy. Ah, the level of an SS rank really is something else, they said. But only these two friends understood each other so well, they needed a lackey to run errands like Jaewon did back in the day to move freely. Out of nowhere, Li Gun asked, "Why did you let Sanjay return to Korea alone? Didn't you see how dangerous that was?" Taku jumped up, realizing the seriousness of the issue, but his friend's carefree face already hinted that he had prepared something. "Who was it?" Taku asked. Li Gun raised a coin engraved with the Yukas constellation as his answer. He had wanted to show it off for a while but only now got the chance, holding it up with two fingers as if saying, "Look closely." Before Sanjay left, Li Gun had tossed this to the kid, simply saying it was a gift from uncle. Before Sanjay left, John handed the coin to the boy, simply saying it was a gift from his uncle. But his eyes gleamed with a hidden intention, assessing the kid's loyalty, which turned out to be a remarkable 300%. With this, the coin, engraved with his zodiac sign, fulfilled the conditions for indoctrination. That was when John quietly accepted the kid as his disciple, assigning him a special mission from the system that would yield rewards. Afterward, John turned away, offering no further explanation, only mentioning it would be used when necessary. Even after Sanjay arrived in Korea, he couldn't stop fiddling with the coin, wondering how it worked. Walking down the hospital corridor, he flipped the coin back and forth but couldn't find anything special about it. Just then, a voice nearby called out for their parents as a family reunion unfolded in the hallway, a touching scene that made Sanjay long to reunite with his mom and Uncle Juan. However, from the other side came a sharp noise, followed by a door slamming open. Someone's foot stomped on another person's neck. It was Taewon, exuding power as though he owned the place. He called out, "I've been looking for you, Sanjay." Taewon's grin only irritated Sanjay further. Without a word, Sanjay attacked, but though his strike was blocked, the bouquet he had just purchased flew from his hand. Taewon laughed, clearly surprised that an A-ranked apostle could fend off an S-rank move. What Sanjay was more concerned about was what a lunatic like Taewon was doing in a hospital in the first place. Nurses, patients, and doctors quickly backed away from the clash, tense at the scene. Taewon sneered, "I know this place shelters those on the brink of death from the blood mist. I just don't want them waking up and causing more trouble. They might as well stay down for good." Taewon seemed possessed as his fist blazed with power, punching directly at Sanjay's shield. Sanjay gritted his teeth, mustering all his strength to resist. The collision between their powers destroyed part of the hospital wing, shattering windows and sending a massive shockwave through the building. Meanwhile, at the disaster prevention headquarters, a few days earlier, Taku had visited to gather information about the blood mist. The bespectacled man who welcomed him was now apologizing over the phone for failing to deal with Virgo and Li Gun. The voice on the other end, cold and stern, instructed him to focus on the bright side. Thanks to this, Virgo's reputation had been tarnished. The voice dropped its tone, warning that it would return soon, urging them to prepare. Outside the headquarters, hurried steps in white boots approached. The person wearing those boots flung open the door as though it were their own place, sharply demanding, "What happened?" The person inside, Kevin Aar, the Virgo Saint, roared, "Why did that damn Lee gun handle the blood mist situation within my territory?" Virgo, known as humanity's strongest swordsman, symbolized by a crescent moon and silver mist, was feared for its power. Only those of noble blood with silver-white hair could wield Virgo's abilities. Under Kevin's leadership, the Virgo Society had achieved numerous victories, gaining strength rivaling Libra, the world's largest and most powerful saint society. Kevin had it all: wealth, talent, power, and an impressive appearance. However, his life had not been free of misfortune, with hardships that shattered his pride. His chief frustration at this moment was Lee Gun. Kevin's outburst echoed through the office as he demanded an explanation. "Why is that bastard Lee Gun trespassing on my turf?" he fumed. "Why does it always have to be him? If only I had died in the Demon Tower and been celebrated for 20 years like him, maybe things would be different. But no, he's back, and the world's attention is on him." The subordinates in the room were taken aback by Kevin's outburst, but the older members understood well the deep-seated animosity Kevin had for Lee Gun. What once started as a rivalry over glory for defeating the Blood Mist, grew into bitter competition. Kevin, no matter how hard he tried, could never measure up to Lee Gun, whether it was in interviews or karaoke. Kevin's frustration reached a boiling point as he demanded to know where Lee Gun was, vowing to hunt him down. The staff, nervous, bowed low and tried to calm him, mentioning that the extermination unit was already tracking down Lee Gun. But Kevin was beyond reasoning. Calm down? How can I calm down when that scar-faced bastard is still out there? He summoned a freezing wind in his fury, the room chilled by his anger. "I couldn't do it 20 years ago, but I sure can now." The assistant, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, quickly intervened, offering to guide Kevin to the military guild and Inquisitor to buy time before Kevin could confront Lee Gun. Outside, Paro's team was already on the move, heading toward a temporary clinic in the Western Dome. They barged in, shouting, "We're the Heretic Extermination Unit from Virgo. Everyone stay put." To their surprise, a loud voice from inside rang out, amplified as though from giant speakers, "Woohoo, we're here, sir. We trust you 100%. Taku, red-faced and gripping a microphone, was yelling with a drunken voice, yet the crowd cheered enthusiastically. Despite being wounded soldiers, the crowd went wild, proving their loyalty to Sagittarius. Emboldened by the crowd, Taku started rambling incoherently before launching into Gangnam Style, his secret technique to hype up the crowd. Solar nebulae swirled above like club lights, and the scene below resembled a lively bar. The crowd cheered, demanding to see Sagittarius's abs. The Virgos, just arriving, were stunned and enraged by the scene. One brave member tried to stop the chaos but was knocked sideways by a powerful blow, nearly dislocating his jaw. The punch sent him flying into a corner, shocking everyone. "It's Lee Gun," they gasped. Holding a bottle in one hand, John stood ready to strike again if any Virgo apostle dared to intervene. The Sagittarius crowd erupted in cheers, their trust in John and the performance at a fever pitch. John, already in a good mood, cracked his knuckles, warning anyone to stay out of his way. One of the Virgos, still tough despite the punch to his face, stood up from the rubble, declaring that the Inquisitor would never approve of this. But John wasn't listening. He just gulped more of his drink and introduced himself as Pirio, chief of the Inquisitor under Virgo, one of their saint leaders. Pirio got straight to the point, asking for John's power. "Kevin Aar, the Virgo Saint, needs you." Meanwhile, Kevin, in his trademark white boots, was rushing toward the door. He burst through it, frantic, yelling, "You're here, aren't you, John?" But the bar was empty. The patrons stared at him blankly. Kevin's frustration mounted, but he remembered he had been tricked. "Damn it, I've been led in circles." Turning on the office staff behind him, he demanded, "What happened to your glasses?" The staff didn't understand, and suddenly Kevin's eyes were assaulted. His contact lenses were sliced in half, and he screamed in pain. "Who the hell removes contacts like that?" he shouted. Kevin's pain was secondary to the notification that popped up, revealing that the technique he had just dispelled was a trap, a skill that led people to get lost. "You've been stalling me," Kevin growled. "Making me run in circles so the Inquisitors could get to Lee Gun first." With his sword pointed directly at the man's throat, Kevin demanded answers, ready to take action. "I'm done playing around. Start talking, or some of your parts might need rearranging. Frost spread along Kevin's sword, and he wasn't joking. A deafening bang rang out through the central hall of Virgo's territory as blue-uniformed guards rushed to stop the troublemaker. But under John's blade, there was no time for showboating. John moved with the precision of a ninja, ambushing and slicing through the opposition with ease. With each move, his experience points soared. His efforts were rewarded, earning him high-grade fabric. The other onlookers could do nothing but watch as John continued to clash with the Virgos. He was on par with Kevin, the Virgo Saint, so no one dared challenge him. Pirio had told Lee Gun that the Virgo faction was in turmoil, divided into two groups because their star master Kevin had lost the trust of his apostles due to his arbitrary decisions. As the chief of the Inquisitors, Pirio had every reason to stop Kevin's oppressive rule and needed John's help. The explanation seemed reasonable, but Lee Gun couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. It was clear that the situation within Virgo was dire if they had to seek outside help, especially with Pirio offering the condemnation of the sky as a reward. This weapon had been Lee Gun's most advanced from 20 years ago, supposedly lost in the Demon Tower when Lee Gun didn't make it out, but now it seemed possible that it was hidden in the Virgo Palace. After taking down all the noisy Virgo lackeys outside, John moved directly toward the Virgo's relic storage. Pirio whispered, "Behind this door is the condemnation of the sky." But before they could open it, Kevin burst in, shouting, "Stop right there, Lee Gun." Kevin Aar was out of breath but grinning wildly as he had finally found John, his face filled with excitement. As soon as they saw each other, both men laughed heartily, no words needed. "Long time no see, huh? It's been 20 years, Kevin exclaimed, sprinting toward John, clearly unable to contain his excitement. His usual companion, Hugo Otter, stood beside him, though his face looked odd. Noticing Pirio standing next to them, Kevin immediately blurted out, "So it's a traitor bringing Lee Gun here to take me down." Just as Kevin was about to threaten, "You're dead, I'm going to kill every one of you," his eyes caught sight of the guards on the left side, completely flattened. "What the hell is this?" he asked, his voice suddenly turning serious. Everyone else followed his gaze, and Kevin roared, "Who did this? Who's the bastard that turned my avatars into that?" His scream pierced the ears of John's crew, and even Taku began to understand why Kevin was so angry. All three of them pointed at Lee Gun in unison, as if to say, "There, the culprit's right here." "Traitors!" Kevin's rage intensified. "You've just given me one more reason to take you down," he shouted, then launched an ice attack, slashing through the air and sending a blast of ice toward John, destroying everything in its path, even blowing out the wall behind them. But strangely, in front of Kevin was a blazing fire that melted through his ice, leaving only a wet mess behind. Taku's slurred voice rang out, Hey Kevin, you owe me. Before you fight John, fight me first." His whole body was engulfed in flames, yet his face looked drunk and dazed. The fact that he jumped in to demand a fight at such a crucial moment was quite the spectacle. The news that Hugo had regained his strength had reached Kevin's ears, but fear was out of the question. He was as aggressive as ever. "Oh please, you think I'm scared of you? See what's on my index finger here," Taku said, drunkenly pulling out not one but 3 giant arrowheads from his stash of weapons, looking like a blacksmith preparing for a fight. Not just talk, Taku grabbed one of the arrows in his left hand and hurled it straight at Kevin's face, aiming to pin him to the wall. "I'll greet you," Kevin smugly said as he raised his sword to deflect the attack, scoffing, "Is this all you've got?" With a single swing, Kevin knocked the first arrow off course, but Taku had 3 of them. Before Kevin could react, the second arrow came inches from his face, exploding on impact. Yet Taku remained unaffected, still determined to knock down the silver-haired man. Kevin felt deeply embarrassed, watching his master act like a drunken brawler in a bar, picking fights with everyone. But to John, this was all completely normal, so he stepped back and took a phone call. Whoever was on the other end seemed familiar, as John casually said, "I'm in front of Virgo's relic storage, get here quick." Kevin Aar was not one to back down easily. Bracing himself on his sword amidst the wreckage left by the arrows, he muttered, "Well, the warm-up's done," clearly irritated. Just then, John made his entrance, demanding some spotlight for himself. Wielding a weapon that could split into 2 or merge into one at will, John smirked and said, "Everyone out of the way. I'll face him myself since he wants it so badly. Kevin laughed heartily, enjoying the moment. He didn't even let his subordinates get involved, saying, "This is a battle between saints, don't try to interrupt when we're having fun." Then he added, "I've waited 20 years for this day to finally take you down." Kevin stomped the ground in the opposite direction of Lee Gun, launching himself forward at full speed. The two clashed head-on, their weapons colliding in a brilliant flash of light. John paused, surprised that this silver-haired man had actually blocked his strike. To clear up the confusion, the system chimed in, reminding John that his power enhancements would take a full day to activate and were only at 76% right now. "What did you expect?" the system said. Distracted for just a moment, Kevin grinned from behind his silver sword. "What's wrong, Lee Gun? Give me your all. If you're not in the mood for it, I'll just go to you." Kevin's freezing aura filled the air, making the surroundings feel as if they were freezing over. His sword shattered John's S-rank scissors, forcing him to step back. Kevin quickly followed up with a lightning-fast strike, but John, ever the trickster, dodged with agile twists and turns. It wasn't easy to counter John's dirty tactics. Kevin charged forward, only to be met with a pair of worn flip-flops, likely from some random bathroom in Belgium. With a nimble flick, Lee Gun knocked Kevin's ice sword aside, spinning gracefully to avoid Kevin's attacks. When dodging wasn't an option anymore, John casually pulled something from under his arm, grinning calmly as Kevin lunged with Virgo's sword. Lee Gun brought down his massive weapon just as Kevin swung, effortlessly smashing his sword into the ground under the weight of his achievement. Kevin's sword was reduced to just a hilt. Stunned, Kevin realized that this sacred weapon, which he had thought was in Sergei's hands, was now in John's possession. This brief hesitation earned him a sharp slap from John, the master of dirty tricks, who cackled, "You shouldn't look away during a fight." Kevin dug his heels into the ground, regaining his balance and grinning despite John's kick to the face. "That's the Lee Gun I know. No more warm-ups. Let's get serious." Dropping his useless sword, a gleam of competitiveness flashed in Kevin's eyes as he drew out something glowing like a neon light, the ice sword he had just unsheathed. It swirled through the air, emitting frenzied howls that even roused Taku from his drunken stupor. "I'll go all out now," Taku muttered. John was thrilled to see Virgo's real weapon, having found the silver-haired man's weird sword intriguing earlier. It turned out Kevin had been saving the best for this critical moment. Kevin didn't deny it. "This thing isn't something you can just casually bring out." The royal sacred relic, Frost Winter, revealed its distinct translucent form, adding to Kevin's imposing presence. He glanced at John, who was crouched like a frog, and mockingly asked, "By the way, can you move all right?" Frost Winter didn't only freeze the surroundings, it also froze John's relic, locking his limbs exactly as Kevin intended. Kevin laughed heartily. 20 years of imprisonment turned you into a dumb kid, huh? Take my ice sword and snap out of it." The blade struck straight through the target, blood splattering everywhere. The victim gasped as the two Sagittarius lackeys screamed in panic, but they hadn't realized that John had already appeared behind them. Pirio figured it out just as Kevin had stabbed someone, definitely not John, who was coughing painfully from the brutal ice strike delivered by his own master. Taking advantage of their shock, John grabbed the charged hammer and roared, "I knew this guy was a fraud." It was then that Pirio realized John had somehow figured out that Virgo's faith was only at 3%, while his devotion to Libra was 97%. With a home run, both Virgo's master and servant were sent flying by John's hammer, crashing into the icy barrier Kevin had set up earlier. Eyes gleaming with delight, John noticed they had smashed through the door to Virgo's vault, revealing a heavily chained block of ice glowing under the light from outside. John immediately recognized it as the condemnation of the sky, his prized weapon. Kevin scrambled to his feet, barely lifting his head before spitting curses at Lee Gun. It was so ridiculous that even Tasu chimed in, "Ridiculous, betraying my friend in the demon tower only to get backstabbed by your own lackey." Kevin looked up in confusion. "What do you mean? When did I ever betray that scar-faced guy?" Taku snapped back, "You trapped Lee Gun and stabbed him in the demon tower, didn't you?" "Oh, you dare frame me?" Kevin shouted, ready to argue toe-to-toe with Sagittarius. Their heated bickering only escalated Virgo's fury. If there was one thing Kevin hated most, it was having his dignity insulted, and those words were enough to drive him mad. He swung his fist to punch Sagittarius, but his movement suddenly halted. The arm holding the ice sword was tightly bound by chains wielded by Pirio from behind. Grinning slightly, Pirio said, "This is why we should have finished everything back with the blood mist." Clearly, the chains restraining Kevin were none other than Libra's golden rule ability. Kevin's eyes widened in confusion. How could a Virgo disciple possess such a skill? As if answering his question, Pirio revealed Libra's sacred relic, the Scales of Justice, activating the equivalent exchange skill. One side of the scales appeared at Kevin's feet, raising 3 chains. Pirio's shout echoed, "I offer this to the Saint Virgo Kevin Aar." A crimson light slashed down from the sky, and no matter how much Virgo struggled, he couldn't break free from the vines intensifying their grip. Drenched in cold sweat, Kevin resolutely unleashed Frost Winter, striking his shackled right arm with his free left hand. In an instant, blood sprayed everywhere before the astonished eyes of the traitorous disciple. Pirio never expected Virgo Saint to decisively sever his own arm like that. The crowd below was shocked. Kevin's subordinates rushed to catch their lord, who nearly passed out from the pain. Though he escaped, the severed arm was enough to serve as a sacrifice on the scales, making Pirio's grin even wider. At least witnessing Virgo's distorted face as he cut off his own arm brought him some satisfaction. Kevin immediately used ice to cover the wound, stopping the bleeding while retreating to where his subordinates could support him. The equivalent exchange on Libra's scales immediately considered his arm as an offering, opening a mystical, swirling space on the opposite scale. Pirio intended to use Kevin's entire body as a sacrifice, conveniently killing the saint in the process, but even just the arm sufficed. He had no fear when he saw Taku's group drawing their bows. John raised his hammer high, and all 3 unleashed different attacks aimed directly at Libra's scales, hoping to destroy it. Unfortunately, they were too late. All their attacks fell into the newly opened illusionary space, and not a single shred of energy touched the treacherous disciple. Behind him, the spatial cracks grew wider, gradually connecting and transforming the surrounding scenery into a barren area with a blood-red sky. The ground sprouted grotesque demonic hands, all pointing toward a temple with about 200 steps. The whirlwind above swirled with scattered debris of indistinguishable shapes, and in an instant, all 6 were no longer in the Virgo Palace. Li Gun's face turned pale, uneasy, for he recognized this ominous and unsettling atmosphere. Meanwhile, deep in thought, Pirio stood on a high platform, looking down at the group, and mockingly announced that this hellish scene would be their mass grave. Virgo's subordinates were furious. 2 women wielded 4 swords, glaring at Pirio with rage, cursing him for daring to cut off their master's hand. Raising their twin swords into a cross shape that gleamed with a silvery light, both unleashed a gust of freezing winter wind intended to slice through the man's flesh. But unexpectedly, all that could be seen was the dusty mist of their technique, while the wind didn't even stir. The confusion on their faces was obvious. They couldn't understand why Virgo's deadly technique couldn't manifest. Behind them, Kevin clutched his face, groaning in helplessness as he realized he couldn't use his power. His trembling hand tried to summon it again but failed. His connection to the absolute God had indeed been severed. John realized that Virgo's words were true. Even Taku couldn't summon any trace of the divine golden aura. It was unbelievable that a mere follower could possess the skill to sever connections with deities. But quickly, the bizarre hands behind the 2 began to tremble, as if activating their joints, before slamming down on the ground, forcing the Sagittarius duo to leap away and escape. Pirio, witnessing their powerlessness, laughed in delight, boasting, "This is the isolated space created by the Libra Saint. You won't be able to use your sacred powers here." His laughter grew increasingly wild as the group below struggled against the hands trying to grab them. In this place without power, even a saint was nothing more than a small human being. Amid the chaos, someone managed to escape. Weapons still slung across their back, Li Gun made a quick sprint out of the debris, suddenly leaping toward Pirio. The man pulled out a Libra scale from some hidden corner, commanding the magical hands to successfully block Li Gun's path. Among the fleshy surfaces were several red gem-like orbs, half resembling jewels, half like eyes. John glared at them, realizing these were no ordinary disaster misfortunes. Struggling to fend them off was exhausting enough, and below, the traitor sneered, "Why don't you greet your old friends? Don't tell me you've forgotten the ones who pushed you to the brink of death in the Demon Tower? Grasping the words from that bastard, Pirio, Lee Gun gradually pieced it together. It indeed involved these creatures. The space began splitting apart by bloodthirsty black-clawed hands, and soon a horde of disaster misfortune swarmed in, seeking prey. According to Pirio's taunts, these were the real black-class disaster misfortunes that had appeared in the Demon Tower with the red eye. Here they were again, following the traitorous apostles' orders to devour everyone. Meanwhile, at the Scorpio hospital, the sun shone brightly, yet the atmosphere was filled with ominous dust and smoke. Sanjay gritted his teeth, enduring the swollen pain on one cheek while inwardly cursing that bastard, Tawan, for blocking all his attacks. Tawan laughed smugly, swinging his vine-like restraints to hold down the burning fists of the fire mage. Full of arrogance, Tawan jeered, "The gap between a rank and S-rank is so obvious, you can see it with your eyes." Raising his fist again, he muttered, "You may have beaten that fool, Suan, but you don't stand a chance against me." His punch blasted away the fire mage's hand, sending Sanjay flying into the opposite wall, smashing a large section before stopping. Struggling to get up, coughing painfully, Sanjay was shocked to realize he had been blown straight into his mother's hospital room. He was at a loss for what to do, but Tawan's steps never paused. Recognizing immediately that this was the redhead's mother's room, Tawan, holding a demonic tome, ruthlessly kicked Sanjay in the stomach, making him spit blood. Seeing the boy writhe in agony, Tawan was thrilled, arrogantly raising the demonic tome and mocking, "This is just a scroll about using magic, you little brat. With that dumb head of yours, no wonder you're stuck at a rank forever." With that, he secured the book and thoroughly humiliated Sanjay. Tawan summoned a burst of energy to send both the redhead and his mother to their doom. The floor and wall beneath Sanjay shattered, and the violent shockwave tossed his mother and her hospital bed into the yawning hole. Sanjay screamed hoarsely, unable to use his magic to save himself. Terrified, he refused to die this way, thinking of his kind uncle, his tough but loving older sister, and the father he never truly spoke to. Was there truly no one to help him in this life-or-death moment? His mind raced, desperately searching for a way out while berating himself for his uselessness. When he saw his mother, who hadn't opened her eyes in 10 years, falling too, Sanjay held her tightly. He thought of how his father never gave up on the blood mist case. Holding his mother close, Sanjay vowed not to give up either. As the determined thought to protect his mother rang in his mind, a notification chimed, congratulating him for being recognized by Ophis for his indomitable spirit. Would he accept the challenge of Yuku's to gain strength to fight his enemies? Sanjay roared, "I'll do anything. Just once, let me protect something with my own strength." As he uttered the plea, his entire body was bathed in Yuku's light. The strange sight caught Taiwan's attention, and he scowled in irritation, wondering what magic the boy could still wield. The fierce power of Yuku's enveloped Sanjay and his mother, allowing them to land safely, free from any shock. Meanwhile, the master of the Yuku's constellation struggled against 4 giant arms trying to crush him. The Virgo Saint, the Sagittarius Saint, and the Apostles were all similarly trapped. Pirio laughed maniacally, unable to believe how smoothly things were going. He even regretted preparing so thoroughly. The tighter the binds, the wider Pirio grinned. "Saints are nothing but wriggling worms. Let's see you squirm some more," he mocked. After his taunt, Pirio turned to Lee Gun and teased, "Are you going to try, or just give up?" Flexing his muscles, Lee Gun chuckled. "Goddamn, you talk too much." He sneered, "You want me to give up?" With that relaxed smile, Pirio was caught off guard. Despite his battered body and lack of divine support, John reminisced about his past. "Even when I fought the Red Eye alone, wandered the Demon Tower for 20 years, I never once thought of giving up. Now you want me to give up just because of this?" John laughed loudly. "You're too cute, brat. I told you to live in reality, but you're stuck in delusions." Pirio quickly grabbed the golden scale to command the demonic hands to crush John, hoping to end his fear. "Let me grant your wish to die," he muttered, wanting to rid himself of the terror. Coincidentally, a green light from the Yuku's constellation appeared in front of Sanjay. He shot upward, fist raised, and slammed it into Taiwan's face, sending him flying back a great distance. The punch dislocated Taiwan's jaw, spraying blood and possibly breaking several teeth. Landing on his feet, still radiating magical energy, Sanjay warned, Don't you dare mention giving up to me. I'll never give up. I'm sick of helplessly losing everything. My mom's still here, Uncle Jen's still here, and everyone will be protected by these hands. His determined roar marked his official acceptance of Yukuza's challenge, making him the first apostle under Lee Gun in the virtual space. John also received a signal that his first apostle had opened a new chapter in the Lee Gun Bible. From now on, every step Sanjay took would be recorded by Yuku's. John's surge of energy pushed the disaster misfortunes away, with a heavenly light illuminating the unkempt apostle, leaving everyone in disbelief at his true power. Beams of light pierced through all the disaster misfortune hands, breaking the barrier of the world. John, barefoot once again, stomped up the steps toward the terrified Pirio. With each step, his clothes tore further, using the Bible's power to create his own legend. He arrived at Pirio in tatters, but his focus shifted when he noticed the collapsing barrier was exposing the real world. Pirio's gaze darted to the condemnation of the sky behind him. Without hesitation, John shoved Pirio aside and reached for the high-grade weapon. His fingers wrapped easily around the handle, slicing through the annoying cords binding it. Pirio began to feel fear as he never expected Lee Gun to retrieve that weapon with such raw strength. Holding the weapon, Lee Gun smirked. Ah, the feeling from 20 years ago is still so familiar, he mused. Hoisting it onto his shoulder, he tapped it as if greeting an old friend. Lee Gun felt utterly refreshed, having finally reclaimed the condemnation of the sky after so long. It was one of the 8 great holy relics, his ultimate weapon. He would never forget it. With a smile, he remarked that the weapon, bound for 20 years, likely hadn't tasted disaster misfortune in a while. Just as a massive hand lunged toward him from above, he didn't even bother to turn around. He effortlessly thrust the blade into the Calamity's heart, causing it unbearable agony. With a cold gaze of disappointment, he muttered, "Is that all you've got? Are you done?" He unleashed a straight cut toward Pirio. The slash extended dozens of meters, splitting the ground with a deafening rumble. The unfortunate souls bound by the cursed hands were sent flying, but at least they were freed by the attack. Kevin froze for a moment, realizing John's strike not only tore the surface but sliced all the way down to the deep lava flow below. The Master of Chaos grinned, taunting the trembling Pirio. "What's the matter? You want to squirm some more? Show me what you've got." With the sword hovering like an ancient relic from 10 years ago, John sneered down at the half-collapsed Pirio and mockingly asked, "Want to give up? Say the word." Pirio, clutching the Libra holy relic like a lifeline, frantically waved it, screaming for the remaining disaster misfortune to attack. The swarm of hand-shaped monsters charged at Lee Gun, but the more they gathered, the easier it was for him to deliver a simple yet devastating blow. The strike shattered them into fragments, tearing apart the fabric of the surrounding space. Despite the carnage, they didn't lack numbers. No sooner did John leap into the air than one calamity from above and one from below struck simultaneously, trapping him inside. Pirio barely stood, ready to gloat, when a radiant light from Yuku's shone through the gaps. The blinding light split the disaster misfortunes apart, revealing John, gleefully raising the condemnation of the sky. "This is exhilarating," he exclaimed. "After 20 years, my weapon finally gets to taste disaster misfortune again." His excitement made him resemble a final boss in a horror movie. To salvage the story's heroism, Kevin planted his ice sword into the ground and cast Summer's shooting star, standing shoulder to shoulder with Taku to summon sky radiance. Together, they conjured Radiant Storm, a force capable of freezing movement and purifying the impurities of the disaster misfortune. With the destruction of the virtual space, the connection to the absolute God was restored. Both Apollo and Virgo appeared above them, proudly chanting their constellations' names, claiming that Virgo and Sagittarius had been revived. "Your poses are gross," John sneered. "What is this, a superhero audition?" Despite the lack of divine support, John's overwhelming power left Pirio trembling in disbelief. He quietly began to retreat, unable to comprehend how Lee Gun could be this terrifying. But escaping wasn't so easy. A thunderous "hey!" echoed as silver-clad feet pounded down the steps. Kevin leaped forward, swinging his sword with his remaining hand, determined to avenge his lost arm. Pirio couldn't dodge the crushing strike, only able to watch in horror as it sliced across his face. To Kevin's shock, the strike didn't kill him but revealed something strange beneath Pirio's cracked skin. Quickly jumping back to observe, Kevin saw it wasn't blood, but some kind of ability. The fragments gathered in the air, forming a talking head that sneered, "I really didn't want to meet you all like this. Despite the disguise?" Kevin recognized the presence. It was none other than John Luis. Morin greeted them with feigned politeness before leaning down to whisper to Pirio, "You aren't thinking of running, are you? We told you to get rid of them." Without waiting for a response, Morin laughed wildly, offering Pirio one last chance. He used his power to twist Pirio's flesh into a grotesque mass, sending it skyward to merge with the severed Calamity limbs. Morin's deep voice echoed, offering Pirio as a sacrifice to the gods, turning him into a Calamity to complete the mission. Harrow's mouth was sealed, leaving him unable to express agreement or refusal when Morin used Libra's equivalent exchange skill, placing Pirio on the scales. There was no turning back. John and his crew stood by, waiting for the spectacle to unfold. He whispered, "Hey, silver hair, that guy really is named Pirio, right?" Kevin, knowing John's antics all too well, muttered to himself that this was likely leading to some ridiculous nickname. "You're quick to catch on," John grinned before asking, "Virgo disciple, how about we call him Giant Pirio? The name fits since he's gotten so huge." Kevin, unimpressed, wondered how Hugo Otter managed to put up with this lunatic. Both of them laughed out loud, and poor Teksu, even if he cursed, could only do so briefly before accepting that there was nothing else he could do. Meanwhile, above, Giant Pirio groaned, making belching noises as the massive hands clawed at his throat. John patiently waited for the bizarre transformation to complete. His body had been enhanced to 85%, allowing him to use it beyond the 80% threshold. Reflecting on how effortlessly his earlier strikes unleashed tremendous power, John was eager to test the difference his new strength would make once Pirio's Calamity form fully manifested. Raising the condemnation of the sky effortlessly, he used more force this time, bringing it crashing down on the monster's head. His pupils narrowed as he stared intently, surprised by the sheer magnitude of the cut he had delivered. Outside, under the clear blue sky, Jean Mang, who had been called by Gon, stood in shock, staring at the crisscrossing icy spikes now covering Virgo's palace. He had no idea why Li Gun summoned him there to witness a battle with the Virgo Saint. Just as he was finishing his thoughts, the ground cracked violently, causing him to stumble back in alarm. "Good heavens, I never thought I'd see Virgo's palace completed," he said, blown away. A young woman's voice emerged nearby, asking if the explosion was indeed Virgo's domain. Mang was taken aback, surprised to see her there. The two paused their conversation and turned their attention to the traitor foaming at the mouth amidst the rubble. Bare feet stomped out from the debris, accompanied by muttered curses. "This enhancement is too wild. I can't even control the power." John wagged his finger in annoyance, complaining that if 85% was already overwhelming, how intense would it be at 100%? Still getting accustomed to his new abilities, he ignored everything else. But the owner of Virgo's sanctuary wasn't about to let it slide. Kevin roared, "You crazy bastard. You just blew up my domain." And of course, Virgo had become homeless. The news of Pirio's defeat only intensified the criticism toward Morin. Hanging his head in guilt, Morin admitted his mistake, adding that he hadn't expected Li Gun to bring those people with him. Hearing the reprimand from above, demanding why he dared reveal himself, Morin shrugged as if it were natural in his pursuit of capturing Legion. His response, laced with 70% mockery and 30% irresponsibility, earned him a flick, causing golden chains to tighten around his body, forcing him to his knees. Bowing his head in a show of regret only earned him a cold retort from Libra. "I hope that sarcasm comes from your confidence in succeeding next time." Her haughty demeanor intensified as she questioned Morin, "So where do you think they'll go now?" The tightening chains made Morin gasp for breath as he answered, "Kevin will surely try to prove his innocence, so the next destination would be the Scorpio constellation, right?" His two companions looked at Kevin with curiosity, asking, "Did you really say the one who hurt Gon was Scorpio?" He nodded firmly. "It was definitely that saint." Taku grabbed Kevin by the shoulders, shaking him as if trying to rattle his head loose. "No way. Haley would never do that. The crazy blonde." Kevin reminded Taku not to be foolish. "Just because she helped with the blood mist case doesn't mean she's innocent. If I wanted to kill John, why would I secretly stab him in the tower?" If I were to beat him, I'd do it somewhere people can see. Glancing at his subordinates, Kevin ordered them to lead the way to the underground section of the relic storage. Turning back to the others, he added, I'm so familiar with the mysterious civilization's dagger that you guys gave as evidence. The secret storage path was cleared, revealing an intact door leading down. Guiding the other two, Kevin explained that he had been investigating for a long time, determined to root out the enemy hiding among the gods. As they opened the door, Taku immediately noticed a glowing purple object. This is everything I found while investigating the Scorpio 5 years ago, Kevin stated, pointing to the scattered relics. All of it is connected to the mysterious civilization. Just looking at this stuff, you can see I had good reason to say Scorpio is dangerous. They'll be the first to threaten human civilization. I don't think that's the case, though, a voice interrupted. Footsteps echoed on the stone stairs as someone new descended, catching the trio's attention. Kevin realized it was the eldest daughter of the Aries Saint and asked, Didn't you just say something different? You mentioned that the Scorpio constellation is dangerous, but I just came back from Scorpio City with the help of Lady Haley. I know for sure that she's a good person, so it feels like your judgment is a bit hasty. Hearing that the young girl had been to Scorpio City, Kevin eagerly asked where it was located. Somewhere else, the belly of the wild-looking man suddenly rumbled loudly, like a village drum, making everyone lose interest in further questioning and focus on finding food instead. Outside the coffee shop, the sound of shattering dishes echoed, drawing the attention of both staff and customers as another glass was crushed to pieces in Lee Gun's hand. He had already broken several like that, still mumbling to himself, How come I can't control my strength? The Virgo Saint roared, telling him to quit fooling around with his ridiculous strength tests, shouting, Are you nuts? Why the heck are you smashing dishes in someone else's restaurant? But Ula found her uncle incredibly cool, thinking, Uncle can do whatever he wants, keep going. Her blushing face and gentle tone clearly showed she was smitten with the handsome guy. Kevin yelled, Sagittarius, is this how you teach your kid? But the man didn't dare respond. Suddenly, the madman, Lee John, stopped breaking things and instead stared directly at Kevin. Just as Kevin began to feel uneasy, Lion's hand shot out, grabbed his head, and effortlessly lifted him up. Since Lion's body had undergone complete enhancement, transforming his weak human flesh into a divine body in the first phase, he was just testing his grip strength. Tayu was feeling pretty pleased with himself and quickly mocked the white-haired guy, telling him to sit still and stop causing trouble. But karma hit back instantly. John grabbed both of their heads with his hands, testing his strength, making them look ridiculous in Kevin's eyes. Who was it just now saying to sit still? Why talk big if you can't follow through? Yue found her uncle's effortless spinning of two saints' heads like toys just as exciting as watching a pop idol flaunt their abs. She covered her mouth, giggling sweetly, thinking how cool it was. After casually tossing the two noisy men aside, Yue stepped forward, announcing Haley had a message for Lee Gun. She presented a pen crafted from sacred golden wood, delicately placed inside a cushioned box. Myung the appraiser jumped out, shouting in awe, Oh my god, this is one of the 8 holy relics. John, holding it, immediately received a task to procure a recorder to record the achievements of Yuku's. John recalled how Haley had always avoided him, so why would she send this? He thought she disliked him. Shifting topics, he turned to the glowing purple items in Kevin's basement, learning they were indeed linked to Scorpio. Kevin tossed them aside and shouted, See, I told you. That Scorpio woman is connected to some unknown civilization. Agitated, he continued, 20 years ago, I saw her pull a trick on you. She secretly poured something weird into your food right in front of me. She was the one who set you up. No one else. John retorted, observing Kevin adding purple substance to his food with a straight face. Kevin calmly explained, It's just a supplement. You're always fighting disasters with just your human body, no divine support. That's why you can't beat me. You're lacking strength. As a gentleman, I'm just giving you a boost. No need to thank me. Taku, suspicious, questioned, What's the difference between that supplement and the poison she used? Mang interjected, offering his appraising help, but Kevin dismissed him with, No need for your meddling. The two bickered over the supplement, completely ignoring the seasoned appraiser who stood off to the side, feeling neglected. Meanwhile, Virgo's Heretic Commission leader sighed, apologizing for Virgo's involvement with another constellation. He'd suspected something was wrong from the start. How could someone so powerful fail to mediate, needing to split forces and seek outside help? John nodded in agreement, reflecting that Pirio must have orchestrated it all for John's factions to fight each other. Frustrated, John thought back to all his investigations pointing to Virgo. The clues led directly there: Sergeyevich, Hyen, all the evidence seemed to connect Virgo. At one point, John had believed it completely. But looking back at the Demon Tower 20 years ago, he couldn't remember if the person who stabbed him had silver hair, which made him reconsider. Besides Virgo, it could have been Libra or any saint with light-colored hair. Recalling Kevin's words about wanting to punch Gon openly, John doubted Virgo was the culprit. Still, he decided to pursue Scorpio. The clues were vague, but Haley's involvement, especially since she sent the sacred pen, deepened his suspicions. Suddenly, John changed direction, saying he needed to meet his disciple, SJ, leaving both UA and Taku confused. Taku stammered, "Wait, what did you say?" Lee Gun grinned, replying, "My dear friend Chan SJ, your son is my believer now." Taku screamed, and even UA turned into a ghostly figure, asking, "Uncle, why him and not me? I'll ask Sanjay myself." The girl frantically texted her brother with a fierce look, making John uneasy. He hadn't meant to cause a rift between them just to gain a believer. However, Sanjay wasn't responding. His phone buzzed nearby while he lay back, drained after dealing with the lunatic Yunnan. He hadn't noticed his sister's desperate calls until she nearly wore out her phone. A gray-suited figure appeared outside, clicking their tongue in praise of Sanjay for defeating an S-rank Libra disciple. Sanjay turned, startled to see a nurse holding a grimoire. The nurse revealed their true identity as Gemini Bishop Choi Sak, who was disguising himself. "Is cross-dressing your hobby?" Sanjay blurted. "I'm here for this grimoire," the bishop said, confusing Sanjay, who scratched his head, unsure about the situation. Even after receiving the book, Sunhuk didn't leave. Smiling mysteriously, he said he had questions, starting with what happened to Saint Lord Hyen. Using the book's magic, he summoned a teleportation ring to interrogate the Gemini traitor. Soon, legs emerged from the portals, encircling Sanjay, demanding he come with them for questioning. Across the room, Uncle Jae-won, on life support, stirred, sensing danger to his beloved nephew. His eyes twitched open, and he stared at the hospital ceiling. Sanjay, now surrounded by a dozen disciples, could hardly believe that the guild leader he once followed without question was this kind of person, selfish and untrustworthy. Now he openly challenged him, sparking a confrontation. The Gemini disciples used soul fusion to summon a massive teleportation gate above Sanjay. Despite being outnumbered, Sanjay felt the surge of power from the Eucus constellation. Suddenly, a whirlwind scattered his energy, as if his strength was being sucked away, like food pulled into an exhaust fan. The Gemini group panicked, wondering why his power was draining. A hand appeared from the air, and a chilling laugh echoed. "It's been so long since I felt such strong power," the voice said. A being resembling a human, but 5 times larger, crawled out of the ritual, causing utter panic. "What the heck is this?" Sunik exclaimed. They hadn't summoned this creature. Sunik recalled how Hyen had clutched her head in agony over this exact being, who she had failed to control, the first-generation Spirit King, Alien. Alien turned his ancient face toward them, asking who had summoned him. The disciples buzzed in disbelief. "Did we really summon the Spirit King?" Sunik remembered seeing the grimoire in his hand and realized the connection. The old king turned toward Sanjay and bluntly stated, "What truly called me here was your power." He wanted that strength, even if it meant abandoning Gemini. Sunik was flustered. "How could you do this? Aren't you an avatar of Gemini?" The king retorted, "The connection to Gemini has been severed. The Saint Lord has been missing for ages. What's the point of staying?" Sunik struggled to respond, his logic shattered. Still furious, he quickly aimed to stop Sanjay and the Spirit King from forming a pact. Sanjay summoned the power of Eucus, taunting, "Come at me if you're so tough." But in moments, he felt deflated, his strength completely drained. Bewildered, he stared at his hands, confused about where his power had gone. The Spirit King sheepishly admitted, "Did I accidentally suck up all your magic?" Sanjay yelled, "What the hell? Just stand there watching? Do something, old man, and block them." The king chuckled, sorry, but we're not that close. We don't have that kind of relationship yet. The king's face flushed, resembling a shy teenager, leaving Sanjay speechless. Meanwhile, Sunik, ecstatic, taunted, where's all that arrogance now? Ha! Just as he barked orders to drag Sanjay to Gemini for interrogation, the wall next to him cracked. Suddenly, a black-haired man charged in like a bull, targeting the redhead and headbutting the bespectacled bishop through the shattered rubble and swirling dust. Sanjay recognized the familiar figure in a patient gown, buttons flying open, but impressively muscular. The man growled, "Who dares to threaten my young master?" As soon as Jaewon's face appeared, Sanjay couldn't contain his excitement and shouted, "Could it really be Uncle Juan?" He just woke up and dug a massive tunnel from over there to stomp on the Gemini bishop's face. How could a man bedridden for 10 years suddenly have such strength? It was thanks to Lee Gun, who infused Jaewon's soul with Ophis energy, granting him powerful regenerative abilities. As the remaining Gemini disciples prepared to attack, they shouted, "2 against 1, we've got this." But Jaewon smirked and said, "You've got 2, but I've got 1 more." A figure swung down and landed beside Sanjay, startling him. More reinforcements appeared, and Sanjay laughed heartily, watching as they brandished flaming bows at the Gemini disciples. "Surrender now, unless you want a hole in your head." Just as the Gemini squad was at their lowest, a communication gate appeared behind them. A middle-aged face shouted orders for a full retreat, and the failed summoning operation collapsed. Before the bewildered disciples could react, the gate sucked them all in, including the barely conscious Sunik, leaving no trace behind. Only after they vanished did Sanjay finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Is it really over?" A familiar voice greeted him, pulling him back to his childhood when he barely reached Jaewon's waist. Now, he was nearly as tall as his beloved uncle. Sanjay's joy was shared tenfold by the Sagittarius squad, who couldn't contain their excitement at their commander's return. Jaewon even joined the fun, striking trendy poses with a big smile, earning double thumbs up. Meanwhile, Alien hadn't joined the celebration. His eyes were fixed on the Gemini gear left behind by the cowardly Gemini disciples. Sanjay, still riding the wave of joy, froze when his full name echoed behind him, sending a chill down his spine. It was none other than an enraged Yue. Though she tried to maintain composure, her words dripped with suspicion. "You look awfully surprised. Got something to hide from your sister?" Before Sanjay could deny it, Yue snapped, "Don't you dare lie to me about becoming Uncle John's disciple." Unaware of the situation, Jaewon stepped in to rescue his young master, cheerfully greeting Yue and bragging about his recovery, successfully diverting her attention. Alien watched all this with curiosity, thinking, this redhead is something else. He wasn't scared during the fight, but now he's terrified. The king whispered to Sanjay, "If you want to escape, make a pact with me. I'll transfer you to the sanctuary and get you out of here. It's a win-win." Thus, a pact was formed between the first-generation Spirit King and Sanjay. The king immediately moved from Gemini to Yuku's, even returning some of Sanjay's strength so he could flee before his sister caught up with him. Yue spun around, calling for Sanjay, but it was too late. He had already jumped down, teasing, "You may be older than me, but Uncle John's first believer is me." Sanjay landed with a cheerful smile, ready to stretch his legs and run, but suddenly froze. Yue, who had just landed, was also surprised. Her eyes turned to the 2 people at the corner of the wall, both wearing the same expression as her younger brother. Jaren, happily watching the lady's recovery, recognized the 2 kids and was pleased. Jo gently tilted her head and asked, "SJ, Yua, are you 2 still doing well? Even though the hospital is noisy, it's quite calm here." Meanwhile, in Virgo, Kevin and his group arrived at an old-looking teleportation station and waited for their turn. It required a full quota of people to activate, and Kevin explained that this station was less effective and not as popular as the teleportation gates of Gemini. Lion waved his hand, uninterested in more details, as he eagerly listened to his friend on the phone, boasting that his mother had woken up and was healthy with no strange symptoms. Tears of joy streamed down Taku's face. It had been a long time since he cried so freely. Meanwhile, Yua mentioned that the Gemini constellation had been driven away by Sanjay and the Sagittarius group, and that the troublesome Taewon had temporarily disappeared. John, who didn't recognize the name, was reminded by Got that Taewon was Libra's eldest son. Hearing that name made Taku angry. 10 years ago, after the blood mist appeared, he had identified the culprits as the two sons of Libra. Despite losing his wife and subordinates, Taku had endured the pain to confront Giselle. He directly asked if she had indeed covered up the truth. All the documents Giselle had hidden were now in his possession, including cargo transported by Libra, with the two sons on the passenger list. After investigating surviving witnesses, Taku confronted Libra. "Are your sons behind it?" The sound of rain outside made Giselle's voice barely audible, but her calm attitude was clear even without seeing her face. With malevolent eyes, she countered, "So, what do you plan to do with your small amount of leftover power? You don't even deserve the title of saint." Taku struggled to suppress his trembling as she nonchalantly apologized for her son's actions and promised to pay more attention to them in the future. Taku was infuriated by this typical response, and Giselle harshly asked, "Isn't it true that you couldn't prevent it? If Li Gun had been there, would such a disaster have happened? Didn't you fail to protect the country entrusted to you?" Digging into Taku's wound, Giselle presented the scales of Libra before him, forcing him to choose, either expose the truth or handle the aftermath of his own failure. She suggested he forgive the children since they knew nothing, implying that as a parent, he should understand. She smiled cunningly, reminding him that she still remembered the names of the two children, SJ and Yua. The way she named them made Taku stiffen, his hand tightly clutching the evidence, feeling frustrated. Though Giselle was blatantly threatening him, he couldn't resist the choice between gain and loss. Taku made a decision that affected the present. Since the saint had lost his power, he endured countless hardships to protect his children. He instructed God to find the whereabouts of the Scorpion brothers at all costs to end this issue. Li Gun realized this was why Taku sent his children to different constellations, because the Sagittarius constellation's power had weakened and couldn't protect them thoroughly. Since Sanjay left Gemini to become his apostle, Li Gun felt reassured. Curious, he opened the information board to see what tasks the new apostle would have. For someone starting with a holy order like Li Gun, the task was clear: create the constellation emblem and appoint a commander above SS level. While considering who to appoint, his friend came to summarize the situation. John's serious expression made Taku shiver, fearing his friend might test his strength, so he quickly stepped back. Suddenly, the crazy Li Gun asked, "Taku, do you want to join my holy order as an apostle? I'll make you a commander too." Before Taku could respond, Apollo appeared, furious, and scolded Li Gun, warning him not to covet those who had made a pact with him. The two Sagittarians greeted Apollo. Kevin shouted disdainfully and left. "Why wasn't I invited to the holy order?" he yelled. Upon hearing John's question, "Do you want to join?" Taku had already raised his middle finger, laughing loudly. "Why would I want to join you? You're too trusting." After hitting the silver-haired kid a few times, the call came for their turn to teleport, but Li Gun was still enthusiastically kicking. Taku glanced wearily and groaned, "Damn, it's so noisy." Noticing the odd behavior, God asked the saint what was wrong, as he normally didn't act this way. It was because Yue, out of jealousy that her younger brother had joined the Serpent Bearer, had furiously typed on her phone. Unable to reach Yue, she was determined to jump back to South Korea to handle her troublesome younger brother. She approached God, blushing, and whispered, "Do you have a way to get me to South Korea quickly?" He shyly suggested, "How about we use the teleportation station? I can take you there." Just as she was in high spirits, Uncle M interrupted with something more interesting. He gave her an entire teleportation scroll as a gift. Naturally, Yue accepted immediately, leaving God feeling unnecessary and angry, cursing Virgo. Before leaving, Yue asked if Uncle John wanted to visit the Scorpions, clarifying that they were in a separate area, blocked by misfortunes from the east and west. The only way to reach them was through the US, where Leo was located. Yue teleported instantly to take care of her brother, promising to meet everyone in the US and then head to the Scorpions. Before leaving, she didn't forget to call out to Dad and Uncle, flashing a sweet smile to thank both for their efforts during the battle. She had seen them fighting side by side during the blood incident. Oh, that face was so cute. Li Gun had to compliment his friend for raising such a good child. Taku, excited about talking about parenting, suddenly noticed Got's dejected face from being forgotten and grew suspicious. He hadn't asked before, but now he had to. "Hey kid, do you have feelings for Yue? Got was speechless and unable to admit it. He was then grabbed by Taku and dragged away roughly. At the teleportation station, after many calls, the group split into 2 pairs and argued loudly, unwilling to board. Finally, all 4 boarded the gate, preparing for teleportation. Taku grumbled, "Why does this Kevin have to tag along?" Kevin's eyes sparkled as he talked about his wait to defeat Lee Gun, claiming anyone who tried to eliminate him would be stopped. Meanwhile, Virgo laughed, imagining the beautiful scenario of defeating Lee Gun as if he weren't there. When the control station asked for the destination coordinates, everyone eagerly shouted, "Washington, D.C., America, the holy place of Leo, take us there." News of Lee Gun's group heading to Washington spread quickly and was discussed at the Lions' holy meeting. They laughed, saying they had to prepare a fantastic welcome for powerful guests like Leo. The next day, the Leo constellation arena in the U.S. was packed with spectators. At the center stood Stephen in black and red attire, standing like a statue, while the MC announced that the century battle between Stephen Marker and Lee Gun was about to begin. Stephen's ears rang from the crowd's cheers, and he didn't understand why he was there, even questioning who he was. Across from him, a clueless guy in a t-shirt yawned, making Stephen truly puzzled as to why he agreed to be there. Meanwhile, in the U.S. Capitol, Lee Gun's group arrived at the holy place and immediately saw the imposing statue of Stephen Marker on a lion. The 4 gathered and whispered, "This guy might be arrogant, but isn't he overdoing it?" Little did they know, the white-haired one behind them was trembling and exclaimed, "Wow, so cool. When we get back to the Virgo holy place, we need to make something just like this." Just as he was about to scold for not learning anything, suddenly there was a commotion with people shouting, "Look, it's Lee Gun." A group of people holding signs and flags reading "Welcome to Leo" excitedly came to greet Lee Gun and bring him to meet Stephen Marker. "Why is only this guy being welcomed when there are 4 of us?" Kevin voiced his dissatisfaction, only to be immediately pulled off the stage by Taku. But they couldn't escape the stares of others, who began to speculate. On the left was Kevin Ajar, and on the right was Hugo Otter. It seemed Lee Gun, realizing he couldn't match the Saint, had brought his companions along, talking nonsense and hitting John's already irritated foot. "Don't provoke him." Some of the onlookers were startled and quickly ran to intervene, presenting a sealed letter that looked extremely official. They said they were there to invite him to the Leo constellation arena. The arena stretched across the U.S., with no rules about gender, nationality, race, or age. Anyone interested could come and show their strength to be chosen as the strongest. They silently ordered their subordinates to drag away the unconscious person and took out all their persuasion skills to introduce the arena. Holy wars were always crowded due to the presence of saints. The most recent match, which had happened 30 years ago, was the only one between Stephen and Lee Gun. They were here to ensure the contender would appear and recreate that classic battle once again. At the Lions headquarters in the U.S., equipped with various rooms and facilities, Stephen's surprise echoed, "What do you mean, fight Lee Gun? Who made this decision?" He had just deadlifted dozens of times, and before he could even take a sip of his whey protein, he heard some shocking news and immediately stopped. Who else but this Oliver taking liberties like this? Now he's shamelessly telling the boss to stay calm and leave the rest to him. He even tried to convince him further, saying everyone knew about Stephen being thrown around in the Philippines by Legion, and that Legion lost face badly. This is the chance to turn things around, right? Hearing Oliver drone on about making history like 30 years ago was something Stephen was too bored to address. Yes, Stephen was declared the winner at that time, but he didn't want to bring it up. Oliver kept chattering in his ear, saying Lee Gun had agreed and they had invited many politicians and economists. He didn't care about Stephen's terrified expression. The more he talked, the more Stephen panicked, until he screamed, "Ah," like a girl who saw a cockroach in the bathroom. And so, the historic match was about to take place. Stephen, in his gloomy mood, sat in a corner like he was repenting. He didn't say a word, letting Oliver shake his head in awe, calling it a top-notch match. Returning to point at himself with both authority and encouragement, but Stephen felt there was something fishy about this guy, wondering if he was looking for a reason to get revenge. Unable to bear it, Stephen stood up abruptly and left. Where else would he go? He was so angry that he turned around and asked, "To the toilet, you punk?" Oliver muttered, thinking he was running away, but as the boss's figure disappeared around the corner, his lips curled into a sly smile, as if everything was part of his plan. Stephen indeed went to the restroom, washed his hands under the tap for a long time, and suddenly saw Gun's confused face looming behind him in the mirror. Seeing Lee Gun standing beside him sent a wave of terror through Stephen. John must have known, which is why he called out, "Hey, blonde cat." His deep voice immediately made Stephen stop pretending to be tough. "What scheme are you plotting? You think you can handle this battle?" Stephen was about to yell, but then realized he needed to change his approach. He broke into a smile and said softly, "Your death 20 years ago was the one that was hard to handle." "What do you mean? Why bring that up?" John asked, confused. "Back then, you were a symbol, a spiritual pillar for humanity, making them believe they could defeat the Calamity. So, the news of your death in the Demon Tower shocked everyone. I didn't want to believe it, but I had to accept it in sorrow." Wait, stop exaggerating," Lee Gun interrupted. Stephen's image of him mourning didn't strike a chord with Lee Gun, but for Stephen, it was real. His mindset had always been that humanity could never see a saint fall. Looking at himself in the mirror, Stephen clenched his fists, acknowledging that he was the necessary villain in every story. There was no need to pretend to be noble or righteous. This fist of his would protect humanity, because nothing worried him more than humanity sinking into despair, even if it meant being scorned as useless. Suddenly, Stephen flashed a bright, gentle smile, convinced he could bear any burden as long as the unfortunate were saved. But this enthusiasm felt unnervingly cold to Lee Gun, who wanted to skip the pleasantries and get to the point. "What exactly is this blonde cat trying to say?" he thought. "For heaven's sake, how do you not understand?" Finally, Stephen awkwardly suggested, "Could you just watch this battle for fun?" Ignoring John's irritated look, as if he wanted to punch him, Stephen tried to explain that these battles were just formalities to choose fighters against the unfortunates. The more he spoke, the angrier John's expression became until he finally snapped, "I'm really pissed off." The fun was over, and Stephen realized that this time he was really doomed. His eyes wide with panic, he tearfully asked, "Can we make this a draw?" That was before the two faced off in the Lions Arena. The loudspeaker echoed in Stephen's ears as he kept breathing in and out to calm himself, glancing at the waiting crowd. He desperately hoped Lee Gun would stick to his promise to cooperate. Sure enough, the announcer's voice declared that Lee Gun had requested to fight all the fighters at once, so everyone could showcase their bravery. Stephen felt a sense of relief, knowing Lee Gun had agreed under the simple condition that they bring forth worthy fighters for the unfortunates. Stephen agreed without hesitation, believing John was cunning and would likely use numbers to deceive the audience. From there, he planned to use tricks to turn the match into one where everyone could claim victory, focusing more on the process than the outcome. In this way, both Lee Gun and Stephen would benefit, freely showcasing their strength and putting on an exciting show for the fans. But unexpectedly, the MC suddenly announced that footage from the battle between Lee Gun and Stephen from 30 years ago would be broadcast live to hype up the atmosphere. As soon as the clip began, the screen showed the lion punching Lee Gun in the face, sending him flying. Stephen panicked and hurriedly explained, "Oh no, you have to believe me, I didn't tell them to show this. They did it on their own." John's expression was cold and dark, like a winter breeze sweeping through, and he quietly muttered, "This is pretty infuriating." Doomed. Truly doomed. Stephen's confidence crumbled, and he realized he was truly going to die at John's hands. The screen continued to replay the footage of Lee Gun's defeat over and over. Lee Gun pointed at Stephen, roaring, "What the hell is wrong with you? Showing that clip again and again when I purposely lost to get the money." Stephen, now enraged, shot back, "Why are you so ridiculous? I paid $5 trillion and still don't have the right to stop them from replaying it. Damn it." The crowd immediately began buzzing, wondering what the $5 trillion was all about. Stephen, panicked and half-mad, kept yelling for the fight to start, urging everyone to jump in. They all charged at John, trying to gang up on him, but none of them could even touch him. With his hands still in his pockets, Lee Gun leaped away and started the fight. But the earlier argument had already reached the audience's ears. Tu, who hadn't heard about his friend taking money from the lion, figured John probably donated it all. However, Kevin couldn't take it anymore and cursed loudly, drawing his ice blade. Why the hell does that bastardly gun like fighting with these guys and not with me? If you want money, just say so and I'll give it to you." No sooner had Kevin finished his sentence than he jumped into the arena, ignoring Sagittarius, who desperately tried to hold him back. Taku and got chased after the white-haired guy to prevent him from causing chaos on the battlefield. But to the Lion's Holy Council, it looked like John's accomplices were rushing in together, fearing defeat. They hollered that they had to stop them, which led the betting audience to scream, "Who the hell let you storm the battlefield?" The entire arena turned into a chaotic mess, a situation where anyone who knew how to fight was charging in. Whoever ran fastest was kicked in the face by an unfamiliar foot. Kevin, furious at anyone blocking his way, was ready to abandon his Virgo Saint image and beat everyone down. The online viewers were in an uproar, commenting on the live stream, "Holy crap, the Virgo Saint showed up and no security dares to stop him. Just let them fight." In an instant, the arena descended into chaos, with everyone fighting everyone, and no one willing to back down. From the VIP room, the situation was clear, and they were about to ask Oliver what to do when they noticed he was gone. Oliver had slipped out into the hallway, muttering to himself, "Damn it, how did things get so complicated?" Just as he decided to move on to the next step, Yue, who had been waiting there for a long time, suddenly asked, "What are you planning to do?" Oliver, startled as if caught red-handed, yelled, "Vice Celestial Lord Chan. Where have you been while all this is happening?" Yue narrowed her eyes at him and countered, "You know very well where I was and what I was doing. So why ask?" The more she pressed him, the more Oliver fumbled, as if he had forgotten something. Yue made it clear, "Since when did you start talking so formally to me? This isn't the real Oliver because the real one never says a word without cussing me out." She stormed up to him, lowering her voice, "Who are you?" Meanwhile, the arena had turned into a full-blown brawl, like two gangs fighting at the docks. The situation was growing more intense by the second, with no one willing to stop. Stephen, gaping, called out Oliver's name. "That damn bastard. What kind of choreography turned this battle into a stew of chaos?" Suddenly, the spot where over a dozen people were fighting exploded with a loud bang, scattering everyone around. With each punch John threw, he gathered information on his opponent's strongest skills. The more he fought, the fiercer he became. In just a few seconds, he kicked a dozen people flying toward the lion. He fought so fiercely that smoke rose from his hands, grinning as he glared at Stephen and sarcastically thanked the sponsor for helping him gather such useful data. Stephen's disheveled hair was drenched in sweat. Now that John had no one left to fight, he would surely turn to him next, blaming it all on the old video being played. Stephen gritted his teeth and snapped back, "So you fought just to collect data, huh? What else?" John replied, tossing aside the guy he had just grabbed and grinning as he admitted, "The footage was just an excuse. I've been playing around with you from the start." Rage surged through Stephen's body. His muscles bulged as he summoned lightning and charged at John, his massive frame like a raging bull, determined to settle this once and for all. But before he knew it, his nose took a direct hit from John's punch, distorting his face. The punch sent Stephen flying backward into the arena wall, where he rolled several times before finally coming to a stop. As soon as he opened his eyes, Stephen saw John's fist rushing toward him at breakneck speed. He couldn't do anything, only hoping for a quick end, as there was no way to block something that fast. Stephen braced himself for the relentless downpour of punches, gritting his teeth in frustration, never imagining he'd have to endure something like this. But what else could he do but endure it? John clearly knew Stephen needed time to transform into his saint form, so he kept punching nonstop. Just as the blows were flying back and forth, they suddenly heard the shout of the white-haired guy charging toward them. Kevin, sword in hand, roared, "Hey, let me fight too!" But before he could reach them, two figures from the upper floor crashed through the rubble, plummeting down. Recognizing the familiar silhouettes, the chaos was about to escalate further. The other two joined in as well. It was none other than the Bishop and Vice Clow Lord of the Lion, clashing fiercely in full view of everyone. Yue's stomp on Oliver cracked the ground beneath her, her red energy sending the onlookers scattering. She demanded the creature reveal its true form before being torn apart by lightning. Sure enough, Oliver vanished immediately as the Aquarius transformation skill faded, revealing Selvia, the SS rank member and one of the 10 bishops of the Aquarius Guild. The dim-witted men of the Leo Guild shouted in shock, "Oh my God, Captain Oliver was a woman disguised as a man all along. How did we miss that?" Enraged, Yue stomped down harder. Behind them, Kevin wobbled as he stood up, trembling with frustration. Every time he tried to fight Gon, something always got in his way. Not this time, he thought, drawing his sword and preparing to charge at Lion, only to notice something odd about the ground beneath him. To his horror, Kevin realized his ice blade had impaled a young man's chest. For a moment, Kevin was speechless as the image of him stabbing someone through the chest was broadcast everywhere, labeled as too violent for viewers under 18. Social media erupted with the phrase "Virgo Saint kills someone," and the entire noisy battlefield fell silent, not even a whisper of wind. Kevin, like a child trying to avoid being ostracized, desperately tried to explain, "Wait, no, this isn't what it looks like." But the person he had stabbed smirked and taunted, "How could you be so sharp?" The white-haired Kevin nearly lost his soul as he slowly turned to see the corpse speaking again. The corpse mocked, "You really have an eye for detail." It began to emit a blinding light, radiating the energy of the Libra constellation. Somehow, the Libra energy reanimated the body Kevin had stabbed. The crowd murmured in astonishment. Could there be a Libra spy in the Leo Guild? Hearing the voice made Li Gun grind his teeth. Why the hell is her stench always in every mess? It was none other than Giselle, smiling slightly as she greeted Li Gun, "Long time no see, huh?" After their exchange, she continued to praise Kevin. "But to think someone would notice that I'm hiding in this body amidst all this chaos, as expected of the owner of the divine cadre that rivals mine." All eyes were now on the Virgo Saint, and Kevin knew he was under intense scrutiny. Realizing no one knew he had accidentally stabbed the wrong person, much less that there was a Libra inside, Kevin forced a grin and claimed it was intentional, killing two birds with one stone. He avoided being labeled a murderer and was hailed for having a sharp eye. Giselle then turned her attention to Gon, curiously asking, "How the hell did you survive the Demon Tower?" Gon, not enjoying the back and forth, growled, "Shut your mouth already. You're always playing dirty tricks no one else does." Giselle wasn't bothered by the insult. She had no intention of seeing John's face, but she had to admit he was incredibly strong. Looking over at Kevin, she asked, "So what now? I thought you were going to stab Li Gun in the heart." His face turned pale, completely baffled by why she had dragged him into this. But then he quickly realized that the rumors about him had started from here. He roared, "Shut up. What on earth are you up to, dragging me into this? I won't stand for any more insults." The puppet in Giselle's hand let out a savage laugh. "Clearly, you were very boastful when you eliminated Lion. Everyone knew about it, so why deny it now?" A terrifying pillar of fire suddenly rained down on Libra's puppet, the swirling flames so fierce that Kevin panicked and turned around. "Don't get swept into that. You know full well what kind of person Libra is, and you're still listening to her." Unscathed by Sagittarius's attack, Giselle turned to laugh in his face. "Your power is frightening, but that fire isn't enough to burn this body." She had already prepared, and Kevin's sword struck the shield with the scale emblem. Giselle continued to laugh, "For someone who stabbed Lion in the back 20 years ago, I can't believe you're sticking with him now. You're spineless." Kevin tried to push the blade forward, but his strength failed him. He couldn't understand why this puppet, merely a saint's tool, possessed such immense power. As if to answer Sagittarius's thoughts, the puppet turned its forehead, revealing the shining Libra emblem and proudly displaying the zodiac stigma. The zodiac stigma was a sacred mark bestowed by the gods upon those they cherished, granting apostles the power to connect with the saint and use their strength. This meant Giselle's puppet had power equivalent to hers, as if the real Libra saint was here using her skills right behind Kevin. John's displeased voice rang out, telling him to step back. Grabbing the condemnation of the sky, he leaped up, ready to strike the puppet. But before he could touch it, a Libra shield formed above, blocking his attack. The puppet looked up at him and laughed mockingly. "With the zodiac stigma, it's as if I'm directly protected by the gods. How can those who aren't saints break through?" But as soon as she finished speaking, the shield's threads were cut before their eyes. Li Gun let out a triumphant laugh. "Scared now, huh? What's with that strange expression?" His sword sliced powerfully through the puppet, cleaving the magical shield and splitting the figure in two, forcing Giselle to log out of the body. Disconnected, She sat on her throne in Libra's sanctuary, muttering, "The zodiac stigma shattered just like that. So many unexpected things, but this is interesting." Giselle was laughing gleefully when a dark male foot stomped down in front of her, questioning her. It seems bringing Gon into Leo's arena wasn't a good idea. Giselle wasn't surprised by the newcomer's appearance and casually explained, it was just because Kevin Arr discovered it. Otherwise, it would have succeeded. Casting a satisfied glance at the buzzcut blonde, Giselle asked, "How do you feel? Shouldn't you start calling yourself the future Leo Saint now?" The noise in Leo's constellation arena briefly ceased, with only the smoke gradually dissipating in the wind. Looking at the system panel, which showed he had acquired the Libra's zodiac stigma skill, Li Gun put on a disappointed face. What kind of saint can't even catch a puppet at his feet? One side was the charred remains of the puppet, and the other was Selvia, bound and kneeling on the ground. Besides praising Yue for uncovering the fake Oliver, none of the saints here were of any use. Kevin asked, could he be a god? How could he destroy another saint's zodiac stigma? But he was immediately rebutted when Ta-Su, shocked and disbelieving, remarked, "The zodiac stigma is directly granted by the gods. Not even saints can destroy it." Feigned indifference, Li Gun wanted to drop the matter entirely. "There's something more important here," he said, pointing to Stephen, who was lying lifeless on the ground. "Do you acknowledge my victory in this match?" Objection. A voice from Leo's side protested, blaming Libra's interference and the chaos of the audience, claiming the winner was still undecided. "Damn it. I've given you face, and you still don't know your place," Li Gun said, switching to threats. "Try saying it again, and I'll cut that mouth of yours off." The apostles were immediately scared, turning their backs to whisper among themselves, unsure of what to do, feeling too lowly to speak up, especially with their saint unconscious and Oliver's whereabouts unknown. They all turned to Yue, who had the most authority to decide whether to acknowledge John's victory. John calmly called out, "Yue, what's your decision?" He clearly knew what she would say, but asked just to irritate her. Of course, Yue declared to everyone that Li Gun had won. Those who had bet everything on Gon were elated, while the loyal followers of Leo felt sorry for their saint, watching from afar as people cheered for Gon. Kevin whispered to Ta-Su, "Am I remembering wrong, or didn't he also lack divine protection 20 years ago? Isn't that strange? Lion was able to destroy the zodiac stigma with his own strength, without any god's blessing. Not to mention his internal power was already terrifying." Ta-Su, knowing about these things but not understanding Kevin's point, tilted his head and asked a serious question. Could John be the absolute god of a new constellation? Look at his stiff face while being praised. He really fits the part, doesn't he? Moments later, the arena echoed with Gun's command for the defeated Leo clan to bring the spoils of war to his piggy bank to be devoured. The Leo kids from earlier were forced to write a contract transferring to the Yuka's house, as long as it increased the number of apostles to collect more tax money. Anyone unwilling was placed on a temporary list. Seeing his triumphant face, and Li Gun looting the spoils, Kevin suddenly thought that if his hypothesis turned out to be true, the earth might just cry out in terror. Repeating the hypothesis over and over, he had to ask if there was any proof. Kevin shook his head, asking if he was making it up, and Ta-Su nodded with such honesty it was hard to believe he was the best at driving him crazy. Kevin, stuck under Sagittarius's arm, tried to analyze whether Li Gun could actually be a holy god. "You said he could summon the avatars, but normally they wouldn't listen that easily. Then why don't you think about this? If he's so strong, why hasn't any holy god blessed him?" Ta-Su, pinching and cursing, forced Kevin to shut up, saying, "Humans are humans. How could they become holy gods?" Both sides were arguing, and Li Gun heard it all, but he didn't bother correcting them. He was busy thinking about how Libra knew exactly where he was stabbed. She spoke as if Giselle had witnessed it in the Demon Tower. Very quickly, Li Gun came to the conclusion that she had been involved in the trap from back then. Now that he thought about it, Giselle had always had a strong connection with her holy god. Could it be that back then, there was divine intervention in the plot to silence him? As he pondered, Li Gun's eyes drifted to the notice board for the Apostles' Purification Mission. Newcomers to the Yuka's constellation needed to be granted a holy name and awakened unique skills that set them apart from those without this privilege. It was time to meet his beloved nephew, the first disciple. Li Gun glanced at the two stubborn guys behind him and told them to pack up. It's time to hit the road. Ta Su, thinking there was still much to handle here, looked up and immediately saw his friend fiddling with the Yukis coin. Since your wife and followers woke up, you haven't even gone back to Korea, right? That was Ta Su's reason, but what he really needed was to meet Sanjay in the misty land of Canada, where the Scorpio sanctuary reigned. The news of UA announcing Li Gun's victory was clearly displayed on a magic mirror for Haley to see. As she sipped her tea, she mumbled, as expected, Leo could never defeat Li Gun. Leaning forward to get a better look at the person in the mirror, Haley almost impulsively lunged toward the exceedingly handsome face of the victor, reaching out to savor the moment. Just then, her subordinate barged in, screaming, "Master, the hospital in Korea is under constant attack." After shouting, the subordinate finally noticed something unusual about their master but didn't dare to ask. Quickly shifting the topic to avoid being questioned about the upside-down cup on her head, Haley demanded information about the hospital. The situation is stable for now, as Sagittarius is present, the subordinate reported and immediately added, the observatory has detected the 13th constellation, none other than Li Gun, with Cha Sunj coincidentally being the first disciple of this constellation. This news caught Haley's keen interest, as the 12 zodiac signs had set up a special observatory to track any changes in the constellations. The power had to be shared among the 12 zodiac signs, and no one would be pleased to learn that a 13th constellation had appeared. Once the first disciple emerged, other saints would undoubtedly try to prevent Sunj from growing in power. Looking up, she asked if the hospital attack was caused by other disciples trying to eliminate Sunj. If so, someone needed to be sent to protect the boy. The subordinate reported that Eugene had already left, shocking Haley. That kid didn't wait for orders and jumped from Canada to Korea immediately. Soon, Eugene saw a massive explosion near the hospital. The place was leveled, not just a single floor blown away as before, but the attack didn't come from other constellation disciples. It was the work of 3 avatars and a fire-breathing dragon who were determined to stop any suspicious figures from approaching and harming Sunj. Seeing this fierce display, no one dared to move. Hesitate for just a second, and warrior King Jarl would have swept them away with his sword, clearing them all out. Even Sunj, hiding in the bushes, felt a chill. He admired the old spirit king for his cleverness in summoning the avatars. They were powerful and could protect him while he figured out how to escape on his own. Though the avatars had nearly beaten him to death earlier, they were now his protectors. He was content with the situation. Suddenly, Eugene appeared right behind him and asked, "Are you Cha Sunj?" No sooner had Sunj leaped out like a startled frog than the August coin given to him by Li Gun slipped from his grasp. Just as he was about to dive back to retrieve it, a loud argument erupted nearby, followed by a surprise. His father, Taku, suddenly plummeted right in front of him. It seemed his landing had been off target, as Taku clutched his aching head and muttered that Li Gun had gone somewhere else. What kind of child sees his father and looks at him with disdain? Taku grumbled. You know, you're sometimes too mean to your dad, right? Seeing the smoking ruins of the hospital before him, Taku was about to ask his son about the situation when Eugene approached. With his father present, Sunj immediately pointed at Eugene and tattled, "This is the assassin trying to take me out." Taku cursed immediately, forcing Eugene to defend himself. Yet both father and son were adamant in their disbelief, convinced that Eugene's sudden appearance behind Sunj must be part of some sinister plot. Suddenly, the sky lit up with a familiar orange-yellow light. Apollo had appeared, glaring furiously at Eugene. Even Taku had no idea why his holy god had shown up so unexpectedly, but Eugene, as if knowing something, gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath about holy gods always meddling. His eyes flared as he began to use his reading skill. The Sagittarius Holy Bible flipped rapidly before his eyes. From the space before him, Eugene conjured something resembling a pen and selected a rather lengthy passage, rewriting it to say that the light would vanish into the dark and humanity would no longer be blessed. As soon as the sentence was written, Taku felt a strange sensation surge within his body. Looking up, he saw Apollo vanish just as suddenly as he had appeared, exactly as Eugene had altered it. "The sun can't rise in the dark of night," Eugene said smugly, pointing to himself. "I just got rid of an annoying holy god. The absolute god of Sagittarius can't interfere anymore." But it wasn't over yet. Eugene still wanted to see how far Taku dared to challenge him. Opening the Sagittarius Holy Bible again, Eugene randomly selected another passage and dipped his hand in once more. This time, it directly affected Taku, who collapsed to his knees with a pained grunt as the ground cracked beneath him. Sanjay was terrified but didn't know what to do, only understanding that Eugene had just read from the Sagittarius Bible. But how could he open the Bible when only the absolute God was supposed to be able to read it? The words Eugene spoke were so different, and despite his throbbing headache, Taku had a wild thought: could Eugene actually have edited it? The Bible recorded the achievements and events of each constellation's absolute God, their birth, their feats, all documented, becoming legends. These Bibles were revered, forming the foundation of faith that empowered the absolute gods of the constellations. Besides the absolute gods, only one other entity had the ability to view and alter the Bible: the recorders. But Taku had thought such entities no longer existed in the world. In the past, the saints, with help from their holy gods, exterminated everyone with the power of a recorder. It made sense that those arrogant holy gods would go mad, knowing even a mere human with the power of a recorder could push them back. Now, Taku understood why Apollo had intervened so suddenly. Eugene laughed heartily as he watched the once arrogant Sagittarius Saint now drenched in sweat. Still intending to boast under the bright moonlight, Lee Gun suddenly appeared, landing spectacularly right on Eugene's green-capped head. Exhaling, Gun immediately scolded his friend. "I supposedly sent you to check on the people who woke up in the hospital, but you're already getting beaten up again. You should have handled it quickly and come back to me. What are you squirming around for?" Back then, entities were sent by the gods to exterminate the recorders, sweeping through many places to kill all those who could interfere with divine power. An entire village was massacred just for sheltering families that had the potential to produce such extraordinary humans. Eugene, not yet 10 years old at the time, had witnessed the ruthless slaughter in his village with his own eyes, too terrified to even cry. A few days later, the wounded boy unexpectedly awoke on a bed. As he sat up, a voice that seemed to have been waiting for a long time spoke. Haley simply asked him how he felt, but Eugene, still terrified, was on high alert. It wasn't until she closed her book and showed a kind face that she reassured him. "This is my holy domain. There won't be any problem here." The faint whimpering from Eugene's childhood dream echoed through the deserted park near the Scorpio hospital. He was tightly bound by something pink and elastic, caught in a deep sleep and continuously calling out for Lady Haley. As soon as he opened his eyes, a crowd of Sagittariuses gathered around to check on him, only to be surprised by the thing binding him. It was lime, which could transform into anything. No matter how much he screamed, he was stuck. Upon hearing his subordinates report that Eugene was awake, Taku shouted and dashed toward his wife. On the other side, Gio also screamed "honey," and the two rushed into each other's arms, embracing happily as if they had never been apart. The Sagittarius crowd found the happy scene beautiful, though they were actually referring to that brat waking up, not Lady Gone. Paying attention to Eugene, John approached first, amusedly asking, "You've got an interesting power there. Are you a recorder?" Eugene tried to deny it, but John's eyes gleamed, revealing that he had already used the divine eye skill. There was no way to lie now, knowing that recorders couldn't conceal information. Eugene immediately activated the Scorpio constellation's shadow shifting skill, turning his body into red liquid and launching himself off the pillars, out of human reach. As he flew past the couple embracing lovingly, Eugene reached out, intending to grab Gio as a hostage to make his escape, but a stronger hand was faster, pushing Taku away from Gio and catching her, propelling her out of Eugene's reach in one swift motion. Eugene was livid. Believing his speed was unrivaled, he was stunned when Gun outpaced him. He immediately pursued Gio, now in Lee Gun's grasp, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up. One person yawned while others cheered, which only fueled Eugene's frustration, prompting him to abandon his plan to capture Gio. Now, all he wanted was to land a punch on Lee Gun. Sanjay, confused by his mother's joyful laughter, was informed by Jaewon that her excitement was due to her admiration for Lee Gun. Being held by her idol thrilled her. Meanwhile, Taku, still in shock, yelled in anger at Lee Gun, demanding he release Gio. He also questioned why Eugene, the so-called recorder, wasn't fleeing when he could have. Eugene, still furious, wanted to leave, but his anger urged him to strike Li Gun before retreating. This only fueled Jo's excitement as she laughed, calling out to her husband, saying, "Just a little longer, how often do I get to be held by Gon like this?" Her words made Taku so furious that he spat blood and collapsed, crying in frustration. Even Sanjay pitied his father, feeling a crushing sense of defeat. Meanwhile, Eugene, frustrated, flitted around while others had time to talk. He tried opening Li Gun's constellation Bible, only to be met with error messages, indicating the presence of a new god's throne. Stunned by this realization, Eugene barely had time to react before Jarl's hand descended, gripping him firmly, preventing any escape. The avatars had arrived, breaking through the roof to stop the chase. Holding Jo, Li Gun coldly asked if Eugene had just tried to tamper with his Bible. The system notified Li Gun that Eugene was now the target of the final wisdom challenge, warning that Eugene could pose a threat to the constellation. Despite not liking it, Li Gun instructed Eugene to become the recorder of the Fuse constellation. Eugene, coughing up blood, defiantly raised his middle finger and cursed. Li Gun, irritated by Eugene's insolence, tilted his head slightly and snapped his fingers. Jarl's massive sword aimed directly at Eugene's head, but before it could strike, a red scorpion tail wrapped around it, halting the blow. From Eugene's body, something like blood oozed, forming into a floating entity. Eugene was astounded to see the Scorpio guardian beast appear, protecting him. The scorpion's tail dripped red drops, quickly forming the guardian beast's lower body. The figure of Haley, the Scorpio Holy Master, appeared just in time. She sighed in relief, commenting, "That was close. You almost lost your head, kid. Why did you act without my orders? I told you not to be reckless." Before Haley could continue, a voice from behind froze her. Li Gun had arrived, glaring at her and demanding she answer his question if she didn't want to die on the spot. Haley, frozen in place, stared at Li Gun as if seeing a mythical figure for the first time. She didn't speak, and only when the guardian beast roared did she snap out of her trance, spinning around and screaming. Everyone stared in disbelief as her head rotated 360 degrees. Eugene looked up at his trembling holy master, now on the ground. The avatars held their breath as the guardian beast rushed to check on her. Haley shakily replied, "It's nothing, I just felt like walking on all fours for a bit." No one could understand why she was acting like this. Eugene realized she must have heard rumors about Li Gun being in Leo's territory, but now he was in Korea. Trying to compose herself, Haley took deep breaths before facing Li Gun, still overwhelmed by his divine presence. Li Gun, amused, asked, "What are you up to?" Haley, her heart pounding, blushed uncontrollably and muttered, "Can't take it anymore." Eugene whispered, "Why is everyone acting so weird today? No one is answering and their behavior is bizarre." Li Gun struggled to contain his temper. He grabbed Haley's shoulder and shouted, "Snap out of it." This only made her blush more as she screamed, "Li Gun just touched me." Her composure shattered, even the guardian beast had to step in, asking Li Gun to withdraw his hand as it was too much for Haley. Li Gun sighed. "Damn it, she probably just hates my guts," he muttered. Haley's body heated up, like she had a fever, and she fainted right there. Li Gun, now holding Haley, called out to Sanjay. "I don't think I can talk to her right now. How about we talk first?" Sanjay, excited, asked, "What do I need to do?" Li Gun grabbed a handful of his red hair and pulled him close. "Time for your baptism?" Sanjay, filled with excitement, asked, "You mean the ceremony to officially recognize me as a disciple?" Li Gun nodded, and Sanjay nearly jumped out of his skin. "How can we do something so important here?" Li Gun didn't care for formalities. A green light began to emanate from him as he initiated the ceremony, giving Sanjay no chance to resist. When Sanjay opened his eyes, he found himself in total darkness. As he wondered where the absolute God was, words appeared above him. "Do you want to become the first disciple of the Fuse constellation?" After a moment of confusion, Sanjay confidently accepted, saying, "I trust in Yuku's and am prepared to be faithful." He was instructed to look behind him, where a brilliant light illuminated his back, making him turn around. From the darkness, a figure resembling a human emerged, blinding him with its light. The serpent's mouth opened, emitting fierce light in the shape of arrows, one aimed directly at Sanjay. The arrows pierced him, causing immense pain as the power and skills overwhelmed him. After what seemed like an eternity, Sanjay regained his composure. Gon smiled and asked, "So, how do you feel?" Sanjay, now free of pain and filled with excitement, realized the baptism was complete, and he had gained new skills. Overwhelmed by the experience, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing." Eugene thought to himself, "This kid's smarter than those two idiots combined." Sanjay, still elated, shouted, "This is insane. I need to brag about this to my sister." At that moment, Haley staggered over to congratulate him. Li Gun received a notification that his disciple's rank had increased, granting him the power of the 13th sense. A surge of power flared within him, and he decided to test it. Li Gun's hand shot toward Haley's neck. The Avatar noticed and quickly acted, but the Titan King's mighty arm was even faster than Jarl's, intercepting the scorpion's tail with his axe. Li Gun's hand stopped just before reaching Haley's neck. Amused, Li Gun asked, "You're not going to dodge?" She responded calmly. "Because I know you won't hurt me then." Getting to the point, she asked, "So, what was it you wanted to ask earlier, Li Gun?" Li Gun's 13th sense was functioning perfectly, so his first question was, "Explain to me why you have traces of the ancient civilization on your body." More specifically, it was in Haley's hidden eye and the part of her neck Li Gun was about to grab. Sanjay overheard clearly and asked, "Did Uncle Li Gun just suggest that Haley is a calamity?" Li Gun smiled, as if he were the only one who knew the truth, realizing that even the absolute gods had been easily tricked by her. The guardian beast behind them roared in anger, cursing Gon for daring to touch their princess and threatening to kill him. But Li Gun had already deduced that these so-called guardians were actually unfortunates masquerading as household gods. Real avatars wouldn't be this obedient to a holy master, let alone call her princess. How adorable. To everyone's surprise, Haley confessed without hesitation that she indeed came from the ancient civilization. Looking up, she told Gon that despite her origins, she considered herself human, and her gaze remained steady as she added, "I'm on your side." That's a good line, Li Gun thought, but she would have to prove it for it to be believable. He already had a way to test her. With a glance, Lime produced a piece of paper with two simple questions for Haley to answer. "What do you think of Li Gun? What kind of relationship do you want to have with Li Gun?" Without hesitation, Haley scribbled her answers and handed the paper back to him. For some reason, Li Gun couldn't help but grin like a merchant who had just swindled an unsuspecting customer. Her responses were brief. Haley thought of Li Gun as an ally and wanted a strategic partnership with him. She believed she had already shown her sincerity in words, so writing it down was just a formality. Li Gun nodded in agreement but then pulled out a wooden fountain pen, a familiar object to Haley, making her break out in a cold sweat. He was about to force her to write her true feelings to confirm her honesty. But starting with the first question, "What do you think of Li Gun?" would surely expose her, right? The real answer was, "He's so freaking cool, so freaking charismatic. That's why I betrayed the unknown civilization to come over to this side." How could Haley ever write that down? Seeing Haley's strange behavior, Li Gun looked back at the questionnaire, wondering if something was wrong with it. If not, maybe she could start with the second question, "What kind of relationship do you want to have with Li Gun?" Haley made up her mind. If she had to die today, she would rather snatch that pen back before everything was revealed. When Li Gun read Haley's written response, he could only sigh, thinking the pen must be broken to produce such strange words. But the others didn't see it that way, especially Sujay, who freaked out and rushed off to find his sister. "This is an emergency, sis. Uncle Li Gun's chastity is at risk." Li Gun stared at the paper, utterly confused, while Haley didn't dare face him, leaving her guardian beast to explain. "See? Understand now, you idiot? Our princess chose humanity and turned her back on her civilization. It's all to be with you, Li Gun." "Shut up," Haley yelled, her face as red as a ripe tomato, fearing she might faint if he said another word. Just as she was about to run, Li Gun stopped her, insisting on one more question. Pointing to the floating dagger above him, he demanded information about the ancient civilization's weapon, revealing that it was the same one that had stabbed him in the Devil's Tower. Blushing with embarrassment, Haley explained that it was a weapon imbued with the power of the monarch. She mentioned that the monarch was the highest rank within the ancient civilization. These weapons contained the monarch's power, so terrifying that they could even threaten the gods. Leaning on her guardian beast for support, Haley continued. Even you can't resist that weapon. That's why I retrieved and sealed it, as you can see. Piecing together what Kevin had said about a private stash of human civilization's items, Lee Gun realized that this was why the white-haired one had found these weapons in Scorpio's domain. Gon screamed in disbelief. The ancient civilization had its own leader despite dealing with Red Eyes 20 years ago? But as Haley revealed, Red Eyes wasn't the highest boss. There were at least 3 others like it. This truth left everyone shocked and sweating, even dragging out of his pretending to be dead act in his wife's arms. Who would have thought that Red Eyes, into which humanity had poured all its strength, wasn't the strongest? And on top of that, there were 3 more like it? Just hearing this was enough to make anyone despair. Lee Gun stood in silence, processing the information he had just learned. He wasn't pleased, but everything started to make sense. Back in the Devil's Tower, the manager had said something like, "I'm surprised you caught one of humanity's famous pets. It's pretty impressive to play with Taku." Panicking, Lime yanked Lee Gun out of his thoughts, shouting, "Did you hear what she said? There are 3 more monsters as strong as Red Eyes." Lee Gun, flashing a confident smile at Lime, replied, "I'm the type who loves a challenge. If they dare to provoke, I'm ready to fight. What's there to be afraid of?" He was just trying to reassure his friend, though deep inside, he knew he needed to become even stronger to do that. Lee Gun approached Haley and pointed at someone in the distance. "I want you to prove you're on my side by giving me that one," he said. That someone was none other than Eugen, who was still in shock, unable to believe he was being offered up in a deal. He tried to protest. "Stop joking, this isn't funny." But before he could say more, Haley agreed without hesitation. Lee Gun's grin widened. He loved quick and efficient deals. Haley, mesmerized by his dazzling smile, didn't even think about poor Eugen, who felt like he was sinking into despair. The betrayal stung deeply as he watched his holy master sell him off right in front of him without a hint of remorse. The next day was bright and sunny, a rare day off for Lee Gun, who enjoyed a morning coffee with Lime perched on his shoulder, sipping his drink. He told Lime, "You have to savor these peaceful moments to realize how much you need them." Little did he know, that peaceful moment was about to end abruptly. Eugene's ear-piercing scream, loud enough to wake the whole neighborhood, echoed. Lee Gun barely paid attention, joking that it was a shame Eugene couldn't enjoy the quiet. The recorder, crawling on the ground and cursing endlessly, wondered why he was doing such hard labor here. The answer was simple: Scorpio had sold Eugen to Gon for free. Now Lee Gun intended to squeeze every last drop of energy out of him as he furiously scribbled away. Tears of frustration welled up in Eugen's eyes. He muttered under his breath, "Just you wait. Do you think I'll serve someone like you?" Trying to find a way out, Eugen activated his trick, using his eyes to peer into the Bible to see if he could change anything. To his surprise, he was indeed synced with the Bible, but to his horror, the 5th achievement read, "The recorder who refused to become a disciple has now become a servant of the Eucus constellation." Baffled at how even this had turned into an achievement, Eugen grinned maniacally and decided to change the word servant to master. When he saw that it actually worked, he burst out laughing. "Kneel before me, Lee Gun." Before he could get any further, Lee Gun punched him in the head. No one but John would dare hit Eugen like that. Rubbing the lump on his head, Eugen couldn't understand why, even though he had changed the text, it hadn't become reality. Grabbing Eugen by the hair, John tossed him aside with irritation. "Life doesn't always go the way you want, kid." It was then that Eugen noticed the words had reverted back to servant, clear and unmistakable. He realized the girl over there had changed it back. But could she also be a recorder? Gio smiled awkwardly. "Did I do something wrong?" The Libra constellation, home to the largest holy sanctuary in the world with over 2 billion followers, was no easy opponent. Moreover, Giselle was not merely a representative of her absolute god, she wielded such power that she was considered a manifestation of the deity itself. Facing her was akin to declaring war on a god. To contend with a god or a monarch of the ancient civilization, Lee Gun needed a recorder to record his achievements and amplify his power. And now, standing before Eugen, was a recorder capable of altering the Fute's constellation's Bible. Eugen couldn't believe his eyes. It was astonishing enough to encounter one recorder, but here was another right in front of him. Even Haley couldn't help but marvel at John's incredible luck. Now in possession of 2 recorders, even if Eugen wasn't exactly a willing participant, the wisdom trial was complete, and all tasks were finished. Li Gun was granted all of his abilities, including unlocking his war god instinct. Meanwhile, the Grand Libra Sanctuary headquarters stood under the clear blue sky, where news soon reached Giselle. She was relaxing in her bath, surrounded by Sagittarius, Libra, Scorpio, and a recorder, when her subordinates came seeking her guidance. Unbelievably, Scorpio had allied with him, driven by a love that had lasted for 20 years. Giselle covered her mouth with a mocking laugh, disgusted by such naive purity. To her, Haley was nothing more than a foolish girl. She didn't care how many others joined Li Gun, just a bunch of foolish saints. However, the recorder was a different matter. As she sipped her wine, Giselle knew she had to eliminate them. Crushing the glass in her hand, her eyes flashed with malice, and the red liquid dripped down her fingers. Even without Gon, she couldn't let anyone more powerful than the gods survive. Her subordinate, still bowed, whispered that he couldn't understand the intentions of those foolishly hoping for Li Gun's success. But Giselle knew that anyone who encountered Li Gun fell into 2 categories, those who followed him and those who despised him. Standing up and rubbing her neck, Giselle asked if there were any Libra followers near Li Gun. When she heard that the youngest son was following Li Gun under Tuan's orders, she cursed, realizing how useless he was. She wished Qi were there instead, everything would have gone as planned. But there was no time to dwell on it. She quickly ordered her subordinate to inform Sean to target the recorder either by kidnapping or eliminating them. On the same day, near the Scorpio residence, the 3 zodiac signs were discussing Gio joining Leon's team. When his friend suggested that Gio stay at the Ucha Sanctuary, like Haley kept the recorder at the Scorpio Sanctuary, Taku lost his temper. Of all the options, why did it have to be your divine cadre? Li Gun snapped his fingers and reminded Taku of his own words. Gio didn't fit into any sanctuary's training, so only his could be considered. Haley chimed in, saying that with 2 recorders under his protection, Li Gun would be better equipped, especially since he would be facing Libra soon. Li Gun then pulled out a professional-looking contract, complete with an extensive list of conditions, promising to treat Taesu's wife well, as she was his friend's wife. The agreement even included not adding her to the official disciple list and sending her regularly to the Sagittarius Sanctuary. What more could Taku ask for? Sign it already, Li Gun urged with a grin. Afterward, Haley shifted the conversation to Taesu's eldest daughter, who had recently visited the Scorpio Sanctuary to have her arm checked. Despite using her magic to heal it as best as she could, Haley reported that the situation was dire. They had tried everything to suppress it, but they were reaching their limit. Seeing the panic on Taku's face, Li Gun realized they were discussing something serious that he wasn't aware of. He quickly turned to them, demanding to know more about his niece, Yue. While the 3 were deep in conversation, Gio had just finished writing a large stack of papers at the construction site near Scorpio's place. She eagerly asked Eugene if he needed help organizing them. Exhausted, Eugene sat between 2 towering piles of papers, muttering, "Do whatever you want. I don't care." Earlier, Li Gun had thrown the truth pen straight at his forehead, leaving a large bump because Eugene refused to work. Eugene was seething with rage. Li Gun not only forced him to write a servant contract but also seemed to enjoy tormenting him. Glancing at his arm that wouldn't stop moving, Eugene cursed the damned pen under his breath. The truth pen, having been marked by Li Gun and drawing blood from Eugene's forehead, had chosen Eugene as its master. The 2 merged into something with a life of its own, laughing and scribbling wildly on blank sheets of paper. Eugene, furious, threw the pen away out of sheer annoyance. But to his surprise, it bounced off the wall and shot back at his head, upset that its owner dared discard it. Gio, thinking Eugene was contemplating suicide, screamed out in panic, unaware that someone was stealthily lurking behind the door. The blond man gritted his teeth, knowing he was here on his mother's orders. But what could she expect from him when even his older brother couldn't do anything? After thinking it over, Sivan realized he had to act. After the Blood Mist's failure, this was his only chance to prove to his mother that he wasn't useless. Glancing inside, Sivan saw that the little kid from Scorpio might be tough to handle, so he decided to deal with him later. The woman, however, seemed easier to manage and could be used to threaten Sanjay. Focused on his task, Sivan didn't notice the loud footsteps outside or the door being kicked down. He just hoped to finish quickly and leave. But Kevin burst in, kicking the door off its hinges, shouting for Lee Gun. He stomped on the door with such force that it rattled the whole place, cursing loudly. "How dare you leave me behind at Leo? I won't forgive you for that." Eugene, recognizing the familiar figure, jumped up in alarm, while Jill wondered why the Virgo Saint was here. It was only then that Kevin realized that Gun is here, and after a moment of noisy confusion, Sagittarius and Scorpio appeared behind him, about to start cursing again. But Kevin suddenly noticed Haley was there too, and none of the four seemed too pleased to see each other. At this point, Sagittarius spotted the eighth person in the room, none other than Yun Sivan, hiding under the broken door. Everyone blamed Kevin, thinking he had brought the brat here, but he had no clue what was going on. Lee Gun, realizing it was the same kid who had bullied Sanjay and the one he had beaten up before, clenched his jaw and snarled, "What's that brat from Libra doing here?" At that moment, Lee Gun understood that this was one of the two culprits behind the blood mist incident that Gon had mentioned. The kid groaned under the debris, struggling to get up, only for Lion's foot to slam down onto his face without mercy. Lee Gun was beyond furious, wanting to take out his rage on the bastard who had caused his friend and two nieces so much grief for the past 10 years. Meeting the person who had once beaten you was bad enough, but now Gun was even stronger and clearly held a grudge against the young master of Libra. Behind him, Taku lost his temper and roared, "What the hell are you doing here, Sivan?" The thought of him returning to mess with his family again made Taku's eyes blaze with anger. Without hesitation, he transformed into his demigod form, ready to beat Sivan hard. Haley, standing nearby, coldly sneered, fully aware that this guy's mother knew about Lion and the secretary. Unleashing a powerful aura, she wanted to confirm if it was true that Giselle had ordered the secretary to be eliminated. Another person unsheathed an ice sword, holding a deep grudge against Libra. Kevin, having later learned that Giselle had ordered the blood mist to destroy Virgo's castle, was furious. "Yunnan, huh? Let's see how much you've grown," he muttered, a villainous grin spreading across his face. Delighting in the thought that everyone around wanted to beat the brat, he pressed down harder with his foot, stomping several more times. "I feel so bad for you," he mocked. Lee Gun wanted to know how everyone planned to deal with the brat or if they should just keep stomping until his head popped like a melon. Terrified under Gon's foot, Sivan realized he might not even survive this, let alone complete the mission his mother had given him. Desperately, he called out to his household god, ordering it to transport him to the secret base. Just as Lee Gun lifted his foot, a golden light enveloped Sivan, and numerous Libra vines wrapped around him. Thinking he had escaped, Sivan smiled, but the reflection in his eyes showed Lee Gun was smiling too. In an instant, Sivan vanished before everyone's eyes, and they all assumed he had successfully escaped. Taku, frustrated, asked why his friend had let the brat get away, but in reality, Lee Gun had done it on purpose. Catching him and beating him would have been too boring. On the other side of the world, in Honolulu, Hawaii, at the luxurious Libra resort, Tawan was soaking in a pool with 5 of Libra's household god spirits, trying to heal the bruises Sanjay had inflicted on him. Cursing under his breath, he wished he could tear that red-haired kid apart limb by limb. Suddenly, the teleportation gate opened, and a scream echoed above his head. Tawan, lost in thought, initially thought it was SJ's scream, imagining it was from the pain he'd one day inflict. To his surprise, it was his younger brother, tumbling headfirst into the pool and landing on top of him. As soon as he found out John had discovered Libra's plan to eliminate the secretary, Tawan began mercilessly cursing his younger brother. Sivan didn't dare fight back. He just held his head, fearing his brother might smash a rock over it. No matter how much Tawan berated him, Sivan endured, knowing his brother had saved him, and the most important thing now was to stop Lion when he arrived. Tawan led his brother into a room with a cabinet full of neatly arranged stones on the shelves. In a gruff voice, he briefly explained that each stone could be exchanged for something unbeatable. Tawan grabbed a random purple stone, which looked the most dangerous, and quickly explained that these were created from fragments of Calamity, processed in the Demon Tower. Knowing Sivan was worried that they might not be able to handle what they'd summon, Tawan reassured him by pulling out a Libra bead string. The priority now was to deal with Gon, so he didn't hesitate to use the skill of equivalent exchange. A beam of light shot through the roof of the villa, causing Tawan to scream in excitement. This would surely summon a super-strong Calamity to leave Lion half dead. But unexpectedly, the light shifted from gold to emerald green, gradually swallowing the original color, or more accurately, pushing the golden light back into the sky and completely replacing it. The shape before them made the two brothers panic, not understanding what they had just summoned. The power felt too familiar. Sivan instinctively ducked to avoid it but didn't manage to warn Tawan, who was struck by a protruding head from the light. Blood poured out as Tawan cried out in pain. Sivan, having barely avoided the blow, laughed, saying, "That old trick won't work on me anymore." But when he saw John follow them there, clutching a golden-feathered bird tightly in his hand, he screamed in terror. "I picked it up on the way here because you left your household god behind and ran off." The bird, thinking its captor was the Calamity, screeched, "Summoning successful. Summoning successful." Sivan gaped in shock. Li Gun didn't bother arguing. Instead, he threw the bird backward, making Sivan wet himself in fear, backing away and cursing the wretched beast for leading Li Gun right to him. Knowing he was about to get beaten hard, Sivan tried to save himself by apologizing, saying he would personally go to Sagittarius and beg for forgiveness. But John responded with a smirk, as if Sivan still hadn't grasped the situation. With a grunt, another beam of light descended right in front of Li Gun. The condemnation of the sky loomed between them as Gon, with a darkened expression, reminded Sivan, "Seems you've forgotten something important when you see me here." "Payback," he uttered the two words, which sounded like the Grim Reaper whispering in Sivan's ear. All Sivan could think was dead, 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 dead. Feeling smaller and smaller, Sivan knew he wouldn't survive Gon's condemnation of the Sky Blade. As he retreated in terror, trying to think of a way to save himself, his eyes suddenly widened when he realized what he had just stepped on, Tawan's Libra bead string. His brother, struggling to get up, was battered by the intense appearance of Li Gun. Realizing his hand was empty, Tawan turned to call out to his brother to find the beads. Horrified, he saw them in Sivan's hand. Sivan had activated it, exchanging something unknown. Smiling, Sivan said, "You were right, big brother. I really am useless. But luckily, you're very useful to me." The equivalent exchange skill of Libra made the beads glow, identifying Yun Tawan as the exchange item. His entire body was enveloped in light, sprouting grotesque parts of a Calamity, signaling that the exchange was complete. Tawan writhed in pain, trying to resist the dark power, but to no avail. Before long, he had transformed into a hideous, grotesque Calamity on Libra's scales. Gon, familiar with such heartless tricks, threw his head back and laughed maniacally, amazed that the younger brother had turned his older brother into a sacrificial offering. "What a piece of work! I've never seen anyone pull this trick before." His foot shone with the power of the Yucas constellation as he slammed it down forcefully, forming a fortress. Sean now grasped what true despair looked like, staring dumbfounded at the sight before him and muttering in disbelief. A fragment of the Calamity that had once been Tawan's brother crashed to the ground, the entire Libra bow and Zodiac ability shattered to dust by the serpent's barrier. The old man laughed wickedly, explaining to the naive boy that the larger his barrier grew, the stronger its defenses became. Within it, no one could utilize the power of other constellations, leaving Libra's strength entirely neutralized and the summoning process incomplete. It was a grotesque creation, so vile that even demons would scorn it. The brother's sacrifice amounted to nothing. He had turned to ashes, a pathetic joke before Li Gun. Covering his face, the old man laughed hysterically as if on the verge of madness, asking, "Isn't it hilarious?" Now, it was his turn to strike. Digging into the Yucas constellation scripture, Li Gun selected the second decree, Saint Sagittarius, admiring the master of Yucas, thereby granted the ability to wield Sagittarius's power. Gun's eyes blazed with the flames of the sun god. Using Sagittarius's clairvoyant ability, he stepped forward, asking, "Any last words? Usually, people repent before they die. I'll give you 3 seconds, confess now." His burning gaze bore the condemnation of the heavens as he spoke with a menacing calm. "Choose your last words wisely, you bastard." Sivan trembled uncontrollably, his body quaking as if in a seizure. Paralyzed by fear, even his curses came out disjointed and broken. Finally, he clutched his head and screamed, "Damn it!" He roared, "Who are you? Why do you keep haunting me? Is it because of what I summoned during the blood mist 10 years ago? But I was just a kid back then. Everyone makes mistakes, right? Or is it because I controlled the blood mist in Europe or attacked the Scorpus hospital? Those were orders from above. You've already dealt with the blood mist, haven't you? Those who died 10 years ago were saved, no harm done, right? So why are you making a big deal out of it? Didn't everything already get resolved?" The more Sivan yelled, the more desperate he sounded. "What do you want from me? After all of this, do you even know who I am? I'm Yun Sivan, son of Giselle Lawrence, the Saint of Libra." Playing his last card, Sivan shouted boldly, "If you mess with me, do you think my mother will just stand by and do nothing?" After his outburst, Sivan paused, stunned. Was Lee Gun actually dozing off, drooling as he spoke? "What? You done talking?" Lee Gun finally opened his eyes, yawning as he asked, "Anything else to add?" He gave Sivan a few more seconds before casually remarking, "Seems like you've got a lot of regrets. Why ramble so much?" Watching Sivan tremble and point at him in disbelief, Gun appeared unaffected. Though he had indeed nodded off for a moment, he had heard it all. More importantly, Sivan wasn't the only one who needed to hear it. Sagittarius's skill had broadcast Sivan's entire tirade live for the entire world to witness. At this moment, Sivan realized in horror that he had just confessed the truth about the catastrophic events to all of humanity. From city streets to remote mountain villages and even ships at sea, the confession aired in crystal-clear 4K. The celestial clairvoyant skill was truly the work of a broadcast deity, a live-streaming master envied by all. The shocking revelation naturally reached Libra's domain, where chaos erupted. Their headquarters scrambled to locate Sivan and put an end to the public humiliation, but they had no leads. Furious citizens, now aware of Sivan's involvement in the blood mist, gathered at Libra's headquarters demanding answers. Is it true that Libra's son caused the blood mist? Is Libra responsible for those massacres? They cried out. The outrage grew louder. If Lee Gun hadn't intervened in Belgium, how many more would have died? Libra must face justice. Sivan must be punished. The swelling anger of the masses echoed across the world. On a distant rooftop, a trench-coated figure smirked at the unfolding chaos. Kali's lips curled into a grin as the crowd's fury intensified. "Too bad for you, Sivan," he murmured. "Aside from getting your brother beaten, this is the end for you." Meanwhile, Sivan watched in terror as the enraged crowd stormed Libra's headquarters, determined to kill him. Their hatred was palpable, and Sivan clutched his head, screaming as if in agony. Lee Gun, however, found the spectacle amusing. "Congrats," he mocked. "How does it feel to be the world's most wanted man?" The condemnation of the Skyblade glowed, and Sivan shivered in fear. The only sounds were the faint rustle of clothing and Gun's cold voice. "Do you know why I told you to say your last words? Because you should have apologized instead of making excuses." Pressing the blade to Sivan's neck, Gun's tone darkened. "No more games. I gave you one last chance to beg for mercy, and you wasted it. Now, neither I nor the world will give you another." The image of Gun holding the glowing blade to Sivan's throat was, of course, broadcast live. Libra's forces panicked as the public's faith in the constellation crumbled. The stronger the outrage, the weaker Libra's standing became, while Yukas's influence soared. Across the world, the Celestial War Army erupted in chaos, demanding action. Giselle, silent until now, would not allow her son to die. As Libra's leader, she wouldn't let anyone threaten her authority. Just as Gun prepared to strike, a radiant golden light descended. The sacred beast of Libra had arrived, bearing Giselle's command to stop. Sivan, seeing his mother appear, screamed with relief, but Giselle ignored her pathetic son. Her tone was cold and devoid of emotion as she chastised him. She dismissed his actions as reckless and insane. Lee Gun smirked, unimpressed. "Releasing the Calamity and destroying a city is just a trivial matter to you?" he asked mockingly. Giselle, of course, sidestepped the accusation and demanded her son's release. Gun sneered. "If we're talking about distasteful, then your sons, who harm innocents, are the epitome of it." Stepping on Sivan once more, Gun drove his blade into the ground before him. If you dislike my methods, let's settle this your way. I'll give you two options: confess Libra's crimes and face justice, or fight me here and now. And don't forget to name the one who stabbed me in the tower. Both choices left Giselle seething with frustration. Clutching her head, she muttered curses at Li Gun. But she wasn't about to let herself be forced to pick between the two, fiercely asking why she should listen to him. With that, it was settled. Her words were a clear refusal to save her son. Sivan cried out for his mother, while Li Gun laughed cruelly, casually waving his hand to sever the golden head. The sacred beast let out a screech, her voice trembling, unable to comprehend that Li Gun had done such a thing right before her eyes. She repeated her threat, asking if he thought she would let this go. The more Li Gun grinned with excitement, the angrier he became, though he could do far more thrilling things. He raised his hand, glowing with the blue power of the Yukos constellation, and waved it behind Sivan's lifeless body. Shell, realizing what he was about to do, watched in horror as he smiled wickedly. Then, right before her shocked eyes, the Libra woman saw him bring the beheaded boy back to life. Sivan clutched his face, trembling, his hand instinctively reaching for his neck, still feeling the pain and wondering why was he still alive when he was clearly dead? Gon swung his blade at the boy, now crying uncontrollably. The slash was so sharp that a second later, it burst open, spraying blood everywhere. A lethal wound like that should surely have killed him, but Gon used his resurrection skill again, healing Sivan's wounds and bringing him back to life swiftly. The boy screamed in terror as Lion's blade severed his head once more. After witnessing her son's death 3 times before her eyes, Giselle screamed in rage. "What the hell are you doing?" Gon, grinning, revived the corpse once again while asking, "Don't you see? How could one death ever satisfy me?" The scream only fueled Gon's thrill. Killing once wasn't enough to make up for all the suffering he had caused, and wasn't her son guilty of more than one evil deed? Li Gun swung the condemnation of the sky again, deciding to cut Sivan as many times as he had caused pain. If not, he could just end him. Gon would be there to keep count. Sivan felt like he had fallen into hell, the shadow of Gon looming over him as the condemnation of the sky came down once more, making him feel endless agony. Before the pain could stop, Li Gun revived him again, all while the breathless crowd watched in horror. No one spoke, but Gon's grin only grew wider, his slashes becoming faster. He cut Sivan in every way possible, each strike lethal. Every time Sivan died, Li Gun revived him, just to deliver a fresh set of wounds. Inside the Scorpion Hospital, Tax Group also witnessed this firsthand, but none showed pity for Sivan's pleas. At times, he was slashed 3 times in a row, the deaths agonizing. The cries of someone dying and coming back to life repeatedly were terrifying. Sivan had endured over 20 deaths, yet Gon showed no sign of stopping. Giselle couldn't hold herself back anymore and shouted, "Is this bastard really testing my patience?" In response to her thoughtless question, the Queen's teleportation skill and Sagittarius's absolute coordinate skill activated simultaneously. A massive barrier appeared on the ceiling of the Libra Palace, dropping something so huge that it hit the ground with a deafening bang. Blood splattered from the thing onto Giselle's face, cold and unfeeling. As she stepped closer, she realized it was the remains of a massive beast. But Giselle's eyes caught sight of a severed head rolling in the left corner, recognizing the distinct blonde hair and the horrified expression of her eldest son. She immediately realized what had happened, her entire body trembling with rage. Biting her lip in seething hatred, the sight only pleased Gon more. He asked, "Why are you just standing there gawking? Your favorite eldest son is back. Why don't you tell him you love him and give him a hug?" Her left eye darkened, veins popping on her face with each surge of fury as she clenched her fists. Giselle simply stated, "You will pay for provoking me," but no one had ever threatened him and walked away unscathed. Li Gun grabbed Libra's divine bird, pressing his face close to it with a wicked grin, provoking. "This isn't provoking, this is just my response to all the choices you've made until now, trash. I'll make anyone who stands in my way look like this." He momentarily ignored the boy, left scarred and behind, and whispered to Libra that he didn't care if they were chosen by the absolute god or from some mysterious civilization, even gods meant nothing to him. He wanted Giselle to hear that. When her eyes flared with anger, Li Gun threw the divine bird high into the air, saying goodbye. He smiled victoriously, telling her to prepare her neck for him to chop it off. just wait and see, Giselle Lawrence. With that, Li Gun slashed the divine bird into ashes, completely severing his connection with Libra and wiping out his intercontinental livestream. The remaining Libra forces hesitated and called out Holy Lord, only to be met with a massive surge of power from where Giselle stood. Her roar, calling out Li Gun's name in extreme fury, echoed far and wide, causing the city to tremble, as if an earthquake was imminent. Giselle no longer cared about the people. She screamed, "How dare you humiliate me? I'll tear you to pieces. I will definitely kill you all." With each of her screams, the city shook violently, nearly tipping over. Giselle called out his name in rage for what seemed like a very long time. After a while, Sivan suddenly opened his eyes in terror, as though just escaping a nightmare, only to realize the nightmare had just begun. With the descent of the condemnation of the sky onto the ground, Li Gun allowed the boy a moment of relief to regain consciousness, preparing to continue what he had started earlier. Suddenly, he forgot how far he had counted, so he decided to start over to be sure. His mind roughly calculated the number of injured people to be about 5,000. Added to that were the people in the Scorpion Hospital and the suffering of Odu's family. How much was that in total? Sivan fell to his knees, begging for another chance to explain, but Gon didn't listen. Instead, he resolutely raised the condemnation of the sky again, ready to strike another 10,000 times to cover Sivan's crimes. No amount of Sivan's tears could suffice. Hell had only just begun. As Gon's voice called out, 1. A few days later, at the Leo Coliseum, something heavy was slammed onto the ground, and Yue's hand was raised by the referee, declaring the vice-castellan victorious. The cheers from the crowd didn't bring a smile to her face. Yue's gloomy expression didn't escape the notice of the apostles, who wondered why she seemed so different. Everyone noticed that, contrary to her usual cold demeanor, the deputy commander appeared strangely dazed. It all started after watching Lion's globally broadcasted performance. Everyone was shocked, and so was Yue, but now her expression had turned into one of complete despondency, almost as if she were heartbroken. Perhaps the sight of Sivan going through life and death repeatedly was too sensitive for her, but that scene brought satisfaction to many, as the Libra forces had always been arrogant troublemakers. Karma spares no one on the battlefield. The overly enthusiastic MC didn't notice Yue's face and shoved the microphone into her mouth, asking for her thoughts on the unbroken winning streak. "I've made up my mind," Yue suddenly declared, still maintaining her blank expression. She continued, "I'm leaving the Leo sect." Before the crowd could react, she added, "And then I'll join Uncle John's sect." Her emotionless face was broadcast everywhere, including on the TV in the hospital room where Stephen was recovering. The devotees wanted to change the channel quickly, fearing that the Holy Lord would have dark thoughts, but it was too late. Stephen had already fainted from heartbreak. Oliver walked into the hospital room to the frantic cries of the devotees, trying to wake Stephen. Feeling annoyed, both the Castellan and the Vice-Castellan were nothing but a disgrace to the sanctuary. The loyal subordinates kept trying to wake Stephen, but after being publicly humiliated by both Lion's uncle and the Vice-Castellan, he had no desire to regain consciousness. The TV switched to another news story, a high-level meeting of the human side. Right from the start, someone stood up and criticized Libra for deceiving the world. She had hidden the truth behind the Blood Mist and Sagittarius's mistake. Another representative immediately countered, arguing that there was no conclusive evidence and that Libra's position had not been verified, so no conclusions could be drawn. Moreover, it was clear that Li Gun had set a trap for Libra and broadcast it widely. The representative's glee was obvious as he claimed it was a typical tactic of the zodiac, provoking the young representative's anger. The two sons of Libra are dead, and it's clear the situation is dire, yet Libra's continued silence without any response seems oddly suspicious. Meanwhile, on the other side, they responded with mockery, as if Libra was simply trying to come up with a slow excuse. After watching the news for a while, Haley had to commend Kevin for his impressive media manipulation. "Besides poisoning food, do you also know how to do this, Virgo?" He laughed proudly. "Those things were easy, not like someone living in the Canadian wilderness, who wouldn't understand. And by the way, I didn't put poison in Gon's food, it was medicine, high-grade, rare medicine that can cure any drug effects you might have slipped into Leon's food." Scorpio immediately retorted, How ridiculous. My medicine is the cure to your cheap drugs. Do you have any idea how tiring it was to fix all the damage your drugs caused? The two bickered for a long time in front of Sagittarius like children. Did they really think no one knew they cared about Gon, which was why they did such foolish things? Suddenly, turning to Taku, Kevin asked, "Where's the guy who caused all this escalation? Why hasn't he come back yet? Is he still busy?" Indeed, he was busy. Libra's old base in Hawaii was covered in a huge construction sign, with trucks hauling everything away nearby. Amid a pile of fast food and chill music, Legion had rolled up his sleeves, munching away as food wrappers scattered around him. As he chewed, he checked what he could build for himself now that Libra's belongings were destroyed. He had also found the core of the Calamity crystal stones made from the essence of the Calamity he'd defeated in the Demon Tower. Thinking back, it seemed they were attempting to summon the Calamity using that stone, which was why that dumb parrot claimed they had summoned it successfully. When he tracked it down and tossed the hamburger wrapper aside, the builder John realized his lunch break was over. Stretching his neck to admire his work, he was pleased with the new home he was about to create. He also wondered if his gift had arrived yet. The giftly gun referred to was the head of the second son, placed in the middle of a decorated wreath on a pillar in Libra's hall. When Giselle saw it, she was so enraged that she lowered the gravity around everyone, forcing them to bow down. Trembling with fury, she knew that the bastard had sent this to insult her, and Kevin had also mocked Libra openly on television. She turned to her subordinates, her voice cold as she asked, "None of you have any plan to deal with this?" With every wave of her fury, the ground cracked beneath her feet, but the apostles were helpless. Virgo's actions were too swift, and the live broadcast meant no one could intervene in time. Thinking of Virgo's mockery and the audacity of provoking her, Giselle was consumed with rage, wishing she could devour John's people alive. "Gather the forces now," she commanded, and as soon as she spoke, the gravity vanished. Though their heads remained bowed, Giselle had made up her mind. She could not sit still. She had to launch a full-scale attack. With a wave of her hand, she ordered her subordinates to contact the allied sanctuaries and all branches worldwide, rallying forces to find every way to defeat Leo. Finally receiving the order, the group rushed out of the foyer, preparing for the concentrated attack and conveniently seeking revenge for their young masters. Left alone on the empty red carpet, Giselle called for someone to appear. The shattered pieces of the tree decoration in the hall flew up and reassembled into one behind her. The Calamity reported that it had summoned the army of the mysterious civilization, which was now waiting for orders. At last, something was going smoothly. Giselle praised, "Good job," as her hand released a power that summoned a strange globe, filled with dense black dots representing areas occupied by the unfortunates. It grew to the size of a full-grown person, hovering just within her reach. With a flick of her finger, Giselle gathered the black and red spots into one corner in the Pacific Ocean. The black zone was continuously struck by lightning as she exerted her power over the globe. The unfortunates there seemed to receive the signal and looked up. Following the order, they spread their wings and soared into the sky, their mouths emitting chaotic sounds. The entire population in the area took flight, forming a massive swarm of varying shapes and sizes numbering in the tens of thousands. Among them was one emitting a different kind of power, riding a summoned bone horse, waiting until the words "the time has come" echoed. The countless unfortunates flapped their wings and gathered. The lightning in the sky flashed so brightly that it nearly blinded anyone watching, while the riders hovered above the swarm of winged creatures. Counting the number of unfortunates marching on foot, they quickly assembled into a formidable army, silently awaiting orders. Giselle thrust her finger into the ocean on the globe, causing the image of her hand to reach the place and stir up the seas. The black and red masses representing the unfortunates surged violently like vines grasped by her hand. They soon gathered into a blood-red mass in Giselle's palm, and she opened a bloodshot eye filled with the determination to eliminate John's people. That eye mirrored the one on her face when she screamed, "I'm going to let you know what overwhelming despair feels like." The black territory lit up with a bloodthirsty eye, and only 65 hours remained before the black zone invaded humanity. On the island of Hawaii, where Libra's headquarters had once stood, flames roared from the Yukis workshop and sanctuary. The appearance of the island had completely changed. At the entrance stood a massive gate, with the body of a silver snake coiling around it. Not far from there, a flash of purple light signaled the teleportation of Sagittarius. The sound of footsteps echoed, and it wasn't just Hugo stepping out. 4 others followed: Scorpio Saint, the Sword Saint Kevin, his wife, and their eagerly excited son. Upon arrival, Kevin immediately complained, "What the hell is Legion doing here? Why the sudden call to Hawaii at this early hour?" Hugo didn't have an answer, only knowing that Legion was up to something. Since stepping foot here, Haley paid no attention to her surroundings. The thought of seeing Leon made her face flush. Hugo was the first to notice the gigantic white snake engraved above the gate. "What's this about?" he shouted. "When was this built?" From the side of the gate, a blonde girl dressed in a nun's outfit stepped out to greet them. "You must be the guests Lord Legion mentioned, right?" She introduced herself as Yeso, a former household god of both Aquarius and Libra. "I'm currently being called Disinfectant," she said with a laugh. But in truth, Yeso was a prisoner of Eucus, kidnapped by Legion from Libra. She quickly added her name to the list of captives. What seemed like brute force to others sounded to Haley like Legion personally bringing her into his domain. The group noticed her holding a green egg and asked about it. "It's the god egg of Eucus," she explained. "A reward for passing the trials of strength, intelligence, and fame." Yeso casually mentioned, "This is something Lord Legion entrusted to me. He said that since I'm the goddess of health and care, I could nurture it." It was clear that her role was to take care of things Legion didn't want to handle himself. Kevin, as clueless as ever, sighed beside Haley. "Is that bastardly gone planning to start a family or something?" he muttered. Haley's face darkened, and she called to the god behind her, her body trembling as she struggled to speak clearly. "Take everything we have in our divine team and bring it to Ligon." Her servant, confused, was about to ask for clarification when Haley suddenly spun around, shouting with a flushed face, sweat pouring down her like a fever. "Even if you have to carry the whole pillar here, do it. If we don't have something to fight back with, we'll lose for sure." After sending her servant off, the group was invited by Yeso to enter the official domain of Eucus. As the door cracked open, intense heat and blinding light poured out. When the door opened wide enough for the group to step in, a gust of wind blew their hair back and their clothes fluttered wildly. Once they saw the source of this power, they heard the fierce roar of a fire lizard, called a flame breather by Lion, spewing flames at incredibly high intensity, constantly blowing fire onto an object to keep the flames high. The group realized the place was designed like a furnace, with the fire ignited by the lizard engulfing dozens of chains suspended above a basin overflowing with flames. Hugo, stunned, asked his friend if he was planning to build a steel mill or something, but no matter how he looked at it, it resembled a bathtub. In front of them, Kevin mumbled, "Is that lava from those damn lizards?" Each person had a different reaction. While Hugo's wife complained about the heat, he was wide-eyed, shocked that his friend had built this after destroying Libra's headquarters. Unconcerned with the heat or architecture, Haley silently admired Ligon's leadership. "He's remarkable. So cool." Then, they heard a loud clattering sound from the side of the furnace. Turning, they saw the chains moving at lightning speed and heard a deep, gruff voice greet them with a blunt welcome. "Oh ho, isn't that the Sagittarius slave of Lord Jotun?" Turning the pulley, he laughed heartily. "He's waiting for you." Next to him was Jarl, his bright red appearance almost blending in with the flames behind him. He tilted his head, asking the group, "What do you think of our magnificent workshop?" The 3 avatars working in the scorching place laughed as if they enjoyed it, showing how much they loved working here. The group quickly entered and immediately turned right to avoid talking to those 3. The door on the right no longer led to the furnace but to a workshop with a door as tall as 3 meters. From the design, Hugo could immediately tell it wasn't a forge, so it couldn't be called Lion's Workshop. Since entering, Haley had been hearing the sound of hammering, and the deeper they went, the clearer the deafening noise became. The true strike hammer pounded on a sword, flattening it. Emerging from behind the muscular figure wielding the hammer, Hugo waved to his friend. "Hey, we're here." Ligon, shirtless with sweat dripping from his hair down his back as if he had been taking a shower, turned around with a relaxed smile when he heard Hugo's voice. He slicked his soaked hair back. "Oh, you guys are here." That simple gesture was enough to make Haley's nose gush with blood. "I knew this would happen," Hugo thought, glancing at his wife, who was clutching her flushed cheeks, looking as though she wanted to scream. Her expression wasn't much different from Haley's, only missing the nosebleed. No wonder she had been a fan of Li Gan for 20 years. Before she could shout, Haley, overwhelmed with excitement, fainted to one side. Yeso quickly took on the added task of caring for the woman who had unexpectedly collapsed. Kevin had left a long time ago, unable to stand the heat. The sound of a can opening sharply echoed through the air as Li Gan popped open a soda and gulped it down as if he'd been parched for days, leaving his friend to wander around admiring the place. "Didn't you just destroy someone's house yesterday? How did you manage to build this place so fast?" Hugo asked. Li Gan let out a hearty laugh, turned, and grinned at his friend. "Well, I do have some pretty handy skills, you know." What Li Gan was referring to was the SSS-ranked gluttony skill he had recently acquired. By designating a target, Gan could devour anything and then recreate it. However, this could only be done if his divine power was at least 70%, and if the target was stronger than him, there was a chance it could fail. If it did, Li Gan would suffer side effects. But judging by his appearance, everything seemed to have gone smoothly. He let out a breath and continued, "Basically, I just combined the Serpent-Bearer Sanctuary with my workshop." Glancing at the hammer of materialization, he chuckled to himself. "It's been a while since I got back to my old profession. It feels kind of motivating." "True enough," Hugo agreed, happy for his friend. "You were originally a crafter, after all?" Gan now gulped down a can of soda, drained it completely. Hugo was about to say something when he suddenly felt a strong aura from his left. Glancing over, he noticed the power swirling in the air behind Gan, realizing his friend had detected the energy lingering in the atmosphere. Li Gan didn't bother to hide it. "This place is my sanctuary and hideout," Li Gan declared. "Plus, the forge and workshop can produce countless holy artifacts." He looked confident as he said this. "As long as I'm motivated, there are endless things I can create. Ever since I declared war, that trash won't have a moment of peace." Curious about what Gan was working on, Hugo wanted to ask, but before he could, Li Gan wagged his finger. "Oh, I'm making a weapon for Yua, as I promised her, and I'll make one for Sanjay and Jio, too." The mother and son pair squealed in delight, completely ignoring Hugo, who stood there pouting. Then suddenly, Gan stretched out his hand toward Hugo, leaving him confused. What was he asking for? Without any shame, Gan demanded Hugo hand over his royal holy artifact. Before Hugo could fully react to the audacity of the request, loud crashing noises erupted from outside. Spinning around, they were shocked to see even the mighty palace shaking. "Where's Haley?" Hugo wondered, as she had just fainted moments ago. She had completely disappeared. The group hurriedly threw open the doors and rushed outside to see what was happening. "Are we under attack? What's going on?" Unexpectedly, they were greeted by stacks of wooden crates piled at least 5 meters high. It turned out to be an urgent delivery from the Scorpions' headquarters. Standing before them was a trembling Haley, her teeth chattering as if they might collide with each other. "The sanctuary is basically just a god's home, so since you've arrived, it's kind of like a housewarming, right? Just think of this as a housewarming gift." She didn't look at anyone, thinking she had spoken very naturally, unaware that to everyone else, she seemed like a chicken caught in a trap. Glancing at the dumbfounded expressions of the crowd, Haley quickly opened a wooden crate next to her and rummaged through it, searching for food, money, or a divine artifact to give. Hugo immediately glanced at his dazed friend and sincerely wished him luck. "Haley seems really serious about you, man. Soon enough, you'll have a couple like me." Inside the crate Haley opened, there was no food or treasure, only a pile of something stacked on top of each other. They were letters, with various envelopes of different sizes, filled to the brim. As she picked one up, she saw it was clearly addressed to Li Gan, sealed with wax, indicating no one had opened it. Li Gan frowned with distaste. "Who would send me letters?" In his ear, the annoying voice of his friend teased, "What if it's a fan letter? You might open it and see, I love you, Li Gan." Pulling out a few envelopes, Haley skimmed through them, noticing that all had names written on them and wax seals clearly from the Lion Guild, leaving Li Gan completely puzzled. But before investigating the truth, he had to shut his friend's mouth to stop the nonsense. Suddenly, Sanjay chimed in. "That's right. There's been a big problem within the Lion Guild since my sister announced she would leave the sanctuary. Maybe that's why they're sending you these letters." At that moment, at the headquarters of the Lion Guild in the US, a towering 40-floor building stood on Main Street. Steven's broad hand slammed down hard on the table, furious. Why in the world would you make such an announcement? Steven smashed another table, his anger uncontainable. His words blended with the thunderous sounds surrounding him. This won't end just with you leaving the divine cadre. Do you have any idea how many people are abandoning their posts to follow you, Chua? Facing Steven's fury, the young girl stood tall, her hands behind her back, replying casually, "Yes, I know." Her calmness in claiming to know only intensified Steven's frustration. With no more objects to break, he took a deep breath and asked, "What's the issue? I've given you everything you asked for, haven't I? Just tell me." Surprised by his reasonable tone, Yue hesitated, but ultimately said the words that drove Steven mad, "Please let me leave and join another divine cadre." Exasperated, Steven held his face in his hands. What about the contract, the salary, or any other concerns? Just say it, and I'll adjust everything right away. But Yue responded, "I don't need any of that." Steven sighed deeply. "So what's going on then?" He switched the subject abruptly, asking, "How's it going lately? I mean, your arm?" Steven's question pulled both of them back to a memory from 10 years ago, on a rainy day shortly after the blood mist disaster. Inside the quiet Scorpio Guild hospital late that night, the only sound was the hum of a ventilator as Sanjay's and Yue's mother lay in bed. The two sisters slept beside each other, while heavy rain poured outside. Suddenly, Yue heard something and saw light coming from somewhere. Still half asleep, she went outside and opened the door, thinking her father had returned. But there was no one in the hall, only the elevator doors wide open, glowing with warm golden light. She rubbed her eyes and walked over to see what it was. As the doors began to close, no one was inside. Still drowsy, Yue heard a voice from above. "Hello, you're Yue, right?" The voice came from beneath a cloak. Just then, thunder cracked, shaking her awake. Yue spun around to find the woman standing very close, Giselle, the Saint of Libra. She smiled, but it wasn't a friendly smile as she lowered her hood. "Oh dear, did I startle you?" Her blonde hair and foreign features were unforgettable. Yue recognized her from a TV interview. The girl took a step back in shock. This was the Saint of Libra. Giselle's manner remained casual. "I'd like to speak with you for a bit. Shall we go somewhere else?" The rain outside continued to pour as they sat down in the empty cafeteria. Giselle spoke with a concerned tone, "I've been worried about you all since the blood mist incident. I came to visit and I'm sorry about your mother." Yue gave a polite smile. "It's okay. The Saints must have done everything they could. I believe this was the best outcome." Giselle nodded with appreciation, as if she were an older aunt, her head bowing in gratitude. "After seeing you in person, I now understand why Hugo is always boasting about his children. You're so calm, even after experiencing something so immense." Yue looked up, surprised at the Libra Saint's compliment. Giselle sighed, "I worry a lot because my children always cause me so much trouble. If only they could be half as mature as you." Yue chuckled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. But Giselle continued, "They've caused trouble again, so I had to put them in the punishment room before I came here. Raising children is difficult, wanting them to be smart, competent, and well-behaved is not easy." She reached for a can of soap on the table, moved her beautiful hair, and added, "Just like you." Yue looked up, her golden eyes flashing dangerously. "Wouldn't it be wonderful if you were my daughter?" The creepy smile that followed sent a chill down Yue's spine. Her face went pale, stammering, What are you talking about?" The sound of thunder outside echoed as Giselle fell silent. The atmosphere grew eerie. After a long pause, she suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha, I was just joking. Look at your confused face." Her voice was laced with amusement. "After all, you're still just a child?" Unable to grasp Giselle's strange mentality, Yue stared blankly. After Giselle laughed to her heart's content, she waved her hand, creating a beautiful golden light above her head. "Sorry, Yue. I've been a bit mean, haven't I?" When Giselle opened her left hand again, two exquisitely crafted earrings fell into her palm. They were shaped like hearts trapped in golden cages, gleaming brightly and captivating Yue's gaze. Giselle dangled them in front of her, urging, "Take them as a keepsake of our meeting." Despite the earrings' beauty, the calculated smile on Giselle's face was impossible to ignore. Yue didn't understand the meaning behind the expression, but she knew better than to accept them. She firmly refused. I can't. We've only just met. I shouldn't accept these. Giselle's voice was sweet as she coaxed, take them. I brought them just for you. The empty hospital hallway echoed with footsteps, but Giselle was too absorbed in her persuasion to notice. Go on, take it. Or should I keep my hand out like this? Just then, Hugo, hearing the voice, immediately recognized it as Libra's. He stared in disbelief as the Libra Saint, whom he had always been wary of, spoke to his daughter and placed something in her outstretched hand. Thank you, I'll accept them, Yue said, as the light from the earrings reflected in Hugo's stunned face. He called softly, Yua, but the girl, excited, turned around and called, Dad, unaware of the strange light coming from the earrings. Just as the earrings were about to touch her hand, the saint's sinister smile spread. She let the dazzling earrings fall into Yue's hand with a thud, directly in front of Hugo, who was frozen in horror. He didn't care what the earrings were, but fear gripped him immediately. He knew that whatever came from Libra's hand, he couldn't accept, let alone let his daughter take it. The moment the earrings touched Yue's palm, a dark, ominous energy surged out. It enveloped her arms, tearing through the sleeves of her shirt. Hugo panicked, screaming, no, but it was too late. The malevolent force shot upwards, blasting through the hospital ceiling and into the night sky. From a distance, the explosion was visible, thick smoke billowing upward, resembling the aftermath of a gas explosion. People huddled under umbrellas in the pouring rain, noticing that the fire couldn't be extinguished and quickly calling for help. Among them stood Stephen Marker, looking up, frowning deeply at the scene. Hugo's voice rang out in agony as he saw his daughter clutching her arms, crying out in pain. The dark energy wrapped around her arms, leaving burning marks, as tears streamed down her innocent face. Unable to bear it, Yue collapsed to the floor, calling out, Dad, help me. Hugo, desperate, rushed to her side. His shirt tore slightly as he moved, the power of Sagittarius summoned too hastily. He reached out for his daughter, but as his fingers brushed her head, the dark energy sent him flying backward into the wall. The flames surrounding Hugo flickered out, his body smoking and the skin on his arms burned away by deep gashes. Hugo coughed painfully, realizing that this was far beyond his strength. Seeing the helplessness on Sagittarius's face, Giselle threw her golden hair back and laughed hysterically, as though she had never laughed so freely before. Don't tell me you still think of yourself as a saint. Unable to approach his daughter, watching the dark energy continuously emanating from her, Sagittarius could only shout in despair, Libra, what have you done to my Yue? She laughed joyfully, you're too late. Hugo, coming so late and leaving your child alone, doesn't that make you unworthy of being a father? The dark energy thickened, engulfing Yue as she writhed in agony on the floor. The ground cracked and began to float, pieces falling with a terrifying crash, intensifying the horror before Hugo. The dark energy seeped into Hugo's skin from nearby. He shouted, Libra, revert Yue back to how she was. But of course, she wouldn't. She remembered the night Hugo came to confront her, accusing her of orchestrating the blood mist from behind the scenes. Giselle smiled, this is a warning. It seems you've taken my words too lightly. But your daughter is even more impressive than I thought. Even consumed by dark energy, she's still holding on. That endurance, however, was draining Yue's strength. She collapsed, screaming in pain as Giselle's voice dripped with delight. Soon enough, she'll be devoured by the energy. Hugo, feeling both helpless and furious, roared, don't act like you have no choice when it's always you causing this. The more he hurt, the more Giselle reveled in it. She pressed a finger to her lips, Shoo, Sagittarius. We're in a hospital. You need to be quiet. If you don't want to give your daughter to me, why not become my subordinate instead? Covered in blood, Hugo glared at her in disbelief as Giselle's voice buzzed in his ears. Time to give up on Leon and come under me. I know your true value, Hugo. I value you more than all the other saints. If you join me, I'll recover your lost power and help you reclaim your place as a saint. It doesn't sound too bad, does it? Forget about that dead man already. Hugo bit his lip so hard it bled, veins bulging in his eyes. So this was your plan all along, wasn't it? Giselle's savage smile widened as she spread her hand, beckoning him. Now, it's time to make your choice, Hugo. Are you sending your daughter to me, or will you join me yourself? Just then, a small hand reached out, grabbing the ankle of Libra's elegant shoe. Yue, using the dark energy within her body, tried to channel it into Giselle. Despite the pain, Yue struggled across the floor, raising her head to speak through the agony. "Don't bully my dad." Her grip tightened, and the dark energy swirling inside her coiled around Libra's leg, growing stronger. The ground beneath Libra trembled. Though surprised, Giselle seemed more amused than anything. "This little girl is adorable, isn't she? She dares to use the dark god's energy to fight me." Her hand morphed into a chain bearing the Libra symbol, and her voice turned warning. "Yue, what did I tell you earlier? I like children who are both talented and well-behaved." Pointing the glowing cross-shaped pendant at the defiant girl beneath her feet, her voice became low and menacing. "Looks like I need to tame you a little before I bring you back with me." Hugo couldn't let her do that. His body erupted with flames, burning fiercely. Even if it meant being scorched, he had to stop Libra from harming his daughter. But as he prepared to move, a deep voice rang out, familiar to both of them. "What are you guys doing?" A loud crash shook the hospital walls from outside, forcing Libra to retreat from the child. With an overwhelming force of thunder amidst pouring rain, a bolt of yellow lightning struck down, hitting the hospital directly. The blinding light left Hugo momentarily speechless. Isn't this the battlefield skill of the Leo Saint? When he looked again, he saw his precious daughter at the center of a lightning sphere, with the dark energy surrounding her now contained. The electricity crackled loudly, but Yue seemed unharmed. Libra, confused, looked up. "The skill is here, but where is the man? He must be nearby for it to activate." And sure enough, Stephen appeared, speaking nonchalantly. "Hey, Sagittarius and his daughter have been my recruitment targets for a long time." Both Libra and Hugo turned toward the voice and saw Stephen Marker, surrounded by dozens of lightning bolts swirling around him. 10 years ago, he had looked younger, but his powerful presence remained unchanged. Pointing forward, Stephen ordered sharply, "If you understand, then get in line." Libra, knowing he held the upper hand, saw Stephen casually slip his hands into his pockets, standing confidently against her. Glancing at Yue, who was drifting toward unconsciousness, Stephen noticed the dark entity trapped within the lightning sphere. "Libra, you've really been ruthless with this child, haven't you? A dark god this powerful could become a high-ranking force, maybe even on par with a saint." Despite the creature's strength, Stephen wasn't worried. His Leo bloodline thrived when facing strong opponents, drawing out his power even more. A satisfied grin spread across his face. "The Leo Guild governs all fierce beasts. I'll just take this as the cost of trying to recruit a high-ranking member," he said, amused. "What are you talking about?" Libra screeched, enraged by his blatant attempt to steal her prize. Stephen's grin widened, driving her further into a frenzy. "Stephen Marker, stop messing around." But Stephen didn't care, smirking challengingly. "Come on, Libra. Let's be honest here. Isn't it basic for every saint to strengthen the divine cadre, just like how you used an evil god to steal Chi and Yua? I'm simply stopping you." Stephen's hostility was clear as day. Grinding her teeth, Libra spat, "You filthy beast. How dare you get in my way? What are you unhappy about?" Stephen replied calmly, his foot stomping on the floor, causing more lightning to surge out with a threatening aura. "What's the matter? Not happy? Let me make it even clearer. If you want the girl back, try breaking through my royal skill." Without hesitation, Giselle unleashed her own power, her hands glowing with that familiar golden energy, preparing to strike the towering man before her. Below the hospital, amidst the rain, people were calling the police and running chaotically as authorities warned that the area had been sealed off and the building could collapse at any moment, making it extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, a subordinate of the Leo shouted under the downpour, "Stephen, where are you?" But they couldn't find the Leo Saint, who had already separated from his group and ascended without a word behind. Hands in his pockets, Stephen looked down at the growing crowd below and chuckled. "Looks like I've drawn quite an audience." He continued with a confident tone, "I'm made for battle arenas, so if we go all out here, I'll be fine. But what about you, Libra?" Sensing the power surging in her hands, Stephen's voice grew sharper. "Do you really want to escalate this further?" Of course, Libra, mindful of her reputation, swung her hand violently, sending her energy into a nearby wall, causing a loud explosion. The blast hit a section adjacent to the one already shattered, sending debris falling and scaring the residents below, who quickly called to each other to get away. The hospital now had 2 large gaping holes, and the wind howled through them. Finally, she had to concede. "I don't want this to escalate further, so I'll leave for now. But Leo, you owe me. I'll find a way to collect on that debt one day." The angry scowl on her face didn't faze Stephen at all. With a wave of his large hand, he challenged her. "Do you think you can really do that?" "Soon," he added, "I'll be stronger than evenly gone." Libra bit her lip in rage but ultimately vanished, leaving a streak of light in the sky along with a curse. "You stupid monster, you don't even know your place." With her departure, a sudden calm settled over the area. Stephen let out a sigh, muttering, "Boring," then snapped his fingers toward Sagittarius behind him. "No need to thank me," he said, cutting off any potential gratitude. However, driving off Libra didn't ease Hugo's frustration. Furrowing his brow, he asked, "What are you doing here?" Stephen replied with a mix of sincerity and sarcasm, "I came to see the mess you're in before I leave. You've got a court hearing, and you owe the public an apology. You look pathetic, like a beaten dog dragged through the streets all day." He waved dismissively. "Or maybe you should just join my divine cadre to avoid more trouble. If I had just one supporter of Lee John, I might surpass him." Hugo, having heard this many times before, nodded but didn't agree. "Everyone says that. Thanks for the help, but I can't think about that right now. Let Yue go." To Hugo's shock, Stephen refused. "I can't do that." Worried, Hugo snapped, "What are you planning to do with my daughter?" Stephen remained serious. "Your daughter is possessed by an evil god. If I release her, she'll either become Libra's target again or die because she won't be able to control the energy." Glancing at Yue, who was peacefully sleeping inside the lightning sphere, Stephen asked, "Are you capable of protecting her in her current state?" Though Hugo didn't answer, his defeated expression and trembling body spoke volumes. Every saint knew that Hugo had lost half his powers, making the answer clear: he couldn't protect her. Stephen bluntly spoke, "When you're powerless, you don't get to choose. The devil god possesses your daughter. It seems like a monster. I've told you about my divine cadre's strength. While I can't eliminate or tame it, I can suppress it, so it won't rampage." Raising his hand, Stephen dissolved the lightning sphere. Yue floated midair as the pieces of the sphere faded in the wind. Stephen had made his decision. "I'll take the girl with me." Encased in Leo's golden light, the dark energy seemed to stop tormenting Yue. Though still unconscious, she gently descended, and Stephen's power bound the evil god above her, restraining it like a wild beast to prevent further damage to her body. Stephen stretched his large arms and caught the small girl as she fell. "I've suppressed it for now," he murmured to Hugo. Hugo asked from behind Leo, "Why make yourself Libra's enemy?" Stephen replied casually, "Since I failed to recruit you, I recruited your daughter, who has great potential." This reason was something Stephen had just come up with, but the real reason stemmed from the end of the battle at the Demon Tower. He vividly remembered Hugo's furious shouts as he lay pinned to the ground, yelling, "You're all trash. How could you leave Leon behind in the tower and come out on your own? If you were after the Crimson Eye medal, you could at least have recovered Leon's body." At that moment, Stephen had been standing at the podium, squinting down at the thrashing Sagittarius as he was dragged away. Despite being restrained, Hugo had continued to rage. "After everything he did, you dare dishonor Leon's name? Do you even deserve to be called saints?" Each word pierced Stephen's heart, filling him with guilt. That was part of the reason Stephen was here now. Looking down at the girl in his arms, he softly muttered, "My conscience has been bothering me." After recalling the past, the flashback ended, and now Yue, calmer, spoke softly to the Leo Saint. "I'll always be grateful for everything you've done for me, but while I'm in Leo, my growth is stagnant." Clenching her fist, the only thought in Yue's mind now was that to help Li Gun, she had to become stronger. She made her stance clear to Stephen. "I need to train differently in order to become stronger." Without turning around, Stephen's voice grew somber. "All right then. For 10 years, I thought I'd done everything I could as your guardian." His large hands covered his face, and his voice cracked with a surprising sob. "And I've kept quiet about you secretly meeting with the Scorpion Saint because of your arm?" His hands trembling, a tear rolled down his cheek. "If even after all this, you still want to leave, then it's because I wasn't good enough. But even after you go, I hope you'll live a happy life." Yue was shocked. Was he really crying? Her face went pale, unsure of what to do. She wanted to approach and comfort him, but before she could, the door burst open. A large figure, Oliver, barged in shouting, "Chua, I heard everything." "Fine, I like this. I've never liked you anyway. You've always treated divine cadre activities like child's play." Yue, used to Oliver's outbursts, sighed and let him rant. She dismissed him with, "Get out and don't even think about coming back." Before he could throw another insult, Stephen spun around and barked in his face, "You idiot. The girl fell for my acting, and you're kicking her out? What are you thinking?" At that moment, Yue noticed the eye drops in Stephen's hand, realizing this was one of his sneaky tricks. Unfazed, Oliver retorted angrily, "Are you seriously trying to keep this arrogant girl? She just openly said she's quitting and following Li Jian." Stephen, unbothered, insisted, "I still consider Yue the Vice Celestial Lord. I need to hold someone like her back." Enraged, Oliver shot back, "What if I choose to quit then?" Stephen wasn't sure why Oliver was pushing this, but he decided on the spot, "Fine, fine. If you want to go, then go. All of you." The words hit Oliver like a thunderbolt. His mouth dropped open in shock, realizing he'd gone too far, but unable to take it back. Stephen yelled louder, "Why the hell are you in shock?" "I just said that in a fit." Seeing Oliver trembling with indignation, the younger man stammered, "I get it. You don't care if an SS rank like me leaves, but you want to keep CH on UA, an S rank." Stephen hadn't meant it that way, but Oliver's frustration had reached its peak. He roared, "Both the Lord and the Vice Lord treat the divine cadre like a joke. Who could have imagined that a saint, the symbol of strength, would discard the principle of survival of the fittest?" Suddenly, Oliver was engulfed in powerful light, his body radiating energy with the unmistakable aura of Libra. Stephen's brows knitted in disbelief. "Is that Libra power? Oliver, what have you done?" Strange changes began occurring in Oliver's body, the symbol of Libra spinning rapidly behind him. His voice now sounded deeper and more sinister. "This feels amazing. It's been so long since I felt this powerful. I'll teach all of you how the Leo should work with this true strength." Sensing the impending danger, Stephen called out firmly, "Oliver, stop this. Do you even know what you're doing?" But Oliver no longer cared. A gust of wind swept past Stephen, who instinctively went on guard. But before he could react, his right arm was severed from his body in one swift strike. Clutching his severed arm, Stephen collapsed beside the shattered path Oliver had left behind. The pain from the wound at his shoulder was nothing compared to the seething rage building inside him. How could this have happened? His arm had been cut off. With a single strike, "Oliver, have you betrayed us and joined Libra?" he roared. The dark-skinned man let out a bitter laugh. "Betrayed you? Don't make me laugh. If you, the saint, had done your job, none of this would have happened. I'm simply trying to restore the value of our divine cadre. Survival of the fittest, that's what power means for Leo. Stephen Marker, you've lost sight of that." Oliver's voice was filled with years of pent-up resentment. "That's why you chose Chan Yua, an S rank, as the vice leader, while I, an SS rank, was right here, ignored despite my loyalty to Leo, my knowledge of the divine cadre, my rank, my accomplishments, and my skills. Everything I've done surpasses Chua in every way. So why didn't you choose me?" Fueled by his long-held grudge, Oliver shouted directly in Stephen's face. "This was never the will of the Leo Saint, who respects strength. This was your own decision, Stephen Marker, who always favored Qian Yua. You were so easily defeated by Li Jian, the Vice Celestial Lord, and neglected the divine cadre because she's infatuated with Li Gan. Do you really think that's how you should run the divine cadre? Do you even know what I did to the previous Vice Celestial Lord to become one?" Without waiting for Stephen to ask, Yue demanded sharply, "Oliver, what did you just say? Don't tell me it's connected to my teacher's death." At this, he had nothing left to hide. "Do you really think that person died because he was isolated and didn't get help? I was the captain in charge of our forces back then." The air around Yue seemed to freeze. In her mind, Stephen couldn't stop her in time. She dashed past him in her rage and slapped Oliver's enormous face. The moment her hand struck, Yue's fury unleashed the stone wall crush technique, pounding the ground beneath her foot, executing a divine speed move that combined her flames with her agility, sending the bastard flying back. Seizing the opportunity, she pummeled his face further. The rocks behind Oliver shattered as he was sent tumbling, but despite everything, he laughed heartily. Haha, how thrilling. Grabbing her small wrist, his voice now dripping with danger, he sneered, "Is this the special technique that Stephen Marker and Lee Ligon created together, called Stonewall Crush? Looks like that's the only thing Stephen Marker taught you." The Libra aura behind him surged with intensity as the crossbow insignia became more pronounced. Oliver's rage deepened, and he glared at the girl he despised for so long, chuckling darkly. "But this technique is still too weak to exact your revenge. If you want to hurt me, it has to be at least like this." Oliver's massive right arm rose like a boulder and came crashing down, sending dust and debris flying everywhere, obscuring the figures of the two combatants. With a single strike, he demolished the entire office floor, breaking through the gym floor below with explosive booms, almost 10 in a row, leaving a pile of rubble. No one could see where Yue had landed. The blow not only destroyed 10 floors of the building but also left Yue in agony, coughing up blood. She lay amidst the debris, wheezing in pain, but somehow managed to stand, much to the astonishment of the group from Leo, who gasped, "Vice Celestial Lord, are you okay?" Before she could even fully rise, Oliver's furious roar echoed from behind as he descended from above, determined to finish her off. "What a pathetic sight!" Oliver shouted gleefully. "Get up and fight back." His speed increased with every step, slamming Yue through 20 more buildings as he attacked her. Roaring with joy, he taunted, "Even your precious lightning chain can't compare to my newfound strength. You're no longer worthy to be my opponent. If you don't want to die, unleash the beast that sleeps in your arms and fight me." Oliver pummeled her relentlessly, while Yue could only use her hands and feet to block his attacks. The towering building of Leo reverberated with deafening crashes, eventually exploding in the middle with a loud bang, sending people below into a frantic scramble. But it didn't stop there. The trail of Oliver's power ended at the ground floor of the Leo building, just as the weapon Leon had made for his niece began to hum, emitting a strange aura, as if the wind was blowing through. He crushed the second can in his hand, smiling at the sign on the weapon. The energy within it was abundant, even though he had just finished it not long ago. "Well, it's time to hand this weapon over to Yue, isn't it?" At the sanctuary of Uchis in the creation workshop on the Hawaiian Islands, flames were still blazing fiercely. Taking a short break, Gon glanced back and called out, "Gio, I'm giving you your first task as a secretary, all right?" Both Gio and her husband looked at Li Gon confused but quickly understood the situation when he explained. "Yue now needs your help." Facing the giant, Oliver and Yue had now landed deep underground on the subway tracks. Oliver stomped around, relishing the overwhelming difference in power between himself and Yue. Every time his rage surged, the image of the scales on his back glowed brighter, always looking down on others, as if he were superior. He sneered. "You and Stephen Marker enjoyed this, didn't you?" Yue, still holding her ground, glared at the arrogant man and retorted, "You're causing all this trouble just because you want my position. You're this excited just because you've gotten a bit stronger." Oliver scoffed at her. "Are you blind? I cut off Stephen Marker's arm, the one who was as tough as iron, with just a single strike. My powers work even on saints. I've just become the strongest." Oliver's declaration only made Yue laugh. "Strongest, you say? What have you even done besides pushing my teacher into a trap and secretly cutting off Stephen Marker's arm? You haven't taken anything from me, who's just an S-class. You're nothing like the strongest." He glared at her, who despite her battered body, had now taken off her jacket and tied up her hair, preparing for combat. With Calamity staring him down, she spoke sternly. "You're just Oliver, a fool who was once the captain of Leo, someone who doesn't even know his place. I will punish you, the traitor of Leo, right here." Oliver's challenge sent him into a furious rage. His massive body trembled, and within seconds, half his face began to transform into a beast as the lion transformation skill activated. His voice, now no longer human, roared, "You don't even know how to use the beast transformation, the true source of Leo's power." With that, Oliver, now fully transformed into a beast, charged toward Yue, who immediately shifted into a defensive stance. Her agile legs lifted quickly, leaving only a flash of light in her wake. Yue dropped low and drove straight into the beast, Oliver, landing a blow to his abdomen that caused him to double over in pain. But she didn't stop there. Twisting her body, she delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying about 10 meters away. As Oliver was still airborne, Yue shot forward in a sprinting pose, lightning and fire bursting around her as she cracked the ground beneath her feet. In one swift motion, she lunged forward with divine speed, her fist full of power, driving it deep into Oliver's midsection. The impact made him bellow in agony, but Yue switched hands immediately, her lightning-infused fist striking his broad chest, hooking him upwards and slamming him into the wall, his massive body sticking there. Knowing he wouldn't fall that easily, Yue leaped up, aiming a knee at his stomach. But Oliver bent down, baring his teeth to block the blow, and her knee struck his hard surface, halting her attack. Oliver's large hand wrapped around her tightly as he shifted position, grabbing her like a toy and slamming her hard into the ground. The impact sent her crashing through the front of the subway car and into the wall on the other side, tumbling a few more meters before coming to a stop. Despite all of this, Oliver remained unharmed. Roaring, he tried to crush her fighting spirit. No matter how hard you try, it's useless. This is for you, UHA, his voice echoed through the subway tunnel. Yue, still reeling from the impact, lay not far from the subway car, the area now a battlefield from their skirmish. As she stood, she heard Oliver's ridiculous boast about how Libra Saint had ordered him to defeat her, taunting her about her inability to control the evil god in her arm. Exhaustion and anger crept in as Yue thought to herself, I'm so angry at myself for not being able to defeat someone like Oliver. If I keep this up, I'll never catch up to him or the strong people I've always admired. Her current goal was to surpass her uncle, Li Gun. That thought made Yue's eyes blaze with determination. But in that moment, Oliver noticed her brief lapse of focus. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed the door of the subway train and his eyes glinted with danger. Chan Yue, what are you thinking about in the middle of a fight? We're in a train station, if you don't pay attention, the train's going to hit you. With a powerful throw, Oliver sent the entire subway train skidding toward Yue, who stood several dozen meters away. The force was terrifying, and the screeching sound of the wheels against the rails was deafening. The area wasn't large, and Yue knew she couldn't just jump aside. She had only one option, counter this attack head-on. Gathering her strength, lightning crackled in her palms as she focused all her energy into this moment. She refused to be defeated as she had been last time, when Libra had appeared and used demonic energy against her. She'd been powerless, reduced to tears as the dark force overtook her. Whether it was the Calamity rock or the thousand-legged Calamity from the sea, she hadn't been able to overcome any of them. But now, remembering that she had to grow stronger to stand beside her uncle Li Gun, Yue swore she wouldn't lose again. I must win. I must grow stronger, she thought, pouring everything she had into the moment. With a loud roar, the strength that had been buried inside her for so long erupted violently. In that moment, she felt as if she could hear the faint sound of Li Gun's laughter. I like that attitude. Startled, Yue glanced around, but the overwhelming surge of power she just felt vanished in an instant. The train was less than half a meter away, hurtling toward her without slowing down. Just then, the train collided with something radiating bluish-white light. The entire glass panel shattered, and the train was squeezed between two immense forces, sparking wildly as it skidded along the tracks. That power cleaved through the roof of the train and gouged deep into the ground beneath, sending the train careening in the opposite direction. Moments later, the crushed rails buckled under the pressure. Yue saw the subway train split in two right before her eyes, but she remained unharmed, standing in the middle of the light that had pierced through the tunnel ceiling. The wind gusted, sending Yue's hair flying back as she searched for her uncle Li Gun. But to her surprise, he was nowhere to be found. Instead, something glowing with the bluish-white light of Li Gun stood tall in front of her. It was a spear, radiating immense power. Yukis welcomes you, one who has shown an indomitable fighting spirit. Before the spear reached her, Jio had taken it, murmuring a chant. The armament of Yukis chooses its own master. Wherever the master is, it will surely find them. She placed a hand on Yue's back, lending strength as she chanted, and it will accompany its master until the end of their life, until the task entrusted to them is complete. Finishing the incantation, Jio opened her eyes, seeing the tip of the spear glowing with the aura of Yukis. She then smiled, breaking into a goofy grin. "What should I do next?" she asked. Li Gun laughed too. "Now, throw the spear into the sky." "Throw it into the sky?" Jiao asked in surprise, but without hesitation, she tossed it upward as Li Gun instructed. She thought he was joking. How could something like that work just by throwing it? But as soon as it floated in the air for a few seconds, it rocketed away like a missile, startling the three of them into stumbling backward. The light from the spear illuminated the entire Hawaiian archipelago, looping into various shapes before accelerating once it reached the lowest layer of clouds, vanishing from sight. As they watched the spear disappear, Jiao asked in awe, "Did I do it right?" "Yes." "Well done," Gon replied. "The spear should find its way on its own." The spear's destination was the Leo headquarters in Washington, D.C. At that time, Stephen, enduring pain in his right armpit, had borrowed some first aid skills from his subordinates. One suggested he go to Aquarius for proper treatment, but Stephen refused. How could he humiliate himself by seeking help from others? Just then, the light from the spear shot through a hole in the damaged wall, catching everyone's attention. It streaked downward like a falling star, drilling through dozens of meters of earth and appearing right in front of Yue, who was still less than a meter from the train. This was the reason the train collided so forcefully, producing that ear-splitting screech as it was sliced in half. No matter how formidable the train might have been, it couldn't withstand the collision with the artifact crafted by Gon. Yue, still unaware of what had just happened, thought it was her uncle Li Gun who had come to save her. But the space around her was empty. The only light illuminating the subway tracks came from the spear, which had flown across an entire continent to meet her. Its energy surged, delivering a welcoming message from Yukis. Before Yue could fully comprehend what was happening, the spear's tip lifted from the ground on its own, guiding the handle into her hands with a message: "You are required to prove your qualifications to join Yukis' mission." Proof of qualification. Would you like to be granted the power of immortality and slay all enemies before your eyes? Yue's scraped hands gripped the spear tightly, her face lighting up with joy. She immediately accepted the task assigned to her. In an instant, the brilliant light of Yukis erupted with a thunderous roar, enveloping Yue and bestowing upon her extraordinary power. From where Oliver stood, he could only see Yue's silhouette flickering in the blazing light. He didn't know what was happening, but he sensed a looming threat. Charging forward with heavy footsteps, he pounded the ground. "It seems you've been lucky enough to destroy the train, but that won't change what's about to happen." With his formidable form, Oliver roared like a raging beast, charging at Yue with a thunderous cry, "This ends here, once and for all." But Yue stood her ground, no longer intimidated. Her spear, now glowing with a fusion of lightning and fire, had taken on a new hue. Planting her bare feet firmly, she unleashed her skill, Lotus Flash, summoning 1,000 blooming lotuses that converged into a single strike aimed at the beast's abdomen. Oliver's thick hide absorbed the blow, and he let out a derisive laugh. "Didn't I tell you? Your attacks are useless now." Refusing to yield, Yue gritted her teeth and poured her remaining strength into the spear. A sudden notification flashed before her eyes, revealing that Oase's energy had infused the red lightning. At the same moment, the full power of the Yukis constellation surged into her hand, and she clearly heard the spear's voice urging her, "Thrust your iron into that bastard." Summoning every ounce of her will, Yue launched another attack, this time unleashing Lotus Katie, radiating a violent, dazzling blue light. The ground beneath the Leo headquarters trembled violently as the shockwaves rippled throughout the structure. Above, Stephen, nursing a gaping wound where his arm had been severed, steadied himself and peered below, puzzled by the chaos. Suddenly, the earth cracked open with a deafening roar, followed by a series of violent explosions that stretched across several kilometers. A blue light shot upward, creating a vortex that rattled Stephen and his companions, leaving them breathless with anticipation. "What kind of terrifying power is this?" Stephen muttered. When the dust cleared, the destruction was evident. The ground had split apart as if an earthquake had ravaged the city. Unable to wait, Stephen's impulsive nature drove him to leap from the building to witness the events firsthand. Landing below, the Leo Saint was shocked by the sight before him. Half of Oliver's mutilated body lay in the debris. Despite being reduced to a torso, Oliver's lips twitched into a bitter smirk. "Ridiculous, isn't it? I aim to be Castellan, but here I am, defeated by Chan Yua, not even you." Stephen responded bluntly, you lost because you were obsessed with titles. For Chan Yua, strength isn't a tool, it's her purpose. That's why she surpassed you and became vice castellan. Her alignment with Leo's principles is far stronger than someone like you, fixated on rank. Oliver's face contorted in defiance, but his gaze faltered momentarily. Abruptly, he muttered, you still say that after I tore off your arm? Stephen dismissed him with a glance, his focus shifting to the fractured ground. Has Yua always been this powerful? He wondered. As her name crossed his mind, Yua leaped up and landed before him, unharmed and as composed as ever. Seeing the Leo Saint, Yua tilted her head inquisitively. Oliver, still seething with anger, grumbled, perfect timing. Listen to me. Stephen, uninterested, cut him off with a commanding voice. Yua, what's going on? Oliver tried again, you both need to, but Stephen silenced him with another question, his voice booming over Oliver's. Why is your energy not Leo's but Li Gun's? Yua, unfazed, replied, I already told you. I'm transferring to Uncle John's sect. Stephen's expression hardened. No. I won't allow it. You haven't even sought permission from the absolute God. Confused, Yua asked, why would I need permission? Meanwhile, Oliver, trembling in frustration, muttered, please, listen. But Stephen was focused entirely on Yua. If you're serious, you'll have to defeat me here and now. He expected hesitation, but instead, a notification appeared before Yua, Leo Saint Stephen marker is blocking your path. Defeat him to proceed. Oliver, at his limit, roared in fury, drawing their attention. Will you two listen to me already? Stephen and Yua, glancing at him in disdain, retorted in unison, are you just Ash trying to talk, or the traitor Oliver? Seizing their attention, Oliver rasped, don't think this is over. This is only the beginning. You have no idea what the existence of Libra truly means. His voice carried a malicious undertone as he added, do you realize what we've done? Our fight has destroyed the headquarters and weakened the barrier protecting Leo's territory. This place is doomed. As he finished speaking, Oliver's body erupted in a blinding explosion of light. Both Stephen and Yua set aside their argument, sensing something ominous. The explosion gave way to a summoning ritual, with energy gathering ominously in the air. Stephen's face darkened. That bastard, Oliver. Is he summoning a calamity? A massive claw emerging from the ground confirmed Stephen's fears. His heart sank as a colossal figure began to materialize. There was no mistaking it, the horned head, the blood-red eye in its forehead, and the towering body, it was the calamity they thought defeated in the demon tower. While civilians fled in terror, the creature unleashed a furnace-like blast of flame, incinerating everything in its path. As Yua froze in shock, Stephen leaped forward, using his remaining arm to shield her from the inferno. Meanwhile, at the Hawaiian sanctuary of Fuse, Gon paused during his work, his unease growing. Peering out at the serene ocean, he twisted his bowstring and murmured, why do I feel so restless today? Elsewhere, breaking news spread like wildfire. Calamities had simultaneously appeared across the globe, with confirmed sightings in the US, the EU, and South Korea. Among them was the red-eyed calamity from the Demon Tower, now wreaking havoc once more. In a press conference, Libra declared their intention to lead the fight against these calamities, pledging to work with allied divine cadres to protect civilians. However, they conspicuously avoided addressing the deaths of the Celestial Lord's sons. At the sanctuary, Gon and his group received word of the events. Haley sneered, with such a convenient excuse, you know they'll come for us too. It wouldn't surprise me if Libra orchestrated these calamities. Hugo frowned. The red-eyed calamity? Didn't Li Gun kill it during the Demon Tower raid? And afterward, didn't the other saints take its head out? Gon turned to Haley, asking pointedly, what happened to the head of the red eye after that? Haley closed her eyes, recalling the past. There was a dispute over who would claim it. The Sagittarius Order cut contact after the raid, so Hugo doesn't know. We decided to seal the head and bury it in the deep sea. That was Libra's suggestion. Her eyes widened in realization. It's insane, but, could that Libra witch have retrieved it? Li Gun looked on, muttering, looks like we've got another mess to clean up. We have a rough idea of what's going on. His gaze was fixed on the fierce image of Reedy looming over the American city. Annoyed, he grumbled about wanting to beat that bastard, just to confirm if it was the same head he had killed before, or something else. Suddenly, he called out, "Hey, Scorpion." Haley's face flushed red as she leaned in close to him. Li Gun continued, "Our enemies may invade here. I need you to prepare the security systems for our sanctuary. After all, barriers and traps are your specialty." John's grin sharpened as he added, "You're the only one I can rely on for this." Haley didn't notice the edge in his smile. Her heart raced, and she felt overwhelmed by his proximity, making her tremble. She felt a strange mix of emotions, her thoughts clouded as she applied a filter, smiling back at Li Gun, who wore a pleading expression. "You will help me, won't you?" That smile made Haley feel as though she was surrounded by love, the air around her filled with 1,000 arrows of infatuation. Her face went crimson, and she chuckled foolishly. Without hesitation, she dashed off toward a pile of wooden crates she had just moved, rummaging through them as though frantic. "Just leave it to me, Li Gun. Even if I have to pull out the sacred pillars of my sanctuary, I'll make sure everything is perfect." The household god quickly spoke, "Princess, please reconsider your decision. If you keep going like this, our sanctuary will collapse." Haley shot back, "Who cares about that now? Li Gun asked for my help, and he said I'm the only one he can count on." In Haley's mind, Li Gun had asked her to enhance the sanctuary's security, meaning she needed to bring over many scorpion artifacts. Delivering them to the Yucca's sanctuary would mean they would live together. The thought consumed her, "Wasn't this like a proposal?" The guardian replied, "No, you're overthinking it." Haley snapped back, "Silence. Stop getting in my way." John let her continue in her madness. Turning to OT, he asked, "What about you?" He crossed his arms, wanting to join his friend in taking down Reedy. But John shook his head. "No. I need you to go to Korea immediately." "What about UA? My daughter is in the US. I have to go there." Li Gun displayed an image of UA, crafted from the energy of the Yucca's constellation, for his friend to see. Smirking, he said, "Don't worry, I can still sense her energy. I'll take good care of her. Stop worrying about your daughter and head to Korea. I'm serious. If Libra tries any tricks over there, your divine cadre won't handle them alone." In South Korea, giant pillars of smoke were rising, threatening to cover the sky as the calamities appeared in overwhelming numbers. The elite forces of Sagittarius, led by God and Juan, fired arrows at them to protect the front lines, but unease was clear on their faces. Where the hell are these bastards coming from? Suddenly, a mad beast burst through the buildings behind God, its ferocity forcing everyone to turn and be on alert. Damn it. In the vast city of Seoul, overrun by hundreds of calamities, Sagittarius elite forces, only about 20 strong, formed a protective circle around each other. Enemies were everywhere, and it seemed like an endless battle. Then, a violent noise caught their attention, the sound of something blowing up the skyscrapers. The light beam got closer, blasting away more calamities, their painful screeches unable to stop the beam from tearing through the buildings. The Sagittarius elites turned around in shock, seeing the calamity that had threatened them moments before now with a hole punched through its stomach, its lower jaw twisted to the side, clearly dead. A deep male voice, mixed with laughter, echoed, "I can't believe you guys were struggling with such a weakling. This is an embarrassing sight." The voice belonged to Ivan Kruger, the Saint of Taurus, mocking them all. "I should have known better than to expect anything from the witless Sagittarians." After berating them, Ivan stood proudly like a superhero and asked, "Hey, archers, where's that idiot Hugo?" Got responded on behalf of the team, "Thank you, Sir Ivan, for your assistance. Our saint is currently away. If you have any messages for him, I'll pass them along." Ivan rushed over and grabbed Juan by the shoulder, chuckling as if they were old friends. "No worries, I'll wait for him. But you know what? I really hate anyone standing in my way." Before he finished speaking, Ivan had already thrown Juan into a nearby building like a rag doll. Got yelled at him, "What are you doing?" But Ivan just grinned smugly. "I went easy on him. He'll survive if he's lucky. Don't worry." Unexpectedly, Ivan heard a strong voice, the very person he had just thrown. "You came here to fight us, not the calamities, didn't you?" Thanks to the blessing of the Yucca's constellation hidden in his soul, Lejwin stood up unharmed from the rubble. "I knew it. There's no way you'd show up here without some bad blood with our saint." Ivan turned to face him, sneering. "Oh, you're pretty sturdy, huh? Working under Sagittarius is a waste for someone like you. Juan interrupted, "You've been insulting our saint all this time. Please restrain yourself and don't speak of him that way." Ivan shook his head with a displeased look. That half-wit Sagittarian clearly doesn't know how to manage his subordinates. I really can't believe you lot are talking back to me like this. Look at the elite forces. Ivan no longer hid his intentions. Anyway, Libra told me I could crush all of you. Stomping his foot on the ground, Ivan unleashed the defensive power of Taurus. "It's slaughter time," he said, eyes gleaming with excitement. Before the chaos in Seoul erupted any further, John's group stood outside the Yukis workshop, saying their farewells. Hugo gave his wife a few parting words. "Make sure to contact me if you need any help. Understand?" Jill beamed. Yes, don't worry. With Li Gun here, everything will be fine." The Saint of Sagittarius gave a helpless shrug but said nothing more, knowing Gio was right despite his annoyance. He used his saintly authority to return to the sanctuary, floating above as he waved goodbye to his wife. Gio asked her husband to send her regards to Sanjay and everyone else. Li Gun chimed in, "Go handle the situation in Korea. I'll be there soon. Defeating Wanchichan is done. As for the Bao Taku asked for, I'll send you a message when it's ready for you to pick up." "Okay, buddy." Hugo nodded, and with that, he shot up into the sky like a shooting star. Watching his friend disappear, John chuckled and said to Gio, "We should start getting ready too." She thought they were going to deal with Reedy, but to her surprise, Gon's face lit up with a mischievous smile. "No. Before we handle Reedy, I'm going to catch a few rats in my sanctuary first." As the bright streak of the Centaur Saint faded into the sky, murmurs echoed from the beach outside the Hawaiian Islands. "The servant of the sun god has left. Should we deal with him now?" The soul controlling the skeleton horse replied, "No, leave him alone. Our target is Leon, not a mere servant." "Understood," the spirit knight answered, gradually revealing his full form as he mounted a warhorse, exuding death. He called to the other knights, "Prepare to attack." The sky above Hawaii darkened, filled with booming thunder as the spirit knight, a threat level classified as Black 1 and deemed undefeatable, set up camp just outside the Oasis sanctuary, preparing for an all-out assault under Libra's orders. The Black Knight was none other than Lady Haley. After slapping the sandy ground of Hawaii, she proudly surveyed the statue she had just erected. "All right, that's done. I've placed them all on this side. Now what?" What she had built was the Scorpio relic, also known as the sturdy Scorpio statue, a guardian figure that maintained the protective barrier of Scorpio. Once finished, Haley eagerly looked around to see if anything had been missed, though Eugen's expression seemed odd. How could we have missed anything, he wondered. All around them, every meter stood one sturdy Scorpio statue after another, forming a forest of statues in front of the Ophua sanctuary. Eugen shook his head, thinking, if they look at this and say it's not enough, they're just being unreasonable. But to Haley, this still wasn't enough to make her crush feel secure. The Scorpio Saint gave an approving sound. "We need to cover the entire island with relics to ensure complete safety." Poor Eugen and the servant were caught in this plan, though Eugen feared the Scorpio sanctuary might go bankrupt. Not that Haley minded, bankrupting the sanctuary for Lion was more than worth it. "This is going to be a major issue," Eugen whispered to the servant. "Even at Scorpio Sanctuary, we've never spread so many relics." The servant, understanding his master's temperament, silenced him. The princess has already made her decision. Though Eugen knew this, it frustrated him. Just as he was about to sigh and return to work, he noticed the Scorpio relic behind him beginning to blur. The ground trembled, causing the statue to wobble. Then a crack sounded, and a large section of the Scorpio's tail began to break off. "What's going on?" Eugen's eyes widened in shock. Before he could comprehend the situation, the Scorpio statue exploded, scattering pieces in every direction. More explosions followed, all around them. The Scorpio statues Haley had placed around the Yukis gate were now exploding like fireworks. What happened? Eugen rushed to his saint with a wary expression. He already had an idea, but hearing it from Haley was necessary for confirmation. It meant someone had arrived whom the statues couldn't withstand. A low, dangerous voice echoed from the sky. "Is this the holy domain of Yukis?" Looking over the vast ocean outside Hawaii, both of them saw the sky darken, flickering with light at the hooves of horses, signaling their arrival. Though the voice came from one individual, what appeared before them was a whole cavalry of skeletal figures riding war horses. Leading them were infantry carrying various weapons, their shimmering light dazzling the sea. The figure in the center, wearing a horned helmet, sneered in contempt. "How shabby," he muttered, looking at the three figures before him. The Skeleton King raised his chin. "You there, human. Where is Yukis?" Eugen, furious on behalf of his master, was the first to speak. "Who are you? How dare you barge in here?" A flash sliced through the air as one of the cavalrymen swung his bone sword with a deafening boom. Afterward, the figure sheathed his blade and sternly warned, "Who do you think you are? How dare you interrupt him?" The Scorpion King's servant clenched his fist, shaking violently. The blow had been deflected by the servant, saving both Eugen and Haley, but it left a huge dent in his forearm. His arm trembled as he strained to speak. "Princess, be careful. These bastards aren't ordinary opponents." Haley didn't need the warning, she already knew. The armor of a guardian deity shouldn't have been damaged like that. "Don't tell me this is the headquarters of that mysterious civilization's main force," she muttered. The skeletal soldiers squinted, recognizing something similar to what Haley had noticed. "These bastards, they give off an aura like ours, though they're hiding it." The Skeleton King tilted his head. "Could they be the traitors of our kind that Libra mentioned?" His voice was filled with disdain. "They are a disgrace to our race. Eliminate them." The cavalryman acknowledged the order clearly and charged forward, intending to strike at Haley's group. Naturally, the servant would not allow this. He swung his scorpion tail toward the insolent soldier, shouting, "You think I'll let you do that?" The cavalryman didn't respond but swiftly dodged, slashing repeatedly at the servant with his weapon. This was the first time Eugen had seen such a battle, and he screamed in terror, "Is the Avatar going to be cut down with a single strike like that?" Haley crouched to face the incoming blade of the massive spirit knight, using her bare hand wrapped in red aura. She glared fiercely at her opponent, who intended to kill her. "Die, you traitor to our kind?" The clash between the enormous sword and Haley's bare hand created a flash of sparks, but she remained unmoved. Her right arm, now encased in iron armor, sparked violently as it collided with the knight's blade. Without flinching, she sneered, "What a dull attack." As the cavalryman hadn't yet withdrawn his sword, Haley lowered herself and whipped the scorpion tail from her left wrist, striking the exposed bone of the skeleton soldier's neck. With a burst of energy from the Yukis constellation, a powerful green glow enveloped her. Haley's demeanor shifted to her usual star-like poise. The Skeleton King, enraged, snapped the arrow in his hand. "You must be the Snake King Libra mentioned, huh? What are you? A lapdog of Libra?" Before John could respond, the Skeleton King cut him off. "Your mouth? I've heard from Libra about an upstart baby snake, but you seem too amateur to be a holy god." "How disappointing." John's eyes flashed. "What kind of bullshit is this? Why do I have to meet your expectations? Just answer my question, who the hell are you? Are you subordinates of Libra?" Another skeleton soldier stepped forward, replacing the one whose neck had been broken. He grabbed his sword and shouted at John, "Shut up. How dare you mock us?" Before the soldier could finish, Li Gun shot an arrow straight into his forehead, piercing his skull. After the knight died, Li Gun wore an annoyed expression. "Sidekick, how dare you interrupt when I'm speaking?" Watching his subordinate fall, the Skeleton King thought to himself, "I initially thought the Snake King was just some reckless fool, but now I see why Libra had to be cautious about him." Even though the arrow attack was unexpected, being able to pierce through my elite knights with one shot means this guy is no weakling. A dark weapon appeared in the Skeleton King's hand, and his eyes flashed. "Hey, bastard, what's your name?" Li Gun confidently replied, "Li Gun." The Skeleton King's venomous eyes gleamed. "All right then, Lu Jon, Snake Master, I apologize for underestimating you. We are the Phantom Knights under the command of the Great Spearhead from the army of a mysterious civilization known as the Baron Helmet. We're here to exterminate all the foolish humans who worship the deceitful holy gods. We will eliminate you, Li Gun, the one who dares stand in our way." The Skeleton King pointed his sword forward, signaling his army to launch a full assault on Hawaii. John, unfazed, casually stood there, waiting for the attack. "You guys must be used to delivering these grand speeches while bringing calamities like this. I guess I've been underestimated, huh?" Between his furrowed brows, Li Gun's expression showed utter contempt. Exterminate and eliminate? You've got to be kidding me. I'll show you where you really belong. With those words, a declaration of war rang through the air as Li Gun prepared to face the entire Soul Cavalry. They charged forward like a storm, full of energy, as if an elite army. Their slogan echoed to the heavens, "For our great Lord." The louder they shouted, the more Gon wanted to settle things. He yelled, "Condemnation of the sky." Instantly, the gate to the domain behind him flew open like a flash of lightning. The legendary giant sword of Gon shot out with seemingly sentient precision. It cut through the skeletal soldiers charging in, turning them into shattered bones. A stubborn knight surged forward, having broken through the crowd, aiming to deal with Li Gun. Confident in his assault, he thought, "I'll pierce you for sure." But between the hollow eye sockets of his skull, an astonished look emerged as he realized what had happened. John had used his mortal body to embrace the attacking spearhead so easily. "You have no energy," John mocked. His muscles bulged, veins running across his body as he held onto the knight's weapon. With one swift motion, he spun both the knight and his horse through the air, shouting mockingly, "Why is your attack so weak?" The skeleton knight crashed to the ground, breaking his spine. A horde of skeletons rushed into attack, but John dodged right, slipped left, and ducked low, moving with blinding speed. "You slowpokes," he mocked. Suddenly, the entire skeleton horde stopped. Their eyes widened as they stared in one direction, right above John's head. With just his two hands, he had locked all the weapons aimed at him in place. The skeletons tried to move, but their swords, sabers, and spears were stuck together as if someone had tied them up. "What's going on here?" the skeletons asked in confusion. "All our weapons are stuck." While the skeletons were distracted, John summoned the achievement hammer with his left hand, smashing it into the core of the stuck weapons. The skeletal soldiers flew through the air like useless birds, their weapons scattered in a heap as the skeletons crashed aside with broken bones. "You have weapons, yet you can't do a thing, huh?" John eagerly grasped the hammer, now enlarged 10 times its original size, and charged at them. "If you can't hit me, then you're just wasting your effort." In the heart of the enemy center, John whirled the achievement hammer in wide circles. "You're all weak, aren't you?" he mocked, as the heads and bones of the soul knights clattered to the ground. Alone, Li Gun had slain countless soldiers. The general knight standing outside watched in horror as Li Gun began to play with fire, able to believe that he had taken down all of them in a blink of an eye. Before he grew tired, a massive fireball suddenly shot out, engulfing the entire cavalry unit in a single strike. The intense heat incinerated them down to the bone, leaving nothing behind. The blast came from the mouth of the fire-breathing beast, the flamespitter. Below it, Gio waved excitedly, "Gone, I've brought everyone here as you asked. All the household gods of Ophuches are present." Behind the flamespitter stood the earth pig, now transformed into the guardian beast of prosperity, and the 3 familiar forge workers were also present. They hadn't fought in a long time, and as soon as they arrived, their deep voices echoed a warning, "How dare you invade our Lord's sanctuary? We'll kill you all." Perfect timing. John gave his friend's wife a thumbs up, conveniently ordering the guardians to handle the skeleton king's underlings. He slammed the condemnation of the sky into the ground, smiling confidently at the enemy leader. "Let's have some fun, shall we?" The skeleton king, enraged, hissed and charged at John. "I'll take you down with one slash." His weapon struck the ground with a flash of eerie light, and with a flick of his wrist, it roared toward John. From the blazing flames, the shapes of dozens of screaming skulls emerged, as if infused with captive souls. As the attack neared, John split it in half with a single strike from the condemnation of the sky. Too weak, John thought. Still, with time to spare, he raised his sword to block the king's downward strike. The skeleton king's hollow eyes widened in shock. "You actually blocked this?" Not only did John block the attack, but with a joyful grin, he swung his legs straight and kicked the neck of the horse the skeleton king was riding. The horse sputtered blood, staggering. But the skeleton king, seasoned in combat, cursed and gritted his teeth, thinking John had reached his limit. Little did he know, John was just getting started. With a diagonal slash from bottom to top, John cleaved the horse in half, forcing the skeleton king to leap into the air to avoid being cut. "Not bad, August. Let's see how you handle this," John sneered, before diving down with his sword tip swirling into a blue vortex in the sky. Flames erupted from the king's eyes and mouth as his sword spun like a propeller. "I'll cut you and your subordinates down with one slash." But before he could strike, John, standing on the shore, turned the condemnation of the sky upward. Instead of slashing, he threw it like a spear with the power of Ophiuchus. The sword accelerated with astonishing speed, reaching the skeleton king in no time. Rather than aiming for his face, it brushed past and collided with the wildly spinning sword, creating a horizontal vortex. The weapon landed among the skeleton soldiers charging toward John's guardians, crashing onto the ground with a deafening impact. An entire squad of skeletons was instantly blown away. The skeleton king was stunned. He diverted my attack with that throw, he thought, trying to figure out his next move. At that moment, a familiar red scorpion tail wrapped around his right ankle. Thinking it was just another cheap trick, the skeleton king grew annoyed, preparing to counterattack. But it wasn't just Haley. Gio and the retainers were also pulling him down, like reeling in a kite. Believing they were only creating a distraction, the skeleton king scoffed, "Fools, you're closing the distance, just like I want. You're seeking your own death." He raised his sword, ready to slash at Haley and her so-called suicide squad. But Haley's eyes gleamed with arrogance. "Got you," she taunted. It turned out that Lee Gun had been waiting for this moment. He appeared behind the skeleton king in a flash, striking with the condemnation of the sky. More precisely, he drove his massive blade through the skeleton king's back, piercing through to his chest. Blood poured out, and the skeleton king screamed in pain. "Why are you yelling so loud? Isn't it exhausting?" John twisted the sword and pressed the king's body into the sand, causing waves to rise around them. The blow didn't kill the skeleton king, but it rendered him immobile. Standing on the king's dry, bony back, Lee Gun mocked, "How pathetic." Looking around, the Soul Knights were all suffering under the onslaught of the Oasis Guardians. Haley was happy to point it out. "All your subordinates have been defeated." Groaning under the scorpion's grip, the knight captain still couldn't believe it. "How could my knights be defeated so easily? What nonsense are you spouting?" John snarled, pressing the sword harder into the knight's back. "Let's get this straight, you're the one who took them all down. You might have killed more knights than I did." John added more force, causing the knight captain to tremble. "Maybe you should rename your squad to the Self-Slaying Knights. Has a better ring to it, don't you think?" The humiliation was unbearable for the knight captain. Finally, he twisted his skull around and roared in fury. A glowing sphere appeared behind John, emitting a blinding white light. Amidst the howling winds, the king's spiteful voice cursed Ophiuchus. In a brief moment of distraction, the knight captain grabbed Lee Gun and pulled him into the glowing zone. "If I have to die, I'll drag you down with me." Before Haley could react, and with no way to pull him back, the knight captain opened a portal and pulled Lee Gun through. "Let's go to hell together, Ophiuchus." As they crossed through the circle, they found themselves high in the clouds. The knight captain laughed heartily, "Bahaha. If you fall from the stratosphere, not even you will survive. And if you do, a life of even greater despair awaits you." But instead of panicking, John used his long legs to push away from the knight captain. "I don't care what you're trying to do, but let's make this quick." His right hand grabbed the knight's bony neck and flipped onto his spine. "I don't like this position, so let's change it." He stomped on the knight captain's back, stabilizing himself with the condemnation of the sky, mocking, "Yeah, this is more like it." Below them, the helpless screams of the knight captain filled the air as he twisted and turned, unable to reverse the situation. "Ophiuchus, how dare you put me in such a humiliating state?" Lee Gun didn't care. "I've always wanted to try sky surfing at least once, so let's keep falling until we hit the ground." The knight captain, humiliated and enraged, wanted nothing more than to kill Lee Gun right there and then. His knightly honor had been completely destroyed. But what use was honor at this point? Lee Gun began to notice a change in the air around him. They had truly reached the stratosphere. The knight captain beneath him was burning up from the friction with the atmosphere, like a meteor about to crash to Earth. Looking at the layer of white clouds below, Lee Gun wondered aloud, "Where are we traveling to now?" Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., the headquarters of the Lion's Divine Coder had been mostly reduced to rubble. High temperatures and fire had scorched the buildings, leaving only their steel frames exposed. This destruction was the work of the Red Eye, who had just revealed itself to humanity. Yue stood stunned, realizing she was still alive. But then, she collapsed to the ground beside her. She saw Stephen Marker, using his remaining arm to block an attack and save the girl who had insisted on leaving Leo. Stephen's face was weary, but he turned back to ask, "Are you all right?" As soon as he spoke, he collapsed to the ground, looking at his arm, which was smoking like burnt meat. He still managed to joke, "Looks like I won't be using this hand to eat tonight." The fact that he could still joke meant he was relatively okay, which gave Yue a brief sense of relief. In front of them, the red eye wasn't blocking their way anymore but was quickly turning to unleash fire in another direction. Stephen desperately wanted to stop it and knew he had to, but how? The Lion Apostles, having narrowly escaped the previous attack, rushed forward. "Lord Stephen, are you all right? We've come to help." The expression on the saint's face was a mix of relief and admiration. They were true lions, their fighting spirits ablaze as they faced the red eye. Yet now, they were pushing the responsibility onto him. "You're the one who defeated the red eye before," they cried out. "If we help you this time, you'll be able to kill it again, right?" Stephen was stunned. They were here to bolster his morale, not to assist him, and were they really saying he had to handle the red eye on his own? Yue snapped out of her daze and spoke up. "No, the red eye is too powerful. I understand how you feel, but this will only cause more harm to our divine cadre. You all have other duties. Go help those civilians who haven't evacuated yet. Fulfill the role of the strong and protect the weak." Without another word, the apostles nodded and quickly sped off to help the citizens, giving Stephen a moment to breathe. They were now on a single mission, to buy time for the Lord. Thanks to Yue's quick thinking, Stephen got a brief respite. She didn't expect any thanks from him, after all, he had blocked that previous attack. Before they could engage in any touching conversation, Yue resumed her task. "We still have the unfinished mission to move to other divine cadre. In short, I have to defeat you, so you need to stay alive until then." Stephen nodded but wore a sad expression, like a child who had lost a toy. Standing beside Yue, she wanted to know how Stephen had defeated the demon before. "Will you show us the skill that beheaded the red eye?" she asked, her eyes focused on the calamity ravaging the city. Stephen sighed. "You already know the truth, so why ask? I didn't kill the red eye on my own. The holy face of the lion. Lion was the one who did it?" Now that Yue recalled, Stephen had told her this before. They probably wanted to kill him for killing the red eye alone. He had suspected it, but the issue was, Lion wasn't here now. Someone had to stop the disaster. Stephen's golden eyes glowed beneath his thick brows. "This time, I'm truly the only one who can do this. I will summon the divine descent." Yue was both surprised and worried. "If you summon the divine god, you'll have to use immense resources. Will you be all right?" "I'll be fine," Stephen replied. "We could lose everything Leo's accumulated up until now, but if we fail to protect the city and its people, we'll lose everything mankind has worked for." Charging forward, Stephen declared, "I've made up my mind. This is my chance to redeem myself for my pathetic behavior 20 years ago." Standing tall against the massive form and the burning city, he vowed, "This time, I, Stephen, will not back down like before." Bracing himself on the ground, the Lion Saint began to summon his immense power, recalling his first encounter with the red eye. He and the other saints had fled the demon tower, and the regret and dissatisfaction from that memory mixed with Stephen's resolve to start anew. He let out a deep, beast-like roar as brilliant light radiated from him, successfully drawing the red eye's attention. All resources, including the divine cadre experience points, would be used to summon the divine god. In that moment, he needed Yue to protect him while he summoned the divine god. As the red eye charged toward them, neither of them hesitated for a second. The moment its hand struck, it could end them. But Yue wasn't afraid. She opened her mouth and let out a long roar, calling upon the divine power of cadre to summon the might of the divine god, going all in for the final blow against the wretched Calamity. Meanwhile, the sky was filled with debris as the Knight Captain and Gon plummeted at breakneck speed. They braced themselves on the bony frame of the red eye, and how convenient it was that they were now not far from its head. The two of them crashed directly onto the creature's head as it was about to strike the pair below. The streak of light containing the Aquarius Saint and the Knight Captain slammed into the red eye's shoulder and slid down as if they were surfing. John released his grip, mimicking a surfer's pose as he slid down the length of the creature's arm. The two shot off a good few dozen meters away. Stephen, in the middle of summoning the divine god's power, gasped in shock. What in the world is that? But before he could even register the monstrosity falling from the sky, his eyes widened in horror as the strange being barreled toward him, carving a decisive path through the ground. Yua, standing beside him, was unharmed. She heard the loud crash of the Cecil Lord hitting the earth. Turning around, she couldn't see Stephen, but a familiar voice muttered nearby, "It took us a while to land, but where the hell are we?" No way, she thought, looking back to see her uncle standing there, casually slinging the condemnation of the sky over his shoulder. "Uncle Lee Gun," she called out. Hearing her voice, he turned and frowned. "Yua, what are you doing here?" Then he noticed the muscle-bound guy under his boot. Glancing at the knight captain lying a few meters away, he didn't pay him any attention. Instead, he scowled, about to curse the boneheaded fool who had dragged him all the way to Washington. The knight captain, with no strength left to move, slumped against a cracked boulder. He sneered. "Fucus, you're finished. Even if you defeat me, it's useless." He let out a deranged laugh. "That monster, the Red Eye, is an opponent even you can't defeat. Suffer the helplessness and despair as you die." Lee Gun slowly raised his head. He saw the being radiating fiery light high above. There was no fear in his eyes, only sheer excitement at meeting an old acquaintance. "Oh, Red Eye, remember me?" he called out with a twisted grin. The ruler of the Demon Tower, who had appeared suddenly 20 years ago, was none other than the Red Eye. It had been the most terrifying catastrophe Legion had ever defeated in his life-or-death battle. Its roar was so fierce and overwhelming that even the 12 saints had lost the will to fight. Now it roared again with the same savage fury, lifting its massive foot to crush the lion below. Lee Gun felt something was off as he dodged the enormous foot slamming down behind him. It seemed effortless as he turned back to taunt the giant. "You really suck at greeting others. It's been so long since we last met. Why not put a little more sincerity into your greetings?" With that, he picked up speed, sprinting toward a building ahead and then scaling it in the opposite direction. By some miraculous feat, John took long strides along the building's wall, leaving the Red Eye standing there in dumbfounded awe, its eyes tracking his movements. As Lee Gun reached the rooftop, now at eye level with the creature, it slowly turned its head. It took a second to realize that this was its enemy before roaring furiously and lunging at him with its sharp claws. It tried to grab Lee Gun as if swiping at a mouse inside a jar, but this mouse was too fast and had already anticipated the Red Eye's claw attack. Lee Gun kept running, head down, completely ignoring the enormous creature behind him, which was clawing at both hands through the building in frustration. After sprinting for a while, he leaped off the structure, continuing his escape from the gigantic disaster. Yet something didn't feel quite right. Glancing back at the Red Eye, it was still furiously attacking the building. He had already fallen far behind. No matter how he looked at it, this creature's face reminded him of one he'd encountered before. However, he recalled the one from 20 years ago as being crafty. Why was this one so dim-witted, unable to catch up with Lee Gun? The creature stared blankly at its empty hands in confusion. His curiosity sparked, he decided to investigate further. Activating his 13th sense to analyze the creature's weaknesses and traits, Lee Gun froze when he saw the truth. "I see now," he murmured. He had wondered how it had been revived without the Demon Tower administrator's presence. It turned out that this calamity was nothing more than a hastily constructed, one-time version. Information panels flooded his vision, detailing the materials that made up the Red Eye's body. Aside from its head, none of it was original. His eyes also detected traces of energy from an unknown civilization, mixed with a significant amount of Libra's power. Meanwhile, in the Libra sanctuary, in Giselle's domain, her subordinate's concerned voice echoed, "Celestial Lord, do you think things will be all right in America? I'm worried since the Red Eye seems to have been revived too quickly." Adorning herself with various pieces of jewelry, Giselle responded indifferently, "It turned Leo's territory into a wasteland, so we've gained valuable resources, which makes the effort worth it. There's nothing to lose even if we overuse it, it's just a hastily made puppet." A triumphant smile curved on her lips. "I do hope some parts of Leo's body fall off, just like that foolish lion." However, deep down, Giselle knew her subordinate was right, the current Red Eye was far from a complete version. Suddenly, thinking of Blood Mist, she felt regret. If Blood Mist had still been alive and returned, they could have fully revived the Red Eye host and used the gathered resources. Who would have thought that the foolish toad had used up all the resources and exploded from greed? At that moment, another subordinate, cloaked and masked, knelt behind Giselle to report, we have confirmed that Hugo has arrived in South Korea. He is expected to clash with Ivan Kruger soon. Also, the mysterious civilization has stated that the Baron will personally take action. Giselle wasn't surprised. Considering how quickly the Soul Knights had been wiped out, she narrowed her eyes. Abruptly, the Libra Saint shifted topics. What about Coley? Thinking of the ever-cheerful girl, her subordinate trembled and bowed lower. My apologies. She didn't respond to your summons. As if already expecting this, Giselle let out a sigh. I suppose that girl never intended to listen to me. But we can't afford to wait any longer. Swiftly gliding across the room in her exquisite heels, her pale legs peeking from under her expensive silk dress, she moved urgently. I will join the battle. Send orders to all our forces on standby. Our target is South Korea. The jewelry adorning her body gleamed brilliantly. She had to look stunning before heading to the battlefield. Meanwhile, in South Korea, Hugo had just landed, finding a small spot among the corpses of his elite forces. His opponent lounged atop a pile of fallen soldiers, gazing down at Hugo like a king looking at a foe who had surrendered. Ivan wore a sinister smile. Where the hell have you been? Hugo's eyes filled with disdain, but his voice remained unervingly calm. Taurus, what brings you all the way to South Korea, and why attack my subordinates? Behind Hugo, only God and Juan remained, still able to kneel and welcome their master. The mad Taurus perched above, raising his voice with pride. It's the Demon Tower. The red-eye disaster just appeared in America. I came to investigate it, but your subordinates tried to stop me. They dared mock a saint, so I decided to teach them a lesson. Hugo scoffed mockingly. So you came to Korea even though the red-eye appeared in America? Impressive. If you were teaching the red-eye a lesson instead of my subordinates, I might have even praised you. But what are you showing off for here? If you came to investigate the Demon Tower, does that mean you're too scared to go in? Ivan's face twisted as he held a cigar in his hand, sensing his weakness. Hugo mocked further. Just like 20 years ago, huh? Finally, Ivan's calm demeanor cracked. He bent over, glaring down at Hugo with a curse. You useless bastard, do you think you've regained your strength? His eyes narrowed with malice. Even so, you're still a fool without the royal relic. Have you forgotten who crushed your royal divine artifact back then? Ivan Kruger was one of those who pinned Hugo to the ground, ignoring his struggles and curses. You pieces of trash, how could you leave John behind in the Demon Tower? If you had time to collect the head of the red-eye, you could have at least saved him. Hugo's words exposed Ivan to the press all those years ago, and recalling it now, Ivan snapped, crushing the cigar in his grip. This time I'll destroy you, half-wit. The cigar flew from his hand as Taurus's brutal combat skill activated. A light resembling the divine god of Taurus emerged, propelling Ivan's muscular form forward. Recognizing the killing blow, God yelled from below, "My lord, watch out." In front of him, Ivan's eyes were wild with bloodlust, intent on going all out. Did you freeze up because you're scared, facing him? Hugo clenched a string of prayer beads and charged, launching a strike directly at the arrogant Taurus. The impact scattered the herd of bulls behind Ivan, as if they had lost their leader. The sound of shattering echoed loudly. Taurus's proud combat skill dissipated into the air. The elite forces nearby stared in shock, eyes wide, unable to blink, as Ivan's twisted face flew several kilometers away from Hugo's punch. Ivan's trajectory carved a long path, clearing buildings in his wake before finally crashing into a distant hill, lying limp amidst the wreckage. He coughed weakly, disbelief and rage in his voice. How? How could this be? Even that damn Leo couldn't block my direct attack. Standing at the top of the newly formed ravine, Hugo's voice rang out firmly. Did you misunderstand something? Who said I didn't have the royal divine artifact? The flames of the sun god flickered around Hugo for a brief moment before a fierce beam of light struck down from the sky, landing right in front of him. It emitted a powerful aura that threatened any enemy daring to approach. Hugo had just summoned the royal divine artifact from the domain of Eucus. Watching Ivan's jaw drop in horror, Hugo sneered. What's wrong? Where did that smug confidence of yours go? Holding the familiar object in his hand, Hugo smiled. What's the matter? Did you freeze up because you're too scared, idiot? In Hugo's grip was the Sagittarius Royal Divine Artifact, the brilliant light's trail of SS rank, radiating overwhelming strength capable of crushing any foe. Ivan stared in shock as the beam of light hit his eyes, accompanied by Hugo's assured voice. "Weren't you just boasting? What's wrong, little mutt?" Frozen in fear. The royal relic in the hands of the Sagittarius Saint radiated with overwhelming power, casting a majestic aura. It had been a while since Hugo had laughed so freely, but his confidence barely lasted 2 seconds before the pieces of the SS-level artifact fell on him like scrap, leaving him looking as foolish as a clown performing tricks. Ivan, lying amidst the rubble a few dozen meters away, glared in disbelief. Had the brat's relic restored itself? Could it be that Hugo had planned this all along? Before he could find an answer, the Sagittarius Saint stepped forward. "Don't be in such a hurry. I don't plan on using my relic just yet. I'm a bit annoyed that you dared to harm my subordinates, but let's set that aside for now. You and I have an old score to settle, don't we?" Hugo put away his relic and tied his hair back. "Using weapons in a situation like this seems a bit unfair, don't you think? Let's fight with our bare fists. That should feel great." His hair tied back gave him a more feminine look, but his face was filled with deadly intent. The straightforward intimidation made the muscle-bound Ivan tremble. "You half-wit. Even if you've restored your relic, how dare you look down on me?" Ivan shouted, but before he could finish, Hugo tossed aside his cloak and charged forward, delivering a flying punch to Ivan. The punch, heavy as 1,000 pounds, struck Ivan, leaving a long mark across Soul's corner before stopping halfway through a small mountain. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, Ivan and Hugo stood, their hands pressed together, feet planted firmly on the ground, testing each other's strength. "I recall you always boasting about your strength. Why don't you show me what you've got?" Hugo taunted. Ivan's muscles tensed, and the expression on the Sagittarius Saint's face made him even more anxious. With a grunt, Ivan's leg was forced back as the two powers collided, creating loud bangs around them, like waves crashing against rocks. Pushing his face forward, Ivan began to shake as Hugo sneered, "You shouldn't underestimate an archer's wrist strength." Unable to bear it any longer, Ivan roared and headbutted Hugo, the impact causing blood to spray from his nose and mouth, and his golden hair whipped back. But Hugo's grip remained firm on Ivan's hands, a pleased grin spreading across his face. The metallic taste of blood filled Hugo's mouth, yet his expression remained that of a villain. "That does sting a little," he laughed, then with his left hand, tightened his grip and punched Ivan hard in the jaw, twisting his head to the side. Blood splattered as Ivan bent and swung an uppercut, forcing Hugo to spit out a mouthful of blood. Despite the upward blow, Hugo's gaze remained fixed on Ivan. Just before Ivan could land another punch, Hugo struck back at the insufferable face, sending another shockwave of light and force through the area. A beam of light shot into the trees behind them, tearing them apart from root to tip. With Ivan knocked senseless, he lost his balance and flailed backward. Hugo immediately grabbed Ivan's left thigh, pressed his foot onto it, and stomped down hard. Amidst cracking sounds and the rumbling of the ground, Hugo stood, chuckling. "Let's see how Taurus skin works as a sandbag." Ivan opened his mouth, cursing the Sagittarius with all his might, but before he could finish, Hugo kneed him in the face with a series of blows. The force was so intense that the mountain behind them seemed to shake with each strike, as if the entire area was being hit. The noise brought the elite Sagittarius troops to the area, unsure of what they were witnessing. Hugo, usually so gentle, thrashing Ivan Kruger mercilessly with his own hands. "Damn it! If this keeps up, he's going to beat me to death," Ivan thought, unable to endure the assault any longer. He immediately summoned his strength, fortifying his body to withstand Hugo's relentless strikes. He clashed with Hugo's blows, no longer relying solely on his bare arms. Hugo halted abruptly, glaring as he saw the smug smile on Ivan's face. Ivan's entire body was now covered in armor, and with a defensive layer in place, he flashed a confident grin, missing 2 teeth. "All right, I admit it. You've surprised me. But enough with the greetings. Let's get ready for the next round." Ivan sprang up, forcefully pushing himself to his feet, and quickly swung his right leg to kick Hugo away. The ground beneath them had turned into a flat wasteland, but Sagittarius remained unharmed. He swiftly pulled his weapon from storage, taunting Ivan, "You broke the pact first, coward. Don't blame me for using my relic now." However, as light emerged from the circle, Hugo still didn't realize who had passed the relic through to him. How could he have known that Li Jian had ruthlessly exploited the sacred artifact? When Hugo took out his SS-ranked bow, all that was left were the broken bowstring and hand crossbow, now in pieces. "What the heck is this?" he muttered, completely bewildered. Meanwhile, Stephen Marker felt his body growing heavier, as though sinking to the bottom of the ocean. What just happened? He wondered. After the divine god's descent, he couldn't remember anything. Could it be that the divine god had taken control of his body to defeat Red-Eye? He wondered what was happening outside. The light coming from outside was so intense that even with his eyes closed, Stephen could feel its brightness. That's a disaster-level monster, he realized, and perhaps the divine god was still using his body to fight. "Wake up, Stephen. You have to help the Leo god fight Red-Eye." But as he stared into the blinding light, Stephen questioned what it was. Could this be the divine god's cue for me to wake up? "I'm here, divine god. I'm coming," he shouted, but suddenly realized he was still on the ground, not possessed by the god. The crimson arm of Red-Eye flew into view, and only after hearing its agonized roar did Stephen realize that the arm had been severed. The culprit wielding the weapon was Lee Gun, who was kicking his way through the sky. Is that Lee Gun? Is he the one fighting Red-Eye? Stephen wondered. Then why am I here? A soft voice from behind explained, "Well, you passed out and ended up here." John didn't care that the golden-furred cat had awakened. His weapon was already aimed squarely at Red-Eye's face, ready to strike. He drove the tip of his blade into the creature's collar, making it open its mouth to scream. Lee Gun grinned widely. "You're just a fake. If your head is real, then you should remember what happened at the Demon Tower, right?" Red-Eye's remaining arm reached out to grab John, but he slipped away as quickly as a squirrel. "No matter how many times I defeat you, the administrator will just resurrect you, won't they?" he yelled, glaring down at the vicious face below, but despite that, he found the easiest way to defeat it. "It's been a while since we last met, so chatting about the past doesn't feel right, does it? I'll finish you off in an instant and leave without any regrets." Though Red-Eye said nothing, its fury toward this man was evident as it opened its mouth, biting down hard on its own arm, trying to snap at Lee Gun. The strike missed, but in Stephen Marker's eyes, it was a dangerous move. Why was Lee Gun acting so recklessly? Wasn't charging toward the creature's open, glowing mouth, ready to unleash a blast, making it easier for the monster to attack? He wasn't just being careless, but heading straight into danger. Lee Gun raised his hand, summoning the giant hammer and swung it into Red-Eye's mouth. Light exploded out as the hammer hit, dousing the fire inside the creature's maw. "Who do you think you're belching at? You better swallow that back down." The hammer grew larger after embedding itself into Red-Eye's throat, blocking the fire that was about to burst forth. The hammer ignited, flames shooting straight into the sky, piercing through clouds. The spot where Red-Eye had been moments ago erupted with bright, fiery beams, looking like fireworks. After wreaking havoc, the hammer spun gracefully before returning to its master. Lee Gun proudly caught it. Perfectly roasted, absolutely marvelous. Before him lay the burnt remains of Red-Eye, a gaping hole in its mouth still sizzling. Though its head seemed genuine, the stench of its breath remained foul. Lee Gun crouched low and shot forward like an arrow, leaving the hammer behind. Next, he wielded the condemnation of the sky, and with a flash, severed the monster's head from its enormous body. "What can you do when you face me?" he declared. "This creature can't be defeated unless its head is chopped off." This time, Lee Gun openly killed Red-Eye in front of everyone. The massive head spun through the air, causing all activity below to halt. Even Stephen Marker stared, wide-eyed, frozen. On top of the crimson head was Lee Gun, descending with it. Yes, there was only one person capable of destroying Red-Eye. Stephen's face twitched with excitement, watching the man who possessed the very power he had always desired. Lee Gun turned his back on the crowd, his white t-shirt fluttering in the wind as he smiled brightly. "That concludes our lesson for killing Red-Eye, dear student," he called out. The legendary Calamity's corpse attracted a large crowd, eager to get a closer look. Its belly was sliced open, and Lee Gun beckoned Yue and Stephen inside. Beneath the creature's remains lay a crystal stone, gleaming with golden light, catching their attention. Lee Gun, however, knew exactly what it was. "It's another Red-Eye," he explained. "The Red-Eye monster is just a vessel for the Black Dragon. It's a parasite until it matures." Both were stunned. Red-Eye was merely a vessel? Stephen asked how Lee Gun knew so much. Lee Gun casually recounted, During my time trapped in the Demon Tower, the administrator kept resurrecting calamities, including both Red Eye and the Black Dragon. I fought them for 20 years, so I learned a lot about them. The two stared at Li Gun, their eyes wide. Now they understood why he could decapitate the monster so effortlessly. Li Gun gazed at the crimson head, remarking, "I think the giant fused the head and body of the Calamity together while the Black Dragon was inside the Demon Tower. Libra is connected to an ancient civilization, so I'm sure that's the case." He turned to mock the giant corpse. "If she could harness your powers, she could definitely resurrect them perfectly, right?" he said, glancing over at the Knight Captain, who was impaled by his weapon. The Knight Captain groaned in pain, helpless, unable to escape. "Kill me now, you bastard," he sneered, trembling. Li Gun was annoyed just hearing him. "Are you a parrot or something? You've been repeating the same thing." Yue interjected, "We need to decide how to handle the giant and the Black Dragon." Just then, an orange notification appeared in front of Gon, showing the number 146 in the top right corner. A claim has been filled by Utu, the insignificant Sagittarius Saint. Damage to the royal relic and initial defect issues. 146 unread messages? What the heck is this? Gon mumbled, looking at the notification. The bow is broken? How can that be? He recalled the moment he took it out and swung it toward the bone soldier. He realized the notification wasn't entirely wrong. Li Gun stared at the text, now showing the number 168. He froze until it reached 174, then flicked the notification away. "I'm busy, wait a bit." He knew that Hugo would be panting and cursing Li Gun for not responding to the message. "You bastard, read the damn message." Sure enough, Hugo was being chased by Taurus, who roared gleefully from behind. "Where's all that triumph you had earlier? Looks like I destroyed your royal relic again, huh?" As he ran, Hugo grabbed the remains of his bow and yelled, "Dream on. You didn't destroy it. It's a common initial defect." A slap from Taurus's palm missed Hugo by half a meter. Leaping forward, Hugo taunted, "Too slow. Don't underestimate the speed of an archer." Just as he landed and prepared to mock more, the ground beneath him suddenly shot up like a net, trapping him. "Damn it." Hugo cursed, noticing a black blade emerging from the earth. It wasn't Taurus's doing, it was John Lewis Moran stepping out of the dust with a sinister smile. "Well done," he said. The raging bull behind him seized the moment, dashing forward. But before it could reach Hugo, its eyes met the tip of a sword radiating icy chill. Taurus quickly retreated to avoid getting pierced in the face, feeling the cold engulfing the tip of his nose. Ivan inwardly sighed in relief. "I almost got stabbed." Who suddenly jumped in with ice? That can only be Kevin. With a sharp voice, Kevin lunged forward with an iceberg. The sudden frost spread out, and Hugo exhaled clouds of white mist while cursing, almost died there. "What the heck is this, Ice Mountain?" Ivan Kruger's face was frozen within the newly formed ice peak, his silver hair barely settled when Kevin spoke. "Terrible state, Sagittarius." Virgo's relaxed demeanor quickly turned to disdain. "Why are you always trembling when I see you? Weren't you just fighting Taurus? Do something, will you? No wonder Leon doesn't trust you." Before the blonde could respond, Kevin moved on. "Hey, Sagittarius, you should pay attention to defending your holy domain too. Don't you see the bugs swarming around your walls? Gemini, Aquarius, Aries, and Capricorn have all barged in. But don't worry, I took care of them. Your companions are safe, but the house was wrecked." Hugo could do nothing but silently pray to the divine god Apollo for funds to rebuild the temple. He suddenly heard the silver-haired guy muttering, "It's not because I got lost that I ended up at your sanctuary instead of going to America to meet Li Gun." Same old excuse, Hugo thought, knowing the guy had simply gotten lost again. Suddenly, the iceberg rumbled, and cracks spread across its surface. Inside, Taurus emerged, hulking and massive, breaking free of the ice. He leapt forward and landed in front of them with a menacing growl. "I was wondering who it could be. Turns out it's the pony bastard. You think these childish tricks can hold me?" Kevin smirked. "Frozen beef isn't tasty, but it seems your hide is thick. Your face is still intact despite all those cuts." Taurus bared his teeth, revealing a few missing ones. "I'll rip out your tongue before smashing that face of yours." Jean L. stepped forward, waving dismissively. "Enough talk. We don't have time for this. Get on with it already." They're not Ligun, just two weaklings. Sagittarius and Virgo, take them out? The two, one silver-haired and one blonde, flared up in fury at the insult. Funny you say that. You're not lying either, so who are you to call us weak? Hugo cracked his knuckles. Beef and crab, Kevin? How about some barbecue? Kevin quickly unsheathed his ice sword with a grin. Sure, I'll chop them up for you. The two thugs across from him growled, who's gonna cook who? Don't underestimate us. We're in a hurry, so no holding back. As both sides were about to clash, a woman's voice rang out, filled with irritation. You all seem to get along well. A golden light shimmered from the long, jewel-encrusted legs that appeared. Libra Saint Giselle Lawrence stepped forward in a stunning outfit, her golden hair shining like an angel descending from the heavens. Despite her grand entrance, her eyes held a deadly gleam as she glared at the men before her. How delightful to see you all. It's been a while, hasn't it? Sanjay let out a weary sigh. Ever since Sagittarius's sanctuary collapsed, everyone had been turned into full-time construction workers. The fluffy bunny Yang, aside from being useless, loved adding fuel to the fire. Why did you do all this? This wouldn't have happened if you had just released us. Furious, Sanjay grabbed the bunny's ears and spun it around his head, shouting, whose fault is it that we're in this situation? It's because those who are looking for you that things ended up like this. Jim tried to intervene but couldn't. Suddenly, a loud whooshing noise came from the sky, drawing their attention upward. A dark shadow zipped by across the ruined roof, and on closer inspection, it was clearly a European-style dragon with broad wings flying like a missile from the mountain where the four saints had gathered. Golden streaks spread out, overtaking the daylight. It was Giselle Lawrence, the Libra Saint, descending with a beauty that could make anyone hold their breath. Yet, her face wore a deadly expression as she greeted those present. Hugo and Kevin, standing close together, immediately went on guard. Is she coming here personally? Ivan and Jean, standing behind nervously, called out to Libra, why are you here? We haven't lost yet. She didn't respond but simply raised a delicate finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Suddenly, golden rings of Libra rose from the ground, multiplying gravity and forcing all four men to their knees, struggling to hold up their own bodies. The power was terrifying, even among saints. This strength was on an entirely different level. Jean-Louis resisted, shouting, what are you doing, Libra? Why are we also getting pressed down? She glanced at him with disdain. Jean-Louis Morin, I granted you control over the sanctuary lost to the saint, yet you couldn't even bring down Sagittarius's domain. What is that if not failure? The gravity on him intensified, leaving Cancer speechless. Ivan Kruger, I did not expect you to fail so miserably. You couldn't even subdue Sagittarius? Don't ask why I'm here. Instead, you should be thanking me for coming to see you one last time before your death. I can no longer trust or entrust you with anything. This is your punishment. Reflect on it. With that, her heel struck the ground in front of Hugo, her face appearing with pure contempt as she looked at the two before her. Now, what should I do with these little toys? Should I swap the positions of your heads and limbs or turn you into a calamity like Lily Gunn once did? The light from her hand transformed into golden ropes, pinning both Sagittarius and Virgo to the ground. No one knew that wretched feeling better than Kevin, for he had once lost an arm to Libra's constellation skill, equivalent exchange. Since when had both of them been hauled onto the scales? The massive form of Libra loomed atop the mountain, visible from miles away. That's Libra, the Libra Saint is here. What's happening up there? Everyone was bewildered, asking one another. Suddenly, the worrying sound of what resembled helicopters drew closer, and as the dark shadow zipped across the sky, the crowd below panicked, realizing it was a calamity in the form of a fierce-looking dragon. But what was even more terrifying was the man in a white t-shirt riding atop the dragon's head. As menacing as the dragon looked, Leon's face was just as gleeful. Oh my God, a dragon, and there's someone riding it. The people below scattered, running for their lives. After all, it wasn't every day a dragon flew over Seoul. However, Leon paid no mind to their bewildered stares. He headed straight for Libra's scales suspended on the hill in the city. Hey, you trash, he shouted as he neared the blonde woman riding the dragon. Gon drew closer to Giselle, successfully capturing her attention. The moment she uttered Leon, a blue light struck Libra's face. It was Li Gun launching himself off the dragon's head to deliver a punch to the woman's face. Her head exploded into fragments, scattering into the wind. Everyone present was left gaping in astonishment. Only Li Gun grinned, his eyes locking onto Cancer and Taurus as the blonde woman crumpled to the ground. The two men turned pale, beads of sweat the size of coins dripping onto the ground. They shared the same terror, staring at Leon's smug face. He had taken down Libra with a single hit. Her head was utterly smashed, leaving only her body and dazzling clothes. It was unbelievable. Everyone had the same thought as their eyes turned to Li Gun. He glanced upward to where the two idiots were hanging on the scales, clueless about what they were doing. Hugo was seething, but before he could speak, Kevin snapped, "Do you think we're up here because we like it? Hey, Leon!" Hugo roared with every ounce of air in his lungs, launching into a tirade. "Why didn't you answer my calls? Do you know how many times I tried to reach you?" Li Gun was about to curse back but suddenly remembered the 174th notification he had swatted away like a torn leaf. He turned away as Hugo's yelling grew more furious. "What did you do to my bow, and how come you have so many weapons from the ancient civilization?" Hearing him mumble something about bad luck, Hugo immediately grumbled, "Do you even know I almost died?" Li Gun calmly replied, "It's a chance for you to appreciate your life." Cancer and Taurus, who had been standing off to the side, felt completely ignored. They exchanged silent glances, then, without a word, charged forward toward their sole target, Li Gun. "Damn it! I can't accept this. This is our one and only chance to end it all here." Ivan activated Taurus's constellation skill to amplify his strength, feeling like millions of bulls surged into him as he aimed to attack Gon. But before he could get close, he was struck with a punch straight to the chest. In a split second, Jean had pummeled Taurus nearly a dozen times, sending him flying into the sky along with his raging bulls. Below, only Jean's irritated voice could be heard. "Who gave you permission to use skills here?" Hovering in midair, Ivan Kruger cursed, "Damn it. How did this happen?" His eyes widened as he caught sight of Jean-Lu Morin's head being shattered into fragments. Not just shattering, but being bitten through by the sharp teeth of the black dragon, scattering his body parts in all directions. After dealing with Cancer, the dragon opened its gaping, jagged mouth, waiting to catch Taurus as he fell straight into it. Ivan managed to glance at Li Gun and his group below, noticing Jean's cunning gaze accompanied by the word dumbass. Unable to slow his descent, Ivan plummeted right into the black dragon's open jaws. Crunch! The teeth snapped shut with finality, and the dragon arched its neck back, swallowing as if savoring a delicious treat. Kevin watched, eyes sparkling with awe. Li Gun then turned to explain to his friend, who was still screaming behind him, "That's another red eye, like I mentioned before." As the creature puffed up its cheeks, chewing contentedly, Hugo couldn't fathom why this calamity was following his friend around. Li Gun shrugged. "This one's from the red eye in America, though saying it like that might not make much sense. Back then, he had used summoning creation to kill the red eye's head alongside the Spirit Knight Captain, 13th Sense, and super regeneration skills, resulting in the chaotic mess they now saw." Hugo couldn't understand what his friend found so amusing. "Don't you realize this black dragon is extremely dangerous?" John laughed it off. "Nah, I gave it some chow, so nothing's going to happen." The mention of chow left Hugo feeling completely drained. He wanted to curse, but Li Gun cluelessly asked, "Hey, can I keep it at your place?" As they argued, neither noticed Kevin standing near Gazelle's altar. "Hey, does anyone know why that's still here?" he asked. As soon as the question left his mouth, fine golden threads began to weave through the sky. The threads formed golden chains marked with Libra's insignia, converging over Gazelle's decapitated body. Golden liquid poured into the form, molding a new head. "Because I'm still alive," came Libra's voice. She rose into the air, radiating golden light. Li Gun wasn't afraid, instead, he seemed thrilled. "No wonder it felt too easy earlier," he said, stretching his arms wide. Two massive beams of light slammed into the ground beside him, cracking it open. In one hand, he held the condemnation of the sky, in the other, the achievement hammer. "I crushed your face because I didn't want to see it. And now you've replaced it with another piece of trash," he remarked. Her hair was still golden, but the face wasn't. Hoisting heaven's judgment onto his shoulder, Li Gun wondered how many faces she could create. "I'll destroy every single one you make," Got it, punching bag? But it wasn't just her face that had changed. The energy surrounding Libra warped the space around her. You foolish baby snake, she hissed. You want to bite? Then let me strangle that neck of yours. Stretching her arms forward as if to seize him, Li Gun urgently called to Red Eye. Get those idiots out of here. With a powerful flap of its wings, the dragon soared upward, looking confused. Go protect the people. You're no help here. Gon yelled. Libra interlocked her fingers, unleashing a blinding light. The ground floated into the air as clouds above parted, revealing the Libra constellation, which cast beams of light downward. The mountain exploded under the constellation's attack, but Red Eye managed to evade. It grabbed both Sagittarius and Virgo in its claws, carrying them away as Libra's devastation spread further. Landing on a floating piece of earth amidst the golden light, Li Gun's eyes burned as he activated his 13th sense. You're nothing but trash, not even human, he spat at Libra. Her newly recreated form grinned mockingly. Just realizing that now? Disappointed, are you? John scrutinized her. Despite having her head smashed earlier, she continued to wreak havoc. Enough with the act. Stop pretending, divine god of Libra, Astrea. This wasn't Gazelle Lawrence, it was holy god Astrea, using her body. She erupted into laughter. You're sharp, Li Gun. Now that you know, I don't need to hide it. Ready? He crouched low, his arrogant grin returning. No, you better be ready, nuclear waste. He dashed toward her. I don't know how a god ended up here, but if the other divine gods find out, it'll be quite a show. Astrea smirked, unfazed. Her fist, charged with the power of Taurus's constellation, moved faster than light. She punched, forcing Li Gun to block with both arms. The blow felt like a stampede of raging bulls, sending him flying across the city and into a distant river. Sagittarius and Virgo stood frozen, mouths agape. Their strongest ally had been blasted away. Astrea shook her wrist. This skill's heavy. Doesn't suit my frail hands. Despite her words, she smiled coldly. The two saints noticed a new mark glowing behind Gazelle's head. How come Taurus's divine mark is there? Astrea didn't bother hiding it. Surprised? There's more to show. More divine marks appeared. Cancer, Gemini, Scorpio, Aquarius, and Aries joined Libra's mark. They shimmered above her, pouring power into her body. Even those with poor eyesight could see the towering scales of Libra on the mountain and the 6 other marks radiating light. Li Gun rose from where he'd been thrown. So, the divine gods already colluded, huh? He didn't need Astrea's confirmation, the marks made it clear. She wore a smug expression. Of course. The wrath of the divine gods who lost their saints has erupted. Now I represent 7 constellations, including Libra. Even you can't stand against this power. Li Gun's face twisted in anger. So, the divine gods, playing tricks again, deserve punishment? Astrea laughed chillingly. Why do you hate the divine gods so much, Li Gun? If you wanted, you could rule this world. But alone, there must be a limit. You talk too much. What do you want? He growled. Astrea raised her hand. I dislike you, but I must acknowledge your strength. Join me, and you'll rule the world. Refuse, and you'll be erased by us. The proposal made Li Gun laugh. Ridiculous as ever. I refuse to choose and don't want to hear more. He raised heavenly punishment, its tip aimed at her. Your options are nonsense, and I don't care about anyone's safety. Astrea sneered as red lightning flashed in the sky. I didn't think you'd care. So I'll destroy this city first? Waving her hand, Astrea summoned the power of Aries, heavenly armament. Hundreds of massive swords appeared in the sky, poised to strike. Meanwhile, whirlwinds from Aquarius's constellation rose into tornadoes. Using Cancer's power, she created clones to wreak havoc. Golden chains wrapped around Li Gun, pinning him to the ground. The Libra circle formed beneath him as Astrea pointed at him. Go forth. The swords rained down like falling stars. Bound tightly, Li Gun roared, is this all you've got? Cheap tricks with ropes. With a swift twist of his body, the golden chain snapped, and he deftly evaded, just as the tip of Ares' sword came close to piercing him. You think these ropes can hold me? He mocked. The sword, as large as a 100-story building, missed its target and crashed into the busy highway, exploding on impact. The woman was clearly trying to destroy the whole city. Following the first strike, the second sword chased after him, forcing Gon to use heavenly punishment to block it. Astria laughed maniacally. This is a summoning skill, empowered by the divine gods. You think it's that easy to break? I haven't even shown all my cards yet. Enjoy. Hundreds of Aries swords rained down, carving through the ground around him. Gon struggled to block the second sword, gritting his teeth under the overwhelming force. Suddenly, an opposing force repelled them, leaving only a blinding light where John had stood. You haven't even finished summoning all your swords, and you're down already, Astria taunted. Come out and accept my sincerity. Astria shrieked, flying wildly in the wind. If you don't stop these swords, they'll fall and ravage the city. Dozens of swords rushed toward John while others struck buildings in Seoul, causing massive destruction. The city descended into chaos, citizens fleeing for their lives. Reporters, still trying to cover the event, barely escaped as a giant sword plunged into a nearby building. This time, even the cameraman wouldn't make it out alive. Luckily, Kevin's boots pounded the ground as he created an ice block, deflecting the sword's path. But it wasn't enough to stop it entirely. He could only freeze part of the sword. Hey, Sagittarius, aim for the frozen spot. Kevin shouted. Before he could finish, a massive flame hurtled toward the sword's tip, shattering it to pieces. The reporter and cameraman realized they had just been saved. Their legs buckled, and they collapsed. Damn it, even this wasn't enough to scratch it. How did Leon break that sword? One of them gasped. Sagittarius landed beside Virgo, comforting him. At least we can work together to destroy it. Get out of here. This place is too dangerous. This power is stronger than any divine cadre skill I've ever known. If we don't unite, we won't stand a chance. Hugo grumbled, looking at Astria, who radiated power. This isn't the strength of a saint, it's that of the divine gods. And she's getting support from other divine gods. If this keeps up, we won't win. Kevin sighed. In the end, we need to end this fight. But the only way we can help Leon is by saving the citizens. At the start of the fight, John insisted we couldn't help him. That bastard even said a red-eyed beast would be more useful, which pissed me off. But now, I think he was right. And it makes me angrier. Suddenly, a familiar rumbling sound echoed. They turned to see a massive wave rising over the buildings, ready to crash down on Seoul. At first, they thought it was a tsunami but quickly realized it was the Han River surging up, forming a towering wall that reached higher than the buildings. How could an evacuation even be possible? People fell to their knees, helpless, praying to the gods. Please, divine God, save us. In that moment, Kevin had an idea. Hearing the people's prayers, he stabbed his ice sword into the ground and prayed earnestly. O Master of Virgo, I know you are watching. I beg you, lend your strength to Leon so we can overcome this disaster. Leon stood under the stormy sky after striking away a sword. He was fine, but Astria's plan to drown the city with river water complicated matters. This is getting tricky. Should I use the divine god's instinct within me to end this fight? He pondered. Suddenly, a silvery light flashed behind him. Realizing what it was, he grinned. These guys are clever, aren't they? Astria, who controlled the river, awaited the moment Leon would surrender. Still stuck, or are you too scared to come out? She mocked. Thanks to Aquarius, I control the river. If this continues, the water will flood the city. I'm eager to see how many people die. As the waves surged, ready to crash, a brilliant light flashed beneath them, transforming into a massive beam that struck Astria's face. It was Virgo's frost crescent, freezing the river in place. Astria's clone nearby saw the freezing river. Could this be Leon's doing? He's still alive, she realized. She summoned her clones to charge at him, wielding the power of other divine gods. As they neared, cracking noises echoed, and the ice broke apart. Astria's clones were stunned to see the red-eyed beast's head smashing through the ice, charging at the blonde. With a ferocious roar, the beast introduced itself. Hello, you trash. Let me introduce you to my new friend, Red-Eye. While everyone's attention was on Leon, the skill to substitute had swapped the positions of the red-eyed mark and the black dragon. Leon smiled smugly as he commanded the dragon to give a grand greeting. The dragon's open mouth gathered a pillar of light, then released a massive fire column, like an erupting lava flow. The female figures blurred as they were reduced to blackened fragments. The fire continued toward the Libra altar on the high hill, creating a fierce counterattack. Astria gritted her teeth in fury, calling out Leon's name. She swung her hand, casting Gemini's magical gate skill, creating 2 purple holes that swallowed the fire and spat it out toward Seoul. The fire column rushed toward the city, but the red-eyed beast intercepted it mid-air. Ligon swung his weapon to scatter the fire, minimizing the damage. What he used to block the fire wasn't just heavenly punishment, his weapon's shaft was now covered in solid ice. With one swing, he encased the flames in ice and shattered them, scattering them into the wind. From here, he had a clear view of Astria, her fury unmistakable. "You cursed of the moon," she muttered, realizing that the ice power supporting Ligon came from Virgo. "Isn't it ironic?" Ligon taunted. "You represent wrath, but you're not the only representative here. Do you see the one on the dragon?" Astria's frustration was palpable as she realized the Aquarius divine seal had been frozen, too. A representative of fury? How ridiculous. "Do you think anything is more fearsome than the true fury of the divine gods?" she sneered. Ligon smirked, pointing his weapons at her. "Wrath? Whose wrath? You know nothing. Countless people have fallen because of your schemes. My friends, their families, innocent people dragged into your plots." He mocked her, referring to the blood event that led to Libra's son's confession. "That's the fury I'm talking about. And to top it off, it's my own fury. Keep talking, you piece of trash who stabbed me in the demon tower. Was it you? Or those hiding behind you?" He gazed at the marks of the 6 zodiac signs glowing on Libra's scales and asked, "Are those divine gods also plotting to eliminate me?" Astria heard him but didn't respond. Instead, she gritted her teeth and let out a manic laugh. "I wondered what you'd ask, but you're still looking for the real culprit behind that incident. You really want to know that much, huh? It's that important to you? Only the strong get to ask questions. I'm the one who gets to ask the questions, understand?" She lifted her head, her beautiful eyes rippling with cold intensity. "All right, it's my turn now." Astria spread her arms, and purple beams of light surged outward, gradually gathering around Gemini's divine seal. "You think you can stand against us with just 2 saints on your side?" As she finished speaking, a massive boulder, the size of a small mountain, materialized from the purple void. It burst into roaring flames, casting a glow toward Ligon. He looked up cautiously, recognizing it as Gemini's skill, the killer star of destruction. At Astria's command, it hurtled toward him, but Ligon was unfazed, his frown deepening into a pleased smile. "Nonsense. Just 2 saints, huh?" A strange light flickered just before the assassin star of destruction collided with him. Astria was clueless about what was happening, but soon everyone could see a terrifying blaze erupting where the 2 skills met. The flames spun in the air, stopping the mountain from falling. The fire turned into sharp, spinning saw blades that ground against the boulder, burning deep inside, creating long cracks that looked like molten lava flowing across the earth. It was the royal skill of Sagittarius, the sun god's ring, now spinning wildly around Ligon. The skill gradually destroyed the colossal mountain from top to bottom. In no time, the power of the sun god's ring peaked, shattering the mountain into hundreds of pieces and consuming them in flames, turning them to ashes. Astria gritted her teeth in fury, blinded by the light reflecting from it, unable to believe what she was seeing. Suddenly, Ligon, wielding 2 weapons, charged directly at her, his eyes blazing with the fire of the Sagittarius constellation. He slammed into her, grinding her into the earth below, leaving a long trail without mercy. With his bare hands, Ligon grabbed the neck of the blonde witch, pinning her to the ground. Astria's furious eyes clearly saw the mark of Sagittarius behind Ligon's back, with the face of the sun god Apollo glaring at her with deep hatred. Astria let out a long roar, "Sagittarius!" as if cursing Hugo, who was still praying devoutly to his divine god, not distracted for a moment. Along with Kevin, who stood by his side, Hugo called out, "I call upon all the disciples of the divine cadre. This is my command as the celestial lord. All household gods and disciples, pray to our divine God. Offer prayers to Leon." Thanks to the prayers of the entire congregation, along with the household gods of Virgo and Sagittarius strengthening Ligon, the area around them was swept clean. Not far away, the holy Sagittarius had stepped forward for Ophis, and with both the Sagittarius and Virgo cadres praying for them, Ligon didn't need to check the notifications. The raging power flowing within him only caused his smile to widen. "You trash," he snarled. I told you, didn't I? Countless people are furious because of you, not just the divine cadre, but also the people of the city, caught in the vile acts of you divine gods. The people of Seoul watched the battle between Lee Gun and the divine gods, quickly choosing sides. Countless prayers for Ophis poured in, and his divine power accumulated at an astonishing rate, pushing Astria far away from his altar. Lee Gun clenched his fists with the power of Ophis and roared, "You only have the wrath of 7 divine gods. We have the wrath of at least 1 billion more." Astria's face cracked like dry land even before the punch landed. Not over yet. Lee Gun roared as his devastating fist slammed into her face. The ground beneath them couldn't withstand the strength of their blows, exploding upward and creating a bizarre and terrifying scene. But Lee Gun didn't stop. He struck again and again until the ground beneath them crumbled into powder. Each punch was fueled by hatred. "Let's see how many hits that smug face of yours can take this time." Astria grunted under Lee Gun's grip, then swung her left arm, summoning black spikes that stabbed wildly toward him, catching his right arm as it descended. The system notifications flashed, "Your right arm has been injured. Super regeneration has been activated." But before his arm could fully heal, countless female hands appeared behind his back at Astria's ear-splitting scream. Her clones descended from the sky, beautiful yet deadly. They overlapped each other, attempting to grab Lee Gun and stop his arm from regenerating. However, the smile on his face remained unchanged. At that moment, red hair emerged from below, drawing Lee Gun's attention. The woman faced Astria's clones, quickly unfurling her scorpion tail and scolding them on Lee Gun's behalf. "How dare you try to lay your hands on me?" Before the clones could react, the terrifyingly sharp scorpion tail whipped through them in rapid circles, leaving only fading screams. The entire mass of clones shattered into hundreds of fragments. Astria hadn't expected that a single strike from Haley would obliterate all her clones. After a series of strikes, the scorpion tail shot straight toward the blonde, causing Astria to spit out a mouthful of blood. Horrified, she looked down at her stomach, where the scorpion tail had pierced through from front to back, forcing her to stagger backward. A calm voice approached through the dust and smoke, "Seems I'll have to destroy your zodiac stigmas before I can give you a proper beating." With the Scorpio seal behind him, Lee Gun appeared arrogantly, informing Astria, first up, would be the rotten crab. In his hands was the power of the Scorpio divine cadre, advancing for Ophis. Haley, representing Scorpio, had granted him their power. It could be said that the scorpion tail impaling Astria was actually Lee Gun's strike. The woman went berserk when she realized he had targeted the hiding place of Cancer's stigma. She screamed wildly, "How could you find Cancer's core so easily? How the hell did you do that?" Lee Gun's eyes flashed with the 13th sense skill, but there was no way he would tell her. "Time to catch a big fish. I've hit the jackpot," he shouted gleefully, then whipped the scorpion tail into the blonde again, making Astria cry out in agony. Among the divine seals surrounding Libra, Cancer's seal suddenly emitted a strange light and cracking sounds. In an instant, it exploded with a loud bang, shattering into several large and small fragments. The energy of the darkest star was dispersing along with the notifications that Cancer's core had been completely destroyed. Cancer's power was leaking, and its divine seal could no longer hold. Astria felt Cancer's power slipping away. Black streaks seeped out from her body as Lee Gun gleefully waved the scorpion tail, preparing to strike again. She roared, cursing his name, but Lee Gun paid no mind. At that moment, he was using his skill deftly and was ready to land another blow. "I will kill you!" Astria shrieked, summoning the stigma of another constellation behind her. Instantly, hands erupted from the ground, gripping John's ankles. He glanced down, noticing the grinning faces of her clones, twisted and demonic, their lingering malice evident. A blue light surged from below, detonating the entire area in an instant. It was Capricorn's skill, the World Destroyer. Driven by madness, Astria unleashed the massive attack solely to annihilate Lee Gun. She then combined the stigmas of both Libra and Aries, pressing them together to assert her claim over the planet as one belonging to the divine gods. From the heavens, the unified power of Aries and Libra began descending, their golden sword poised to obliterate a quarter of Sol in a single blow. "You lowly humans will never take this star from us," Astria screamed, her voice full of wrath. However, her declaration abruptly ceased when the massive blade struck an expansive icy barrier, halting its descent with a deafening clang. Mist exploded outward, freezing the sword's tip and stopping it mid-air. Cold winds swept over Astria as she recognized Virgo's winter wind. To her shock, the icy force rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire golden sword and freezing it solid. Beneath the colossal, immobilized weapon, Li Gun emerged from the icy mist, his scorched skin failing to hide his smirk. Cold air escaped his teeth, giving him an almost demonic appearance as he braced against the chilling forces holding the sword at bay. Shattering the ice around himself, Li Gun charged forward, his fist leading the way, and landed a direct punch to Astria's face. This time, instead of slamming her into the ground, the strike sent her flying horizontally, forceful enough to crack Libra's outer shell. "You truly have no limits to your greed," he shouted, chasing her down. "Who said this star is yours?" With a mocking grin, he raised his leg, preparing to stomp her face. "I'll crush that mouth of yours that spouts nothing but nonsense." Before his foot could land, Astria activated Gemini's teleportation skill, vanishing from his reach. Her pride wouldn't allow her to be humiliated by a human. Reappearing behind him, she delivered a punch that sent him tumbling away. Mocking laughter echoed as she taunted, "Hey, Li Gun, looking for me? I'm right here." She teleported again, landing blows repeatedly, throwing him around like a rag doll. Each hit carried her fury, a brutal vengeance for the humiliation he dealt her. "This ends now." Astria bellowed, combining Taurus and Capricorn's power to generate a ferocious shockwave meant to finish him. But as she prepared to strike, Li Gun's gaze locked onto her. "There you are," he muttered, activating Sagittarius's absolute target. Now, even her teleportation couldn't save her from his punch. As their powers collided, Astria couldn't comprehend his strength. "I have Taurus and Aquarius's buffs, how is this possible?" she fumed, only to see a flashing red notification. "Scorpio's poison has reduced all your stats." Furious, Astria realized Haley's scorpion tail had injected her with venom earlier, crippling her abilities. Sagittarius's absolute target ignited into a massive flame that engulfed Astria. Trapped within the inferno, she screamed, her power overwhelmed. Stripped bare of her protections, she unleashed golden threads, absorbing the power of her allied constellations. These golden chains drew in energy from the insignias, forming a dazzling, multicolored vortex. As the combined power of 7 zodiac stigmas condensed into a spinning tornado, John observed from below. "What the hell is that?" "Your last-ditch effort," he scoffed. Summoning Red-Eye, his dragon, he leapt onto its back and soared into the chaotic whirlwind. The volatile energies of the constellations clashed violently, scattering into the streets below, leaving destruction in their wake. Despite the turbulence, Li Gun urged Red-Eye forward, the dragon's furious wings carrying him through the stormy skies of Seoul. Below, citizens clasped their hands in prayer, some calling for the divine gods, others silently rooting for the defiant human. Reporters captured the apocalyptic scene, unsure who to trust. Inside the Leo constellation's tent, disciples protested, "Vice Celestial Lord, stop. The Lord will reprimand you." But Yue knelt, hands clasped, refusing to budge. "Be silent. Uncle Li Gun is fighting alone, and I must pray for him." As they attempted to drag her away, Stephen Marker, bandaged and weary, intervened. "Let her be," he commanded, kneeling beside her. "All disciples of Leo, pray for Li Gun, the only one who can end this." Reluctantly, they obeyed, their prayers summoning Leo's power to bolster Li Gun's strength. A surge of energy connected Leo's constellation to Ophiuchus, significantly enhancing Li Gun's endurance. Now fortified, Li Gun confronted Astria near the vortex's heart. She cursed at his resilience, while he grinned mockingly. "Trash. Is this where you make your stand?" With newfound confidence, he summoned 4 stigmas, merging their powers into his weapon. Swinging his hammer, he unleashed a whirlwind that sliced through the multicolored tornado, severing its energy. Astria frantically raised a barrier, boasting, "These stigmas come directly from the divine gods. You can't break this." But she underestimated the countless prayers empowering Li Gun. His grin widened as he invoked the Abyss Sever skill, hurling the heavenly punishment straight at her. The blade pierced through the stacked seals of her stigmas, shattering them one by one. The power of Taurus, Capricorn, Aquarius, Aries, Cancer, and Gemini fell in succession. Finally, the heavenly punishment struck Astrea, slicing her body in half. The combined light of Ophiuchus and the shattered stigmas tore through Libra's swirling energy, dispersing it entirely. As the shockwave subsided, John stood victorious, his weapon intact. Looking at Astrea's fragmented form, he sneered, "What did you gain by coming this far? Wasn't this what you were preaching earlier? The strong get to ask questions." He gazed at her broken figure, vowing to uncover her hidden schemes, whatever it took. A chilling voice suddenly interrupted from behind him. "Impressive. You've defeated Libra." Before he could react, shadows enveloped him, plunging the area into darkness like a moonless night. As he turned to face the source of the shadows, Li Gun heard the distinct sound of footsteps on the ground. A figure emerged from the darkness, far from human, encased in massive armor and holding a weapon topped with a huge skull. The figure's eerie voice echoed like wind against a cliff, asking, "Are you Li Gun?" Li Gun glared at the strange being. "Who are you?" he asked bluntly. The figure gave a mocking look down at him before pulling out a double-headed axe and slamming it into the ground. The impact caused an explosive rupture, cracking the earth into large and small pieces. This was no ordinary power. After the display of might, the figure spoke slowly, "I am the vanguard of the great and mysterious civilization, Baron Helmet, one of the 13 generals who serve the great monarch." The giant insignia beneath Baron Helmet's name indicated that this opponent was a black-level threat, invincible. Over 30 years ago, when the mysterious civilization invaded Earth, they dominated the news. They demanded humanity's surrender, but the United Nations firmly refused. Fear spread, and the authorities were forced to issue statements, such as one from the United States, declaring, "These monsters seek to use humans as food. We must not give in." The mysterious civilization responded with an announcement, "Hear this, all beings on this star. From today onward, we, the mysterious civilization, shall rule. Resistance is futile. Surrender your freedom, rights, and resources to us." "I am the spearhead of this great civilization," Baron Helmet continued. "I am one of the 13 generals serving our great monarch." Li Gun remembered the chaos from that time, hearing the figure introduce himself. He chuckled, "Ah, so you're the one who made such a spectacle on the first day of the invasion?" He recalled the words of a knight captain he'd previously pinned down, claiming to serve the great spearhead of the mysterious army. Li Gun laughed and pointed at the man. "So, what brings you here? Here to avenge your minions?" Baron Helmet revealed his plan. "Libra was supposed to have eliminated you. With the power granted by our monarch, we were going to rebuild the Devil's Tower here. But things aren't going as expected." Hearing this, Li Gun clenched his teeth in barely contained anger. "I never imagined you'd not only defeat the Phantom Knights, but also Libra, who was backed by 6 holy gods. You were the one who destroyed the Devil's Tower, weren't you? You're no rookie after all. I'll have to revise my plans." With that, Baron Helmet released a torrent of killing intent, clearly intending to annihilate Li Gun. Hearing that someone had come to destroy him, Li Gun laughed, unfazed. "I suspected there was more behind Libra than just the divine gods. You've come to the right place. I was just planning to hunt you all down." All the zodiac stigmas released from behind Li Gun, creating a violent storm. Without further words, he stomped hard and charged toward the armored figure, swinging heavenly punishment with great force. To his surprise, Baron Helmet blocked the attack. "No matter how strong you are, you're still just the servant of a constellation. The power of constellations can't compare to the might of the mysterious civilization. Before the power of our monarch, your constellations are nothing but prey." Li Gun felt his strength draining as though it were leaking out. He recognized the sensation. It was similar to when he was stabbed by the dagger in the Devil's Tower. "This energy, is it the power of the monarch?" he thought. The dagger had been infused with this same dark power, exuding an aura that even holy gods feared. The system's warning blurred before his eyes, and the mysterious space seemed to isolate him from the real world. The wind howled through the zodiac insignias, scattering them like dust. A broken message flashed, "You have lost the connection with the constellations that granted you their divine marks." Looking back, Li Gun saw that the zodiac stigmas had shattered, leaving only one message: "The power of the constellations is weakening." He realized that his connection to the outside world had been severed. The space around him was dark and oppressive. He wondered if he was in the same mysterious space that had trapped him during the incident with Virgo. A sinister black aura touched his shoulder, leaving soot-like marks as it corroded his power. Suddenly, a weary female voice called out to him. He hesitated, not daring to turn his head. When he finally did, his eyes widened in shock. A woman with short hair looked at him curiously, asking, "What are you doing here? We were supposed to leave together. Don't tell me you forgot?" Li Gun's face turned pale, realizing he was slipping into a nightmare. The voice continued, "Why are you looking at me like that? What's in your hand?" Before he could respond, a loud thud echoed, and blood sprayed from his body, nearly filling the screen. Baron Helmet's deep voice followed as he thrust his hand through Li Gun's body from back to front, causing blood to pour out. "Got you," he whispered in Li Gun's ear. Li Gun stared at the blood, realizing it was his own. Each time someone was struck by this skill, they became utterly helpless. Blood gushed from Li Gun's mouth, and his body trembled. Baron Helmet whispered gleefully, "This is my disaster misfortune skill, Nightmare. It replays the memories you most wish to forget. Your divine power is leaking, and you can't resist. Is this enough for you, Libra?" The question was directed not at Li Gun, but at the golden power flaring up behind Baron Helmet. A familiar female voice, one that sent shivers down his spine, emerged behind him. It was Astria, grinning wickedly. "Li Gun, I didn't expect you to drive me to this state. I admit, you're remarkable, but I won't let things end here. I plan to take your body and your power." Seeing Astria, Li Gun sneered, coughing up blood. "So, you intend to use my body as a vessel to resurrect yourself? You'll regret this." Astria floated closer, her upper body moving toward Li Gun. She shrieked with delight, transforming into a golden streak that darted at him. "Is that all you have to say? How annoying." With sudden speed, she stabbed into his face, leaving a golden trail as she burrowed into his eye socket. Li Gun's body fell backward and then slumped forward, motionless. Baron Helmet mocked him, "I heard this one was reckless and impulsive, but I didn't expect him to give up so easily. How boring." Deep within Li Gun, a system panel appeared. "You have become the master of Yukis." Upon realizing he was the master of this unique zodiac sign, Li Gun pondered his newfound abilities. He understood that the changes within his body were due to super regeneration. Yet, he had never heard of any other saints encountering anything like this. Initially, super regeneration was merely an F-rank skill designed to heal injuries and regenerate a new body. However, it came with a slight drawback, a 50% reduction in physical abilities and a cooldown period of 1.32 hours. Familiar panels appeared before his now blurred vision, indicating the penalty was the cost for creating a new body. Fortunately, the duration had significantly reduced, it now lasted just 1 minute and 52 seconds. During his youth, Li Gun once heard a voice ask, "Hey, do you really admire the 12 gods that much?" Turning around, he laughed loudly and confidently, "Of course. Do you even need to ask?" The boy sighed as the girl next to him muttered, "See? You've triggered his rant again." Li Gun eagerly pointed at a screen displaying the words for humanity, full of excitement as he told his two friends, "Look at them. They're the protectors of humanity. Isn't it amazing? They're going to save us all. How could I not respect them? I even donated to support them yesterday. Guided by the 12 gods," he added, "if we unite and put in the effort, we can easily defeat those monsters. It won't take long before we drive away the mysterious creatures and reclaim our triumph." Hearing about his donation, his two friends were at a loss for words. "You donated? You literally sent $37, one said flatly. Li Gun turned back with a wide grin. "Anyway, it's such a beautiful day. How about we head to the department store for snacks? It's on me, order whatever you want." But that radiant smile soon vanished, replaced by tears streaming down his face and a trembling body as he collapsed to his knees amid the rubble. His eyes fixated on his friend's hand, or rather, the severed arm lying in a pool of blood. The news that day reported. This afternoon, a disaster misfortune struck the heart of Seoul, targeting a department store. Thanks to the swift response of sect strike squads, the disaster was successfully eliminated. The droning television filled Li Gun's ears as he wept even harder. The moment replayed in his mind, watching helplessly as his friend was devoured by the misfortune. "Stop it. You didn't do anything," he whispered. Above him, the adult scoffed, looking down at the crying boy. "Lucky us. It seems the curse left before we arrived." So, what about the kid? He's just a hassle. Let's ignore him and say we didn't see anything. We'll show off a little and collect the reward. That day, the news concluded. Thanks to the efforts of the 12 sects, humanity can rest assured under their protection. Back then, Li Gun knelt on the ground, sobbing. You couldn't save anyone, he shouted. These fragmented memories, buried deep within, were now unearthed by Libra, who delighted in molding them. Ah, so this is why you despise both the disaster misfortunes and the sects? How predictable. Your story is nothing but a cheap melodrama, she sneered. So, because of this childish past, you ended up hating both sides? How utterly trivial. Astria laughed maniacally. Letting anger consume you blinds you from the truth. No matter how strong your rage, it can never surpass my divinity. This is the end, Li Gun. Be silent and let me consume you for my resurrection. Astria began to absorb his existence, preparing to take over his body. But suddenly, a glowing sign materialized before her, startling her. Warning, the divinity gap between Ophiuchus and Libra is too vast to allow absorption. Another message followed. Ophiuchus holds greater divinity than Libra. Astria's fury erupted. The more she tried, the more warnings appeared, blocking her actions. After repeated failures, she roared in frustration, impossible. My divinity can't be lower than his. At that moment, a faint blue light appeared above her, a sight far too familiar. She looked up and saw a massive clock, ticking steadily. Its face displayed Roman numerals, nearing 12 o'clock. The clock was larger than Astria herself, and its long tail coiled around the cosmos like a snake. A dark black hole appeared near her, resembling a pupil staring straight at her. Astria's confidence wavered as she realized it was the Eye of Ophiuchus, a massive snake circling the clock, marked with Ophiuchus's divine seal, slithering through a star-filled universe. No. This divinity. It's incomprehensible, she screamed, clutching the sphere containing Li Gun. The sphere in her hands began to crack, releasing a radiant light. A notification appeared. Penalty on Ophiuchus will soon lift. Time remaining, 25 seconds. The sphere hardened, fissures forming across its surface. Snapping sounds grew louder as the countdown continued. Astria panicked, wondering what the punishment could be. When the sphere shattered, Li Gun stood within, glaring at her. How dare you meddle in someone else's memories, he demanded. Prepare yourself. As the sphere disintegrated, the timer dropped to 17 seconds, and his physical abilities halved. Yet, Astria failed to grasp the situation, still dismissing it as mere resistance. When the clock reached 8 seconds, she noticed its hand nearing 12 o'clock, and panic set in. How could you have gained such power? She shrieked. Li Gun rose, fists clenched with overwhelming force. It doesn't matter, he said, leaping forward. With these hands, I will crush all of you. His fist slammed into Astria, shattering her grotesque form. The power of Ophiuchus erupted, catching Baron Helmet off guard. Before he could react, Li Gun had already punched Astria out of existence, treating her as nothing more than worthless debris. As the Baron stood frozen in shock, Li Gun's left hand restrained him, while his right formed a fist. The penalty lifted, and Ophiuchus's divine mark gleamed on Li Gun's forehead. His eyes shone with the constellation's power, and all his stats surged to their peak. You have taken your first true step as a holy god.
Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this recap, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more manhwa recaps every week. Hit that bell icon so you never miss the latest chapters and stories from your favorite manhwa series.